Chapter 1. Alas, if it weren't for that venomous she-beast, we would have long returned to the cave to indulge with our respective mates. How unfortunate we are! One is the chief's daughter, so gentle that she wouldn't dare crush a bug, while the other harbors malicious intent against her own sister. This is simply the epitome of wickedness. Such a vile creature should be cast beyond the tribe's borders, taken away by the wandering beasts. In the dark recesses of the cave, Lin Zhi curled up alone in a corner. The whispers pierced her eardrums like daggers. Each word sank in her heart, sharp and painful. Her body was a tapestry of bruises and wounds, stained with blood, breath shallow and erratic. Just as she sought to depart from this world, suddenly, Lin Zhi's eyes flew open. Her pupils contracted violently. Memories of her past life, where she was thrust into a pack of beasts, flashed through her mind. Pain. It truly hurts. She surveyed her surroundings. The air was thick with damp mildew and mingled with the scent of blood. Her throat was parched, lips cracked, tasting a hint of rust. Lin Zhi's trembling fingers brushed against the coarse ground, the icy sensation causing her to shudder. Droplets of water slid down the uneven stone walls, pooling into a shallow puddle below. This was the tribe's darkest, dampest punishment cave, reserved for those male beasts who defied tribal laws. Inside, there lay a crude stone bed, surrounded by scattered straw and gravel. The air was heavy with the stench of mold, and occasionally a mouse scurried by. She recalled her first time locked in here, going 3 whole days without food, relying solely on licking the water droplets from the stone walls to quench her thirst. Since then, this dark cave had become her personal prison, a place where she was frequently sent for punishment. Each time she was confined, she would curl up on the cold stone bed, enduring the torment of hunger and cold. Now, the familiar chill surged within her once more. She leaned against the rough stone wall, inching towards the stone bed step by step. With each movement, the wounds on her body screamed in agony. Lin Zhi lay flat on the coarse stone bed, her eyes tightly shut. Memories from her past lives suddenly crystallized in her mind. She finally recalled her first life in the modern world. In that life, she was independent and strong, a force to be reckoned with in the workplace, never needing to rely on anyone. But upon reflecting on her previous life, Lin Zhi could not help but furrow her brows, her fingers clenching into fists. The amnesiac version of herself had been so weak, so pathetic. In her last life, she had been reborn as a cub, doted on by her father, mother, and brothers, who often held her close, tearing the tenderest meat from beasts to feed her. It was only during an outing to gather supplies that her mother had been abducted by roaming beasts while trying to protect her, along with her unborn brother. Her father and brothers searched for a long time, but could never find her mother's trace. Upon waking again, she found a little she-beast named Shi Lian had joined their family. Her father informed her that Shi Lian's parents had been killed by the wandering beasts while trying to save her. During a tribal gathering, her father announced he would adopt Shi Lian and warned all beastmen not to bully her. At first, she felt grateful towards Shi Lian, but whenever conflicts arose, her father and brothers would blame her for everything. Whenever Shi Lian began to cry, she would find herself locked in the cave, starved and cold, until she was forced to admit in front of the entire tribe that she was the one who had harmed her. Ultimately, when beasts attacked, her father and brothers personally pushed her into the pack of beasts to buy Shi Lian a chance to escape. Lin Zhi lay on the cold stone bed, her hands gripping the straw beneath her tightly. Thank you, Beast God, for this opportunity. In this life, she would never repeat the same mistakes. Her gaze grew resolute, a cold smile gracing her lips. She would no longer be the weakling who sought their approval. With trembling fingers, she wiped the tears from her face and slowly propped herself up. Since the heavens had granted her a second chance at life, she would seize it tightly. She must escape this tribe and gaze upon the broader skies beyond. As night fell and the cold wind wailed, the beastmen outside the cave huddled together for warmth when suddenly a deep voice resonated through the darkness. Are you not going to patrol elsewhere? Why stand here to escape the wind? Upon hearing that familiar voice, the beastmen quickly lowered their heads and moved away. Lin Zhi curled up on the cold stone bed, and through the sliver of moonlight seeping into the cave, she glimpsed a tall figure approaching. The moonlight illuminated his silver hair, highlighting his chiseled features. He wore a long robe made of beast skin, each step exuding undeniable authority. This was her elder brother, Linshu, one of the mightiest warriors in the tribe. Zhi, do you not yet admit your wrongdoing? Linshu's voice carried a hint of weariness, since it was Shi Lian who discovered the new food. Why did you claim it as your own? And how could you possibly push her with such malicious intent? Lin Zhi bit her lip, suppressing the pain coursing through her body as she slowly descended from the stone bed. Her movements were labored, each joint protesting in agony. Linshu observed his sister's struggle, instinctively reaching out to assist her. His hand hovered momentarily in the air before ultimately retracting. A flicker of compassion crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by determination. He must teach Zhi a lesson, otherwise she would only grow more unruly. Such a she-beast could not remain in the tribe. Lin Zhi noticed the fleeting pain in her brother's eyes. In this moment, his gaze still held affection for her, but soon that affection would fade away. Silence enveloped the frigid cave. After a moment, Linshu sighed softly. Zhi, if you apologize to Shi Lian in front of the entire tribe, acknowledging that the potato was found by her, and promise not to claim her achievements again, I will persuade our father to release you. His tone softened gradually. Shi Lian is so kind-hearted, willing to let you take credit for it, yet you resorted to pushing her. Linshu retrieved a piece of roasted meat from his bee-skin pouch, roughly the size of a palm. If you agree, I will let you go. This is the tribe's food for today. I saved it for you. Lin Zhi fixated on the aromatic piece of roasted meat, her throat dry and painful. She had not pushed Shi Lian. It was Shi Lian who had stumbled while attempting to seize the potato she had discovered. Lin Zhi gazed at the water droplets trickling down the stone wall, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. She knew that even if she spoke the truth, no one would believe her. In the eyes of her father and brothers, she would always be that malicious she-beast. Linshu, I admit my mistake. Her voice was hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper. Lin Zhi trembled as she accepted the roasted meat. The meat was still warm, and the aroma of fat made her stomach clench painfully. Cautiously, she took a bite, the act of chewing causing blood to seep from her cracked lips. Her throat burned as if set ablaze, and each swallow made her want to moan in agony. Since her father and brothers had already deemed her in the wrong, what significance did holding onto the truth hold? Zhi, you should have done this long ago. Linshu observed his sister devouring the meat ravenously, disappointment flickering in his eyes. You truly betray my affection for you. Instinctively, he reached behind him to fetch water for Lin Zhi, but halfway through, he withdrew his hand. He recalled that he had snuck out while Shi Lian rested in the cave. Fearing to disturb her, he had not brought a bamboo tube to fetch water. During the day, Lin Zhi had sworn before the beast god that she had not committed such an act. Yet by nightfall, she admitted her faults for a piece of meat. Linshu clenched his fists, regretting his softness in coming to see her. He should have kept her locked up for a few more days to teach her a proper lesson. It would be best to starve her until she would never dare to err again. Lin Zhi mechanically finished the last bite of meat, struggling to use her hands to support herself on the cold stone bed, slowly lying back down. She curled her body tightly, wrapping her arms around herself in an attempt to ward off the bone-chilling cold seeping into the cave. Her tattered beast skin clothing was insufficient to fend off the cold. She could feel the chill creeping in through the cracks of the stone bed. Linshu stood still, watching his sister's huddled figure. Moonlight streamed in at an angle through the cave entrance, casting a pale glow on Lin Zhi's gaunt face, rendering her even more pallid. He noticed that her beast skin clothing was already tattered, revealing arms marred with bruises. A wave of compassion surged within him, and he instinctively took a step forward, wanting to offer her another piece of beast skin. He shook his head vigorously, dispelling that feeling of compassion. Remembering that Lian was likely already eating in the tribe square, he realized he needed to hurry back to care for her. The bonfire blazed vigorously in the tribal square, casting a warm glow upon the joyous faces of the orcs. The tribe members, freshly returned from the hunt, gathered around the fire, feasting upon succulent roasted beast meat, its aroma wafting through the air. As Linshu navigated his way through the crowd, the scent of blood from the hunt still clung to him. His hide garments were smeared with dirt and bits of foliage, and his strong arms bore several fresh scars. "Look, it's Linshu!" exclaimed a young female orc, her eyes sparkling as she tossed her hair and shot him a flirtatious glance. "I witnessed Linshu single-handedly subdue that adult tiger," declared a male orc, waving his arms animatedly as he recounted the tale to his companions. He leaped onto its back and plunged his claws into its throat, delivering a fatal blow. "Truly, he is destined to be our future leader. How wonderful it would be to marry such a male orc. I would gladly relinquish the position of first mate to him," remarked one female orc. "The chieftain's offspring are indeed remarkable, speaking of which, the tribe's current prosperity is thanks to the children of our kin. The discovery of new foods such as sweet potatoes, and tomatoes can all be credited to Shi Lian. Indeed, but the chieftain's youngest daughter, Gigi, merely idles about, always seeking to overshadow her sister. I heard she even pushed Shi Lian this time. What? Such malice! This ungrateful wretch deserves to be cast out of the tribe. How dare she slander Shi Lian? Yes, indeed, such a lazy and spiteful female should be expelled." Linshu's expression grew increasingly somber as he overheard the conversations of his kin. Gigi was truly a good girl during their time in the cave. She had been the one to prepare their meals. She was nothing like the other females of the tribe, who relied on the males for sustenance. Alas, Linshu ultimately refrained from standing up to defend her against the crowd. Zizi's competitive spirit often led her to compare herself with Lian, and this time, her actions had indeed warranted a lesson. Sighing, he reflected that he, as her brother, bore some responsibility. After tomorrow, he would certainly impose some discipline upon Gigi until she amended her ways. Approaching the chieftain, Linshu's gaze fell upon Shi Lian, who stood beside their father. Looking at his gentle and endearing sister, he couldn't help but smile affectionately. Shi Lian's cheeks flushed, as pure and beautiful as a blooming white flower. "Linshu, come quickly. Father has saved a large piece of meat just for you." "Lian can eat first. I shall partake later," Linshu replied gently. The firelight illuminated Lin Tian's resolute visage. He extended his calloused hands, effortlessly tearing apart the roasted meat, its savory scent enveloping them. Carefully selecting the most tender portion, he offered it to Shi Lian. "Lian, this piece is the most tender. Do give it taste," Lin Tian said, his eyes filled with affection. Shi Lian lowered her head to accept it, murmuring, "Thank you, father." Turning his gaze, Lin Tian regarded his son with a stern expression. "What is it?" Linshu stepped forward, addressing his father. "Father, Gigi has realized her mistake. Please allow her to come out." Shi Lian paused, gently setting down the roasted meat, and approached Linshu in her usual soft and endearing voice. She said, "Father, why not let Sister Gigi out? She only wished to contribute to the tribe. Let us say that she discovered the new food. I do not mind, as long as you all know the truth." Lin Tian furrowed his brow and replied sternly, "That will not do. Lian, this is your achievement. How can it be given to her? Moreover, she had the audacity to lay hands on you. She deserves to remain confined a while longer to truly grasp the tribe's rules." Seeing his understanding sister, Linshu felt a swell of gratitude within him. Lian was always so kind, and he wished that Gigi could learn from her. With her eyes cast down, Shi Lian's gaze flickered with a hint of schadenfreude, yet she softly pleaded, "Father, please let Sister Gigi out. I believe she will not act this way again. I will teach her properly besides, Linshu, and I will keep an eye on her." Lin Tian gently patted Shi Lian's head, guiding her to the warmth of the fire, before addressing Linshu. "Let her apologize to Lian in the square tomorrow at noon. Then she may return to the cave to rest." Linshu cast a grateful glance at Shi Lian. He meticulously divided the roasted meat into smaller portions, handing them to Shi Lian. "Thank you. Lian, when Gigi comes out, I will ensure she sincerely apologizes to you. There's no need for such formality. Linshu sharing this credit with Sister Gigi is fine. Perhaps it will help improve her standing among the tribe. Besides, I can discover other new things, and we can tell the tribe that this time it was Shi who found it, shall we? Linshu gazed at his sweet and gentle sister, his heart melting. No. This time it was you who discovered the potatoes. How could Shi take credit for your achievement? A sister as kind as her was a rare treasure indeed. In a place unseen by the other orcs, Shi Lian allowed a slight smirk to grace her lips. She wished to claim her achievements. If she wanted to be released, she could do so. But if she did not, she could remain in the cave to await her fate. Punished in a cave, Lin Zhi curled up on the rigid bee-skin bed, her empty stomach convulsing in waves of pain. Since her confinement, she had only received a meager piece of roasted meat from Linshu. Hardly enough to fill the gaps between her teeth, the distant sounds of laughter and the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafting into the cave exacerbated her discomfort. She clutched herself tightly, attempting to alleviate the torment of hunger. As memories of her past life surfaced before her eyes, that time, she had already been an adult for 5 or 6 years, yet no male was willing to take her as a mate. According to tribal customs, an adult female without a mate could not receive food allocated by the tribe. She relied solely on the occasional pity from her beast brothers to survive the winter, living a life of intermittent feasting and starvation. Frequently, she would faint from hunger, while Shi Lian, under the care of her brothers and suitors, had never known hunger. All of this stemmed from the false accusations against her. The patriarch and the beast brothers had forced her to apologize to Shi Lian in front of the entire tribe, but she had resolutely refused, resulting in her confinement in the cave where she nearly starved. Ultimately, it was the shaman who returned just in time to save her. Yet, the patriarch, indifferent to her fragile state, dragged her into the square while the shaman was out gathering herbs. Under the duress of hunger and coercion, she was compelled to falsely admit to crimes she had never committed. From that moment on, all the tribesmen despised her, labeling her as vicious and shunning her. Lin Zhi caressed her emaciated belly, contemplating her future course of action. She faced a choice: either bow her head and admit to a wrongdoing she had never committed, or continue to languish here, waiting for the shaman to rescue her once more. Neither option was acceptable to her. She had to bide her time and seize the opportunity to escape this tribe controlled by Shi Lian. All the males here were subservient to Shi Lian's whims. Whether they were mated or not, as soon as she shed a tear, it was always someone else's fault. Those females who had once seen through Shi Lian's true nature had been eliminated by her various means. Lin Zhi slowly opened her eyes, a determined glint shining within them, as long as she could escape this cursed place. With her past life's universal recognition system and this life's reproductive system, not only could she survive, but she might also establish a tribe of her OW. In her previous life, she had possessed such promising conditions. How had she allowed her existence to devolve into such a state? This time, rather than becoming someone else's vassal, she would choose to be the master of her own fate. The dawn's light streamed through the crevices of the cave, and Linshu's voice echoed from the entrance. Shi, I'm here to take you out. Linshu entered the cave with a light-hearted step. This moment, he genuinely felt joy at the prospect of Shi emerging from her confinement. Lin Zhi looked at her beast brother's face, which radiated affection, feeling a moment of disorientation. How long had it been since she had seen a smile directed at her from him? When she was first born and still nursing, although he was young, he would risk danger to gather fruit from outside to feed her. Even when she had transformed and could not yet walk, he had carried her through every corner of the tribe, teaching her to greet each tribesman warmly. She had always been rewarded with affectionate fruits from the tribe in return. In times of danger, her beast brother was always the first to shield her. The emergence of Shi Lian had incited a deep-rooted aversion within her, for she resented how Shi Lian had usurped the affection of her brothers and the patriarch. Yet she could swear to the beast god that she had never harmed Shi Lian in any way. In her previous life, she had desperately sought the attention of the patriarch and her brothers, hoping to redirect their focus back onto her. She utilized the universal recognition system to identify all edible food, cooking for her brothers and alleviating the patriarch's burdens, thus improving the tribe's standard of living. She even ventured beyond the tribe's protective borders, unafraid of danger. While other females in the tribe reveled in the care and affection of male beastmen, she had always been busy tidying the cave for the patriarch and her brothers. She had done her utmost, yet the patriarch and her brothers had said to Shi Lian, "Females should be pampered. You need not do anything for us. We will place everything you desire before you." How utterly ridiculous. She was a female too. Lin Zhi limped out of the cave, brushing past Linshu, who stood smiling in the sunlight. In this life, let them all go to hell. They were no longer of any consequence to her. Linshu watched Lin Zhi's retreating figure, retracting his outstretched hand. Zhi was throwing another tantrum. He had repeatedly told her that females should not be capricious, as it would displease the males. Being a female required a good temperament. It seemed he had not taught her enough. He would need to instruct her well that evening, so she could partake in the tribe's food. She must not develop such a habit of frivolous anger. Meanwhile, Lin Zhi emerged from the cave, basking in the warmth of the sunlight and inhaling the fresh air. She paused for a moment before heading toward the tribe square. Linshu had intended to carry Zhi there, but he was perplexed by her numerous injuries and the fact that she had twisted her ankle. Meanwhile, Shi Lian appeared unscathed. After the incident, he would need to have a serious talk with Zhi. A female must not be overly active. Soon, Lin Zhi arrived at the center of the tribe square, where beastmen had gathered in droves. Among them stood a particularly robust male beastman, supporting a fair-skinned, blushing female. Upon seeing them, Lin Zhi halted in her tracks. It had been a long time since she had seen her second brother, Lindong, and her sister, Shi Lian. Had she been driven to madness by hunger? Unable to even call out to her brother. It seemed she needed to starve a few more days to regain her voice. A.S., the second son of the tribe's patriarch. Lindong ranked among the strongest in the tribe. His words garnered considerable agreement from the other males. Yes, let this malicious female be confined for a few more days. Let her learn her lesson. She had nothing to say. She knew she was wrong, but dared not admit it. We cannot harbor such a venomous female in our tribe. If she does not apologize, we should drive her away. Yes, drive her away. Thank you, fellow tribesmen, but let us not dwell on this. Sister V must surely realize her mistake, Shi Lian said, flashing a bashful smile at the gathering of males. She stepped forward to support Lin Zhi, saying, Zhi, are you all right? That day my brother did not mean to. He simply lost control after seeing you push me down. I apologize on his behalf. This moment. The beastmen noticed the numerous injuries adorning Lin Zhi's body. They assumed it was due to her own fall, unaware it had anything to do with Lindong. Just as they were about to delve deeper into the matter, Shi Lian suddenly slipped. Brother, it was not intentional. I was simply knocked down by Zhi and have yet to recover. Lindong immediately steadied Shi Lian, shooting Lin Zhi a glare filled with disdain. Lin Zhi gazed at the phosympathetic female before her, feeling a wave of nausea. What a charade. Who couldn't act? Linshu hurried forward, insisting on helping Lin Zhi sit on a stone. Zhi, did Lindong hurt you? Why didn't you say anything? Are you still in pain? Do you have other wounds? Shi Lian's smile faltered, confusion washing over her. What was happening? Had these beastmen forgotten their purpose for coming here? Had Linshu forgotten she had been pushed down by Lin Zhi? This Lin Zhi was quite the actress. Clearly, that day, Lindong had merely brushed against her, yet she was covered in injuries. Lin Zhi, however, disregarded Linshu's concern. Was he blind? Only just now noticing her myriad of wounds. The beastmen could see everything around them, even at night. It was merely a pretense of ignorance. Lin Zhi looked at Shi Lian, whose eyes glistened with tears, and at Lindong, who stood protectively beside her, and spoke. Thank you for your concern, sister. I am indeed well, in fact. I must extend my gratitude to you and Lindong. Had it not been for Lindong pushing me down the slope, I fear I would still be muddled. Now, my mind is clear, and I am here to express my appreciation to you two benevolent beasts. The beastmen exchanged bewildered glances. What was going on? Had Lin Zhi pushed Shi Lian? So Lindong had pushed Lin Zhi down the slope. The patriarch's household seemed to stage a drama every so often. Wait a moment. Playful scuffles among females were one thing, but why had Lindong resorted to violence against a female? Did he not understand the rules of their world? The aggression of males towards females may bring calamity upon the tribe. The wrath of the orcs is once again ignited. How Lindong perceives the discontent radiating from the gazes of his kin, and in a fit of anger, releases a thunderous roar. How dare you deceive a beast? Who pushed you? It was you who failed to maintain your footing. I merely attempted to assist you, and you tumbled down the slope. Today is the day for you to apologize, yet you dare to speak of other matters. The father and mother of Shi Lian sacrificed themselves to save you, only to be devoured by wild beasts. And you still have the audacity to bully her. Point one cannot call oneself a beast without a shred of beastly heart. Quickly apologize to Shi Lian. Lindong, of course, would not acknowledge having pushed Lin Zhi that day. After all, he only gave her a gentle nudge. Who could he blame for his own frailty? Perhaps Lin Zhi rolling down the slope was merely the beast god punishing her. Yes, that is exactly what it is, that he merely acted as an instrument of the beast god's retribution against the malevolent Lin Zhi. Furthermore, he clearly witnessed Shi Lian falling to the ground, while Lin Zhi stood idly by, holding the food that Shi Lian had discovered. How could Lin Zhi possibly possess the ability to find new food when she had spent her entire life merely waiting for death? She is no match for Shi Lian. Suddenly, the other orcs snapped back to reality. Apologize, quickly apologize to Shi Lian, or be banished from the tribe. Lin Zhi, listening to the voices of the orcs, felt as though she were once again thrust into the midst of wild beasts by her own beast brothers. Despite having escaped with Shi Lian insisted on feigning an injury. She had told her brothers that Shi Lian was pretending, that she was perfectly fine. Yet, no one believed her. Her beast brothers even resorted to pushing her down as well. At that moment, the wild beasts returned, and her brothers, upon seeing the two of them, unhesitatingly chose Shi Lian. She could only crawl away in disarray. It was all because of Shi Lian's cry. The beasts are catching up. Quickly find something to block them. Her brothers had thrown her, who had yet to rise, into the midst of the wild beasts. Apologize? Very well. Let her apologize. She was eager to witness how, without her, Shi Lian would procure new food and utilize the previously found provisions. Since she aspired to be a savior, she would surely have to fulfill that desire. In the square of Lin tribe, the orcs formed a dense circle, each straining their necks, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Zhi at the center. Tears welled in Shi Lian's eyes as she took steps back. Lindong's fury grew with each passing moment. His fists clenched tightly, longing to tear Lin Zhi apart. Lin Zhi lifted her head, chest out, her gaze unwavering, and with an apologetic expression, spoke to Shi Lian. Sister Shi Lian, I am truly sorry. I was at fault for rushing ahead and forgetting that you were following behind. When you came over, I only wished to assist you with the food you had found, but I failed to help you up from the ground. Please, do not blame me any longer. I truly regret it. And next time, I will certainly help you up. Then, her gaze swept across the surrounding orcs, every subtle expression revealing her sincere remorse. Suddenly, Lin Zhi's eyes sparkled, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. All right, Sister Shi Lian, how should we eat the potatoes you found? You know I am not skilled at cooking, but as long as you tell me how to prepare this food, I will surely assist you. That I also wish to contribute to the tribe. After all, if we find delicious food, the tribe will surely be grateful to you. She then leaned down to speak a few words to a small cub, who darted away from the crowd of orcs in a flash. The surrounding male orcs began to murmur amongst themselves, their attitudes visibly softening. Indeed, it is quite normal for a young female to make a mistake. Yes, as long as she is willing to admit her fault. What does this matter? However, the expressions of several females who had gathered with Lin Zhi and Shi Lian turned peculiar. That day, Lin Zhi had claimed to have discovered something valuable, while Shi Lian insisted on accompanying her. Lin Zhi had been clearly reluctant, but Shi Lian adamantly followed, expressing her fear for her sister's safety and her desire to protect her. In the world of beasts, it is customary that whoever first discovers food claims it as their own. Yet, they had not intervened at the time, as they were all offspring of the chief. The areas surrounding the tribe had long been cleared by the male orcs, posing no real danger. However, if it were another tribe's cubs who had ventured forth, they would undoubtedly have intervened. In the world of beasts, stealing food from others is tantamount to murder, until a shrill scream pierced the air. When they arrived, they found Shi Lian in a pitiful state, tears streaming down her face, while Lin Zhi stood beside her, completely unscathed, holding a yellow object aloft. Their conditions were starkly different. This vivid contrast instinctively led them to conclude that Lin Zhi had harmed Shi Lian. In the tribe, Whenever Shi Lian and Lin Zhi appeared together, it was always with Shi Lian in tears, and whenever asked, she would vaguely say it was not Lin Zhi's fault. Thus, the tribe believed it was Lin Zhi who was to blame. A flicker of guilt crossed Shi Lian's eyes as she pressed her lips tightly together, gripping the bee skin in her hands, and raised her gaze to Lin Zhi. She scrutinized Lin Zhi, realizing that her painstaking efforts to cultivate a malicious image of Lin Zhi before the tribe had been so easily shaken. Lin Zhi had once been so easy to manipulate, merely a reckless and impulsive young female yearning for attention. The females were all large-breasted and dull-witted. Even the forest's wild boar surpassed them. Whoever appeared weaker would elicit their sympathy. The male orcs, focused solely on the females, naturally favored those who were beautiful. Thus, whenever she wept in front of them and softly distanced herself from Lin Zhi, the tribe would invariably conclude that Lin Zhi was at fault, even if Lin Zhi discovered the truth. What could she do? After all, Shi Lian had already claimed it was not Lin Zhi's doing. Yet today, Lin Zhi had learned to feign vulnerability to garner sympathy. Shi Lian's gaze remained fixed on Lin Zhi's every movement, an unfamiliar sensation flooding her mind, as if the beast before her was no longer the familiar young female she once knew. Meanwhile, the small cub who had departed earlier returned, clutching a piece of red beast skin. Lin Zhi accepted the red beast skin from the cub, gently stroking its smooth surface, her eyes filled with determination. She lifted her head to Shi Lian. Sister Shi Lian, I truly feel remorseful to make amends for my mistake. I present this red bee skin to you. Lin Zhi raised the bee skin high, its glossy surface gleaming in the sunlight, pristine and unmarred, unlike the common gray skins found in the tribe. The vibrant hue of this skin indicated it had come from the fiercest beasts of the forest. The skin was impeccably preserved, clearly never having been worn to my beast god. This is the hide of a GG beast. A gasp erupted from the crowd of orcs, their gazes snapping towards Lindong, who stood beside Shi Lian. Lindong's muscles tensed, veins bulging, his face paling with fury. He fixed his gaze on the beast's skin, his anger intensifying, a fierce aura emanating from him. The onlooking orcs began to converse in hushed tones. This was the trophy Lindong had fought valiantly to obtain during his coming-of-age ceremony. Lin Zhi cherished it dearly, never wearing it, but rather preserving it meticulously within her cave. At one point, a female orc had offered 10 large prey in exchange for it, only to incite Lin Zhi's wrath, who declared that not even 100 prey could take it from her. That it is worth noting that 10 large prey could sustain a single orc through an entire winter. Yet now, Lin Zhi intended to offer this precious bee skin as recompense to Shi Lian, igniting envy in the eyes of the gathered female orcs. Lin Zhi truly is a splendid female. Linshu stood nearby. Observing Lin Zhi's actions, his expression shifting dramatically, he acknowledged that Lin Zhi was indeed very docile today. However, this bee skin symbolized Lindong's bravery, a prize he had earned with his life during his coming-of-age ceremony. Lindong was known for his domineering nature. Anyone who dared to touch his belongings would face his wrath. How could Zhi dare to gift this emblem of Lindong's valor to Shi Lian? Linshu stepped forward decisively. Zhi, quickly take back the bee skin. Lian will not blame you for this. Besides, others may not understand, but you. Lin Zhi interrupted Linshu with a smile. Turning to Lindong, her eyes devoid of any reluctance. Lindong, this is the first prey you claimed when you came of age. I am giving it to Shi Lian, who is also your beast sister. You must be willing to accept this, right? Lindong remained rooted, his muscles taut, his beast ears flickered in and out of view, his fists cracking ominously. He appeared on the verge of lunging at Lin Zhi. His gaze was locked on the beast skin in her hands, his teeth grinding audibly. Lin Zhi, if you dare to give away that beast skin, are you seeking death? As Lin Zhi gazed into the murderous eyes of Lindong, a wave of bitterness surged within her heart. Zhi, this is for you. It is the beast skin that Brother Beast risked his life to bring back from the forest. You cannot fathom. That beast, the GG beast, was the largest wild creature I have ever encountered, able to swallow 10 beastmen whole with its gaping maw. Upon seeing it, I thought only you deserved this finest skin from the beast realm. Promise me, Brother Beast, that you will safeguard this skin and never let it fall into the hands of any beastman. Of course, brother beast, that I shall keep this skin safe in the cave. When I grow old and return to the beast god, I will take it with me." Lin shook her head, dispelling the memories that clouded her mind. In her previous life, she indeed managed to keep the skin from anyone. Yet during the harsh winter, Shi Lian remarked that the red beast's skin resembled fire and could bring warmth, prompting Lindong to dash into the cave and seize it that time. She had offered all her beast skins, pleading to retain this one, but Lindong had scolded her fiercely. "I have never seen such a venomous-minded female as you, unwilling to part with even a small piece of beast skin. I merely left it with you for safekeeping. If I want it back, I shall take it." Soon after, Shi Lian quickly grew bored, and Lindong carelessly tossed the precious skin into the fire, watching it burn. Since this skin had never truly belonged to her, it might as well be given away now. "Willing? How could I not be willing?" Lindong gritted her teeth. "This is splendid." She strode confidently before Shi Lian, thrusting the beast's skin into her hands. "Sister, you must keep this skin safe. It holds immense significance for Brother Beast." Shi Lian froze in place, torn between her options. The fervent gazes of the female beasts bore down on her, while Lindong's fierce stare made her feel as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Biting her lip, her voice trembled. "Sister Gigi, this is a gift from Brother Beast to you. I cannot accept it. Please, take it back." Tears welled in Shi Lian's eyes as she stubbornly raised her gaze to meet Lin Zhi's, her voice laced with a sob. "Gigi, I will not accept it. I have accepted your apology. Please do not force me further." She lowered her head, jealousy flashing in her eyes. The Gigi beast fur was a rare treasure, one she had long desired, but not in this situation. A smile graced Lin Zhi's lips as her tone softened. "Sister, how could I be forcing you? Have you not always wanted this skin? I offer it as an apology. Is that not acceptable?" After a brief pause, a look of helplessness crossed her face. "Well, sister, if you do not wish to accept my apology, I shall go back into the cave and starve for a few more days." Shi Lian clenched the hem of her garment, filled with regret. Had she known, she would have rejected the offer when their father mentioned it yesterday. It would have made her seem kind, while allowing Lin Zhi to endure hunger in the cave for a few more days. Now, however, she felt as if she were being roasted over a fire. "Sister," Lin Zhi gently called, her gaze apologetic as it fell upon Shi Lian. The other female beasts began to stir. "Shi Lian, you must accept Gigi's gesture. What is happening? Lin Zhi has apologized, yet you still refuse." The beastmen chattered among themselves, their faces etched with dissatisfaction. They were known for their straightforwardness, wearing their likes and dislikes openly. When one erred, an apology sufficed. It was merely an act of contrition, and accepting it was the least one could do. Under the pressure of the beastmen, Shi Lian had no choice but to extend her hand and accept the skin from Lin Zhi, gritting her teeth as she said, "Thank you, sister." A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the ground as a massive black wolf materialized in the center of the square. Its size imposing, fur bristling, and sharp teeth bared. Lindong's eyes burned crimson as she continued to roar. The surrounding male beasts swiftly transformed into their beast forms, positioning themselves protectively in front of their respective females. Vigilantly watching the frenzied Lindong, Shi Lian shrank back among the group of females, her face pale, her hands clasped tightly to her chest. She understood Lindong's volatile nature all too well. When she lost control, she recognized no kin. "Lindong, return to your form." Linshu stepped forward, silver light flashing as he transformed into a giant wolf, standing protectively before Lin Zhi, his voice grave. "Do not act impulsively. This is our tribe, and there are females around." Lindong continued to emit low growls, her limbs trembling violently, yet she hesitated to pounce. "Enough." Lin Zhi glanced over the chaotic scene, her tone calm. "Since sister has accepted my apology, I shall take my leave. After all, I have just emerged from the cave, and I am still hungry." With that, she strode confidently through the crowd of beastmen, her posture upright, seemingly unfazed by the turmoil surrounding her. Lin Zhi is leaving? Just like that? The chief's offspring is indeed impressive. She possesses true beastly courage. Shi Lian clutched the beast's skin tightly, her knuckles turning white as her gaze darkened, following Lin Zhi's retreating figure. The other female beasts muttered among themselves in hushed tones. "What is happening with Lin Zhi today? Has she transformed into a different beast? If you ask me, it should have been this way all along. They are merely males after all. What is the big deal? With a flick of their claws, they could demand as much affection as they desired that Lindong's colossal form quivered even more violently, her pent-up fury seeking an outlet. The suppressed emotions finally erupted as she howled into the sky. How splendid. I shall see what she intends to do. Be quiet. There are females present. They cannot endure such loud noises. Linshu admonished sharply. The surrounding male beasts hurriedly led their females away, leaving only Shi Lian standing alone in the square. Her legs felt weak, and her body swayed, her current state undeniably genuine. Linshu rubbed his temples. Feeling vexed, he had hoped that resolving the misunderstanding between his two sisters would restore peace. Yet here was Lin Zhi embroiled in conflict with Lindong once more. I'm being quiet, Lindong growled, her voice hoarse. Linshu transformed back into human form, gently patting Lindong's head before turning to Shi Lian, speaking softly. Lian, you should return home. I will take Lindong for a walk in the forest. Shi Lian lifted her gaze to Linshu, cautiously concealing the beast's skin behind her, fearful of revealing even a hint of red, which might provoke Lindong's wrath again. She waved at the nearest male beast and hurriedly exited the square. The other beastmen, sensing Lindong's continued anger, discreetly dispersed. Follow me. Linshu sprinted toward the outskirts of the tribe, his voice resolute. Their father had led the warriors out to hunt, and as the heir of the tribe, Linshu had already established his authority among the beastmen. Moreover, his strength far surpassed that of other beastmen, leaving Lindong with no choice but to comply. Male beasts typically resolved disobedience with force. The two giant wolves found a secluded spot near the tribe to halt. Lindong, you have been overly impulsive today. Linshu's brows furrowed, his gaze stern as he fixed his attention on his younger brother. He recalled Lindong's fury in the square. Had he not intervened in time, their tribe might have faced dire consequences. Shoo! It was Lin Zhi who refused my beast skin first. Lindong's fists were clenched tightly, her nails digging in her flesh without her realizing it, her eyes bloodshot as she gritted her teeth. From this moment on, she shall no longer be my sister. Linshu emitted a low growl of warning, his imposing presence bearing down on Lindong. Who the skin is given to matters not, since this skin has brought peace between Zhi and Lian. It has fulfilled its purpose. What is there to be angry about? No, it is not that. Lindong struggled under the weight of her brother's aura, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Enough, the skin has already been given. Both females are your sisters. What difference does it make? Linshu stepped forward, continuing to press. If you feel discomfort, simply hunt another GG beast. This is different. Lindong faltered at a loss for words. This skin was the very first she had obtained upon reaching adulthood, nearly losing her life to a wild beast in the process, and the crafting of the skin had taken an extensive amount of time. Even if she were to find another GG beast, it was impossible to recreate the same skin. Seeing Lindong struggle with her emotions, Linshu's lips curled into a smile. Lindong, you still care deeply for Zhi. You merely do not know how to control your temper. After returning, apologize to her. She will forgive you. Upon hearing her brother's words, Lindong's eyes immediately filled with tears as she roared. How could that be? I loathe her. Were it not for her, Shi Lian would not have fallen. There is no female in this beast world as malicious-minded as she. Linshu gazed at the enraged Lindong, his brow furrowing even deeper. Since their childhood, Zhi and Lindong had shared a close bond, often sleeping in the same nest. Although Zhi had undergone significant changes over the years, she had always treated Lindong with kindness. How could she have left him with such a venomous impression? Had something transpired between them that he was unaware of? Just as Linshu contemplated offering further counsel, Lindong, bristling with fury, growled lowly, Linshu, I will never apologize to Lin Zhi, even if she were to apologize to me now. I would not accept it. Soon as the words left his mouth, he sprinted swiftly into the depths of the forest. Linshu sighed as he watched Lindong disappear from view, turning to head back to the tribe. Perhaps it would be best for Zhi to apologize to Lindong after all. The significance of that animal hide truly differed in a cramped cave. Lin Zhi lay upon a stone bed covered with animal pelts, her eyes slightly squinted, a profound smile gracing her face. Today, she had deliberately returned the animal hide to Lindong, not only to sever their ties, but also to firmly bind the green tea BTC. Shi Lian, with the formidable Lindong. Recalling her past life experiences, a chill coursed through Lin Zhi's heart. During that time, it was as if the male orcs in the tribe had been bewitched, favoring Shi Lian above all, whether they were already mated or still in bonded. Even in the harshest winter, some males would rather let their female counterparts starve than part with their meager food supplies, which they would offer to Shi Lian instead. Shi Lian thrived amidst such adoration, relishing the preferential treatment from the males while never committing to any promises. With her own cunning, she incited madness among the tribe's males, leading to incessant fights and brawls on her behalf. Lin Zhi had attempted to caution her father beast that such behavior could jeopardize the tribe's unity. However, her words had only invoked his wrath. Branding her as malicious and deserving of punishment, he confiscated all her personal food and pelts, forbidding anyone in the tribe from offering her assistance, redistributing all that he took to Shi Lian. That winter, as hail fell like rain outside, Lin Zhi was forced to spend her nights at the cave entrance, the biting cold wind mercilessly piercing her body, leaving her arms, legs, and entire being frozen stiff. Each day was a struggle against the chill. Lin Zhi let out a cold laugh. It wasn't until she hit a wall that she realized that in any world, there are always too many with hearts as cold as wolves. Taking kindness for granted, in this life, she resolved to no longer meddle in others' affairs. It would be best if they all perished on their own, like dogs fighting amongst themselves. The survival rule of the beast world had always been the law of the jungle, where the weak were devoured by the strong. The predicament for females was even more arduous. They often had to rely on males for survival. Though she despised such a situation, she lacked even the capacity for beast transformation, let alone the ability to hunt. As for bonding with a male from this tribe, she would have to be blinded once more or lose her senses entirely to even consider it. Yet, the most pressing concern was the impending winter. Only 2 months remained for preparation, but if memory serve her right, this winter would be longer than any before, lasting a full 5 months. The weather in the beast world would only grow more severe. Food, particularly that which could be stored for an extended period, was of paramount importance. Lin Zhi clenched her fists. This time, she would not remain passive, entrusting her fate to others. After careful consideration, Lin Zhi resolved to venture to the gathering grounds outside the tribe the following day in search of fortune. The gathering area was a designated safe zone for females, where patrolling males kept watch and drove away approaching beasts. With the harvest season underway, there should still be a fair amount of food available there. Of course, there was also the possibility of returning empty-handed. However, without attempting, one would never discover what results awaited. She longed to explore the more distant forests, perhaps finding richer resources there. Alas, without the protection of a strong male, she could only operate within the confines of the gathering area. Tomorrow, she would test her luck. In the depths of night, faint rustling sounds reverberated within the cave. Lin Zhi lay curled up in the narrow confines, covered by animal pelts, her cheeks flushed and her body trembling. In her dreams, she felt as if she were a drifting soul in the deep sea, swaying back and forth. The next day, Lin Zhi was awakened by the blaring horns of the tribe. It was the sound of males heading out for the hunt. Before long, a robust voice echoed from outside. Females, rise quickly. Today is the day for gathering. Do not be late. Lin Zhi sat up, rubbing her slightly dizzy head. Illness was an unacceptable luxury in the beast world. She needed to venture outside the tribe today to see if she could find ginger or other herbs. The recognition system could accurately identify the uses of various plants. Lin Zhi donned another animal pelt, relishing the warmth it provided. She stepped out of the cramped cave, a pouch of pelts in hand. In order to extricate herself from this tribe, she had to survive the winter and, in spring, find a suitable tribe to join the great beast market. Just then, Linshu and Lindong emerged from the cave. Upon seeing Lin Zhi's pale complexion, Linshu approached her immediately. Extending his hand to touch her head, a fever was no trivial matter. It could lead to death among beasts. However, Lin Zhi quickly took a few steps back, evading Linshu's touch, turning instead to retrieve some meat from another cave. She placed the wood onto the fire pit and began to stew the meat in a stone bowl. Linshu watched his sister's indifferent back, lowering his hand in resignation. Lindong glared fiercely at Lin Zhi's back, sneering, "Look, isn't she just a glutton? Wakes up, and all she thinks about is eating, devoid of any beastly heart. Who has she tried to impress? She doesn't even look like someone with a fever." Lindong's voice dripped with disdain and hostility. Lin Zhi ignored his words, focusing intently on cooking the meat. Linshu said nothing, taking a seat on a stone bench. After all, Lin Zhi had never experienced a fever in her life. Then, as if struck by a thought, he approached Lin Zhi, who was still cooking the meat. "Zhi, Lian has been feeling a bit weak these past few days. Ever since you pushed her last time, she's had a slight fever every morning. Today, while you gather, you must collect some fruits that she desires." Linshu believed Lin Zhi was increasingly disobedient. He could no longer indulge her as he did during her cubhood, since Lin Zhi showed no gratitude towards Shi Lian. He had to find a way to teach her, whether by withholding food from the tribe or confining her to the cave. As long as the method proved effective, any means were justifiable. Lindong continued, "Lin Zhi, Shi Lian's father and mother rescued you from the wandering beasts, and yet you dare to harm her. You're the most venomous female in the beast world. No male would ever want a female like you." He fixed his beast-like gaze upon Lin Zhi, as if he wished to devour her whole. Lin Zhi kept her head down, remaining silent. "You must gather the fruits that Shi Lian desires today." Lindong ordered further, "and also make sure to prepare extra meat. Remember to leave more for Shi Lian. You're so robust, you can afford to eat less." He stepped closer to Lin Zhi, his finger jabbing fiercely into her shoulder. "Missing a meal won't matter. After all, you don't contribute anything to the tribe." Lin Zhi took a deep breath, suppressing the fury boiling within her. If she dared to resist, she would surely face a beating from Lindong. Silently, she placed the cooked meat into the stone bowl before sitting down to devour it. Upon witnessing this, Lindong's rage ignited. He strode over, snatching the stone bowl from Lin Zhi's hands, splattering the meat broth onto the ground. "Lin Zhi, have you truly become a glutton?" he bellowed. "All you do is eat, like a wild beast." Lin Zhi slowly raised her head, her gaze steady and devoid of anger, yet filled with profound disappointment and indifference. Lindong, incensed by her expression, growled threateningly, "Quickly prepare some meat for Shi Lian as well. Do you hear me? When you gather, do not eat the fruits you find. Leave them all for... If I find out that you bullied her again today, I will throw you out of the tribe to feed the wild beasts. Understood?" Lin Zhi fell silent for a moment before suddenly extending her hand to snatch the stone bowl from Lindong, her movement so swift that Lindong could scarcely react. "Did I understand?" she said coldly, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Meanwhile, Linshu stood by, observing the scene with an indifferent gaze, silently supporting Lindong. Subsequently, Lin Zhi lowered her head and hastily consumed the remaining meat. Once finished, she rose and walked out of the cave without looking back, leaving Lindong still raging behind her. The moment Lin Zhi stepped out, a pang of heartache struck her. She had thought herself numb, impervious to sadness over such a beast man and such matters. Yet, upon hearing Lindong threaten her for Shi Lian's sake, her heart clenched with pain. In her youth, the beast brothers risked danger to venture into the forest merely to find her fruit. However, after Shi Lian's arrival, their concern shifted solely to her, leaving Lin Zhi to endure her fever alone countless times. Wiping away her tears with the back of her hand, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. Just a little longer. If she could endure these few months, everything would be fine. She walked slowly to the center of the square, and the previously boisterous crowd fell silent in an instant. Why had this malicious female come? The other females had yet to arrive. She was the first, after much effort. Lin Zhi had finally secured the opportunity to protect the females during gathering and had hoped to interact more with them, increasing her chances of being chosen as a mate in the future. Yet, unexpectedly, a venomous female had shown up. What terrible luck! Lin Zhi heard the hushed whispers of the males around her discussing her, her expression unfazed as she spread out her bee-skin bag on the ground and sat down. She gazed calmly into the distance, as if oblivious to their chatter. After more than half an hour, the square finally buzzed with the sound of females emerging in small groups. Just then, a hurried footfall approached, Shi Lian stumbled in, clutching her chest, her face bearing a sickly pallor. She deliberately slowed her pace, swaying as if on the verge of collapse. The moment Shi Lian appeared, the surrounding males rushed forward, encircling her. Shi Lian, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? A tall male inquired with concern. If you're feverish. I'll fetch the shaman right away. Another male hurriedly added, don't strain yourself. Just sit on my back today, and I'll take you to gather fruits, a muscular male promised, thumping his chest. Sit with me. Sit with me. The other males clamored, vying for her attention. Lin Zhi watched this scene with cold detachment, when suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her back. Turning her head, she realized it was a female beside Shi Lian who had kicked her. Lin Zhi narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them as she slowly rose. That a flicker of triumph passed through Shi Lian's eyes as she feigned weakness, standing beside two dim-witted sycophants. These two females relished in bullying Lin Zhi alongside Shi Lian, concocting various slanders each time Shi Lian cried. Shi Lian, caressing her chest, spoke in a voice as soft as water. Zhi, what fruit do you want? I'll go pick it for you. Don't be angry, and don't take it out on me or the Beast Brothers. I don't blame you for not stewing meat for me this morning. It's just that I'm too weak to take care of you. She gazed at Lin Zhi with tear-filled eyes, then turned to the surrounding males, her pitiful demeanor evoking sympathy. You vile creature. A filthy female rushed towards Lin Zhi, baring her yellowed teeth in anger. You bullied Shi Lian this morning. You deserve to be thrown into the forest to feed the beasts. Exactly. Shi Lian went hungry because you didn't tea cook for her. Another female echoed, joining in the outcry. Shi Lian weakly waved her hand. Don't say that about Zhi. It was my fault for not waking up early. She didn't tea bully me. Zhi, will you forgive me? I promise to wake up early next time and not make you angry. Shi Lian, you are too kind. You should let the Beast Brothers avenge you. Lin Zhi, feeling exasperated, wished to escape this horde of beastmen, but was abruptly seized by Shi Lian. Shi Lian's body softened, and she collapsed, murmuring, Zhi, don't. The surrounding males erupted in furious howls. Just as Lin Zhi prepared to rise, darkness engulfed her, and she lost control of her body, collapsing completely. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself lying in a cave filled with the scent of herbs. This was the shaman's dwelling. A teasing voice reached her ears. Oh, you're awake. Thankfully, you still have a pulse, or I would have thought you had gone to meet the beast god. Slowly turning her head, she was met with a handsome visage. The beast man was wrapped in thick animal skins. His dense white hair, cascading loosely, and his narrow eyes were slightly squinted as he regarded her. She silently appraised the beast man before her. Was he a newcomer to the tribe? What was his beast form? Surely not a fox, given his striking appearance. She hadn't heard of any females in the tribe recently bonding with a mate. Where had the tribe's shaman gone? Lin Zhi scanned the cave, but found no sign of the shaman. What are you staring at? The former shaman has already gone to meet the beast god. If you wish to find him, I can take you there later, though. So you are the new shaman. I don't recall hearing about shaman change in the tribe. Lin Zhi propped herself up, concerned about the winter food reserves that remained unresolved. Hu Song watched the petite female struggle, his eyebrows slightly raised. Indeed, females were often playful, regardless of age. Even in her current state, she wished to venture into the forest. What a waste of the herbs she had gathered. He did not believe any female would genuinely go gathering. They merely sought excuses to frolic. Enough. You become a mess and still want to play. Lie back down, he commanded, pressing her shoulder down as he retrieved a few vibrant fruits from nearby. I have some fruits here. Take a few to eat. I've already notified your father beast and brother beast. They'll be here soon. I'm curious to see which fool let you go gathering. He said this while pushing Lin Zhi back onto the bed and casually placing the fruits in her hands. Lin Zhi stared at the fruits in her grasp. These were rare delicacies only found deep within the forest. A treacherous place. She had tasted one once in her childhood, brought back by her father beast after a perilous venture. It seemed this new shaman was indeed quite brave. However, a single fruit would not resolve the issue of winter survival. She touched her forehead. The fever had subsided significantly. I'm no longer feverish, Lin Zhi murmured, her dry lips forming a raspy voice. I want to go gathering. I don't need anyone, before she could finish. Hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cave point. Two tall figures burst in, and the anxious voice of Linshu resonated within. Lian, are you all right? Shi Lian leaned against the cave wall, slowly entering. Damn, this new shaman doesn't even allow her to rest in bed. She claims she is fine and insists on returning. Her complexion was pale, and her body trembled slightly. And I'm fine, brother beast. I just feel a bit dizzied. I might have bumped into something when I fell. She lifted her reddened eyes and spoke softly. Brother beast, it's my fault for being useless. Please don't blame Gigi. She didn't mean to push me today. As soon as Lindong heard this, he erupted in rage, striding over to the stone bed in 3 swift steps, glaring fiercely at Lin Zhi, who lay there. Get down. How dare you lie there? Quickly let Shi Lian take your place. He growled in a low, furious tone. You are truly vile. Just this morning, I told you to take good care of Shi Lian, and you still bullied her. You should have been taken by the stray beasts long ago. Lin Zhi silently turned her head away, presenting her back to them. A cold smile played on her lips. A silent scoff. In the eyes of the Beast Brothers, she would forever be the malicious female. No matter what Shi Lian said or did, they would always choose to believe her. If that were the case, what more was there to say? After ensuring Shi Lian was settled, Linshu stepped inside, his gaze falling upon Lin Zhi's curled form, his heart filled with agitation. He had just instructed her to take good care of Shi Lian that morning. Why wouldn't Gigi listen? It appears that the last time I can find her in the punishment cave was rather lenient. This time, she must be made to enter again to truly learn her lesson. It would be best if she were to go hungry for a few days. Gigi, turn around. Linshu forcefully turned Lin Zhi's body, yet he was momentarily taken aback by her flushed visage. Lin Zhi struggled to prop herself up, attempting to rise from the stone bed. Dizziness enveloped her, and her body swayed precariously. Just as she managed to stand, her legs betrayed her, causing her to tumble heavily back onto the cold, hard stone bed. Lindong observed Lin Zhi's frail appearance, a fleeting, inscrutable emotion crossing his mind. But at that moment, the delicate voice of Shi Lian broke through. It is all my fault. It has nothing to do with Gigi. Lin Zhi. Lindong roared, his voice echoing within the cavern. Are you feigning illness again? Get up this instant. Let Shi Lian lie down. His furious bellow reverberated. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to toss you into the forest to be devoured by beasts? Lin Zhi struggled to force a faint sound from her parched throat. It wasn't me who pushed her. Lindong scoffed, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. You claim you didn't push? Do you think everyone is as malicious as you? If you weren't feigning illness, would Shi Lian have fallen on her own? Or is she merely pretending? I suspect you did it on purpose, taking advantage of our absence to bully her. This not the sort of thing you have done before. Lin Zhi felt a sharp pang in her heart, though the memories of the past had resurfaced. Why did she still feel sorrow over such matters? Get down here, Lindong bellowed, his voice resonating through the cavern. He strode forward, roughly seizing Lin Zhi's arm and yanking her from the stone bed. Before Lin Zhi could steady herself, she was flung outwards. With a dull thud, the back of her head struck the edge of the stone bed with considerable force. Agonizing pain surged through her body, and darkness threatened to engulf her senses. It hurts so much. Lin Zhi curled up on the ground, her hands cradling the back of her head, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. That moment. Linshu rushed over, and upon witnessing the scene, immediately intervened. What madness is this, Lindong? Stop it at once. Gigi is injured. Linshu grasped Lindong, who was on the brink of losing control, pulling him away from Lin Zhi. Yet Lin Zhi remained sprawled on the ground. Lindong struggled, his eyes gleaming with a feral intensity. Linshu, why are you holding me back? I intend to teach her a proper lesson today. Do not presume that just because you are a female, you deserve special treatment. Linshu held Lindong firmly, turning to look at the prostrate Lin Zhi, his heart heavy with guilt and concern. A female like her should have been cast out of the tribe the moment she was born. Lindong spat venomously. Shi Lian stood at the cave's entrance, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she reveled in the unfolding chaos. Throw her out and let the beast devour her. However, before her smile could fully manifest, she felt a contemplative gaze sweeping over her. Shi Lian quickly adjusted her expression, advancing to stand protectively in front of Lin Zhi. She feigned a pitiful demeanor, her voice soft. "Beast brother, please do not act this way. It is all my fault. I should not have gone out this morning. I merely intended to help Zhi gather some fruit." After a brief pause, she continued, "Zhi did not mean any harm. She merely bumped into me by accident." As she spoke, Shi Lian deliberately cast a couple of glances toward Wu. "Now you know who the truly kind female is." Don Tiu, Lindong's demeanor softened immediately. He helped Shi Lian to her feet, speaking gently. "Lian, you are simply too kind, always speaking up for her. But who in the tribe does not know that it was she who pushed you this morning, right in front of so many beast men? It is easy to imagine how many times Lin Zhi has bullied you behind our backs." As he spoke, Lindong's gaze darkened once more. "Today, I'll have to teach her a lesson." He extended his hand, preparing to pull Lin Zhi up. Suddenly, a powerful fist struck Lindong squarely in the face. Caught off guard, he immediately toppled forward on the ground with a muffled thud. Hu Song stood there, raising his fist with a relaxed smile, saying, "Apologies, but upon seeing some beastmen devolve into savagery, I couldn't quite restrain myself." His tone dripped with sarcasm. "You know, some shamans must resort to special means to control the beasts. Would you like me to check if you can still evolve?" Lindong rose from the ground, his face bearing the imprint of the fist, fury blazing in his eyes. "Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me?" Just as he prepared to lunge at the unfamiliar beast man, Linshu hurriedly restrained him. Linshu cast a glance at the shaman, ready to strike again, sternly saying, "Enough. Do not lose control." Hu Song narrowed his eyes, still sporting a smile, addressing the two beastmen. "Who else could you be? Just a beast man who would be lost in a crowd of others. Could you possibly be an undeveloped beast?" His tone held a hint of mockery. "Oh, right. Next time if you devolve, do come find me." Suddenly, Hu Song seemed to recall something, asking, "Oh, right. Wasn't I supposed to summon this little female's father or beast brother? Could you possibly be them?" Hu Song frowned, scrutinizing the two beastmen before him, and abruptly exclaimed, "No, wait. You're the stray beast from outside, aren't you? Trying to sneak in to abduct a female?" Lindong's face turned a deep shade of red, his fists clenched tightly as he ground his teeth. "You are the stray beast. Go ask around. Who in the entire tribe does not know I am the chief's son? Her beast brother." Hu Song let out a derisive laugh, his gaze flitting between the wounds on Lin Zhi's body and the fury on Lindong's face. What kind of beast brother would treat their own female offspring this way? Even if not a beast brother, an ordinary male would never treat a female like this. "I see you are either a stray beast, or your father must be a stray beast, to have raised you in this manner." Linshu observed Hu Song, sensing that he was not pretending, and quickly stepped forward to clarify. "We are indeed her beast brothers. We are not stray beasts. Our father has long been the chief of this tribe." Upon hearing the term stray beast, Lin Zhi could not help but curl her lips into a mocking smile. Hu Song noticed her expression and narrowed his eyes. "That is not something easily discerned. My eyes are not blind. If you do not cherish your female, I am certain there are tribes willing to offer the finest game to accept this female offspring." Lindong, catching sight of Lin Zhi's smile, pointed at her exclaiming, "Look, she is still smiling. Clearly, nothing is wrong, yet she insists on pretending." Lin Shu's gaze fell upon Lin Zhi's flushed face and the swelling on her forehead, a wave of unease washing over him. Zhi has always been in good health, unlike Shi Lian, who is so frail. How could this happen so suddenly? Could it truly be an act? At that moment, Lindong adopted a softer tone, addressing Hu Song. "Shaman, the females you have encountered in the past must have been kind-hearted. That kind-hearted females certainly deserve the affection and care of males. However, a treacherous female like her must be properly taught from a young age. She has always enjoyed feigning illness. This is the second time she has pushed Shi Lian in front of beastmen." His voice turned icy. "Shi Lian's father and mother perished in an attempt to save her. A heartless female like her should have been the one to die back then." Lin Zhi wished to explain that she had not pushed, but her throat felt as though it were obstructed, rendering her mute. Shi Lian steadied her breath, trembling as she spoke. "It has nothing to do with Zhi. It is all my fault. I should not have gone out this morning." Hu Song's brow furrowed in annoyance. "Enough. Enough. Speak properly. Straighten your tongue. He glanced at Shi Lian again, noticing her red-rimmed eyes, and could not help but mock. Why are your eyes so red? Trying to imitate the rabbit tribe's females. You do not quite fit the bill. Looking quite plump. Surely, you are not a natural-born mute beast, incapable of speech? If so, I cannot help you. Truly unfortunate, arriving at this tribe only to encounter a group of dim-witted beasts. Do not let their foolishness infect you. He turned to Linshu and Lindong, saying, You two should come find me tomorrow to have your eyes and brains examined. Upon hearing this, Lindong's expression darkened considerably. What do you mean by that? Song smiled disdainfully and replied, What else could it mean? I came to see if you are unwell. I suspect your tribe is plagued with an infectious disease, primarily one that spreads ignorance. At that moment, Lin Zhi lowered her head, suppressing a smile at the unexpected sharpness of the new shaman's observations. Yet as the laughter subsided, a wave of sadness surged within her. Outsiders could discern that Shi Lian was merely putting on an act, while her beast brothers remained steadfastly unwilling to believe her. Shi Lian had initially planned to shed tears at this juncture to elicit sympathy, but under Song's biting sarcasm, she instantly stifled her tears. What on earth did this shaman intend? She had clearly displayed kindness, even wanting to protect Lin Zhi, while unwell. Lindong intended to step forward to defend Shi Lian, but was halted by Linshu. Linshu spoke firmly, You take Lian back. I will stay. The cave fell silent. Linshu approached Lin Zhi with heavy steps, towering over her, his gaze harboring a hint of menace. Zhi, do you intend to enter the punishment cave again? His voice was as chilling as ice, causing Lin Zhi to instinctively shrink her neck, a shiver coursing down her spine. However, this innate fear lasted but a fleeting moment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhi forced herself to relax her muscles and gradually lifted her head. Enduring the pain, she raised her chin inch by inch until her gaze met Linshu's unwavering stare. Her eyes conveyed determination and defiance, refusing to yield. Linshu continued, It was one thing to not cook for Lian this morning. But why did you push her? Song could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Truly, it was a rare sight, a congregation of the dim-witted. Linshu shot a glare at Song before turning back to Lin Zhi. Disbelief and disappointment etched in his expression. Lian went out to help you pick fruits even while ill. How could you be so cruel? Observing the exchange, Song resolved to carry the first patient he encountered in the tribe to bed. If she were to perish, it would reflect poorly on his shamanic prowess. Lin Zhi trembled as she wrapped herself tightly in the beast's skin, lying flat on the bed. Her head throbbed painfully, and she yearned for silence. Seeing that Lin Zhi was unresponsive, Linshu's anger flared. Lin Zhi, do you think remaining silent will allow you to evade this? Get down here. We are going to the punishment cave now. He reached out to pull the beast's skin away, intending to drag her from the bed. Suddenly, a figure darted past, and Linshu slammed heavily against the wall that Song stood firm, a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. Ah, my apologies. My hand itched again. Why does your entire family regress into beasts? This little female was to remain here for the next few days. It would be best if he left at once. Linshu, refusing to back down, glared at Song. I am her beast brother and the future chieftain. I have the right to make decisions for the tribe. Song scoffed dismissively. Whether you become chieftain is still uncertain. Even if your chieftain arrives, he will heed my counsel. Not forget, I am a shaman. Females are the most precious treasure in the beast world. How can you neglect her illness and wish to confine her to a cave meant for male beastmen? Linshu felt a pang of guilt under Song's piercing gaze, glancing at Lin Zhi's flushed face, muttering, How was I to know she was ill? Perhaps she was feigning that. Song shot him a sidelong glance, his tone brooking no argument. Leave now. Do not return here. Linshu, however, remained obstinate. No, she has committed an offense and must accompany me to face punishment. That Song raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile curling his lips. He slowly stepped aside, gesturing for Linshu to proceed. Then take her away. But I must caution you to keep a close watch on her. He narrowed his eyes, his voice low and dangerous. All it would take is a whisper about how you mistreat the females of the tribe, and I assure you, many tribes would vie to care for her. He regarded Linshu meaningfully. At that point, Who knows if you will still be the future chieftain or become a wandering beast? Song spoke with such composure. It was clear he was not jesting. Linshu's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty before he ultimately relented. He cast a disappointed glance at Lin Zhi. Zhi, once you recover, I shall return to escort you to the punishment cave. You cannot escape this punishment. With that, he turned and exited the cave. As soon as Linshu left, Lin Zhi's tense body relaxed. She slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of sorrow and exhaustion passing over her. If only she were male, possessing the ability to be astify. She would not have to endure such threats. Finally awake? I thought you had perished, Song teased, though a glimmer of concern flashed in his eyes. Thank you, Lin Zhi replied weakly, her voice barely audible. Song grimaced. Thank what? Did you not grow a mouth or legs to venture to another tribe? You appear foolish like a clumsy pig. Truly, you deserve to be bullied. That he paused before adding, throwing tantrums. Aren't you females the best at that? But then again, with your condition, what can you accomplish? You are as thin as a chick. With that, Song produced several fruits from his pouch, placing them beside Lin Zhi. Here, since you are awake, you should eat a few fruits. I will go grill some meat. Do not starve to death on my watch. He turned to leave, then warned, next time they come, I will not assist you again. Watching Song's departing figure, Lin Zhi felt a warm stir within her. Her beast brothers had come and said nothing but blamed her. Yet this newcomer, though sharp-tongued, genuinely cared for her as a female. Reflecting on this, Lin Zhi chuckled at herself. When had she become so sentimental? Restoring her health was paramount. Once she recovered, she would explore the vicinity to see if there was food available. Each day lost diminished her chances of surviving the winter. Lin Zhi braced herself and sat up, taking a fruit and biting into it. The sweet and sour juice spread across her palate, and she felt her spirits lift slightly. She must recover quickly to prepare for the impending cold winter. When Song returned to the cave with the roasted pig, sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting a glow on Lin Zhi's pallid face. He frowned involuntarily. This little female was excessively thin. Her arm could be encircled by a single hand. Taking a few steps closer, he noticed a swollen bruise on her forehead. Song crouched down to examine the injury closely. Such a large bump indicated a significant blow. He turned and rummaged through the cave. Retrieving several herbs, he found a stone bowl, crushed the herbs into a paste, and carefully applied it to Lin Zhi's forehead. The cool sensation prompted her to slowly open her eyes. Here, eat some meat, Song offered, presenting the entire hind leg of the roasted pig to her. The leg was nearly as long as Lin Zhi's arm, and she could not help but laugh at the sight. How am I supposed to gnaw on that? Song suddenly remembered that females in the tribe typically sat and waited to be fed by males. Females were indeed troublesome, transforming his right hand into a claw. He swiftly tore the meat into bite-sized pieces, holding one up to Lin Zhi's mouth, open wide. Feeling embarrassed, Lin Zhi reached out to accept it, chewing slowly. The meat was tender and carried a subtle herbal aroma, likely seasoned with some spices during the curing process. Thus, Song continued to tear off pieces of meat while Lin Zhi ate them one by one. He appeared to relish the act of feeding her. A gentle smile gracing his face. That's enough. I'm truly full now, Lin Zhi said, waving her hand. Song glanced down at the remaining half of the hind leg in his hands, his brow involuntarily furrowing. Eat some more. Look at how thin you are. He tore off a small piece and offered it to Lin Zhi again, adding, if you leave my presence, the beastmen of your tribe won't think I mistreated you. Will they? Lin Zhi gently shook her head, wiping the grease from her mouth. She placed a hand on her slightly rounded belly. This was the first time in a long while she felt satisfied. In the past, her father had always provided her with the least amount of food, sometimes even denying her bones. Whenever her beast brothers returned from hunting, the plentiful meat would be placed before Shi Lian. While she could only watch, Song observed Lin Zhi's slightly rounded belly, his fingers twitching as if contemplating a cub's belly. Yet he quickly suppressed the thought, setting the remaining meat aside. May I venture out to explore the surroundings later? Lin Zhi quietly inquired, her eyes filled with both anticipation and trepidation. She feared that Song might reject her proposition. As days went by, she felt the urgency to prepare for the impending harsh winter. Seizing every fleeting moment. Very well, Song replied, casting a sidelong glance at her with an indifferent tone. But make sure to call for me when you go out. Don't perish out there. No one would know. Observing Lin Zhi's cautious demeanor, akin to that of a startled creature, a wave of irritation surged within Husong. Was he truly such a fearsome beast to inspire such dread? The witch's cave was situated at the southernmost edge of the tribe, in a remote area lush with vegetation. Having missed the time for foraging today, Lin Zhi resolved to wander about nearby, hoping to discover some edible items. Despite having lived in this tribe for over 20 years across her past and present life, she seldom ventured into this region. Previously, her activities were confined primarily to the cave, the tribal square, and the foraging grounds. Most of her time was spent within the cave, tending to the needs of her beastly brothers and father, cooking, cleaning, drying hides, living like a matron in this beastly world. As Lin Zhi strolled along the narrow path, she occasionally caught sight of patrolling beastmen glaring at her with contempt. However, with Husong by her side, they refrained from uttering anything that Husong, a newly arrived witch in the tribe, had already become the subject of morning gossip regarding the events that transpired in the witch's cave, his presence deterring them from making any rash moves. Now, all the beastmen were aware that the newcomer had a penchant for treating deranged and regressed beastmen with exceedingly brutal methods. He relied on nothing but his fists, no potions required, to restore them to health. Soon, Lin Zhi followed Husong to a small grove. Though labeled as a grove, the towering trees were verdant and lush, appearing diminutive compared to an actual forest. Lin Zhi halted, gazing up at Husong's silhouette, and softly remarked, "Witch, I shall explore here for a while. You may attend to your own matters." Husong turned back, surveying the vicinity to ensure there were no signs of wild beasts before waving his hand, signaling his understanding that in truth, his purpose for venturing out was also to search for herbs, not to squander time with a female he barely knew. As Husong's figure gradually faded from Lin Zhi's view, she turned and began to diligently observe her surroundings. From then on, she would have to rely on herself. This was the first time since her rebirth that she intended to utilize the universal identification system, and it was imperative that she did so without the interference of any beastmen. Although Husong appeared to treat her kindly, more often than not, he merely pitied her. She needed to safeguard the secret she bore. If any beastman were to learn of her ability to discern the edibility of any plant, it would undoubtedly arouse their curiosity. Lin Zhi refrained from commencing immediately. Instead, she casually plucked a few blades of grass, feigning playfulness. Once she confirmed that no beastmen were nearby, she plucked a fruit from a tree and scanned it with the system. The next moment, a notification echoed in her mind. Ding. Identified as wild thorn fruit, also known as sour thorn fruit, with a pale yellow appearance. It possesses an intensely sour taste that numbs the mouth upon biting. While not lethal, it can cause temporary tongue stiffness and limb weakness. Consumption is not advised. It may serve as a last resort for stamina replenishment under extreme conditions, provided one can withstand its tear-inducing sourness. Reassured that only she could hear the notification, Lin Zhi relaxed. She discarded the fruit, realizing why no one in the tribe ever consumed it. Subsequently, she picked various other fruits from the tree. They were either spicy and toxic or indicated poisoning, with a warning against consumption. The few that were non-toxic either tasted exceedingly sour or emitted a foul odor. Clearly, finding edible fruits or food within this small forest was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Lin Zhi quickly adjusted her mindset. If one forest proved unfruitful, she could seek others. This minor setback would not defeat her. It was certainly better than perishing amidst a pack of beasts as she had in her previous life. She commenced her search from the southeastern corner of the grove, meticulously examining the ground. This was merely a patch of weeds, inedible and devoid of any nutritional value. Discard, discard, all discarded. Lin Zhi followed the path to the southwestern corner of the forest, where the terrain dipped slightly and the trees were sparser. As she focused intently on examining the plants below, several patrolling beastmen had silently positioned themselves nearby. They regarded her with expressions of disdain. One burly beastman crossed his arms, his lips curling into a mocking smirk. Observing her as she picked fruits only to toss them aside and uprooted grasses only to discard them. What male would want a female like her, even when she comes of age? We wouldn't want her passing on her madness to the younglings. Should we inform Linshu? Suggested another tall, slender beast man, his eyes glinting with malice. Forget her. Have you forgotten how she toppled the stone lotus this morning? Scoffed a third beast man. Let the chief deal with her when he returns. Indeed, lock her in the punishment cave and starve her for a few days. That is how she was dealt with last time. The beastmen openly discussed their disdain and loathing, their voices echoing with derision. Seeing Lin Zhi persistently repeating the action of plucking fruits and discarding them, they soon lost interest and sauntered away. Lin Zhi's fingers suddenly brushed against a peculiar leaf, halting her movements. This leaf was slender and supple, a deep green, with vines trailing along the ground. The system promptly provided a notification. Sweet potato vine. Leaves are edible. Underground grows sweet potatoes. Taking a deep breath, she finally found what she sought. Her waist ached, nearly rendering her immobile, and she stood up to stretch her weary limbs. Without the system, she would have been utterly incapable of distinguishing these plants. After a brief respite, Lin Zhi picked up a sharp stick and found a suitable stone, cautiously beginning to dig along the vine. The soil was loose, yet her tools were rudimentary, making the excavation process exceptionally slow. Sweat trickled down her forehead, her palms reddened from the friction of the stick, yet she remained undeterred. Just as her arms began to tire, the stone suddenly struck something hard, producing a dull thud. Lin Zhi's eyes brightened, and she hastened her digging that a few swift motions later, she unearthed a sweet potato larger than her head. Gazing at the sweet potato, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. After awakening her memories, she felt as though she had been led around by others, a mere victim to be bullied. All of this stemmed from the harsh environment of the beast world, where female beasts were akin to livestock, solely responsible for reproduction, utterly ignorant of everything beyond the tribe. Most males held a deep-seated contempt for female beasts, yet due to the imbalance of their numbers, they were forced to suppress their true natures. In their eyes, females could not survive without the males. This was why her beast brothers felt emboldened to mistreat her, confident that she would ultimately return to them, seeking sustenance. She recalled how her brothers would condescendingly assert that she could not survive without them, how they would use food to coerce her into submission. But now, she had finally discovered her means of survival. She could utilize the surplus food to barter for meat, thus ensuring she would have ample provisions for the winter. Ignoring the pain from her palms being scraped by the stick, Lin Zhi quickened her pace. She meticulously searched along the vine, carefully excavating every raised area she encountered. Soon, a neat array of sweet potatoes of varying sizes lay before her. Is digging in the dirt truly so enjoyable for a little female? A sudden voice startled Lin Zhi. She looked up to find Hu Song standing behind her, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, his eyes glinting with amusement. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon his face, accentuating his handsome features with an air of mystery. I am not digging. I am foraging for food, Lin Zhi replied. Wiping the sweat from her brow and straightening her aching back, Hu Song frowned as he glanced at the pile of muddy sweet potatoes beside her. That pile next to you is fit only for the gluttonous pigs. Is that truly food? You're not actually a pig, are you? No, it's sweet potatoes, Lin Zhi earnestly explained. They are delicious when roasted in the fire. The gust of wind swept through, carrying the earthy fragrance of the soil. She instinctively took a deep breath, swallowing hard as memories of the sweet aroma of roasted sweet potatoes on winter days flooded back. Just discard it. Hu Song waved his hand dismissively. From now on, I shall take care of your sustenance. Not adopt that pitiful demeanor. You will accompany me henceforth and abandon your beastly kin. Lin Zhi's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim again almost instantly. She lowered her gaze, silently arranging the sweet potatoes scattered on the ground. She had long ceased to believe in anyone's promises, much like the hollow assurances offered by her beast brothers that they would look after her. Ultimately, those were mere words. She needed to carve out her own path. Once she discovered a suitable cave, she would move out to live her own life. But for now, may I request a favor? Lin Zhi lifted her head, looking earnestly at Hu Song, that I can exchange it for some delectable food. Hu Song, captivated by the hopeful gleam in her eyes, nodded in agreement. Very well. Lin Zhi's eyes immediately brightened. revealing a radiant smile. These freshly dug sweet potatoes were far too precious to her, and she could not possibly carry them all at once. Leaving them here filled her with dread, fearing that wild beasts might consume them. Quickly, she selected several sturdy vines from the nearby thicket, her fingers deftly beginning to weave. Her elongated fingers intertwined rapidly, sometimes interlacing, sometimes tying knots. Her movements fluid and practiced. Song observed her technique with keen interest. Before long, a green vine bag took shape. The weaving was tight and robust, the opening neatly closed, appearing both aesthetically pleasing and functional. Lin Zhi carefully placed the sweet potatoes into the bag, which snugly encased each one, preventing them from rolling about while avoiding any crushing. Song appraised the clever creation, envisioning scenarios where it could be utilized for hunting and gathering. His gaze towards Lin Zhi brimmed with curiosity and admiration. Not bad, he remarked succinctly, effortlessly lifting the bag filled with sweet potatoes and striding towards the cave. Lin Zhi followed closely behind, enviously watching as he carried the sweet potatoes with such ease. If only she could do the same. As night descended, the flickering campfire illuminated 3 figures within the cave. "Beast brother, the meat is burnt," Shi Lian exclaimed, gazing anxiously at the charred piece of meat in Linshu's hand. Her frustration palpable. This marked the 3rd time she had scorched the meat today. Had she not insisted that Lindong keep Lin Zhi's portion aside, they might not have had a single intact piece to eat tonight. Biting her lip in dismay, she resented Lin Zhi for retreating to the shaman's cave. If she were present, they would not be feasting on charred meat. Her beast brothers would ensure she prepared something delightful for them. Linshu divided the cooked meat into 2 portions, handing them to Lindong and Shi Lian. "Dong, has the meat from Zhi's side been delivered?" Lindong's hand froze mid-air, instinctively glancing at Shi Lian. Shi Lian forced a stiff smile. "Beast brother, isn't this meat a bit burnt?" "Lindong, I am inquiring about the meat. Has it been sent over or not?" Linshu fixed his gaze on Lindong. Pressing for an answer, "Deliver what?" Lindong abruptly hurled the chunk of meat into the fire, sparks flying. "For all we know, she might be enjoying better fare with the shaman right now. Why are you still fretting over her? If it weren't for that spiteful female, we wouldn't be eating this charred meat." Flames of anger surged in Linshu's eyes. "Even if Zhi made a mistake, you cannot treat her like this." "Oh." Shi Lian suddenly buried her face in her hands, sobbing, "It's all my fault, all of it. Beast brothers, please cease your quarrel. Tomorrow, I will go find Lin Zhi to apologize and plead for her return. As long as she agrees to come back, I will accept punishment." She raised her tear-stained face, looking pitifully at the 2 beast men. "Zhi must resent me for taking you away, which is why she bullies me when you're not around. I bear her no ill will. It is entirely my fault that I should have been devoured by the beasts alongside my parents." "Lian, do not speak so." Linshu quickly reassured her, "This is not your fault. Once Zhi returns, I will make sure she apologizes to you and brings her back." Shi Lian buried her face in a Linshu's embrace. "Sister Zhi is still with the shaman. Her health has always been good. What if the new shaman is inept and fails to heal her? Shall we go retrieve her tomorrow?" Shi Lian lifted her tear-filled eyes. "Sister Zhi won't abandon us. Will she?" However, her voice trembled slightly, and a flicker of malice flashed in her gaze. Lin Zhi was becoming increasingly difficult to control. When she returned, there would certainly be consequences for her upon her return. She must be made to prepare meat for her daily, or else Linshu and Lindong would not forgive her. Ideally, they could confine Lin Zhi in the punishment cave for a few days without food, ensuring that when she emerged, she would obediently heed her commands. Meanwhile, Lindong glared at the campfire, gritting her teeth. "If she dares not return, I will cast her out of the tribe." Lindong smirked slyly. "Do not forget, she fears hunger above all else. When the tribe's food is withheld from her and the shaman, we shall see what she eats. Ultimately, she will have no choice but to return and beg us to take her in." Linshu gently patted Shi Lian's shoulder. "Go sleep in the cave. You are still unwell. When Zhi is back, I will have her prepare your favorite stewed meat." Shi Lian nodded obediently, feigning a weak demeanor. Just as she was about to step into the cave, Linshu suddenly called out to her, "Tomorrow, remember to teach the tribe how to prepare the potatoes you found last time." Many tribe members have been inquiring. Shi Lian's face instantly contorted in frustration. How infuriating it was that Lin Zhi had yet to return. Without Lin Zhi, how could she possibly know how to prepare that wretched food? Lin Zhi gingerly retrieved the sweet potatoes from the vine bag. Meticulously rinsing the surface dirt with clean water, she first dug a shallow pit beside the fire with a twig, laying down some of the ashes and embers from the fire at the bottom. Then, she arranged the sweet potatoes neatly within, covering them completely with ashes. How did you know the name of this thing and how to eat it? Hu Song crouched nearby, his sharp gaze fixed intently on her every movement. Lin Zhi's fingers paused slightly, forcing a calm smile. I was quite hungry earlier, and since the meat was ready, I thought to roast the sweet potatoes as well. Hu Song regarded her with a knowing look before turning to leave the cave. Once his figure disappeared, Lin Zhi let out a sigh of relief, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She was acutely aware that her explanation was riddled with flaws, but surely she could not confess that she had traversed from the modern world. She felt fortunate that Hu Song did not press further, inquiring why she did not roast them directly over the fire. Time passed gradually, and the cave was soon filled with a sweet aroma. Lin Zhi carefully sifted through the ashes with a twig, revealing the perfectly roasted sweet potatoes. I could see that moment. Hu Song entered, carrying the hind leg of a roasted Lulu pig. Here, eat. He placed the meat on a clean stone slab. Lin Zhi promptly offered him the largest and most fragrant sweet potato that Hu Song initially intended to decline, but upon seeing the glimmer of hope in Lin Zhi's eyes, accepted it instead. He hesitated before taking a small bite. Instantly, the sweet, soft flavor burst forth on his tongue. Hu Song's eyes widened involuntarily, his throat bobbing as he eagerly bit into a second piece. Lin Zhi carefully cradled the warm sweet potato, gently blowing on it before taking a bite. The sweet, soft texture caused her to squint her eyes in delight. It was the finest food she had tasted in days. After swallowing the last bite of sweet potato, Hu Song brushed away the crumbs from the corners of his mouth with his long fingers. He gazed silently into the fire, his expression contemplative. After a moment, he turned to Lin Zhi, his voice low. I know that there are such fruits on the eastern side of the mountains. However, it lies beyond the hunting range of the tribe. He paused, continuing, if you are willing to teach me the methods of weaving vines and roasting sweet potatoes, I can take you there. Though it may be somewhat perilous, with me around, I can ensure your safety. I will also assist you in bringing back any sweet potatoes we find. Lin Zhi lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Is that truly possible? Just call me Hu Song, that he spoke softly. Yet his gaze softened slightly, a wave of warmth surged within Lin Zhi, only to be swiftly replaced by calmness. She had never ventured outside the tribe, having only heard her beast brothers speak of the perils that awaited beyond. Even a mere pig could claim the life of a beast man. Recalling how Hu Xiong had unhesitatingly driven away her brothers that morning, she pondered. Surely Hu Xiong would not wish her harm. Hesitating for a moment, she quietly inquired, may I place the sweet potatoes I retrieved here with you? After a brief contemplation, Hu Xiong nodded. I shall excavate a new cave beside the cavern tomorrow, where you may store your belongings. This cave is designated for herbs and must not be mixed. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi's eyes sparkled with delight, and she nodded vigorously, a joyful smile gracing her face. Hu Xiong crouched down, carefully extracting the sweet potatoes from the fire with a twig. Observing Lin Zhi's contented demeanor, he inwardly shook his head. This little female was quite foolish, daring to leave the tribe with a male she had just met. Fortunate indeed that it was he she encountered. The following morning, Lin Zhi arranged the remaining sweet potatoes at the cave entrance, eagerly anticipating Hu Xiong's return with herbs. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared at the cave's mouth. It was Linshu. The smile on Lin Zhi's face instantly froze, her brows knitting together. She quickly turned away, feigning ignorance of his presence. Why had he returned? Although the cave lacked a door, she wished to keep him outside. Zhi, where do you plan to go again? Yuvi recovered yet still refused to return to the cave. You are not yet of age. Linshu's voice carried a note of reproach. Reluctantly, Lin Zhi turned to face him, offering a perfunctory greeting. Linshu. Linshu strode closer, his brow furrowed. Call me beast brother. Why did you not return to the cave yesterday? Do you not realize we were all worried about you? Lin Zhi gazed at the beast brother she had once been close to, a hint of unfamiliarity in her eyes. The warmth she had once known from him had vanished, replaced by incessant questioning. She clenched the beast hide tightly, a bitter ache forming in her heart. If he truly cared for her, how could his first words be accusations? His desire to bring her back was likely only because the cave lacked someone to cook. She inhaled deeply, gradually stepping back to create distance between herself and Linshu. I am not yet well. The shaman has advised me to recover fully before returning. Her voice was calm and resolute. Linshu scrutinized the Lin Zhi's rosy complexion, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He noticed the twig she held for cleaning the sweet potatoes. And how neat and tidy her beast hide was. There was no sign of illness. She must be pretending. Had he known, he would not have trusted her yesterday, recalling Shi Lian's tear-streaked face from this morning. Linshu's anger flared, and he clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. You must think highly of yourself. Do you not see what kind of female you are? A shaman of such stature would never pair with someone as vile and shameless as you. Lin Zhi, do not forget, it is not yet spring. During mating season, you must wait until you reach maturity to seek a male partner. He advanced menacingly, his tone threatening, if you wish to avoid shame in the tribe. You will return with me now, or I shall confine you to the punishment cave and forbid your exit. Lin Zhi scoffed coldly, meeting Linshu's gaze with unwavering defiance. Am I unworthy, while Shi Lian is deserving? She spoke deliberately. You wish for me to return simply because there is no one to cook in the cave, and Shi Lian summoned you, did she not? If you truly cared, you would inquire about my health, not merely question me. Feeling cornered under Lin Zhi's piercing gaze, Linshu instinctively averted his eyes. Indeed, it was Shi Lian who had implored him to seek Lin Zhi this morning. Yet Shi Lian missed her, and was it not natural for family to be together? What was wrong with enjoying the meals Lin Zhi prepared? Should she not also find joy in nourishing her kin? Was it true, as Shi Lian suggested, that Lin Zhi was merely pretending, as Linshu recalled Shi Lian's words? He hardened his heart, glaring at Lin Zhi. Zhi, you are truly malicious. How can you think so poorly of Lian? She sent me to fetch you. If only you could be as kind as she is. His voice escalated. We are family. What is the harm in you cooking? Enough of this. You must return to the cave with me today. Lian has gone days without food and has grown thin. This is all your fault. If you had been in the cave, this would not have happened. Finally, he nearly shouted, do not forget, Lian's parents perished for your sake. Cooking for her is your rightful duty. If you continue this way, when your father returns, you shall face dire consequences. Lin Zhi laughed derisively, her laughter laced with sorrow. She regarded Linshu with icy eyes, having relinquished any expectations of these beast men. Linshu was taken aback. In the past, whenever he uttered such words, Lin Zhi would lower her head and silently follow him back. Yet today, she dared to look at him in such a manner that a sense of irritation welled up within him. And he recalled the whispers of the tribe. Lin Zhi has lost her mind. She has begun to pull weeds indiscriminately. Yes, it must be so. With this thought, Linshu's expression darkened. He stepped forward, seizing Lin Zhi's wrist. Come, you must accompany me to the punishment cave. You are mad and cannot remain in the tribe to harm others. His fingers dug painfully into Lin Zhi's flesh. Once I drive this shaman away, I will find a better one to heal you. Lin Zhi felt a surge of pain in her wrist, panic flashing in her eyes. She quickly crouched down, grasping a sharp stone from the ground and striking Linshu's hand with force. Ah! Linshu winced in pain, loosening his grip as blood trickled down his hand. Lin Zhi stumbled backward, her gaze filled with hatred. She knew all too well what awaited her if confined to the punishment cave. That dark, damp cavern contained only a small pool of stagnant water. She had barely survived by drinking from it each time. I could see that moment. Shi Lian dashed out from behind a nearby tree, her face etched with urgency as she rushed toward Linshu. Carefully cradling his bleeding hand, Beast brother, your hand. She tenderly touched his wound, tears welling in her eyes. Shi Lian positioned herself protectively between Lin Zhi and Linshu, speaking pitifully, Zhi, this is all my fault if blame must be assigned. Let it be for my failure to perish alongside our parents at the hands of the beasts. She sobbed, please, return with us. The cave awaits us, and our father will be back tomorrow. She hesitated, a subtle hint of threat flickering in her eyes. Lin Zhi feared her father immensely. If she refused to return, she would surely face dire repercussions. Lin Zhi recognized the veiled threat in Shi Lian's words, but she was no longer the same defenseless female who could be bullied. She turned to Linshu, her voice calm and resolute. I am not yet well. Once I recover, I will return on my own. Linshu observed Lin Zhi's profile, a strange sensation stirring within him. It seemed as though she was attempting to distance herself from them. Lin Zhi took a step toward the cave, but Shi Lian blocked her path, refusing to yield. Zhi, please return with us. As long as you come back. She reached out to push Shi Lian aside, causing Shi Lian to emit a sharp cry as she crouched down. Clutching her arm, Beast brother, it hurts. Shi Lian lifted her arm to reveal a bruise, a mark she had inflicted amidst the chaos. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Linshu. Zhi did not do it on purpose. She was determined to force Lin Zhi into the punishment cave today. Lin Zhi appeared to have transformed, becoming increasingly difficult to control. If this continued, she would lose all semblance of control. Linshu let out a thunderous roar, seizing Lin Zhi by the arm. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he dragged her towards the punishment cave. Just then, a resounding crash echoed, and Linshu fell heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. He found himself paralyzed and unable to move. Song stood protectively in front of Lin Zhi, his gaze icy as he regarded the fallen Linshu. He had thought the previous lesson would suffice, but it appeared that the regressed beast man required daily correction. This little female had yet to lead him to the desired object. She could not be taken away. Shi Lian observed the towering shaman, effortlessly bringing down the strongest beast man of the tribe, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. Shi Lian positioned herself before Linshu, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Husong, her voice trembling. Shaman, please do not harm Beast Brother. If punishment is necessary, let it be directed at me. It is all my fault. I should not have allowed Beast Brother to bring Zhi back. Husong maintained an expressionless demeanor, his tone frigid. Indeed, it is not your fault. Could it be someone else's? Why venture out while unwell? Shi Lian's expression froze in an instant. Had Lin Zhi said something to Husong? Surely she had. That venomous female would pay dearly once she fell into her hands. She covered her face with her hands, tears streaming through her fingers, revealing faint bruises on her arms where she had been gripped. Ooh, Shaman, did Zhi speak ill of me? I am not the female she claims I am. Shi Lian explained urgently. You may inquire with the other beastmen. Perhaps Zhi still harbors resentment towards me. But I have never wronged her. As she spoke, Shi Lian displayed her injuries to Husong. Shaman, could you please examine this wound? Zhi accidentally brushed against me earlier. Husong, lost in thought, took hold of Shi Lian's arm, scrutinizing the wound closely, before suddenly pressing down forcefully around the injury. Shi Lian, on the verge of revealing a coy expression, was abruptly interrupted by a surge of excruciating pain, her complexion paling instantly. This wound appears rather severe, Husong remarked with a serious tone, laced with a hint of mockery. It seems this arm may be beyond saving. How about this? My claws are swift. With a gentle swipe, I could remove it entirely, and you would feel no pain. As Husong spoke, he brandished his sharp claws before her, then slowly reached toward her arm, feigning seriousness as he traced imaginary lines on her skin. A shiver ran down Shi Lian's spine. The sight of Husong's claws, glistening with sharpness, filled her with dread. With a sudden burst of fear, she broke free from Husong's grasp, letting out a terrified scream as she fled. Neglecting Linshu on the ground, not daring to look back, Lin Zhi stood aside, watching as Shi Lian fled in a panic, a cold smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, followed by a burst of triumphant laughter. She had finally witnessed Shi Lian's downfall. For the first time, she saw fear etched upon Shi Lian's face. Husong truly is Shi Lian's nemesis. Linshu, roused by the laughter, finally managed to rise from the ground. He looked at Lin Zhi, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. How long had it been since he had seen Zhi smile so joyfully? Yet, if her laughter was not for, how wonderful that would be. He never anticipated that Zhi could become so malicious. Once the beast father returned and expelled the shaman, he would ensure Zhi was well disciplined until she amended her ways. Disappointment flashed in Linshu's eyes as he spoke with an air of menace. Zhi, do not think you can hide for long. When the beast father returns, he will not let you off so easily. I am giving you one last chance. Come back to the cave with me. If you do, we shall forgive you. Otherwise, you will no longer be our beast sister. Lin Zhi, unperturbed by Linshu's threats, replied with a blank expression. Linshu, I ceased being your beast sister long ago. In your eyes, Shi Lian is your true beast sister, while I am merely, what? A cooking slave? I will not return with you. With that, Lin Zhi resolutely turned and entered the cave. Linshu watched a retreating figure, wishing to say something more, but found himself utterly alone. With a resigned sigh, he chose to leave. Upon returning to the cave, Husong found a little female crouched beside the stone bed, silently weeping. His heart stirred, and he approached her gently, squatting beside her in silent companionship. Hesitating for a moment, Husong reached out, ultimately resting a comforting hand on her head. He had heard many rumors about Lin Zhi within the tribe, all portraying her as malicious and a bully towards Shi Lian. Yet, to him, this little female seemed to be the one truly oppressed. Once he found the mother beast to whom he was meant to report, he would take this pitiful little female with him when he left the tribe at tea that time. He would ensure she found 2 strong males in their tribe, guaranteeing her a life of happiness and fulfillment. Lin Zhi wiped her tears, her gaze fixed ahead as she resolutely stated, Husong, let us quickly gather sweet potatoes outside the tribe. She could no longer afford to be troubled by such matters. These beastmen were not worth her tears. If she failed to gather enough food to sustain her for 5 months within the next 2 months, she would be the first to be abandoned. Thus, she must devote all her energy to food collection. Husong gestured for her to step outside the cave. Following his lead, Lin Zhi emerged, greeted by the sight of a massive white fox lounging on the ground, its tail lazily swaying and glimmering under the sunlight. Climb aboard. Husong indicated his back. Is that appropriate? Lin Zhi hesitated. Only a mate should ride on a male's back. Husong, noticing her concerns, couldn't help but chuckle. The little female before him was still in her juvenile phase, unaware of when she would reach maturity. Come on up. Otherwise, do you intend to walk? I shall not wait for you, he teased. Besides, in my eyes, you are but a cub. Do you think I would regard you as a female? A flicker of disappointment flashed within Lin Zhi, quickly replaced by self-deprecating laughter. Cautiously, she climbed onto Husong's back, feeling the softness and warmth of his fur, which brought a slight warmth to her heart. Husong stood tall, steadily carrying her as he sprinted towards the tribe's outskirts, his pace swift and smooth, instilling a sense of safety in Lin Zhi. Without hesitation, he surged forward, traversing the front of the tribe at a speed Lin Zhi had never experienced before. The patrolling beastmen merely caught a glimpse of a white shadow darting past them. Was that the shaman's beast form? One beastman exclaimed in astonishment. It is enormous, seemingly larger than the tribe leader's beast form. Another beastman concurred. But who is riding on the shaman's back? It appears to be Lin Zhi. How did she end up with the shaman? One of the patrolling beastmen pondered aloud that not speak nonsense. How could Zhi be with the shaman? She is yet to come of age. Linshu limped towards them, his face smeared with dirt, presenting an unusually disheveled appearance. The patrolling beastmen had never witnessed Linshu in such a state. Could it be that a ferocious beast has arrived outside the tribe? Linshu observed Lin Zhi departing from the tribe, an expression of indignation etched upon his visage. How could Lin Zhi choose not to seek him, her beast brother, but instead pursue that newly arrived shaman? Once their beast father returns, he shall make it his mission to expel the shaman. Meanwhile, Lin Zhi perched upon the back of Husong, astonished that she had indeed ventured beyond the confines of the walls. Husong navigated the forest with remarkable speed, and the surrounding scenery unfolded like a picturesque scroll, revealing many sights she had never beheld before, stirring within her a profound sense of freedom. Vibrant flowers swayed gently in the breeze, while the ceaseless river shimmered under the sun, casting glimmers of light upon its surface. On the riverbank, a peculiar flying chicken with a long tail frolicked, intermittently emitting a crisp call. in the distance. A beast, spiny yet resembling a pig, ambled cautiously, occasionally lifting its head to scan the surroundings. Linshu rode upon Husong's back. An unprecedented feeling of liberation surged within her. She had long been ensnared by trivialities, neglecting the vast and splendid world beyond. When Husong finally halted on a flat plain, he carefully set Lin Zhi down, ensuring the area posed no danger before transforming back into human form. Lin Zhi surveyed her surroundings, her gaze drawn to a lush expanse of sweet potato vines. If only she could gather all these sweet potatoes, it would be a remarkable bounty. The thought of the quantity she could amass left her in awe. Husong offered a faint smile, crossing his arms as he stood nearby. However, once you've gathered them, how do you intend to preserve them? He reminded her. Some large tribes could effortlessly hunt colossal beasts. Yet they often face challenges not in collecting food, but in ensuring its preservation. Lin Zhi was momentarily taken aback by the question, falling into contemplation. She realized her previous plans were overly simplistic. While collecting food seemed manageable, preventing it from spoiling over the next 5 months posed a significant challenge. Suddenly, inspiration struck Lin Zhi. Memories of modern preservation techniques surged forth. Drying, pickling, storing, each method vividly materializing in her mind. I have a plan that let's dig a little today to test it out, and once successful, we shall return for more, Lin Zhi declared, her eyes gleaming, nodding vigorously at Husong. This field of sweet potatoes resembled a treasure trove. If preserved correctly, she would no longer need to worry about starving in the winter. Lin Zhi crouched down, meticulously selecting several sharp-edged stones. She began by loosening the soil with a larger stone, then used a smaller, pointed rock to carefully excavate along the sweet potato vines. The earth was soft and damp, and the fragrant sweet potatoes soon emerged, revealing their reddish-brown skins. These sweet potatoes were plump, twice the size of those cultivated in the tribe, their smooth skins indicating the richness of the soil. Seeing her dedication, Husong transformed back into his beast form to assist. His claws were far more efficient than stone. With just a few swift motions, he unearthed a large sweet potato. Before long, a small mound of sweet potatoes lay before them, enveloped in fresh soil, emanating an enticing aroma. Enough, enough, Lin Zhi called out. Let us take these back for now. We can return to dig more in a couple of days. Husong nodded, shaking off the dirt from his fur. Lin Zhi rubbed her hands together, summoning her courage to ask, "May I explore the vicinity?" Her curious eyes darted toward the surrounding flora. After a moment of silence, Husong ultimately acquiesced, his gaze scanning the area with vigilance. Should they encounter a beast, he could swiftly escape with the little female. Elated by the permission, Lin Zhi ventured forth like a joyful bird, cautiously exploring her surroundings. Time and again, she had implored her father and beast brothers to take her outside, yet they had dismissed her as merely playful, insisting the outside world was fraught with danger, and that her presence would only hinder them. Yet her desire was to seek out more sustenance. Ironically, they had taken a substantial number of males from the tribe to protect Shi Lian, simply to show her the beauty beyond the tribe's borders. Now, she had finally achieved her wish. Crouched amidst the grass, Lin Zhi's slender fingers delicately brushed against the nearby plants, though it appeared as play. The system's prompt echoed in her mind, scanning plants. Analyzing, suddenly a slender plant caught her eye. It bore elongated green leaves, with clusters of petite white flowers gently swaying in the breeze. Being scanned and identified as hemostatic grass. The system chimed in, providing its scientific name, Diu Chao. The leaves were lanceolate, the stems erect, with umbelliform flower clusters. Its rhizomes and leaves were rich in tannins, exhibiting remarkable hemostatic and anti-inflammatory properties. In emergencies, fresh leaves could be crushed and applied to wounds to swiftly halt bleeding and alleviate pain. Lin Zhi's heart raced. She had stumbled upon a medicinal herb in the beast world. Herbs were immensely precious. Without them, wounded beastmen either healed on their own or succumbed to the beast gods. Yet now, it lay before her, and she had to mask her excitement. Feigning nonchalance, she stood and tugged at Husong's fur cloak. Feigning curiosity as she remarked, "Shaman, look at that plant with white flowers over there. It resembles the medicinal herbs in your cave." Husong followed her, his gaze landing upon the cluster of white flowers. The plant appeared unremarkable, indistinguishable from the surrounding wild grasses. Frowning slightly, he searched his memory for a similar herb, but could not recall any. This should not be a medicinal herb. Herbs are not so easily found. He shook his head, suggesting they explore elsewhere. Husong turned to leave. Lin Zhi gripped the fur cloak tightly, hesitating before quickly adding, "Once, a beast man was bitten by a wild animal on his arm, and he bled profusely that a shaman from the tribe crushed this grass and applied it, and the bleeding stopped swiftly." Husong paused, his fox ears twitching, clearly intrigued by her words, that he crouched down, carefully uprooting the herb with his sharp claws. Bringing it closer, he inhaled deeply, confirming the faint scent of herbal essence to verify its efficacy. He used his claws to make a small incision on his arm. Blood immediately oozed forth that he plucked a few leaves, mashing them in his palm to create a paste, and meticulously applied it to the wound. Time ticked away as Lin Zhi anxiously watched the injury. After a while, the bleeding gradually ceased, and a delicate membrane began to form over the wound. Husong narrowed his eyes, thoughtfully observing the little female beside him. His fox ears twitched slightly as he recalled conversations with the previous shaman from last winter. Though elderly, that shaman had been well versed in the properties of every herb, often recounting their uses. Yet this white-flowered herb had never been mentioned in any of those discussions. Not only had the former shaman overlooked it, but even other shamans from different tribes had never brought up this extraordinary hemostatic herb during their exchanges. His gaze lingered on Lin Zhi for a moment, noting her focused attention on other plants. This little female claimed to have witnessed another shaman utilize this herb, yet given his familiarity with the tribe shamans, that seemed implausible. Husong's fingers gently brushed over the scabbed wound, a flicker of insight flashing in his eyes. However, he chose not to voice his thoughts, quietly collecting the remaining hemostatic grass, gazing at Lin Zhi's retreating figure. A hint of a smile played at the corners of his lips. This little female harbored many secrets. She even recognized medicinal herbs. The short-sighted beastmen of this tribe had failed to discern the wisdom within her. Since they did not appreciate her, Husong's eyes glinted subtly as he delicately placed the freshly harvested hemostatic grass into his fur pouch, treating it as if it were a rare treasure. "Gigi," he began slowly, his tone laced with a hint of testing, "you were able to identify this herb at a glance. How astute of you." Lin Zhi, feeling a pang of guilt, forced a smile. Just as she intended to move forward, only to suddenly feel a strong hand grasp her, Husong pulled her behind him, his body tensing instantaneously, his nose twitching slightly. "There is the scent of a beast." Before her words could fully dissipate, a rustling sound emerged from the depths of the forest. A few sizable wild boars burst forth from the thicket, their sharp tusks glinting ominously in the sunlight. 2 adult wild boars charged towards the sweet potato field, accompanied by a litter of piglets. Lin Zhi instinctively tightened her grip on the beast skin of Husong, her anxious gaze fixated on the pile of sweet potatoes below. These were the precious sweet potatoes she had painstakingly gathered. How could she allow this horde of wild boars to reap the rewards without effort? With remarkable agility, Husong swiftly lifted Lin Zhi onto the sturdy branch of a tree. "Sit tight," he whispered. In the next instant, Husong's form surged upward, transforming into a colossal silver-white fox. The majestic creature darted through the ranks of wild boars, its claws and fangs striking with precision at each beast's vital points. Before long, the wild boar family lay fallen in a pool of blood. "Quickly gather your belongings and let us depart." Husong reverted to his human form, his expression grave. The scent of blood would undoubtedly attract more predators. Lin Zhi deftly stowed the sweet potatoes into a vine-woven pouch, while Husong seized one of the wild boars, skillfully skinning it in moments and consuming it whole. He let out a belch. Despite having eaten that morning, he forced the meat down to avoid waste. "Let us go," he urged as he transformed back into the giant fox, securing the pouch filled with sweet potatoes to his body and lowering his head to signal Lin Zhi to climb aboard. Lin Zhi's eyes lingered on the remaining carcasses of the wild boars, a hint of reluctance surfacing. "Aren't we taking these boars with us?" she inquired. "We cannot." Husong shook his head. "In this sweltering heat, they will spoil by tomorrow." As Husong prepared to depart with the young female, Lin Zhi suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, I have a way to preserve the wild boars and guarantee the entrance of the tribe." Linshu paced anxiously, his gaze darting toward the distant forest, searching for a familiar figure. When he finally spotted Lin Zhi riding atop Husong's back, his heart clenched. There were specks of blood on her beast's skin. Zhi, come down. Linshu rushed forward, panic flickering in his eyes. He reached out to assess Lin Zhi's injuries, but she deftly sidestepped his grasp. Lin Zhi regarded Linshu with a flash of impatience in her eyes. She gently patted Husong's back, signaling him to halt. Understanding her cue, Husong gracefully lowered himself, allowing Lin Zhi to dismount effortlessly. Upon witnessing this, Linshu rushed over, speaking rapidly. Zhi, why did you venture outside the tribe? Why didn't you call for me to accompany you? It's so dangerous out there. Lin Zhi raised her hand to interrupt his incessant chatter, her gaze drifting past him toward the witch's cave. She had sweet potatoes and wild boars from today to attend to. She had no time for unnecessary concern. But Linshu stubbornly grasped her wrist, his tone a mixture of reproach and worry. Zhi, it's perilous outside. If you wish to go out, you must take the Beast Brothers with you. Lin Zhi abruptly shook off his hand, a cold glimmer in her eyes at "Oh, how did you respond when I pleaded for your company before? Do you recall your words? Don't be so reckless, and you'll only hinder us if you go out. You remember those, don't you, Linshu?" She locked her gaze onto his. Continuing, "Yet you turned right around and accompanied Shi Lian, even bringing along the entire hunting party. Did you not fear danger then?" Her voice trembled slightly as she pressed on. "And what about me? You barricaded the cave entrance with stones, leaving me trapped while you frolicked outside for 3 days without so much as a drop of water." Linshu stood frozen, recollecting the time when Lin Zhi had desperately followed him, imploring to go outside for an entire week. He had dismissed her as merely being willful, not sparing her a glance. Yet when Shi Lian, with tear-streaked cheeks, pitifully expressed her desire to gather wild fruits, he had immediately rallied the hunting team, selecting only the strongest warriors to protect her from any harm. But he, Lin Zhi observed Linshu's despondent expression, a cold smile playing upon her lips. She had seen that face, etched with regret, all too often. Each time he favored Shi Lian, he donned this mask of guilt, as though it could absolve him of his misdeeds. Yet the reality, time and time again, the hurt persisted, growing ever more pronounced. Lin Zhi's fingers absent-mindedly traced the sharp barbs and calluses on her hands, remnants of her toil in search of edible fruits, sacrifices her esteemed beast brothers had never acknowledged. They only ever heeded Shi Lian's words as she contemplated. A mocking smile crept across her face. Not far off, Shi Lian lurked behind a tree, fixated on every movement. Upon seeing Lin Zhi's smile, her nails nearly dug into her palm in frustration. No, she must not allow them to reconcile. Zhi. Shi Lian hastily approached, feigning perfect concern. "It's so dangerous outside the tribe. How could you venture out without informing us? You should have gone with the Beast Brothers. We were so worried." She cleverly positioned herself between Linshu and Lin Zhi, turning to Husong with a soft gaze. "Thank you," which Zhi could be rather headstrong at times, insisting on having you accompany her outside the tribe. "It was I who insisted on taking her. Do you understand?" Husong's voice was as frigid as ice. Shi Lian appeared oblivious, continuing in her saccharine tone, which, "You are truly remarkable, returning with so many spoils. I never realized you were not only skilled in healing, but also an adept hunter." She deliberately leaned forward. "When the Beast Father returns, I will ensure you are well treated." Her gaze fell on the sweet potatoes in Husong's pack, a glint of greed flashing in her eyes. "What is this? Which are these fruits for the females of our tribe? They look delectable. I've yet to taste them. Please extend my gratitude to you on behalf of the tribe's females." Husong regarded Shi Lian with a cold stare, the avarice on her face igniting a flicker of ire in his eyes. His tail flicked impatiently, a low growl emanating from his throat as a warning. Yet Shi Lian seemed undeterred, extending her delicate fingers to caress the vibrant sweet potatoes. "They smell divine," she purred, her gaze calculating. "Perhaps I shall distribute one to each of the females, but the rest will, of course, be reserved for me. How could those unsightly females compare to me? Only I am worthy of enjoying the bounty brought back by the witch." Seeing Husong offer no resistance, Shi Lian grew bolder. She inched closer, Her hand raised to stroke his silvery fur. In an instant, Husong's pupils narrowed, his fur bristling. He fought the urge to kick this loathsome female away. Leave. Those fruits were found by Zhi. You truly overestimate your worth. Shi Lian's hand froze mid-air, her smile vanishing. Slowly, she retracted her hand, lowering her gaze, a flicker of malice crossing her features. Why must it always be Lin Zhi? Had she not been so clever in trailing behind me? Seizing my glory, who would still regard her in the tribe? No, I cannot allow Lin Zhi to possess this merit alone. Shi Lian quickly adjusted her expression, adopting a pitiful demeanor. That was not my intention. Did Zhi truly find these fruits? Surely she did not prompt you to say that. A victorious smile danced in her eyes as she shook her head in disagreement that I knew it. These fruits must have been discovered by you, you are far too kind to let Zhi take the credit. I have long forgiven her. You need not defend her. Your kindness may only encourage her to take without working for it. Nonetheless, I thank you on her behalf. Yet her eyes glimmered with ulterior motives. Around them, male beastmen began to gather, whispering among themselves, I told you. There's no way Lin Zhi could have found such exquisite fruits. One male scoffed. If it weren't for Shi Lian's reminder, we would have been deceived. Another male chimed in, his eyes filled with disdain. Lin Zhi is truly becoming increasingly outrageous. Yet it seemed Lin Zhi had said nothing at all. A perplexed voice emerged from the assembly of orcs. What do you understand? One orc immediately retorted, claiming that she had the shaman assist her in deceit, which was far more cunning. The shaman, being new, certainly knew nothing of her character. The shaman had been deceived by Lin Zhi. Husong observed the proceedings with a cold glare, finally comprehending why Lin Zhi never bothered to explain herself. His tail flicked impatiently, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. These fools lacked even the most basic judgment. The treasure lay right before them, yet they treated it as filth. They deserved to be the lowest of tribes. Lin Zhi gently brushed against Husong's fur, signaling that it was time to depart. Her gaze remained serene. The words of these orcs did not disturb her in the slightest. She was no longer the timid female who felt the need to explain herself at every misunderstanding. However, Linshu obstructed her path, disappointment etched across his face. Zhi, how have you changed so? He lamented, recalling how she used to seize the credit for the lotus, and now even sought to claim the shaman's accolades. His beast sister was not like this before. He was determined to restore her to her former self. Shi Lian stood in the center of the square, casting a pitiful gaze at Lin Zhi, pondering what she would do now. Everyone believed her to be a malicious and cunning female. Even if she had truly discovered it, it was still she who held the power. Under the sunlight, Lin Zhi, despite her frail appearance, stood tall, with the shaman steadfastly guarding her. This scene pierced Shi Lian's heart like a needle. She struggled to maintain an innocent and helpless facade, yet her eyes twitched uncontrollably. Why? Why did Lin Zhi always have someone to protect her? Anger surged within Shi Lian. She had worked tirelessly to have Linshu and Lindong regard her as their beast sister, convincing the entire tribe that Lin Zhi was a venomous female. Her nails dug deep into the beast skin of her palm, creating fissures. Once a pitiful creature begging before her, Lin Zhi now dared to disregard her. Shi Lian bit her lip, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Surely, Lin Zhi must have been groveling before the shaman to earn such favor. With this thought, a satisfied smile crept onto her lips. Just as she had snatched Linshu and the cave away from Lin Zhi before, she had ample means to handle this situation. She gently arranged her hair, allowing 2 crystalline tears to fall. She had long understood the habits of the males. As long as she feigned fragility and pity, occasionally showing concern when a male was injured and maintaining the right distance, it would be far more effective than constantly seeking their favor. Shi Lian turned, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Linshu. Beast brother, let us return. Your injuries have yet to heal, and you have ventured so far just to find Zhi. She spoke with a soft voice, her slender fingers lightly touching the wound on Linshu's face inflicted by the shaman. Allow me to tend to your injury, since the shaman has declared that this fruit was found by Zhi. So be it. Linshu looked at Shi Lian's gentle demeanor, his heart softened. This was the ideal image of a beast sister he longed for. If only Zhi could be as understanding as Lian. Lin Zhi coldly observed this farce. She had intended to ignore these two orcs, but since they insisted on framing her for stealing another's accomplishments, she would prove them wrong. The fruit indeed had been discovered by the shaman. But before Lin Zhi could complete her thought, she caught sight of Shi Lian's triumphant expression. However, when their eyes met and Shi Lian's smug smile froze on her face, Lin Zhi's gaze bore no hint of guilt, only a chilling mockery. A wave of unease surged within Shi Lian, and she hastily grasped Linshu's arm. "Beast brother, it is getting late. Perhaps we should return to the cave." Yet Linshu remained rooted, disappointment evident in his gaze as he looked at Lin Zhi. "Lin Zhi, you need not say more." Lin Zhi interrupted him, her gaze sharp as a blade. "This fruit is called sweet potato. Just 3 days ago, I discovered it in a small grove to the west of the tribe. Not only that, but I also had the shaman taste it to ensure it was not poisonous." She turned to Hucksong, her lips curling upward. The shaman not only confirmed its edibility, but also discovered its additional benefits. Sweet potatoes aid in digestion. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Shi Lian's eyes, but she quickly donned her gentle and caring mask. "Zhi, why do you persist in lying? You are not the shaman. How could you possibly discern herbs?" She feigned concern with a sigh. "Perhaps it would be best to apologize to everyone. We would all forgive you. The fruits Lin Zhi had previously found were merely ordinary food. How could they possess such properties?" Many females in the tribe often struggled with constipation, leading to discomfort. The shaman would give them herbs to promote digestion. So in Shi Lian's view, any plant that aided digestion was medicinal. Only the shaman could identify medicinal herbs. Thus she must be assisting Lin Zhi in her deception. A glimmer of greed flashed in her eyes. If she could make the shaman her mate, all such accolades would belong to her. At that point, the entire tribe of orcs would owe her their gratitude. Just then, Hucksong's languid voice broke the tension. "This is merely an edible fruit, not a medicinal herb." The sweet potato was indeed discovered by Zhi. Were there not patrolling males outside the small grove that day? They all witnessed it. Could it be that the orcs of your tribe are not only blind, but also mute, all of them defective beasts? A murmur of whispers arose among the orcs. Several males exchanged glances, and finally, one blushing orc stepped forward. "I remember clearly. That day, I indeed saw Lin Zhi digging for this thing. I could see the time. We even joked about whether she had lost her mind. Digging for something. Yes, I saw it too. It was that afternoon." Lin Zhi squatted down for quite a while. More and more orcs began to stand up in support. Shi Lian watched this unfold, her complexion paling gradually. This credit might truly belong to Lin Zhi. Ever since Lin Zhi had gone to the shaman to recuperate, she felt as though the situation was slipping from her grasp. She had to find a way to bring Lin Zhi back to the cave. Back under her watchful gaze, Shi Lian blinked her tear-filled eyes, her voice as soft as a gentle breeze. "Zhi, it is my fault. I truly misunderstood you." She lowered her head, her slender fingers twisting the beast's skin. "I have never seen you find new food before, so I found it hard to believe, but I truly did not mean any harm." As she spoke, she timidly glanced at Linshu. "Beast brother, you don't think Zhi would hold this against me, do you?" Suddenly, she raised her head, her eyes shimmering with tears. "It is all my fault. I shall go to the punishment cave to apologize to Zhi." "Lian," Linshu grasped her swaying form. "How could you go to such a place? It is far too cold for you." As he spoke, he noticed Lin Zhi regarding him with a mocking expression. Linshu then recalled how he had locked Lin Zhi in the punishment cave for a full 3 days previously. He hastily clarified, "Zhi, that was not my intention. I merely thought Lian's health was too frail, though." Lin Zhi scoffed, "So I cannot go because she is unwell? Am I not weaker?" She extended her bony arm. Under the sunlight, Lin Zhi's emaciated figure was strikingly stark. Linshu suddenly realized that the once plump and chubby beast sister in his memories had now dwindled to a mere collection of bones. "Beast brother!" Shi Lian suddenly broke into a violent cough. "Do not persuade me. I must go to the punishment cave." Her voice choked. "Initially, I should have been bitten to death by the stray beasts alongside our beast parents." As she spoke, her body weakened, leaning entirely against Linshu. He quickly supported her. "Lian, you need not apologize. Zhi will not hold it against you." Then he turned to Lin Zhi, his tone stern. "Zhi, could you not be a little kinder? Lian is in this state, and you still wish to push her further. Do not forget, If it were not for Lian's beast parents saving you back then. Lin Zhi observed this spectacle of absurdity, the coldness in her eyes deepening. Shi Lian and Linshu exchanged words, yet she remained silent, her lips pressed together. I have never once said I blamed her, nor have I demanded an apology from her. Lin Zhi's voice was calm, devoid of any rippled. A flicker of panic crossed Shi Lian's eyes, and she quickly interjected. Zhi, I know you are blaming me for this. Stop. Lin Zhi raised her hand to interrupt her words, a knowing smile curling at the corners of her lips. Allow me to finish it. I intend to teach everyone how to eat this sweet potato in the square the day after tomorrow. She deliberately paused, her gaze thoughtfully sweeping over Shi Lian's slightly pale face. That be by the way, didn't Shi Lian also find potatoes last time? Why not demonstrate how to eat them too? Her tone was gentle, yet her eyes sparkled with a sharp gleam. Lian, you wouldn't refuse, would you? You have always been a considerate female for the tribe. You wouldn't act so selfishly at this juncture. She tilted her head slightly. Speaking of that potato, it wasn't actually you who found it, was it? Do you not know how to eat it? The surrounding orcs began to whisper among themselves. Shi Lian's fingers unconsciously tightened around the beast hide, her knuckles turning white. Lin Zhi turned to Linshu, her expression suddenly innocent. Beast brother, don't you agree? I'm doing this all for the good of the tribe. You must bring Lian along the day after tomorrow. I believe the orcs will be grateful to Lian. Linshu was taken aback by her sudden affectionate tone and instinctively nodded. Lian, weren't you always saying you wanted to teach everyone how to make potatoes last time? Shi Lian leaned against Linshu, only able to nod under his expectant gaze. She had merely preempted Lin Zhi by telling the orcs that this food was edible. Why should she teach everyone how to eat it? How could she possibly do it? Lindong paced back and forth in the cave, his eyes darkly fixed on the cracks in the stone wall. His nails unconsciously scraped against the stone, producing a harsh sound. Having been confined in the tribe for too long, he was on the verge of madness. What was Lin Zhi even? How dare she call on other orcs without inviting them to accompany her? Suddenly, he exploded with rage, seizing a stone bowl and smashing it violently against the ground. The bowl shattered into several pieces, scattering everywhere. Shi Lian shrank back into the corner, her hands tightly hugging her knees. She could sense the beast-like aura radiating from Lindong. It was a sign of his regression to a primal state. Previously, Lin Zhi had borne the brunt of this, but now it was only her left to face the crazed Lindong. She kept glancing towards the cave entrance, hoping Linshu would return soon. Lindong's eyes glowed with a strange red light as he crouched down, sniffing the air like a beast. Lian, weren't the previously found food items your achievement? Why is it Lin Zhi this time? Did she steal your things again? Shi Lian bit her lip, desperately wanting to nod but too afraid to do so. Now the entire tribe knew that those food items were found by Lin Zhi. If she claimed them as her own, she would undoubtedly be exposed. She could only whisper, no, it was Zhi who found them. Humph. Lindong scoffed coldly. Even if she found them, what of it? Is that fruit truly as miraculous as she claims? The day after tomorrow, we shall see that if she proves to be deceiving. He licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. I shall lock her in the punishment cave and let her starve slowly inside. At that moment, Linshu entered the cave, dragging his weary feet, holding only a small piece of lean meat. Shi Lian immediately gazed longingly at the meat, her stomach betraying her with a growl. She suppressed her hunger and asked sweetly, Beast brother, how shall we share this piece of meat? Linshu stood in place, momentarily stunned. The beast father had been out with the hunting team for several days without returning, leaving scant food in the tribe, but he had to stay behind to monitor the increasingly erratic Lindong. Unable to venture out to hunt, in the past, with Lin Zhi around, she could creatively ensure everyone was fed even with a small piece of meat. But now, just as Linshu hesitated, Lindong suddenly lunged forward, snatching the piece of meat and swallowing it whole without chewing. Shi Lian watched in despair as the last bit of meat disappeared into Lindong's belly. Regretting not having spoken to Linshu earlier, Lindong was evidently still unsatisfied, his gaze shifting to the stone pot often used by Lin Zhi, and he handed it to Shi Lian with an undeniable tone. Here, weren't you going to teach the tribe how to make potatoes the day after tomorrow? Why not prepare a sample for us to taste today? Shi Lian was taken aback, panic gripping her heart. Lindong pressed on. That potato isn't truly found by Lin Zhi, is it? Of course not. Shi Lian forced a smile. I'm just afraid I won't cook it well, and no worries, as long as it's not poisonous. Lindong waved his hand impatiently. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Shi Lian reluctantly tossed several sprouted potatoes, marked with green spots, into the pot. These potatoes were indeed discovered by Lin Zhi, and she certainly could prepare them. But she herself could not, yet she would never admit that. She was a precious female and must retrieve Lin Zhi. These tasks had once been hers, before the water in the pot even began to bubble. Shi Lian fished the potatoes out and handed them to Linshu and Lindong, claiming she was hungry herself. Linshu accepted the potatoes, took a bite, and found the taste strange and bitter. Yet he merely frowned and said nothing, assuming this was the natural flavor of potatoes. Lindong, however, unceremoniously stuffed the potato into his mouth, swallowing it in a few bites without tasting it at all. Shi Lian stood by, closely observing their reactions, yet her face remained innocently composed. When she saw them eat without any further reaction, she calculated silently in her mind. In the shaman's cave, Lin Zhi placed the stone pot over the fire, cautiously adding the fatty oil from the prickly pig. The oil sizzled upon heating, releasing an enticing aroma. She added the diced meat into the pot, causing it to crackle. Grasping a wooden spoon, she stirred quickly. Fearful of overcooking the meat, the pieces gradually changed color from bright red to an alluring brown, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. She then took a few potatoes, clumsily slicing them into small chunks with a knife. Afterward, she poured the potatoes into the pot, stirring them together with the meat. Song returned from digging a cave, immediately drawn to the mouth-watering scent he had initially intended to forego eating, yet couldn't he help but swallow hard. Shaman, quickly come. The meat is ready, Lin Zhi exclaimed upon seeing Song, her eyes lighting up. She took a small handful of coarse salt brought by the shaman and evenly sprinkled it into the pot. Stirring it a few more times, Song mimicked Lin Zhi, using chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat and placing it in his mouth. The meat was tender and juicy, the potatoes soft and delicious, the salty flavor dancing on his tongue. This was a taste he had never experienced before. I never expected you to know so much. Where did you learn this? Song asked between chews. He had visited many tribes, seen roasted meat, and even witnessed stews, but had never encountered such a method of cooking meat. Lin Zhi looked down, responding softly, I figured it out myself. I enjoyed cooking in the Beast Father's cave. Song nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further questioning. The secrets this little female held were far more numerous than he had anticipated. Once he found the orc he was seeking, if the little female wished to leave this tribe, he would certainly take her with him. I've opened my cave. Later, please place these items in the adjacent cave, Song said. Lin Zhi nodded with a sigh of relief, yet internally felt anxious that Song was too clever. She needed to find another cave to move into quickly, or she would inevitably expose herself. You need my help with anything? Song inquired again. I'll try on my own first. If I need anything, I will call for you. Lin Zhi shook her head. All right, if you need anything, just shout. I'll be in the nearby grove. I can hear your voice. Song recalled the hemostatic herbs Lin Zhi had found today and remembered that there might be some in the grove. Preparing to gather some. After dinner, Song urged Lin Zhi to rest on the stone bed, softly saying, You should rest for a while. I'll wash the stone bowls. Lin Zhi awoke from a short nap to find the cave empty. With only her remaining, she stretched lazily, climbed out of bed, and retrieved several sweet potatoes from the corner, planning to wash them by the creek. Just as she reached the creek, she heard a deliberately hushed whisper behind her. Look, she's here. Lin Zhi turned around to see two females who often followed. Shi Lian, glaring at her coldly. One was a voluptuous female, while the other sported a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Lin Zhi, big-chested female, one stepped forward, hands on her hips. Are you bullying Shi Lian again? These sweet potatoes were undoubtedly discovered by Shi Lian, and you snatched them away. Did you not? How could a malicious female like you possibly find something edible? You would not be searching for poisonous fruits, would you? Lin Zhi, with her head bowed, diligently washed the sweet potatoes, too indifferent to even cast a glance in their direction. Hey, I'm speaking to you. The large-breasted female raised her voice. I warn you, if you dare bully Shi Lian again, you shall see what happens. Suddenly, the yellow-toothed female clutched her stomach and bent over, exclaiming, "Ouch, my stomach hurts. Wait for me to finish before I deal with you." Seeing that Lin Zhi continued to ignore them, a glint of malice flickered in the large-breasted female's eyes. She discreetly glanced around to ensure no other beastmen were nearby, then lunged forward, attempting to shove Lin Zhi into the stream. Lin Zhi, having already perceived this beastwoman's intentions from the reflection on the water's surface, skillfully sidestepped to the left at the very moment the large-breasted female struck. The beastwoman stumbled and lost her balance. Plunging into the stream with a splash, the icy water immediately soaked her beast skin skirt, and she flailed about in panic, crying for help. Lin Zhi, shaking off the droplets from her hands, turned to leave. "Lin Zhi, how dare you walk away?" The large-breasted female shouted in disarray from the water, but Lin Zhi continued on without looking back. "That I will not let you off easily." Lin Zhi sat at the entrance of the cave, placing the clean sweet potatoes on a flat stone slab. She picked up a stone knife and meticulously sliced the sweet potatoes into thin pieces. Although the cuts were not perfectly uniform, they were still adequate. She arranged the sweet potato slices neatly on another clean slab, positioning them in the sunniest spot to d or wide. As the sun climbed higher, the sweet potato slices gradually softened under its rays. While waiting, Lin Zhi began constructing a simple earthen oven. She first dug a shallow pit in the ground, encircling it with stones to form a circle, then mixed soil with water to knead it into clay. Layer by layer, she built the clay into a small dome, leaving a small hole at the top for ventilation. Once the oven was complete, Lin Zhi stuffed dry firewood into the bottom and placed a flat stone slab on top. She carefully sealed the gaps with clay, leaving only a small opening at the front to insert the sweet potato slices. Glancing at the spiky pig meat lying nearby, Lin Zhi furrowed her brow. This meat could not be stored directly, yet the current conditions were limited. Refrigeration would have to wait until winter, and there was a lack of sufficient salt for curing. It appeared that smoking was her only option. She planned to ask Huzong for help in cutting the meat into smaller pieces when he returned, then suspend the meat on a wooden rack and ignite damp firewood below, allowing the smoke to gradually dry the meat. Sitting at the cave entrance, Lin Zhi gazed at the distant, rolling mountains. The air here was fresh, and the scenery was beautiful, yet fraught with peril. She vividly remembered the winter of her previous life, before she had modern memories. It was bone-chillingly cold, and many beastmen huddled together in the large cave, barely surviving the harsh winter with their beast skins and forms. She knew she had to begin preparing for the winter supplies now. In addition to storing enough food, she needed to collect more beast skins. Perhaps she could attempt to sew the skins into clothing. It would certainly provide more warmth than merely wrapping herself in them. Lin Zhi's thoughts drifted further. This year, she was determined not to endure the winter alongside the tribe's members. She needed to devise alternative methods. She looked down at the charcoal remnants in her hands and recalled the Kong beds of northeast China. First, she would dig a long fire channel, then construct a bed with mud and stones, allowing the warm smoke to circulate beneath. Such a heated bed would surely be warm during winter nights. Additionally, she could excavate a deep pit in one corner of the cave to bury wood, allowing it to slowly burn into charcoal, making it much easier to start fire for warmth when the time came. However, completing these plans alone would be quite challenging. She had attempted to fell trees, but after lifting the stone axe a few times, her arms grew weary. Lin Zhi sighed. In this world, the plight of females was indeed arduous. Unable to be astify, lacking combat capabilities, and even struggling to keep warm, it seemed that their only value lay in reproduction. She traced circles in the dirt with her finger, contemplating her future plans. After leaving the tribe, she would still need to find a male partner. Though reluctant to admit it, surviving alone was undeniably difficult. First, he must be strong and reliable. Second, he should possess a gentle disposition. And ideally, he should be pleasing to the eye. Ah, playing with mud again? A teasing voice suddenly chimed in beside her. Lin Zhi looked up to find Huzong standing next to her, seemingly intrigued by the sweet potato slices drying on the ground and her painstakingly constructed earthen oven. His gaze lingered for a moment on the unevenly sliced sweet potatoes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Lin Zhi brushed the dirt and dust off her beast skin and stood up. Moving to the stone slab to scrutinize the dryness of the sweet potato slices, she gently pinched one with her fingertips. The slice still retained some moisture and felt slightly soft, indicating it was not yet fully dried. Gigi, what were you mumbling about just now? Huzong tilted his head, curiosity sparkling in his amber eyes that, oh, it's nothing. Just means they're not fully dried yet. Lin Zhi replied casually, keeping herself busy to, don't worry. It's fine if it doesn't turn out well. Huzong grinned, his expression tinged with pride. In a few days, I'll go hunting again, and I assure you, you won't go hungry this winter. This promise caused Lin Zhi's movements to falter slightly. She recalled her beast father and beast brothers, who not only neglected to care for her during the frigid winter, but also shared her provisions with Shi Lian. Whenever she sought a morsel to eat, they would merely chide her for being greedy. Yet this beast man before her, with whom she shared no blood ties, was willing to offer her such a promise. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Huzong waved his long fingers in front of her, a playful smirk on his lips. You're staring off into the distance like one of those sluggish chickens in the forest. Nothing. Lin Zhi shot him a glare and turned towards the earthen oven. Deciding to ignore this sharp-tongued fellow, she cautiously squatted before the oven, gently lifting the clay, sealing the gap. A rush of hot air immediately surged forth, prompting her to instinctively turn her head away. Once the heat dissipated somewhat, she leaned in closer. Through the opening, she saw the sweet potato slices inside had turned a tempting golden hue, the air filled with a rich, sweet aroma. She picked up 2 slender wooden sticks she had prepared earlier and skillfully used them like chopsticks to extract the sweet potato slices one by one. Her movements were gentle and meticulous, fearful of crushing these hard-earned morsels, and she carefully placed them on the prepared stone slab. You certainly have a knack for making things, Huzong remarked, arms crossed and eyes fixated on her every action. His tone tinged with amusement. But being so careful, you truly are a female. Lin Zhi chose to ignore him. Focusing intently on examining the quality of the sweet potato slices, she pinched one and tested it. The texture had become firm, retaining a slight elasticity on the surface. Taking a gentle bite, she savored the crispness interlaced with the sweet aroma characteristic of sweet potatoes, although somewhat dry and hard. This coarse texture lent it a satisfying chewiness. Let me have a taste too. Huzong had somehow sidled up next to her, reaching out eagerly. After all, these sweet potatoes are what I helped you find. I should at least get to see how you've turned them into something. Lin Zhi rolled her eyes, but still handed him a slice of sweet potato. Huzong took it, inspecting it like a child encountering something new. Turning it over in his hands, and even bringing it close to his nose to sniff. How long can this be stored? He asked, observing intently, his tone unusually serious that it should last around 50 to 60 days. Lin Zhi estimated, but we'll only know for sure once we test it. After all, the environment here is different. That long? Huzong raised an eyebrow, surprise flashing across his features before he resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Well, I didn't expect this little female to have some skills. His gaze shifted towards the pile of spiky pig meat, still stained with blood. What do you plan to do with this meat? Use your peculiar methods again? I want to try the same method, Lin Zhi replied, her brow slightly furrowed, but I'm not confident it will succeed. After all, meat and sweet potatoes are quite distinct. No matter. Feel free to give it a try, Huzong interjected, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask that I am idly waiting. After all, if that little female can manage to produce it, he would not hesitate to abandon all notions of beastly ethics. Regardless of whether the little female chooses to accompany him or not, he would simply reclaim the tribe. Lin Zhi nodded. Indeed, there were many tasks that required Huzong's assistance, such as felling trees and transporting stones, laborious endeavors. If she could barter her methods of preserving food for his help, it would not be an unwise choice. That evening, Lin Zhi and Huzong sat before the cave. Processing their quarry. Huzong's elongated claws deftly glided over the chunks of meat, slicing the robust beast flesh into evenly sized strips. He cast a glance at Lin Zhi, who was intently observing, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. Given your current state, you seem incapable of even cutting meat. Lin Zhi disregarded his mockery, meticulously arranging the peeled branches. If she could transform into her beast form, she would also be capable of cutting meat in such a manner. She hung the strips of meat one by one, ensuring each was suspended just so. Not too close, yet not too far apart. Husong kindled a fire nearby, adding specially crafted herbs to the flames. As blue smoke curled around them, a rich aroma began to waft through the air. These herbs enhanced the flavor of the meat, Husong remarked nonchalantly. The scent quickly permeated the entire tribe, drawing the attention of the ravenous beastmen, who peeked out, gazing toward the shaman's cave. Some bolder ones were already swallowing nervously in the shadows, their eyes glistening hungrily at the strips of meat being smoked. Meanwhile, at another location within the tribe, Lian, you must help me, Hua wailed, collapsing before Shi Lian, tears and snot streaming down her face. That little wretched beast Lin Zhi pushed me into the river. Shi Lian took a step back in disgust, her brows furrowing at the sight of Hua's snot-smeared face. Hua attempted to nuzzle against her, but was coldly rebuffed. How dare she treat me this way? She clearly holds you in contempt. Hua sobbed, her eyes darting towards the cave behind Shi Lian. With her head bowed, Shi Lian feigned a pitiful demeanor, now that the shaman is protecting her. Even the beastmen cannot do anything about it. Lian, didn't you say you discovered that sweet potato long ago? Hua lifted her tear-streaked face, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. You mentioned you simply hadn't had the chance to inform everyone before Lin Zhi got to it first. Go tell the tribe. I will help you retrieve all the sweet potatoes from Lin Zhi. Shi Lian bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Hua, it won't matter what I say, now that Lin Zhi has the shaman as a witness. No one will believe me. Seeing that Shi Lian could only wail, Hua quickly altered her strategy. Lian, you are the kindest. Could you spare me some food? The chief hasn't returned, and we are on the brink of starvation. There must be food here. Shi Lian's beast brothers always set aside food meant for Lin Zhi for her. Observing Hua rolling around on the ground in a fit, Shi Lian felt a flicker of disgust. She suppressed her discomfort, maintaining a gentle expression. She crouched down and softly said, Hua, please get up, I still have a bit of food. With that, she slowly walked into the depths of the cave, retrieving a few sprouted potatoes from a hidden corner. The potatoes had a greenish hue, with slender shoots emerging from the eyes. Holding the potatoes tenderly, Shi Lian thought that since Linshu and Lindong had consumed such sprouted potatoes without issue, it should be safe. She handed the potatoes to Hua, deliberately allowing her voice to quiver slightly. This is my last bit of food. You may have it all. You are the best, Lian, Hua exclaimed, snatching the potatoes greedily. A glint of avarice flashing in her eyes, and on the third day of the sun, in the center of the square. Zhi, how do we eat this sweet potato? A beastman raised the sweet potato, inquisitively. Yes, please teach us, the others chimed in, surrounding Lin Zhi eagerly. Their eyes glinted with hunger as they fixated on the pile of bright red sweet potatoes behind her. Shi Lian stood at a distance, observing the tribe members who usually fawned over her, now congregating around Lin Zhi, her knuckles turning white from clenching. She bit her lip, resentment flickering in her eyes. If the tribe members were to discover that this fruit was consumed by the prickly pig. Lin Zhi, do not simply forage for wild fruits to compete with Shi Lian for favor. It is reckless, Lindong interjected coldly, a hint of derision in his gaze. And no matter how you compare, you will never surpass Shi Lian. Linshu furrowed his brow. Zhi, it is not too late to speak the truth. How can you casually present a fruit and claim it is edible? What if it is toxic? He stepped closer, his tone reproachful. The tribe has been starving for days, and you dare to offer us food meant for the prickly pig. He shook his head, a look of anguish on his face. He had tasted that fruit. It was earthy and nearly inedible. Without their care, Zhi could only resort to such beastly food. Upon witnessing this, Shi Lian immediately wiped away non-existent tears, speaking softly. Zhi, I understand you wish to prove yourself after seeing my bounty of food. However, she deliberately slowed her speech, each word trembling slightly. Zhi, I saw the prickly pigs gnawing on this fruit yesterday. Her gaze flitted among the tribe members, ensuring each beastman heard her words. A fleeting smile graced her lips, yet her voice remained soft and captivating. You wouldn't want us to become beasts like the prickly pigs, would you? The tribe members exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Observing this, Shi Lian's eyes glimmered with tears, her voice tinged with emotion. I know you want to prove yourself, but she took a deep breath, feigning difficulty in uttering her next sentence. Just because the prickly pig can eat something does not mean we can as well. What if it is toxic? You wouldn't want the tribe to suffer because of your recklessness, would you? Shi Lian lowered her head, her slender shoulders trembling slightly. Zhi, I never imagined you would risk the lives of our kin just to compete with me. She lifted her head, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her voice imbued with sorrow. How could you betray the trust my father and mother placed in you when they rescued you from the wild beasts? As the tribe members began to display expressions of disdain, Shi Lian smirked inwardly. She kept her head bowed, a triumphant curve forming at the corners of her mouth. Even if what she offered were indeed edible, how could these beastmen consume what the prickly pigs ate? Surrounded by glaring eyes, Lin Zhi found herself disheartened. I thought you had improved, Lin Zhi, but it turns out you merely brought us this kind of food. Isn't it just a random fruit you found? Do you really expect us to test for poison? You vile female, you remain unchanged. You can eat it yourself. We refuse to touch it. I would rather starve than consume food fit for the prickly pig. But the fruits we usually eat are also consumed by beasts. As long as they're not toxic, they can fill our stomachs, can't they? A small female said softly. She lived near the shaman's cave and had seen the shaman and Lin Zhi eat such food several times over the past few days. The aroma was enticing, and she had been waiting here since early morning. Her beast father and brothers had gone hunting with the chief, and the food in their cave had long since run out. If they could not find anything to eat today, she and her mother would surely starve. Lin Zhi paid no mind to the beastmen. In any world, there would always be fools who believed whatever they were told. If they refused to eat what beasts consumed, then why would beastmen seek out fruits eaten by wild animals? Unperturbed, she started a fire, burying the sweet potatoes beneath the embers, sitting patiently nearby that if everyone believes my food is inedible. Won't Shi Lian also have to demonstrate how to prepare the potatoes later? Lin Zhi said calmly. Everyone can partake in her offering as well. Lin Zhi cast a glance at Shi Lian, who, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. Lindong observed as Lin Zhi buried the sweet potatoes into the fire, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Who doesn't know that food can only be roasted or boiled? Lin Zhi, if you can't manage it, you should apologize to the tribe early on. We shall forgive you. Lin Zhi refrained from offering further explanations, merely fixing her gaze upon Shi Lian. Linshu frowned. Zhi, stop deceiving everyone. Just apologize to the tribe. Don't wait until the food is toxic or inedible before you confess. Zhi, he has already assisted you this far. The ire of the tribe will be yours to bear. Shi Lian cautiously retrieved several sprouted potatoes, her peripheral vision darting towards the surrounding tribesmen. She deliberately slowed her movements, ensuring that all the beastmen could see her delicately handling the potatoes. She placed a stone pot onto the fire, the flames licking at its base, producing a soft, crackling sound. The surface of the potatoes shimmered with a faint green hue, delicate white sprouts emerging from the eyes. These are what I searched for long and hard. Shi Lian spoke softly, picking up a stone knife to prepare the potatoes. Her hand trembled slightly, feigning a fragile demeanor. Linshu immediately stepped forward, taking the stone knife from her grasp. Lian, do not attempt it. Let me do it. His gaze occasionally flickered towards Lin Zhi, who stood nearby, observing the sprouted potatoes, her brow furrowing increasingly. She strode forward, reaching out to touch the potatoes, just as her fingertips were about to make contact. Lindong forcefully swatted her hand away with a sharp crack. Get away! Lindong glared at Lin Zhi. You wicked creature, are you plotting to cause destruction again? At that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Zhi's mind. After absorbing the information, she stated expressionlessly, these potatoes are toxic. With that, she turned on her heel and strode away, her silhouette resolute. Shi Lian's fingers quivered slightly, but soon regained composure. Linshu and Lindong had previously consumed these potatoes without incident. Lin Zhi must be envious of her, attempting to sabotage her efforts with such words. After all, these potatoes had been her discovery. How could they suddenly become toxic in her possession? Yes, Lin Zhi must be deceiving her. Lowering her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Shi Lian implored. Zhi, how could you slander me like this? I grew up in this tribe. Each tribesman has watched me grow. How could I possibly harm my kin? She caressed the surface of the potatoes, a bitter smile gracing her lips. I understand now. You must be worried your own food will be problematic, hence your attempt to defame me. But, Gigi, why must you treat me this way? Linshu observed Shi Lian's pitiable demeanor and promptly helped her sit beside the fire. He turned to Lin Zhi, disappointment evident in his eyes. Gigi, both Lindong and I have eaten these fruits, and there is nothing wrong with them. It is your fruit. He shook his head, hesitating to conclude. Simply unpalatable. Lian has already endured enough for the tribe. Why must you further slander her? Lin Zhi remained silent, focused intently on stirring the sweet potatoes in the fire, the flames casting an austere glow upon her side profile. For those feigning slumber, any explanation is futile. They will only hear what they wish to hear. The surrounding beastmen, initially hesitant about the potatoes, had their doubts dissipated upon learning that Linshu and Lindong had consumed them without issue. At that moment, Shi Lian added the tribe's remaining pieces of meat to the stone pot, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma that made the tribesmen salivate uncontrollably. Lian, make sure to give me extra later. Lian, you are truly kind. Unlike Lin Zhi, that venomous female, you cannot be compared. Shi Lian shyly smiled, casting a sideways glance at Lin Zhi, her lips curving upwards. Rest assured, I will ensure everyone is well fed. Please do not speak like that. Shi Lian gently gestured. Gigi is actually quite good. She simply has yet to understand certain matters that I apologize on her behalf. Considering her young age, even if the food she prepares turns out to be inedible or truly toxic. Let's not blame her. She cast a seemingly concerned look at Lin Zhi, and do not let her be punished in the cave. Everyone, enjoy my meat soup. Do not consume Gigi's fruits. Lest something goes awry, as she spoke, a glimmer of triumph flickered in her eyes as she glanced at Lin Zhi. The tribespeople nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. Indeed, Lian, you are compassionate. We all heed your words. The females rubbed their hands together, eagerly staring at the bubbling soup in the stone pot. There is no one kinder than you in the tribe. The males approached, showering her with compliments. Shi Lian held a stone bowl, ladling the prepared meat soup for the tribesmen. The rich aroma wafted through the air, and the tribesmen eagerly cradled their bowls, drinking heartily. Meanwhile, over by Lin Zhi, only a sparse few beastmen remained. They had come to her solely because they could not procure any soup. The sweet fragrance of the sweet potatoes lingered in the air, yet none dared to sample them lightly. At that moment, Chao Chiet timidly approached Lin Zhi, fidgeting with her fingers, her eyes brimming with desire. Gigi, I have a taste. Lin Zhi lifted her gaze. Are you not afraid it is toxic? Chao swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on the sweet potatoes, emitting a delightful aroma. I am not afraid. I see you, and Wu consume them daily, so they must be safe, just as Lin Zhi handed a sweet potato to Chao. The delectable scent made her mouth water. She carefully cradled the sweet potato as if it were a precious treasure. This aroma was more enticing than any fruit she had ever tasted. Just then, Lindong suddenly rushed over, swatting the sweet potato from Chao's hands. The potato rolled on the ground, becoming soiled. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi, do not think to harm others. If this fruit is not toxic, why do you not consume it yourself? His voice grew increasingly loud, the veins on his neck bulging. I suspect you are merely having others test it for poison. Have you no beastly conscience left? Today, I will ensure you are locked in the punishment cave. Lin Zhi regarded the enraged Lindong with a calm, cold stare. Was he simply unable to contain his pent-up animalistic instincts after being suppressed for too long? It seemed he had endured considerable hardship in silence. Perhaps he could no longer restrain himself. Just as Lindong raised his fist, preparing to strike Lin Zhi, Husong hurriedly approached, carrying a basket of freshly gathered herbs. Husong's eyes narrowed, and with swift, precise movements, he struck Lindong's neck, causing him to collapse like a lifeless stone. Chao, witnessing this, hurriedly retrieved the fallen sweet potato from the ground, gently peeling away the skin and cautiously tasting a bite. Her eyes instantly sparkled, and she emitted a satisfied, crunching sound. Delicious, truly delicious. Observing this, Lin Zhi offered another piece of sweet potato. Chao accepted it but did not immediately continue eating. Instead, she lowered her head. her tone laced with unease and anticipation. Zhi, may I take this sweet potato home to my mother beast? To take food without offering in return was regarded as shameful in the tribe. Yet her mother beast had not eaten in a long while. If this continued, she might not survive. Lin Zhi understood and nodded, offering Chow several more sweet potatoes. Eat, there is plenty. Chow's eyes shone with gratitude as she accepted the sweet potatoes, devouring them ravenously until she satisfiedly belched. Lin Zhi sat nearby, casually picking up a sweet potato and taking a gentle bite, the sweet flavor blooming in her mouth. She was indeed famished, having been busy all morning without sustenance. Husong sat beside her, leisurely enjoying his sweet potato, a subtle smile gracing his face. The surrounding beastmen, witnessing the trio savoring their meal, with the sweet potatoes still exuding an enticing aroma, exhibited expressions of curiosity and longing. Surely they could not be toxic? Finally, a male beastman who had not yet filled his belly mustered the courage to approach, tentatively inquiring, Lin Zhi, I have a taste? Lin Zhi lifted her head, her gaze calm and resolute. No, you just had the meat soup. Another burly male orc, Ollie, fixated hungrily on the sweet potato in Lin Zhi's hand, his eyes brimming with avarice. Muscles rippling, he threatened, why shouldn't I have a bite? You were raised in the tribe. You ought to contribute. He continued, if you refuse to share, I shall take it by force. Unfazed, Lin Zhi gazed resolutely at the towering Ollie, asserting, this sweet potato cannot be shared with you. Not far off, Shi Lian hid amidst the crowd, a smug smile gracing her lips. Lin Zhi, as foolish as ever, refused to share food with her kin merely to compete with her. How naive she was to think she had changed. It seemed she remained the same. Tomorrow, when she retrieved the sweet potato and distributed it among them, who would remember that Lin Zhi was the first to discover it? All the tribe would recall would be her own generosity. You drank Shi Lian's soup. It's toxic, Lin Zhi coldly remarked, fixing her gaze on the male orc, that if you consume my sweet potato now and the poison takes effect, who shall be accountable? Linshu, standing nearby, furrowed his brow at the scene. Zhi, why not share some of the sweet potato with our kin? You have been nurtured by them since childhood. Such selfishness is unbecoming. While he felt relieved that Lin Zhi had found a non-toxic fruit, he disapproved of her obstinacy, prioritizing her rivalry with Shi Lian over her responsibilities to the tribe. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhi surveyed her fellow tribesmen and raised her voice. Did I not make myself clear? Those who have consumed the soup cannot partake, but those who haven't may have some. Zhi, you claim there's no comparison with Lian, yet Linshu's words were abruptly cut off by Lin Zhi. Fine, you are right. She waved her hand dismissively, turning to those who had not consumed the soup. Those who haven't had the soup, come forth. I shall teach you how to prepare sweet potatoes. The tribesmen who had not tasted the soup gradually gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the sweet potato in Lin Zhi's grasp, some even swallowing in anticipation. Lin Zhi picked up a sharp stone, expertly slicing open the skin of the sweet potato and then forcefully breaking it apart to reveal its golden flesh. She pointed to the inside of the sweet potato, patiently explaining to the orcs, observe, the outer layer is skin while the inside is the flesh, which can be eaten raw or cooked. Roasting it yields the sweetest flavor, while boiling it makes it tender and delightful. As she spoke, she buried the sweet potato in the fire, occasionally turning it to ensure even cooking. The orcs watched in rapt attention, eagerly inquiring where they could find such sweet potatoes. Lin Zhi responded to each query with a gentle tone. Linshu stood at the periphery, observing Lin Zhi's skilled movements and patient explanations, a mixture of emotions flickering in his eyes to eye in her youth. Zhi had always trailed behind him, chattering excitedly about the wild fruits she had discovered, sweetly calling him beast brother. After their mother had disappeared, although Zhi had become timid and fragile, her gaze had always sought him out, no matter where he roamed. Yet now, she seemed transformed into a different beast, more independent, more confident, yet strangely distant, as if she were drifting further away from him. Linshu furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of irritation. He could not comprehend why Lin Zhi could not coexist harmoniously with Shi Lian, both being his beast sisters. Meanwhile, Shi Lian, lurking in the shadows, felt her smile dissipate, replaced by a dark scowl. She glared at Lin Zhi, her nails digging into the animal skin beneath her. Lin Zhi's transformation unsettled her. She had never witnessed Lin Zhi standing among the orcs, basking in their admiration and sharing her culinary knowledge. That position should have belonged to her. Shi Lian felt her standing threatened. With a swift motion, she poured the remaining soup into a stone bowl and approached Linshu. "Beast brother, please have some soup. You've worked hard all morning," she said softly, an expression of feigned vulnerability on her face. She extended the stone bowl towards Linshu, her eyes brimming with concern. Linshu turned to face Shi Lian, noting her haggard appearance. A surge of sympathy swelling within him, but he nodded and accepted the bowl, the savory aroma wafting towards him. How could this possibly be toxic? He mused, Lian truly cares for me, unlike Shi Ji, who, having food, fails to share even a morsel. It seemed Lin Zhi had indeed forgotten his past kindness towards her, taking a sip of the soup. He asked, "Is there more? Save a bowl for Ji. She must be weary too." Though Linshu harbored some dissatisfaction towards Lin Zhi, she remained his sister, deserving of concern. Upon hearing this, Shi Lian's eyes flashed with displeasure, quickly masked by her facade. Biting her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she replied, "Beast brother, there were too many tribe members earlier. All has been consumed. You wouldn't blame me for not saving any for Gigi, would you? This bowl was specially reserved for you. I didn't partake." Her voice trembled with an air of indignation, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. Lin Zhi, she hasn't eaten. She will surely starve." Linshu's guilt deepened at her words that he handed the bowl back, saying, "You eat it, Lian. I shall venture outside the tribe shortly to see if there are any small creatures to hunt. Once Beast Father returns, all shall be well." Shi Lian accepted the bowl, gulping down the soup in one go. Then turning to head toward the cave point one day, she would usurp Lin Zhi's position in their hearts. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the orcs that the male orc who had consumed the soup clutched his abdomen, retching painfully, followed by a wave of others succumbing to the same fate. Linshu watched as the tribe members turned pale. Clutching their stomachs in agony, on the verge of fainting, he shouted, "Shaman! Husong, come quickly and see what ails them." Husong emerged slowly from behind the throng, his narrow fox-like eyes squinting, seemingly unfazed by the chaos before him. He approached the most afflicted orc, using a slender twig to poke at the vomit on the ground, bringing it closer to his nose for inspection, his brow furrowed involuntarily at the foul stench, tinged with a hint of decay, which made him feel nauseous. Among the vomit lay several chunks of undigested potatoes mixed with a large amount of uneaten meat, exuding a repugnant odor. Husong set down the twig and stated flatly, "They have consumed something toxic." Shi Lian's heart raced at his words. Instinctively, she looked toward Lin Zhi, her gaze filled with terror and malice. "Impossible. Lin Zhi must have colluded with Husong in advance to frame me." Yet, Linshu and Lindong had also consumed the soup. Why were they unharmed? And where was Hua? Yes, Hua. Shi Lian suddenly recalled that Hua always stayed close to her. Why was she absent today? If Hua were unharmed, then the soup must be fine, and everything was merely Lin Zhi's scheme to ruin her. "Shaman, could you be mistaken? How could there be poison? My beast brothers and I drank the soup, and we are fine." Shi Lian's voice quivered as she attempted to defend herself. "Help! Help! My little female cub, Hua, began vomiting yesterday and hasn't stopped." A piercing scream shattered the tumult as Hua's mother stumbled out of the cave. She had just fed Hua another bowl of soup, believing her daughter was merely hungry, only to find the situation had worsened. Hua's mother, tears streaming down her face, cried hoarsely. "Hua began vomiting yesterday, but it wasn't this severe. She merely lacked energy to rise from her bed. I thought she was just hungry, but I never expected it to escalate to this. Shaman, I beg you, save my Hua. She is my only little female cub. I will give you anything you desire. Just please save her." She raised her head abruptly, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at Shi Lian, screaming, "It must be Shi Lian's doing. For days, Hua has only consumed the potatoes and soup she provided. I warned you, don't get too close to that Lian. She is clearly not to be trusted." Hua's mother cried, trembling as she pointed an accusing finger at Shi Lian. Her eyes filled with rage and despair. Shi Lian, fingered by Hua's mother, turned pale as a ghost. Trembling uncontrollably, she opened her mouth to explain but found herself unable to utter a single word. Instinctively, she took a step back, seeking to escape, only to find herself surrounded by the enraged orcs. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't harm Hua. It must be Lin Zhi. It was her who found the potato. She sought to ruin me. Shi Lian screamed hoarsely, desperately attempting to shift all the blame onto Lin Zhi. She understood that if she confessed to poisoning, not only would she be expelled from the tribe, but she might also be torn apart by the enraged beastmen. What nonsense are you spouting? Hua's mother, consumed by fury, glared with bloodshot eyes, pointing an accusatory finger at Shi Lian. You dare to claim in front of the entire clan that you found the potatoes, and even for Zhi to apologize to you. And now you wish to deceive us. As she spoke, she raised her hand, intending to slap Shi Lian fiercely, only to be intercepted by Linshu. Furrowing his brows, his voice low and somber, he cautioned, "Hold on, we haven't clarified the situation yet. Look, only a few beastmen are vomiting. The others who ate it are fine that it could be due to other reasons." Upon hearing this, Shi Lian seized upon it like a lifeline, her face contorted in despair, tears and snot smearing her visage. "Oh, brother beast, if this potato were truly poisonous, how could the others be unharmed? They must have eaten something else themselves. It has nothing to do with me. I really did not poison anyone." Lin Zhi, observing Shi Lian's pitiful demeanor, felt a surge of revulsion and tugged at Hu Xiong's arm. "Hu Xiong, ignore her, that we must check on Hua first. Her condition is the most critical." Hu Xiong nodded gravely and followed Hua's mother into the cave. The few remaining beastmen who were still retching struggled to rise, unsteadily trailing behind. Inside the cave, Hua lay weakly on a hide, continuing to vomit uncontrollably. Hua's mother held her close, gently patting her back while weeping helplessly. Hu Xiong examined Hua's condition and inquired about what she had consumed over the past 2 days. Like that moment, a commotion erupted outside the cave as a small female rushed out. Clutching her stomach, her face pale as a ghost, bending over to retch, expelling undigested broth, the beastmen, who had previously harbored a modicum of doubt towards Shi Lian, now directed their hostile glares at her. Panic-stricken, Shi Lian found herself encircled by the beastmen, feeling the heat of their wrath wash over her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, her legs wobbling as if they might give way. Grabbing Linshu's arm, she wept inconsolably, stumbling over her words. "Brother Beast, I am sorry for Zhi. Last time, it was Zhi who found the potato first. I was just afraid you would care only for Zhi and neglect me, so I spoke up first. I truly did not mean to harm anyone." As she wept, she covertly gauged Lin Zhi's reaction, only to find her standing expressionless among the crowd, her gaze icy, which sent Shi Lian further into a panic. Suddenly, she raised her head and, in a tone bordering on desperation, cried out, "Lin Zhi, do not forget, it was you who brought me to find this potato. I merely spoke up first. It is you. You are the one who has harmed everyone." Linshu's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. "Lian, did you not tell me yourself that you found this fruit? Why now claim it was Zhi?" He suddenly recalled how Zhi had previously pleaded with him, insisting that the fruit was indeed her find and begging that she not be confined to the punishment cave. That moment, he had unhesitatingly believed Shi Lian. The thought of that dark, foodless place, devoid of warmth, gripped Linshu's heart like an invisible hand, sending waves of pain through. And no wonder Zhi had seemed like a different beast lately, no longer trailing behind him, but gazing at him with unfamiliar eyes. It turned out all of this was his fault. He had wronged Zhi. Shi Lian noticed the guilt etched on Linshu's face. She realized her standing in his eyes had diminished significantly, yet the pressing matter at hand was to ensure the tribe did not attribute the poisoning to her. Even if her deception of taking credit for Zhi's discovery was revealed, as long as she could shift all blame onto Zhi, she would emerge unscathed. Taking a deep breath, Shi Lian's eyes reddened quickly, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. She choked on her sobs, her voice trembling as if she had suffered a profound injustice. "Brothers Beast, it is all my fault. I am to blame. My beast father and mother were slain by the nomadic beast while trying to save Ji. I am merely an outsider. I fear that everyone will only care for Ji and forget me. So, when I saw Ji find new food, I sought your recognition, which is why I claimed it as my own, but I truly never intended to harm anyone. Yes, she wept. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand, her shoulders shaking violently, appearing utterly wretched. Brother's beast, I genuinely wish to be your sister. I beg you, please do not abandon me. Even if you must punish me, confining me to the punishment cave is fine. As long as you still acknowledge me as your sister, I'll be content that I truly have no family left. You are all I have. Linshu gazed at the tearful Shi Lian, his heart aching as he pulled her into his embrace, softly reassuring her, never will we abandon you. Lian, you will always be her sister. He gently patted her back. Lian no longer had her father and mother beasts, but Ji still had them. As Linshu's gaze fell upon Ji, who was patiently teaching other beastmen to roast sweet potatoes not far away. His expression grew complex that on one side stood the weeping, helpless Shi Lian in need of his protection. On the other, Ji assisting the tribe and receiving their gratitude. The scales within Linshu's heart began to tip slowly, and he instinctively tightened his embrace around Shi Lian. Ji, this is all you owe Shi Lian. She has lost her father and mother and cannot be cast out of the tribe again. Linshu leaned down, drawing close to Shi Lian's ear, his voice low and imbued with an unprecedented gentleness, laced with a hint of threat. Lian, we will overlook this incident, but you must promise never to act in such a manner again. Otherwise, I will not come to your aid next time. Shi Lian lifted her head to meet Linshu's gaze, her eyes brimming with grievance and dependence. She nodded pitifully, choking out, Brother Beast, I swear to the Beast God that if I ever do such a thing again, let me lose you all and become a solitary beast. As she spoke, she clutched Linshu's arm tightly, as if he were her sole support. From Linshu's perspective, Shi Lian bowed her head, yet a smirk of triumph slowly crept across her lips. Lin Zhi would never surpass her, as long as she kept the truth of that day hidden. These fools would forever believe that Lin Zhi was saved by her father and mother beasts, thereby rendering Lin Zhi eternally indebted to her. Will Hua survive? Hua's mother inquired, her tone tinged with urgency. Hu Xiong carefully crushed the herbs he had brought and placed them into a stone pot to brew. He ladled the concocted potion into a rough stone bowl and handed it to Hua's mother, solemnly instructing, quickly give this to her. It should suffice. Hu Xiong glanced back at the beastmen still retching behind him, sighing in exasperation. Did not Lin Zhi say it was poisonous? Why did they still eat it? They should learn their lesson. Rubbing his aching temples, he declared, All right, everyone leave that go to the square. I will prepare some medicine for you. Upon returning to the square, Hu Xiong found Linshu anxiously standing there, watching as several more beastmen succumbed to vomiting. His brow furrowed deeply as he approached, a hint of reproach in his tone. Shaman, what is going on? Why are the tribe members still unwell? Hu Xiong raised an eyebrow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze that I cannot save them. Whoever poisoned them should be the one to remedy the situation. Suddenly, a beastman recalled that Linshu had assisted Shi Lian in making a pot of soup earlier, and their expressions grew even darker. Several strong male beastmen let out furious roars, stepping forward threateningly, baring their sharp fangs with fierce glares. Step aside, or we will tear you to shreds. What a pathetic young clan leader. I see you have colluded with Shi Lian to poison us. Their fur bristled, as if ready to pounce and rend Linshu apart. Linshu stumbled backward repeatedly. Shi Lian dashed in front of Linshu, arms outstretched, shielding him to do not come any closer. What are you planning? At this moment, she yearned desperately to flee. Yet Shi Lian was acutely aware that if Linshu were to be assailed by these wrathful tribesmen, she would lose her soul sanctuary, and all the fury would inevitably be directed towards her. Everyone, please remain calm. This fruit, it was Ji who led us to it. It has absolutely nothing to do with Linshu and me. Shi Lian's voice trembled with a hint of tears, striving to present an image of innocence and vulnerability. If blame is to be placed, let it be on Ji. Linshu stood behind Shi Lian, feeling the faint semblance of safety she provided, yet his gaze shifted to the distant Lin Zhi, who observed the scene with a cold detachment. Stirring within him a tumult of complex emotions, Lin Zhi stood there silently, her eyes icy, the corners of her mouth curling into a faintly mocking smile, as if she were an audience to a tragic play. Why? Why did Gigi not come to his aid? Did she truly not care for him? Even if he would be harmed by these tribesmen, or torn to shreds, would she remain indifferent? Linshu's heart ached fiercely. Gigi, why had she become so callous? Did she truly lack any semblance of compassion? Was it not you who discovered this fruit? Every beastman in the tribe knew you were the first to find it. Lin Zhi's voice was as frigid as ice, piercing directly towards Linshu and Shi Lian. She approached step by step, as though intent on unraveling their facade. Beast brother, are you not the one most aware of who found this fruit? She turned to Linshu, her gaze imbued with disappointment and sorrow. The surrounding beastmen's eyes darted between Lin Zhi, Linshu, and Shi Lian, their young and females writhing in agony from the poisonous fruit, some already teetering on the brink of death. They needed to uncover who had brought this calamity upon them. Linshu, speak. Who is responsible? A burly male beastman roared, baring his sharp fangs as he advanced menacingly towards Linshu. Behind him, others echoed low growls. The atmosphere thick with tension and danger. Linshu lowered his head. Unable to meet the seething gazes directed at him, he understood that if he uttered the truth, Shi Lian would be expelled from the tribe. Perhaps even face far graver punishments. Shi Lian was so fragile, so in need of him. Without the tribe, she would scarcely survive. As for Gigi, she had grown up within the tribe, watched by all. Surely they would not turn against her. Linshu's head drooped lower, nearly touching his chest, his lips pressed tightly together in silence. Lin Zhi observed Linshu's reaction, her heart pierced by pain. How could she not comprehend his thoughts? He knew the truth, but chose to remain silent, hoping she would bear the weight of all the blame. She had once believed that exposing Shi Lian's deceit would draw Linshu to her side, yet now it seemed all was but a figment of her imagination. Whoever poisoned them, I trust Linshu will provide the tribe with an explanation. Will he not? Lin Zhi's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority as she fixed her gaze upon Linshu, awaiting his response. Gigi, you... Linshu opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Whoever did it, is not that the one who poisoned them? Huksong's voice shattered the stalemate as he stepped before the beastmen. Speaking in a grave tone, enough of the noise, take the medicine first. Your future tribe leader will provide an explanation. That he paused, casting a meaningful glance at Linshu, then continued. As for you all, simply remember who made the stew, who produced the fruit, and you shall know who is responsible for the poison. As beastmen, do not be so foolish as to be led by the nose. Indeed, we shall heed the shaman. The beastmen collectively affirmed, their trust in the shaman reaching its zenith, for the lives of their young and females rested in his hands. Huksong nodded in satisfaction, distributing the prepared herbs to the beastmen, then turned to Linshu, his tone flat yet laced with pressure. Future tribe leader, what say you? Seeing Linshu bow his head, Shi Lian's heart fluttered with anxiety. She fixed her gaze on him, yearning for him to shift all blame onto Lin Zhi. Yet with Huksong present, Linshu dared not overstep. He merely offered vague reassurances, failing to provide Huksong with a definitive answer. Meanwhile, Lindong lay on the ground, still unconscious, leaving Shi Lian feeling isolated and helpless, dread creeping through her heart like tendrils of ivy. Beast brother, I cannot be without you. Shi Lian's voice quivered, her gaze imploring as it bore the weight of desperation, nearly bringing her to tears. After a moment of silence, Linshu ultimately chose to side with Shi Lian. She could not be without them. Dear tribesmen, the fault lies with me. It is I who failed to keep watch over Lian and Gigi. This potato was indeed discovered by Lin Zhi, but the stew was prepared by Lian and me. Shi Lian exhaled a subtle sigh of relief. Though Linshu did not fully acquiesce to her desires, he at least included Lin Zhi, thus diffusing some of the tribesmen's ire. She discreetly observed the tribesmen's reactions, her heart racing. Lin Zhi gazed at Linshu, feeling an icy chill within her. She had once harbored a flicker of hope that Linshu would recognize Shi Lian's true nature and stand by her side. even if just once. But it now appeared Linshu's heart had entirely shifted toward Shi Lian, willing to sacrifice himself to absolve her, even implicating Lin Zhi in the process. A profound sense of disappointment and powerlessness washed over her. An indescribable grievance swelling within. She began to question whether her childhood memories had been distorted. Perhaps she was the one without parents, and Shi Lian was the true sister of their kin. For how else could Linshu exhibit such favoritism? What does this have to do with Zhi? One beastman grumbled discontentedly. Isn't it true that this potato was initially discovered by Shi Lian? Has she been deceiving us from the start? Another beastman echoed. Raising doubts, Linshu, you truly are biased. Is not Zhi your own sister? Is this treatment fair to her? The clamor of discontent among the tribesmen grew louder, and Linshu's head sank lower, unable to meet Lin Zhi's gaze or confront the accusations of his people. Shi Lian's complexion turned ashen. She had not anticipated such fervor from the tribesmen, especially after Linshu had already provided an explanation. Why did they still doubt? Why did they direct their ire towards her? It was Lin Zhi who had discovered the potato. Why should she bear the burden of responsibility? I will provide each of you with 5 game animals as an apology from Shi Lian and Zhi. Linshu's voice was low and hoarse as he raised his head, surveying the furious tribesmen. Ultimately fixing his gaze upon Lin, he approached her, attempting to grasp her hand, yet she sidestepped, unwilling to behold Linshu's hypocritical visage or listen to his grandiloquent justifications. Zhi, you will understand my intentions. Linshu's voice bore a note of pleading. Shi Lian's parents sacrificed themselves to save you from the rogue beasts. This is what you owe her. He paused, continuing, I merely wish for you to reconcile. As I have. When one errs, the entire family must bear the consequences and assist in rectifying the mistake. Lin Zhi opened her mouth, wanting to retort, yet swallowed her words. She gazed at Linshu, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. Had the beasts not evolved with the capacity for reason? Was this truly the language of humanity? Linshu gazed at Lin Zhi's resolute figure as she departed, his hands falling limply by his sides. A flicker of barely perceptible anguish and helplessness flashing in his eyes. He parted his lips, intending to call out to her, yet ultimately remained silent. It is all right. When Zhi matures, she will come to understand the depths of my concerns. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within, and transformed once more into a robust, silver-white wolf, gingerly picking up the still unconscious Lindong and trudging heavily out of the tribe, step by step. Shi Lian stood alone, confronted by the furious and disdainful gazes of her kin, her body trembling involuntarily. She dared not linger for another second, frantically casting a glance around, resembling a frightened little beast, and fled back to the cave. Inside the Wu Mountain cave, Lin Zhi struggled to contain the rising bitterness and grievance within her, striving to maintain her composure. She wished to forget Linshu's face, which now seemed so foreign to her, and did not wish to dwell on the words that had chilled her heart. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that the most pressing matter was to plan for her own future. She circled around the cave of Wu and Husong, carefully seeking a suitable dwelling. Every night, Husong would venture elsewhere to sleep, and she had monopolized this space for quite some time. Her illness had long since healed, and there was no longer any reason to remain there. However, the nearby caves were either occupied by other beastmen or were too cramped and damp, utterly unfit for habitation. Lin Zhi had contemplated constructing a wooden house herself, but considering she would soon be leaving the tribe in spring, building now seemed impractical. By chance, she wandered to the vicinity of the punishment cave at the edge of the tribe. This place was backed by towering cliffs with insurmountable stone walls, appearing particularly desolate, yet precisely for this reason, almost devoid of any wild beasts nearby. Unfortunately, the punishment cave was cold and damp, with water seeping through the rocky walls, clearly unsuitable for long-term residency. Nevertheless, this was the best location Lin Zhi could find at present. She secretly calculated that perhaps she could seek Husong's assistance in excavating a new cave nearby, offering the herbs she had gathered in exchange. The thought of Husong brought a glimmer of gratitude to Lin Zhi's face. He was indeed a diligent shaman, passionate about the study of witchcraft, who ventured out daily to gather herbs. his cave filled with various plants she had never encountered before. Without the aid of the system, they would have merely seemed a collection of useless weeds to her. She believed that if she could find some rare herbs, Husong would surely be willing to help her. Resolved, Lin Zhi turned and approached the entrance of Husong's cave. Cautiously, she removed the cured meat hanging at the cave's mouth. The meat, having undergone a special smoking process, had become exceedingly dry, imbued with a faint herbal aroma and the refreshing scent of wood. If stored properly, this smoked meat would suffice to sustain her through the entire frigid winter. Lin Zhi meticulously inspected each piece of smoked meat, ensuring they were all intact. She discovered several sturdy vines and deftly wove them into a tightly knitted net bag. The dried sweet potatoes, freshly roasted yesterday, exuded an enticing sweetness, which Lin Zhi carefully placed into the vine net, filling it halfway. She sighed, realizing that this meager supply of sweet potatoes combined with the previously smoked meat was far from sufficient to last through the winter. The winter was long and cold, food scarce, making it difficult for even beastmen to endure the torment of hunger. Moreover, immediately following winter was the equally food-deprived spring, during which the tribe's beastmen often battled ferocious wild beasts on empty stomachs. Suffering heavy casualties, she needed to prepare for the worst. In addition to provisions for the 5 months of winter, she ought to stockpile at least 2 or even 3 months' worth of food to survive the spring. Besides food, she also required warm animal skins, firewood for warmth, and essential herbs. Contemplating this, Lin Zhi felt the weight of her responsibilities grow heavier, a strong sense of urgency swelling within her. She divided the smoked meat into 2 portions, placing one in another vine net while reserving the other for Husong. Lin Zhi silently estimated that a small pig would suffice for 2 days to endure the entire winter and spring. She would need around 100 prey, in addition to a substantial amount of sweet potatoes and other storable food. Just as Lin Zhi was pondering how to procure more food, Husong returned. Humming a cheerful tune, his steps were light, a hint of barely concealed joy gracing his face. Spotting Lin Zhi immersed in her tasks, the corners of his mouth lifted further. "Ah, industrious little bee. What are you up to?" He paused, then inquired, "What shall we eat later? I have worked tirelessly for you all afternoon. How do you plan to repay me?" Lin Zhi lifted her gaze, meeting Husong's beaming countenance, and her previously heavy heart lightened somewhat. She gestured towards the food in the vine net. "Later, we will pan-fry the smoked meat with stones and pair it with roasted sweet potatoes." "Sounds good. I shall eagerly await it," Husong replied. Contemplating the beastmen he had encountered that day, he had successfully eliminated many from consideration, drawing closer to finding the one he sought, and inching nearer to the day he could return to his own tribe. Furthermore, the beastmen of this tribe had begun to acknowledge his identity as a shaman, signifying that his influence here was growing, making future endeavors more convenient. "Oh, by the way," Husong suddenly recalled, "your beast father is the tribe's chief, right? He has returned with the hunting party. Do you wish to go see him?" Lin Zhi's hand trembled sharply, her expression shifting slightly, and she gently shook her head. "I in one of the tribe's caves." Shi Lian's keen eyes spotted Lin Tian's tall figure appearing at the entrance, and she immediately broke into a joyful expression, darting forward like a jubilant little bird. "Beast father, you have finally returned." Shi Lian's voice carried a hint of worry as she affectionately linked her arm with Lin Tian's, tilting her head up to reveal her big, watery eyes filled with concern. "We have missed you dearly. Did you encounter any dangers while you were away? Were you able to catch any prey?" Lin Tian wore a gentle smile, reaching out to ruffle Shi Lian's soft hair. However, his gaze drifted past her, surveying the interior of the cave, his tone laced with a touch of confusion. "Yes, I am well. By the way, where are your other 2 beast brothers? And Lin Zhi, why is she not here? Is she still in the punishment cave?" At this, Shi Lian lowered her head, appearing hesitant to speak. "Beast father, Zhi is with the shaman, and my beast brothers, they went hunting outside to compensate for the poison tribesmen." "What?" Lin Tian's expression darkened, his tone growing serious. "What happened? Why is Lin Zhi with the shaman? Is she sick? And what compelled Linshu and Lindong to hunt for compensation? What on earth transpired in the tribe?" Upon his return, the warmth and reverence with which the tribe's members had previously regarded him had noticeably diminished. "Beast father, It is my fault. I owe an apology to Gigi. Shi Lian choked, her shoulders quaking slightly, looking utterly aggrieved. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. Do not blame Ji. Lin Tian found himself even more perplexed by Shi Lian's unexpected outburst of tears. He furrowed his brow, his memories still lingering on the argument between Lin Zhi and Shi Lian prior to his departure, when Lin Zhi had sought to claim credit for discovering the potatoes. How could it now appear, from Shi Lian's words, that she felt guilty towards Lin Zhi? Had Lin Zhi bullied Shi Lian again? Please, do not cry. Speak slowly. What exactly transpired? Lin Tian urged patiently. Through her sobs, Shi Lian managed to explain in fragmented sentences. Beast father, I truly acted for the good of the tribe. That day I saw Ji find the potatoes first, but she did not inform the tribe. I thought she did not wish to share the food with everyone, so I hastily told everyone and even cooked the potatoes for them to eat. I did not anticipate that the potatoes Ji found would be poisonous. As she reached this point, Shi Lian's tears flowed more freely, her eyes pleadingly searching Lin Tian's face. Now the tribesmen are all poisoned, and they blame me and my beast brothers. What am I to do? Beast father, it is all my fault. Shi Lian cried as she threw herself into Lin Tian's embrace, her petite frame trembling, evoking a sense of pity. Lin Tian gently patted Shi Lian's back, but his gaze grew profound as he scrutinized her. The flicker of doubt coursed through his mind. Ever since Lin Zhi's mother, his mate, had vanished, many unfortunate events had indeed transpired within the tribe. Following the disappearance of that female, her other mates had ventured out in search of her and never returned, leaving only Lin Zhi and her two beast brothers behind, with Lin Zhi becoming a constant source of concern for him. I understand. I shall provide an explanation to the tribe. Please, do not cry any longer. Lin Tian's tone was somber, a hint of inexplicable emotion flashing in his eyes. He gently pushed Shi Lian away, his voice softening. Go to the square and collect the beast meat shortly. You have endured much during this time. Observing Shi Lian nod obediently, his gaze regained its sharpness. Indeed, this matter was inextricably linked to Lin Zhi. It appeared that Lin Zhi, much like her mother, had an affinity for creating chaos, having inherited the restless spirit of her mother. A true troublemaker. He clenched his fists. It was time to discipline this disobedient female cub properly. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhi had even misled Shi Lian this time, nearly jeopardizing the entire tribe. Yet he had no time to dwell on these matters. The most pressing concern was how to ensure sufficient food storage for the tribe to survive the winter. The recent hunting party had returned with a pitifully small haul, 3 large prey and 10 medium-sized ones. Barely enough sustenance for a tribe of over 200 for 3 to 4 days. With the local game dwindling this year, the tribe's demise seemed almost inevitable without new food sources. Before that female's disappearance, her mates would always lead the hunting team back brimming with spoils. Now, those males had left the tribe in search of her, and Lin Tian attributed all of this misfortune to Lin Zhi. Were it not for her, that female would not have disappeared, nor would the tribe's strength have diminished to such a degree. After Lin Tian departed, Shi Lian remained alone in the cave, understanding that she must swiftly restore her image in the eyes of the tribe. The best way to achieve this was to find new food for her kin. Once Lin Zhi returned, she would keep a close watch on her, ensuring that she would be the first to inform the tribe of any food discoveries. The long, resonant sound of a horn echoed throughout the tribe. Compelling Lin Zhi to emerge from the shaman's cave, she turned to Huso and inquired, Huso, may I leave the food here for now? I will come back to retrieve it once I find a new cave. Huso nodded and followed Lin Zhi outside. Albeit in a different direction, in the heart of the tribe, the villagers had already formed a long queue, awaiting their share of the food as the tribe leader. Lin Tian meticulously divided the prey into large, medium, and small portions. The small portions for the cubs and elder beastmen, the medium for the females, and the large portions for the males who had hunted and their families. Skillfully wielding his stone knife, he cut the beast meat into evenly sized pieces, neatly placing them on the prepared large stone slabs. Some beastmen stepped forward to assist, transporting the divided meat to various areas for the tribe members to collect. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, mingled with the hushed voices of the villagers filled with anticipation. Once the meat distribution concluded, Shi Lian received a portion significantly larger than that of the other females, even exceeding the sizes allocated to some male beastmen. Brimming with pride, she approached Lin Zhi and waved the meat in a boastful manner. Zhi, let us eat together later. This was specially reserved for me by Beast Father. A triumphant smile adorned her face. Lin Zhi regarded the oversized piece of meat in Shi Lian's hands with an unflinching calmness, her heart undisturbed. Since her mother's disappearance, Lin Tian's demeanor toward her had undergone a drastic transformation. Such occurrences had transpired countless times before, and she had long grown accustomed to it. Her beloved Beast Father might have redistributed her rightful portion to Shi Lian in the past. She might have felt disappointment, sadness, or even looked at Shi Lian with envy. But now, she was no longer the same. She still had plenty of jerky stored in the shaman's cave, more than enough for a hearty meal. When it was Lin Zhi's turn, Lin Tian did not pick up a piece of meat from the stone slab to hand to her as he had for the other tribe members. His hands were empty as he looked at Lin Zhi, his tone cold. Lin Zhi, you just emerged from the shaman's cave today. Now that you're well, there's no need to trouble the shaman any further. Beast Father, where is my meat? Lin Zhi gazed at Lin Tian's empty hands, her heart sinking as she comprehended his lack of intention to distribute meat to her. Did he truly not wish to give her even a morsel? Meat that is reserved for those who contribute to the tribe. Lin Tian replied with a hint of derision. And you, having caused harm to the tribe, certainly do not deserve any of this meat. He paused, his tone softening slightly but still laced with condescension. Of course you are my cub. I could share my meat with you. But remember, you must acknowledge who provided it. Without me, you would have perished from hunger long. 8G that moment, Shi Lian approached, linking her arm with Lin Zhi's, intending to lead her away while casting a charming smile at Lin Tian. Come on, Zhi, let us go roast this meat together. I will share a portion of mine with you. Her voice was gentle, yet it carried an undercurrent of subtle pride and self-satisfaction. Lin Zhi abruptly shook off Shi Lian's hand, her gaze resolute. The item that rightfully belonged to her must be claimed, unless she was no longer a member of this tribe. She met Lin Tian's gaze directly, her voice calm, yet tinged with challenge. Tribe leader, what harmful deeds have I committed against the tribe? Those sweet potatoes were discovered by Shi Lian, and she prepared them for the tribe. What is my connection to this matter? Am I not a member of this tribe? Why should I not receive this meat? Did I not participate in the tribe's gathering team? Lin Zhi's voice resonated clearly in the relatively quiet meat distribution area. Lin Tian's hand, poised to distribute meat to other beastmen, halted abruptly, causing the pieces on the stone slab to tremble slightly. His feral gaze fixated on Lin Zhi, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. The typically docile and even weak Lin Zhi had dared to openly defy him today. A surge of anger roiled within his chest. Yet he struggled to maintain the dignity befitting a tribe leader. The tribe's food was already scarce. What was wrong with him conserving a little more? He hadn't denied her food entirely. She was merely sharing it with Shi Lian. What was the issue? Lin Zhi was becoming increasingly ungrateful. The contempt in his gaze toward her deepened. Indeed, she was the child of that female, forever self-centered. You are most aware of whether your actions are harmful. Lin Tian's voice turned icy, carrying a note of warning. Do not think to play any tricks before me. He slammed the stone slab down heavily, releasing a dull thud to vent his frustration. I have watched you grow since childhood. How could I not know your true nature? Lin Tian stepped closer, his towering figure casting a shadow over Lin Zhi, attempting to intimidate her with his presence. Do you not think I am unaware of your intentions? Today, you will either eat with Shi Lian or not at all. Lin Tian's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Once you are able to make a genuine contribution to the tribe, I shall naturally provide you with meat. Chao Kai, standing behind Lin Zhi, looked puzzled. According to the tribe's customs, females were not required to hunt. The males were responsible for bringing back food for distribution, especially for a female like Lin Zhi, who had discovered new food deserving of additional rewards. However, the tribe leader Lin Tian had yet to allocate any meat to Lin Zhi, leaving her feeling confused and anxious. Tribe leader Zhi informed us today about a type of edible fruit, sweet potato, and it is quite delicious. Chao Kai summoned her courage to speak, pointing at the sweet potato in Lin Zhi's hand, then turning to the other tribe members. According to the tribe's rules, not only should you distribute food to Zhi, but you must also give her a substantial amount, at least more than what Shi Lian received. The surrounding beastmen nodded in agreement, voicing their support. Yes, yes, tribe leader. Lin Zhi even shared the sweet potatoes with us. They were delightful. Upon hearing the villagers' discussions, Lin Tian's expression darkened. Lin Zhi's calm demeanor felt foreign to him. She had shed her former fearfulness and meekness. She discovered new food, yet failed to inform him immediately, provoking discomfort within him. Since there were tribe members advocating for her, what would it matter if he allocated her a piece of meat? With a cold grunt, he unwillingly tossed a modestly sized beast's leg to Lin Zhi. Remember to continue contributing to the tribe. Lin Zhi, from now on, let your food be apportioned according to the new provisions you discover, he declared, his tone laced with a subtle threat. Should Lin Zhi fail to procure new sustenance, she could forget any hope of the tribe's protection. Lin Zhi accepted the beast's leg in silence and retreated to a fire pit at the far edge of the gathering. Skillfully, she used a stone knife to carve a portion of the meat, skewering it on a branch and placing it over the flames to roast slowly. The flickering flames cast a warm glow upon her serene countenance. You needn't be so frugal, Shi Lian remarked with a disingenuous smile. Once you've finished, simply ask Beastfather for more. He is most generous. Pausing, she added, feigning nonchalance. Oh, by the way, Beastfather has instructed you not to stay with the shaman anymore. You must return. Honestly, how could you be so thoughtless? You are not yet of age. How can you be living with a male? Shi Lian, seeing Lin Zhi's indifference, continued with a tone steeped in sarcasm. Fortunately for you, the shaman is kind, and our tribe's members are benevolent. Otherwise, they might label you as shameless. Ha ha ha! Lin's eyes darkened as she abruptly raised the burning torch from the fire, pointing it directly at Shi Lian's face. Get away to another place. Shi Lian trembled at the advancing torch, fear evident in her voice. Why you dare? The flames danced in Shi Lian's eyes, growing ever closer, until she could no longer withstand her terror, letting out a shriek as she scrambled away in disarray. Well, who would have thought you had such claws? Hu Song strolled over, effortlessly carrying a massive beast. Lin Zhi returned the torch to the fire, turning the meat as she calmly inquired, Did you catch this beast? Hu Song raised an eyebrow. What else would it be? Did you think it simply ran into me? He hefted the beast heavily onto the ground and raised his chin. I'll help you turn this into smoked meat. I'll share half with you. What do you say? Lin Zhi couldn't possibly refuse such a generous offer. Knowing Hu Song's exceptional hunting skills meant this beast could sustain her for several days. Moreover, she had not seen Hu Song collect meat earlier. He must have gone out to hunt for himself. Curiosity piqued. She smiled sincerely. Of course. I would be delighted. Hey, it's the first time I've seen you smile, Hu Song teased, his tone thick with jest. I can't believe I've been outshone by a beast. Lin Zhi, I have truly seen your true colors. Lin Zhi retorted with a smile. You only just realized. Before Hu Song could respond, Shi Lian approached with Lin Tian. Lin Tian observed Lin Zhi laughing amiably with Hu Song, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Before his departure, no beast had shown her any kindness, and yet here she was, conversing joyfully with the new shaman of the tribe. Shi Lian lingered behind Lin Tian, her eyes slightly red, shoulders trembling as if she bore an enormous grievance. Yet she fought to hold back her tears, presenting a pitiful facade. Lin Tian cast a subtle glare at Lin Zhi before turning to Hu Song with a feigned smile. Shaman, I never would have guessed you were so young. Now that you have just joined our tribe, we should hold a welcoming ceremony in your honor. Beastfather, the shaman is remarkable. The last time many in the tribe suffered from food poisoning, it was the shaman who saved them. Shi Lian interjected, glancing discreetly at the enormous beast beside Hu Song, pretending to be astonished. Wow. Shaman, did you hunt this? You are truly impressive. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, yet held a hint of perfectly timed shyness. Lin Tian's smile widened. Indeed, the shaman possesses great medical knowledge and excels in hunting as well. Come now, shaman, let's head to my place. We have prepared roasted meat for you. Hu Song cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tian and Shi Lian, his tone laced with sarcasm, and no need for that. I am quite content here. It's peaceful. Unlike some, whose beastly offspring are so capable that a single pot of soup poisoned half the tribe. The smiles on Lin Tian and Shi Lian's faces froze instantly. Lin Tian cleared his throat, awkwardly chuckling at the children are still young and naive. I have disciplined them harshly. Linshu and Lindong will compensate all affected tribesmen. As for Lin Zhi and Shi Lian. He paused. I will simply require them to gather a sufficient amount of fruits to distribute among everyone within the next 2 days, Shaman. How does that sound? After all, this incident stemmed from the fruits Lin Zhi discovered. Shi Lian merely mentioned Hu Song regarded Lin Tian with a knowing smirk, his tone layered with meaning. As long as the tribe leader finds it acceptable, that's all that matters. I am merely a dispensable shaman in this tribe, and I have no authority to make such decisions. Lin Tian quickly donned a false smile, feigning ignorance. I knew it. The shaman always considers the tribe. He turned to Lin Zhi, his voice suddenly tender. Come now. Help the shaman with the roasting of the meat. Stop being so thoughtless. Lin Zhi felt her stomach churn, the urge to retch rising as she remained motionless. Shaman, I understand there may be misunderstandings between us. In time, you will come to know my true intentions. All I do is for the good of the tribe. Shi Lian spoke in a soft voice, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. After uttering her words, she followed Lin Tian as they departed. Lin Zhi watched Shi Lian's retreating figure, her stomach churning once more, nearly causing her to vomit. She could no longer tolerate Shi Lian's insincere demeanor. Hu Song similarly expressed his disdain, wrinkling his nose in distaste. Lin Tian ascended the great stone in the center of the square, raising his hand to signal for silence. The previously boisterous beasts gradually quieted, their gazes fixed upon Lin Tian. His face bore a grave expression, feigning deep sorrow to my fellow tribesmen. I trust you have all noticed that in recent times, our hunting parties have been bringing back fewer and fewer spoils. The game in the forest seems to be dwindling, and hunting grows increasingly challenging. He paused, his tone growing more somber. For the survival of our tribe, and to endure the impending harsh winter, I must announce a new decree. Starting tomorrow, all adult male beasts must venture out to hunt. We shall form 3 hunting parties to take turns in the wilderness. The game brought back will be partially surrendered for storage, to be used for the winter's needs. The remainder will be distributed among the members of the hunting parties. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze landing on the juvenile males and females. As for those who do not join the hunting parties, they too must seek out sustenance. The females will need to gather fruits, wild vegetables, and all manner of edible plants. Lin Tian added, regardless of gender, all must contribute a portion of their food to the tribe's common store. The remainder will belong to themselves. The more one contributes, the more one will receive in the winter distribution. He paused once more, gauging the reactions of the tribesmen. Seeing no objections arise, he continued, trust me, I will lead you through the winter. With that, Lin Tian stepped to the edge of the square, silver fur erupting from under his skin, swiftly enveloping his form. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a magnificent silver wolf. He threw back his head and howled, a long and resonant cry echoing across the square. Woo! The beasts in the square responded in unison, their varying howls creating a chorus that reverberated through the valley. Lin Zhi observed this spectacle, her heart encased in ice. Lin Tian's display was merely a demonstration of power, instilling fear within the tribesmen to deter dissent. Yet it proved effective. She instinctively glanced at Hu Song, only to find his expression devoid of emotion. Lin Tian, satisfied by the chorus of howls from his tribesmen, felt a surge of pride to owe him. Their responses sounded more like submission. After a brief silence, the square erupted into chatter once more, the beasts whispering amongst themselves regarding Lin Tian's newly announced decree. Previously, whether fruits gathered by female beasts or game caught by male beasts, all had belonged entirely to the individual. Now, however, a portion must be surrendered to the tribe, leaving many beasts feeling anxious and uneasy. How much are we expected to contribute? Will there truly be food for us in the winter? How much will we receive? If we refuse to comply, we must either become the tribe leader or face expulsion from the tribe. But who among the tribe is stronger than Lin Tian? Upon reflecting on this, the orcs could only swallow their discontent. Some females, with merely 1 or 2 male companions, were particularly anxious. Their gazes flitted back and forth among the male orcs in the square, pondering how to survive the impending harsh winter. Meanwhile, some robust male orcs puffed out their chests, ostentatiously showcasing their muscles and tusks, hoping to capture the attention of the females. Lin Zhi sat at the periphery of the orc gathering, observing with a cold detachment. Like tea that time, she naively believed Lin Tian's sweet words, surrendering all the hard-earned food she had gathered. Not only that, she also persuaded the orphaned orc cubs in the tribe to relinquish their entire food supply. Lin Tian had urged her to compel the clan to hand over all their provisions, rather than just a portion as he had suggested. She even foolishly thought that the beast father had begun to care for her, as he tasked her with this responsibility. Thus, she took the orphaned cubs from the tribe, urging the orcs from cave to surrender their food. However, when many orcs learned they were to relinquish all their provisions, they roared angrily at her and the orphaned cubs, some even resorting to violence, hurling insults. "You gluttons, all you do is eat. You know nothing of satisfaction." At such moments, Lin Tian would play the victim, claiming that it was her and the orphan cub's idea to demand all the food. Feigning fear of starvation in winter, though he had never said such a thing, simultaneously, he would exert pressure in his capacity as leader, compelling those who had attacked the cubs to surrender their provisions. At that time, she had been foolish enough to think the beast father was protecting her and the orphan cubs. In retrospect, Lin Tian's appearances were always so coincidental. The food that was collected, which should have ensured the tribe's survival through winter, ultimately found its way into the bellies of Lin Tian, Linshu, Lindong, and Shi Lian. Eventually, Lin Tian even had the audacity to assign her the task of guarding the empty food storage cave. How many orcs perished from starvation during the 5 months of winter? She dared not count or recall the desperate gazes. Instead, she became the target of the tribe's resentment, with all the orcs blaming her for the loss of their food. Bearing the brunt of their collective wrath, a glint of icy determination flashed in Lin Zhi's eyes. She slowly rose to her feet, her clear voice ringing out amidst the clamor of the square. "Leader, how much of the food we gathered must we surrender to the tribe?" All orc eyes turned to her, ears perked, awaiting an answer. Lin Zhi fixed her gaze upon Lin Tian, her eyes burning with unmasked skepticism. "Surely the food we gathered ourselves cannot all be required to be surrendered to the tribe." Lin Tian's expression shifted slightly, clearly taken aback by her audacity to raise such a question in public. He clenched his teeth. "As long as you surrender half of the food to the tribe, the remainder is yours." If a buzz of murmurs arose in the square, some orcs remained puzzled, unable to comprehend why the food they had painstakingly hunted and gathered should be halved in the past. Their spoils had been distributed among themselves, with no such regulation in place. Half. That seemed excessive. Some orcs could not help but mutter complaints. Lin Zhi observed the reactions of the orcs with a cold smirk. Half? She certainly remembered that last time. It was all. Lin Tian surveyed the crowd, deliberately lingering his gaze on the frail and elderly orcs for a moment before speaking in a tone of feigned compassion. "As you can see, there are still some orcs and cubs in the tribe who cannot hunt. The winter is long. We must store enough food for them to survive." He paused, as if allowing the tribe members time to ponder. Then added earnestly, "We are all orcs of the same tribe. We cannot be so selfish as to forget those who need our help." That he continued, seemingly to assuage the tribe's doubts. "Whatever amount of food you surrender will be returned to you in equal measure when we distribute the game in winter. You can think of it as simply storing your food in the cave for safekeeping." Some orcs, glancing at the frail and vulnerable members of their kin, ultimately did not wish to see their fellow orcs starve. Furthermore, the thought that their food would be redistributed to them in winter began to sway their resolve. Under Lin Tian's subtle encouragement, a nearby male orc stood up, declaring, "The leader is right. We cannot only think of ourselves. I am willing to surrender half of my food." With the first voice of agreement, more and more orcs began to express their willingness to contribute their food. Once the doubt subsided, however, a shadow of malice crept across Lin Tian's face. His intention had been to have the tribesfolk gather food themselves, and as winter approached, to devise a means to collect all of it, thus seizing control over the tribe's provisions for his own benefit. Yet his dear cub had dared to disrupt his plans. When winter came to distribute the food, he would ensure she learned the consequences of disobedience. Lin Zhi had received the answer she sought and leisurely began to enjoy her roasted meat. She certainly did not believe Lin Tian's fabrications. She knew he would devise further schemes. Her goal was to ensure the orcs of the tribe remembered Lin Tian's words from today. After a hearty meal, Lin Zhi wiped her mouth and made plans with Hu Xiong to venture out for gathering and hunting the following day. After bidding farewell to Hu Xiong, she turned towards the cave where she had once resided with the beast father and beast brother. Deliberately slowing her pace. Inside the cave, Shi Lian's sweet, lilted voice drifted out intermittently, syrupy and cloying. Beast father, does you have a partner? No. Lin Tian answered succinctly and affirmatively, his tone carrying a subtle depth. Shi Lian's voice became even more delicate, laced with shyness and hope. I will come of age in spring. Do you think I could have Wu as my first male partner? She bit her lower lip gently, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course. Lin Tian ruffled Shi Lian's hair, his tone brimming with affection. My darling is so beautiful and kind. She deserves the best male. Yet a glimmer of cunning and calculation flickered in his eyes. Shi Lian was more obedient than Lin Zhi. If he could unite Wu and Shi Lian as partners, then everything within the tribe would lie firmly in his grasp. Although it seemed that Wu was closer to Lin Zhi at present. He was unperturbed. Lin Zhi had 2 years before coming of age, while Shi Lian would mature by spring of next year. When the breeding season arrived, he had no doubt Hu Xiong would not reject Shi Lian. Ah, Zhi, you're back. Shi Lian feigned surprise upon noticing Lin Zhi at the cave entrance, her voice tinged with warmth. I thought you were still with W.It seems Beastfather's words are quite effective. She paused, then seemingly casually added, Beastfather has promised me that Wu will be my mate. Zhi, you must be happy for me, right? Next time you want to visit Wu, you must take me along. As Shi Lian spoke, she discreetly observed Lin Zhi's reaction, a faint smirk creeping on her lips. However, she did not see the sorrowful expression she had anticipated on Lin Zhi's face. Lin Zhi, I wonder how long you intend to keep up this facade. From now on, Hu Xiong belongs to her. Lin Zhi stood at the cave entrance, casting a cold glance at Shi Lian, her expression filled with disdain and revulsion. She had not returned out of obedience. Rather, she sought a way to be actively driven away, ensuring her life remained undisturbed. Zhi, will you come gather with me tomorrow? Shi Lian continued, we must submit half of our food to the tribe before winter. Do you think we can manage? Zhi, you aren't planning to withhold your share, are you? And then expect to feast off the beast father and beast brother's provisions during winter? She raised her chin slightly, adopting an air of superiority, and continued, I must tell you, even though we are females, we cannot be useless. We must contribute to the tribe, but wouldn't you agree? Beast father? Shi Lian's dulcet voice echoed in the cave. Lin Tian's eyes shone with admiration. My good cub, of course you are right. However, you need not exert yourself so much. Your beast brother and I can provide for you. Keep the food you gather for yourself. There is no need to surrender it to the tribe. He turned to Lin Zhi, his expression impassive, yet his eyes bore a barely perceptible hint of disdain. Lin Zhi, you will accompany Shi Lian to gather food tomorrow. Understood? Despite being my offspring, you cannot simply indulge without contributing. Lin Tian recalled Lin Zhi's earlier doubts expressed in the square, and his displeasure deepened. You heard, didn't you? The distribution of food in winter is determined by the quantity submitted. If you fail to provide enough, you shall have to fend for yourself during the winter. Without hesitation, Lin Zhi retorted, I will not go. I have plans with someone else tomorrow. If she were to go with Shi Lian, it was uncertain whether the food she collected would even belong to her. Moreover, she had other matters to attend to. Lin Tian's tone turned stern. What could you possibly find? You wouldn't dare to bring back poisonous fruits again, would you? I warn you, do not return with any unfamiliar fruits. Shi Lian immediately adopted a sympathetic expression, though her eyes sparkled with triumph. Zhi, you wouldn't want to accompany Wu, would you? After all, he's to be my future mate, if you wish to go with her. That is acceptable, but do remember to invite me. We shall go together tomorrow. Oh, by the way, while you were away these past few days, the stone bed in my cave has become quite hard. So I borrowed a few of your animal skins. Zhi, let's share a bed. I have plenty of animal skins from my father and brothers that will surely be comfortable for both of us. I must keep a close watch on Lin Zhi tomorrow to ensure she does not discover any new food sources. Lin Zhi coldly declined. No need. Could she not discern that Shi Lian was blatantly boasting? Father, Gigi won't blame me. Will she? I shall return all the animal skins to her immediately. Shi Lian gazed at Lin Tian with tear-filled eyes. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Do not concern yourself with her. If she does not desire them, then so be it. He eagerly anticipated witnessing Lin Zhi's self-inflicted struggles. When winter arrives, she would undoubtedly come to him, seeking assistance. His gaze fell upon Lin Zhi once more, a wave of revulsion surging within him. That face, those eyes, were an exact replica of her mother, sharing the same ungrateful disposition. He turned and strode toward his cave. If he could not compel that female to seek his aid, he would relish the sight of her offspring doing so. He was curious to see if Lin Zhi would remain obstinate like her mother even after starving to skin and bones. How could a female, without any beastly form, possibly gather enough food for winter? However, should Lin Zhi prove as obedient as Shi Lian, he would not hesitate to treat her with the same kindness. Alas, this stubborn little creature would never learn to be tamed, just like his mother. Lin Zhi retreated into her cramped cave, wrapping herself in the few tattered animal skins she had left. This corner was not only cold but perilous, positioned right by the entrance. Should a beast attack, she would be the first to encounter danger. Shi Lian, observing Lin Zhi lying on the stone bed, could only cover herself with thin, worn animal skins, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she cheerfully approached her cave, regardless of how adept Lin Zhi might be at foraging. Ultimately, the food would fall into her hands. Even if she had a father and brothers, she was still a pitiful creature. She was eager to see Lin Zhi in a state of despair. The horn of the tribe sounded punctually. Lin Zhi slowly opened her eyes, feeling the hardness and chill of the stone bed. She sat up, surveying her surroundings, only to find her cave utterly devoid of any belongings. Not even a morsel of food remained. The fruit she had gathered previously were likely consumed by others. She sighed, gently patting the tattered animal skins on her body. Lin Zhi rose to her feet, stretching her stiff limbs. Perhaps she would see if she could find some fruits outside later. Just as she prepared to leave, an irksome voice called from behind. Gigi, where are you going? Shi Lian feigned concern as she hurried to catch up. Why are you up so early? You didn't even wait for me. Father said we should gather together today. Lin Zhi frowned. She had intended to explore outside the tribe with Huksong, but that plan now seemed unfeasible. She cast Shi Lian a cold glance, choosing to ignore her and continuing forward. Shi Lian, noticing her reaction, quickened her pace to keep up, her syrupy tone persisting. Gigi, you're walking too fast. Wait for me. Together, we will surely find plenty of delicious food. Lin Zhi could no longer tolerate it. She halted, turned to face Shi Lian, and coldly uttered a single word. Silenced, Shi Lian's smile instantly froze, but she quickly resumed her pitiful demeanor, scanning the surroundings to ensure others witnessed the scene. She trailed behind Lin Zhi, her eyes glinting with hatred, yet she feigned sobs. Lin Zhi quickened her pace, traversing the narrow paths of the tribe toward the square. Shi Lian followed closely, her gaze fixed on Lin Zhi's back. Once Lin Zhi procured food, she would devise a plan to claim it, as her OKW that point. She would relish the sight of an utterly useless and disabled beast struggling to survive within the tribe. The two moved in tandem, one ahead of the other, toward the square. The gathering place was already bustling with numerous female beasts, huddled in groups, whispering amongst themselves. Upon Lin Zhi's arrival, she felt the weight of many eyes scrutinizing her and Shi Lian as they passed. Suddenly, a rotund figure squeezed through the crowd. It was Hua, who, upon spotting Shi Lian, exclaimed loudly, Lian, has Lin Zhi been bullying you again? I'll go avenge you. Hua wobbled toward Lin Zhi with her cumbersome body, her stunted arms raised high. Lin Zhi calmly observed Hua's movements, and just as she was about to make contact, she deftly sidestepped. Hua stumbled forward, losing her balance due to inertia. Her heavy form lurched forward and crashed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Her round face lay flat against the earth, her limbs sprawled helplessly like an overturned turtle. The surrounding female beasts erupted into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. Shi Lian, witnessing Hua's embarrassment, could not help but smirk. a glimmer of schadenfreude flashing in her eyes. However, she quickly recognized her lapse in composure, suppressing her smile and feigning concern. She hurried over to assist Hua, reaching out to help her up. Hua, are you all right? I thought you were still angry with me. I never expected you to stand up for me. You are truly kind. It was all my fault for giving you that fruit. Such a fool, unable to even strike a person. Hua struggled to rise, brushing the dust off her body, her face flushed with humiliation and anger. She glared at Lin Zhi with a fierce expression. If you must blame someone, blame Lin Zhi. That wicked female must be deliberately scheming against you. Lin Zhi observed the scene with a cold gaze. This fool had no idea who was truly at fault. She would likely end up being sold and still help count the coins. As long as you don't blame me. Hua, you're the best, Shi Lian said, delicately wiping away tears from her eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Then, she lifted her head, casting a pleading look at Hua. Please don't blame Gigi. Let us gather food together later. No. Lin Zhi firmly rejected. Hua's anger flared instantly, her stubby finger pointing accusingly at Lin Zhi, her voice shrill and piercing. Lin Zhi, don't be so shameless. Shi Lian wants to gather fruits with you out of respect. Who doesn't know that every time you manage to gather fruits, it is thanks to Shi Lian? Lin Zhi's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of mockery. She locked eyes with Hua, coldly retorting, "You can have this face, just attach it as you please." With that, she turned away, too lazy to even cast him another glance. Hua's face flushed with rage, preparing to shout again. Shi Lian, quick on her feet, seized Hua's arm. She feigned gentleness, saying, "Hua, how can you say that? Gigi is merely following me to help gather some fruits that I couldn't reach. She is quite capable in her own right." Yet her gaze remained fixated on Lin Zhi's retreating figure, unwavering for even a moment. Today, it was imperative that she closely shadow Lin Zhi. She could not allow this fool to jeopardize her meticulously laid plans. At that instant, a long, haunting howl pierced the air, a clarion call for departure. The females of the tribe surged forth towards the gathering grounds, forming a lengthy procession. Lin Zhi strode confidently at the forefront, her discerning eyes scanning every plant along the roadside. She would occasionally crouch or extend her hand, her movements precise and efficient. She plucked a delicate lavender flower, scrutinized it with care, then gently discarded it onto the ground. Next, she gathered a few oddly shaped leaves, inhaling their scent before grimacing and casting them aside. The system's notifications echoed in Lin Zhi's mind, presenting a plethora of information regarding the flora. However, Lin Zhi felt a growing disappointment as the edible plants along the way proved to be exceedingly scarce. Her brow furrowed ever tighter. Was it possible that there were no edible resources left at the gathering site? Gigi, what are you doing? Is this grass edible? A bright voice chimed from behind. Lin Zhi turned to see Chao, her face alight with curiosity as she scrutinized the plants in Lin Zhi's hands. Lin Zhi, meeting Chao's eager, inquisitive gaze, felt her tone soften involuntarily. She patiently explained, "This cannot be eaten. Some are toxic, while others have peculiar flavors. For instance," she pointed to the violet flower she had discarded. "This one appears beautiful, but is, in fact, poisonous. And this," she gestured towards the bitter leaves, "though edible, possesses an exceedingly unpleasant taste." Chao nodded thoughtfully, her eyes filled with admiration. How remarkable Lin Zhi was, possessing such extensive knowledge. I initially assumed there would be some edible food around the tribe, yet it seems there is not a single morsel to be found. It appears we must wait until we reach the gathering site to see if we can uncover any fruits. Lin Zhi recognized that she needed to vacate the cave swiftly to follow Hu Song into the forest in search of other sustenance. Rather than joining the main group in pursuit of the fruit trees, she crouched down, meticulously examining the plants beneath her. She gently caressed each leaf, inhaling the scent of the stems, even tasting some seemingly ordinary wild grasses. Shi Lian followed closely, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Zhi's every action, anxious not to miss any potential food source. What on earth is Lin Zhi doing? Why is she eating those grasses? Hua complained impatiently to Shi Lian. "She won't find any food like that. Let's just go pick fruit over there. I don't want to return empty-handed." Shi Lian feigned concern. "You go ahead. I worry Gigi might encounter some danger. I will find you shortly." Hua opened her mouth to protest, but Shi Lian interjected with a smile. Go on, and if food is found, I will call you over. All right, Lian, you are truly kind, Hua relented, walking away with a frown. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Lian sidled up to Lin Zhi, feigning innocence. Zhi, is there anything I can assist you with? After all, we are family. No, you are an outsider. It was Zhi's father who took you in. Have you forgotten? Chao innocently chimed in. Lin Zhi observed the rapid changes in Shi Lian's expression, a smirk dancing in her heart. She continued to focus on examining the ground vegetation, seemingly oblivious to the exchange. Little did they know. The airhead one was adept at dealing with this green tea bitch. Shi Lian glared at Chao, her face shifting to one of pitiful vulnerability as she stepped directly in front of Lin Zhi. Zhi, do you think so too? I believe we were all family, especially since my father and mother saved you. Yes, she spoke. Tears began to flow freely down her cheeks. Lin Zhi looked up, her gaze icy. Stop. Enough. I am not Linshu or Lindong. Your tears are of no consequence here. She interrupted Shi Lian's performance. Who knows if your parents truly saved me? I don't recall seeing you before I fell unconscious. The memories from her cubhood before her fainting spell remained hazy. Yet the first face she had seen upon awakening was indeed Shi Lian's. She distinctly remembered there being no signs of struggle around her. She recalled her father stating before the tribe that her mother had vanished, and that the outsiders had attacked, leading to Shi Lian's parents rescuing her, thus adopting Shi Lian. Shi Lian stood by, her expression flickering between emotions. Lin Zhi's probing questions evoked a sense of unease within her, yet she quickly composed herself. How could Lin Zhi possibly know the truth? At that time, she had confirmed there were no beastmen around, and Lin Zhi had been unconscious, unless Lin Zhi's mother had returned, but that female had long since disappeared. Consequently, this matter was not something she could dictate. Of course, my parents saved you. Shi Lian maintained a facade of ease. I was hiding behind a large rock and witnessed it all. Lin Zhi narrowed her eyes, persisting in her inquiry. Oh, where's that rock? Take me to see it. You did not say it like that last time. Shi Lian's expression stiffened, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She stammered, Zhi, I suddenly can't recall that I was so frightened at the time. I will tell you once I remember. For now, I will go pick some fruit and grab a few for you. With that, she hastily turned and fled, nearly sprinting away. Lin Zhi watched Shi Lian's retreating figure with a cold smile. There was indeed something amiss here. Once the figure disappeared, she turned toward the nearby cluster of green plants she had noted earlier. Finally seizing the opportunity to examine them closely, she crouched and picked up a sharp stone from the ground. I can't believe I found this here. Lin Zhi murmured to herself, her eyes sparkling with delight. This was truly a remarkable find. She carefully brushed aside the top layer of soil, inhaling the distinctive fragrance of ginger. Lin Zhi retrieved a stone knife, beginning to gently excavate along the base of the ginger plant. This specimen was larger than she had anticipated, weighing approximately 3 to 4 pounds. Nodding in satisfaction, she placed it into a nearby animal skin pouch. She continued to dig, harvesting ginger after ginger, ensuring each one was undamaged before adding it to her collection. Once finished, Lin Zhi stood, brushing the dirt from her hands. She opened the pouch and meticulously counted the ginger within. This was sufficient. A portion could be dried to create aged ginger for winter soups, while the remainder could be buried in the ground and retrieved in spring for the new tribe. Turning to the ever-curious Chao, who had been observing closely, Lin Zhi broke off 2 small pieces of ginger and handed them to her. Without hesitation, Chao took them and popped them in her mouth. Ah, Zhi, is this poisonous? She exclaimed suddenly, her mouth open wide, tongue out, complaining of the pain. Lin Zhi couldn't help but laugh. She and T expected Chao to trust her so completely. Do not worry. This is not poison, she reassured her. It is ginger, which can be used to make soup. If you feel feverish in winter, you can brew it for relief. Chao's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, Zhi, are you a shaman? How do you know so much? After recalling the last time Lin Zhi had provided them with sweet potatoes, which had caused her to have an unfortunate incident, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered her head. Lin Zhi smiled and shook her head. I am not a shaman. This is merely some simple knowledge. Deep down, she understood that her ability to locate food was solely due to the system's assistance. As for ginger's warming properties, that was common knowledge in modern society. After organizing her findings, Lin Zhi continued onward. Soon, they arrived at the spot where she had previously discovered potatoes. The area was lush with potato vines. A vibrant green sight to behold. Lin Zhi crouched down, gently parting the vines to reveal the soil beneath, quickly unearthing several potatoes of suitable size. As she admired her haul, it dawned on her that she had yet to eat breakfast or lunch. And her stomach was beginning to protest. "Let us roast some potatoes," she suggested, glancing at Chow. "Are you hungry?" The grass nodded slightly, its eyes shimmering with a glimmer of anticipation. Lin Zhi swiftly gathered some dry twigs and leaves, locating a flat area nearby to kindle a fire. She found several sharp branches and carefully secured a few potatoes upon them. Then, with great caution, she balanced the wooden fork on stones positioned on either side of the fire. Allowing the potatoes to roast slowly above the flames, as time passed, an alluring aroma began to waft through the air. Lin Zhi periodically turned the fork, ensuring that each side of the potatoes received even heat. Grass, captivated by the sight, occasionally sniffed the enticing fragrance, swallowing in eager anticipation like a tea last. The surface of the potatoes transformed into a golden hue, emanating waves of delicious scent. Lin Zhi gingerly removed one potato and sliced open its skin with a knife. The steaming potato flesh revealed itself, releasing an irresistible aroma. "Here, have a taste." Lin Zhi offered the roasted potato to Grass, cautioning, "It's hot." Grass eagerly accepted the potato, cradling it carefully in her hands. She first leaned in to take a gentle sniff, the fragrance enveloping her senses, causing her to swallow hard. Then, she cautiously took a small bite with her teeth, steam immediately escaping from within the potato. Grass blew softly on it, slowly savoring the flavor as the potato's sweetness spread across her palate. Her face instantly blossoming into a joyful smile, her eyes narrowing into slits of delight. Observing Grass's reaction, Lin Zhi couldn't help but smile contentedly. She picked up another potato, gently breaking off a small piece with her fingers, blowing on it before placing it in her mouth to relish the taste. Just then, Shi Lian stumbled over, her face pale and her voice weak as she inquired, "Gigi, what are you doing? Why not share a bit with everyone?" Her gaze flitted between the roasted potatoes and Lin Zhi, a glimmer of greed flashing in her eyes. Shi Lian continued, her tone laced with suspicion yet tinged with accusation. "Where did you get this? You didn't take it from the tribe, did you?" The surrounding females furrowed their brows upon hearing this. They exchanged glances, their faces displaying confusion and doubt. Could it be that this food truly was taken by Lin Zhi from the cave? They had not discovered such items upon the trees. Lin Zhi did not respond immediately, merely fixing Shi Lian with a bemused stare. Noticing this, Shi Lian continued in a feeble tone, "Gigi, I don't mean to blame you. I just think that the food in the cave was gathered by our tribe collectively, and you shouldn't take it without permission." Lin Zhi replied coldly, "This is a potato." Upon hearing this, Shi Lian's eyes widened in surprise. Quickly shifting to skepticism, she scrutinized the golden potatoes over the fire, her brow furrowing with a hint of derision. "Gigi, don't deceive us. Potatoes don't look like this, and they are poisonous." Lin Zhi remained unperturbed, instead retrieving another potato sprouting green shoots from beside her. She held it up before Shi Lian, calmly stating, "Is this what you meant?" The surrounding females gasped in shock. This was indeed the fruit that had poisoned them just days prior. One female could not help but exclaim, "Lin Zhi, have you truly fallen so low, resorting to eating poisonous fruits?" Had she forgotten? Lin Zhi had received very little food in the tribe. Most of her provisions were taken by Shi Lian. As this thought echoed, the surrounding females fell silent. They began to scrutinize both Shi Lian and Lin Zhi, some casting disdainful glances at Shi Lian. The frail figure of Lin Zhi starkly contrasted with Shi Lian's more robust form. "I told you, the chief favors certain individuals," someone remarked. "Look at how plump Lin Zhi was as a child. Even the forest-s wild boars couldn't compare. But now, she looks as if she's about to meet the beast god." This comment deepened the contempt the surrounding females felt for Shi Lian. Noticing the disdainful gazes directed at her, Shi Lian's expression soured. These females had not always been this way. They had once labeled Lin Zhi as malicious. How could their sentiments have changed so abruptly? Did they not realize that the poisonous fruit had been discovered by Lin Zhi? A middle-aged female named Yun stepped forward, cradling a sour fruit in her hands. With concern etched on her face, she said to Lin Zhi, don't eat that. It's poisonous. Here, take this instead. Though it's a bit sour, it's safe. Lin Zhi looked up, offering Yun a grateful smile. She gently explained, thank you, Yun. However, this potato is actually non-toxic. The poisonous ones are those with green shoots. She pointed to the potatoes beside her, indeed sprouting green shoots. Yin furrowed her brows in confusion, reaching out to snatch the potato from Lin Zhi's grasp. You might be mistaken. Your mind may not be clear, she urgently stated. Lin Zhi deftly dodged, continuing her explanation. The shaman once told me that when they're yellow, they are safe. Look, I've been eating them for a while now. And I haven't shown any signs of poisoning that if you don't believe me, we can wait a little longer to see. Yin hesitated for a moment before asking, did the shaman truly say that? Yes, Lin Zhi affirmed with unwavering confidence. Yin fell silent for a moment and then softly asked, could you tell us where we can find these fruits? She lowered her gaze shyly. My male is too old to hunt. If we cannot gather enough food, we may struggle through the winter. Lin Zhi smiled gently, winking, of course. However, could you first tell me where you found that yellow fruit in your hand? As a trade. Yin pointed to an area at the very edge of the gathering grounds. Lin Zhi followed her gaze and indeed spotted several bright yellow fruits hanging from the trees. Are those lemons? Soon, other females began to produce the fruits they had gathered, eager to exchange them for the location of the potatoes. Lin Zhi accepted their trades one by one, then elaborated on the growth locations and digging methods for the potatoes. Upon hearing this, the females immediately set to work digging for potatoes with fervor, shedding their usual delicate demeanor in the tribe. Even Hua, who had typically looked down on Lin Zhi, begrudgingly offered her a few fruits and joined the potato-digging effort. Only Shi Lian remained isolated, attempting to interject. Zhi, how can you take your clansmen's fruits? You should. Lin Zhi coldly interrupted. Should I simply tell everyone where the fruits are? Everyone is willing to trade. And no one has objections. You're simply being overly sentimental. With that, she turned and rejoined the group, digging for potatoes, leaving Shi Lian standing awkwardly alone, her face flashing with anger and resentment. Shi Lian glanced at her clansmen who had excluded her, stamping her foot before hastily returning to the tribe. And one shall have these potatoes. Linshu and Lindong trudged back from the forest, their weary bodies bearing the weight of a gurgling chicken upon each shoulder. Damn it, we've been at this all day for such little gain. Lindong exclaimed angrily as he dropped the chicken heavily onto the ground. Linshu silently set down his own catch, his brow furrowed. The number of bees surrounding the tribe had drastically dwindled. It was strange, as this area had previously been abundant with prey until that moment. Shi Lian's melodious voice rang out from outside the cave. Beast brother, you've finally returned. She hurriedly approached, a sweet smile gracing her face. Linshu and Lindong offered her a slight nod upon seeing her. Lindong immediately inquired, where is Lin Zhi? Where has that malicious female gone? Shi Lian feigned a troubled expression, whispering, Zhi went to the gathering place early this morning. Beast brother, I truly don't know what to do. She lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. She is leading the clansmen to dig for those poisonous potatoes. I warned her, but she insisted that the shaman told her those were safe to eat. And the clansmen believed her. Upon hearing this, Linshu and Lindong's expressions changed drastically. Lindong roared, that insane female, the malicious one, does she intend to poison all our clansmen? Is she not satisfied with how much harm she has already caused us? Linshu, though silent, was filled with concern. Shi Lian, noticing their reactions, quickly added, Beast brothers, you must go see for yourselves. I am genuinely worried for the safety of our clansmen. She lowered her head, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Linshu and Lindong exchanged a glance, transforming into their beast forms, and promptly fled. Shi Lian watched the retreating figures of the two, her lips curling into a mocking grin. Lin Zhi, oh Lin Zhi, is it not your desire to regain the affection of your beast brothers through this fruit? I shall see what you do if all these fruits are discarded, standing amidst the gathering ground. Lin Zhi gazed with satisfaction at the mountain of potatoes before her. She bent down, meticulously selecting a few sprouted potatoes, and carefully placed them into a small leather pouch. Perhaps come spring, she could find a place to cultivate these potatoes. Just then, a shadow darted towards her like a gust of wind. Caught off guard, Lin Zhi felt a tremendous force knock her to the ground. Her back slammed against the hard earth, pain coursing through her body in an instant. Gritting her teeth, she bore the agony and slowly rose to her feet. She sensed warmth trickling from the corner of her mouth, and, upon wiping it, found her fingers stained with bright red blood. Swiftly, she used the back of her hand to brush away the blood, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. Lin Zhi quickly surveyed her surroundings, her peripheral vision catching sight of scattered earth and fruits. With nimble fingers, she snatched up a handful of fine soil, while simultaneously crushing a few small fruits, blending them together. Seizing the moment while the gray wolf was still howling, she hurled this concoction toward the wolf's eyes. The wolf yelped in pain, letting out a piercing howl as it frantically pawed its eyes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Zhi swiftly picked up a sturdy branch nearby and mercilessly struck the gray wolf. Each blow was delivered with all her might, the branch cracking against the wolf's body with sharp sounds. She began to cry out, "Help! There's a stray beast here, trying to snatch away the females of the tribe." The surrounding females, witnessing the commotion, also picked up stones and branches to join the fray. Linshu's voice echoed from afar. "Zhi, stop! This is Lindong, not a stray beast." He rushed over, attempting to quell the chaos. However, Lin Zhi paid him no heed. Not only did she refuse to cease her assault, but she also discarded the branch in her hand, quickly retrieving a thicker and longer one that her eyes were icy. And without hesitation, she struck Lindong fiercely. Howl! Lindong let out a cry of pain. Finally reverting to his human form, he knelt on the ground, rubbing his eyes in agony, exclaiming, "Lin Zhi, what did you throw into my eyes?" It hurts. Once my eyes are better, I won't spare you. I'll toss you to the beasts. I will kill you, Lin Zhi, you malicious female." Lin Zhi's expression shifted to one of feigned surprise. Her voice laced with false contrition. My apologies. I thought you were a stray beast." She approached Lindong, feigning concern. "Don't worry, I'll help you." Grasping his arm, she forcefully pulled him up and headed towards a nearby stream. Lindong stumbled along, drenched and disheveled, cursing under his breath. Upon reaching the stream, Lin Zhi suddenly halted. She turned around, a chilling smile gracing her lips, a flicker of vindictive pleasure in her eyes, before Lindong could react. She shoved him into the rushing waters. As he fell into the water, Lindong choked on several mouthfuls. He struggled desperately, flailing his arms, but the pain in his eyes prevented him from opening them, leaving him unable to discern his surroundings. "Help me! Quick, help! Lin Zhi, come save me!" Shi Lian screamed, rushing to the stream's edge, feigning urgency. "Zhi, how could you be so cruel?" She extended her hand, pretending to reach for Lindong. "Beast brother, I'm coming to rescue you." With great difficulty, Lindong emerged from the water, soaked to the bone, his hair matted against his face. Looking utterly disheveled, he angrily raised his hand, intending to strike Lin Zhi. However, as he did so, he noticed the surrounding females had encircled him, their eyes glinting with warning. Gnashing his teeth, Lindong had no choice but to lower his hand that he glared at Lin Zhi. Seething, "Lin Zhi, your malice knows no bounds. You actually pushed me into the water. If you do not kneel and apologize today, prepare to face punishment." He spat. Lin Zhi smirked with a hint of sarcasm, calmly responding, "Beast brother, I was clearly saving you. How can you accuse me of harming you?" Lindong's eyes widened further. "What nonsense are you spouting? You pushed me into the water." He clenched his fists, knuckles turning white, as if ready to strike again at any moment. "Lin Zhi, do you wish to die?" Unyielding, Lin Zhi met Lindong's gaze. "Beast brother, is your vision not restored?" "The wolf charged at me. I had no idea it was you. I thought it was a wild beast or a stray beast that attacked. Only wild beasts or strays would assault females." She paused, a hint of pain flickering in her eyes, continuing, "I simply did not expect it to be you." "Were you deliberately trying to strike me?" Suddenly, Lin Zhi turned to Linshu and Shi Lian, her face contorted with sorrow, her voice trembling, eyes glistening with unshed tears, feigning fear. Didn't T beast brother and Shi Lian see it too? Did you all know it was Lindong and intentionally let him strike me? She lowered her head, gripping the leather tightly. Her voice choked. What have I done to deserve such hatred from you all? Seeing this, Linshu stepped forward, his voice tinged with urgency. No, Zhi. Lindong merely intended to greet you. He did not wish to harm you. Lin Zhi lifted her head, disappointment reflecting in her eyes as she looked at Linshu. Filled with anguish and confusion, I know. You all despise me. Otherwise, why would you let him harm me? And you even wish for my life. Each time Lindong heard her, Linshu and Shi Lian would dismiss it as a mere greeting. An accident, if it were truly just a greeting. How could it leave her battered and bruised each time? In the past, when injured, she could only lie on a stone bed, her body marked with wounds, taking weeks to recover. Initially, Lindong would sincerely apologize and seek her forgiveness, but later, he simply locked her in a cave, forbidding her from going outside, fearing the tribe would see him. After all, harming a female in the beast world would lead to expulsion from the tribe. Becoming a stray beast, never to be accepted by any tribe again, that a bitter pang rose in Lin Zhi's heart. Lindong had always sought her demise, and she had barely escaped the clutches of death. At that moment, the surrounding females could no longer remain silent. They began to rally against Lindong on behalf of Lin Zhi. Linshu was clearly coming for Lin Zhi. We all saw it. One female exclaimed, "Such a beast man must not remain in the tribe." Another echoed, "He must be expelled. He must be expelled." Voices rose in fervor. Lindong glared at the unyielding females, fury igniting within him. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging. He bellowed, "I was clearly saving your lives. The potatoes are poisonous, and Lin Zhi wants to lead you all to dig them up. She is endangering you, and you dare speak for her. You ungrateful females." Linshu approached Lin Zhi, his brow furrowed. Disappointment and reproach etched across his face that he spoke in a low voice. "Zhi, Lindong, and I went hunting to repay the tribe as beastmen for you. Why did you insist on bringing the beast man to dig this poisonous fruit?" He initially thought Lin Zhi had turned over a new leaf, but it seemed she was still the same, causing harm everywhere. Previously, Lin Zhi had only bullied Shi Lian, but now she had even turned against the tribe's members. This could not continue. Linshu's brow remained furrowed as his gaze swept over the pile of golden potatoes on the ground. They appeared markedly different from what Shi Lian had previously presented. Confusion filled his mind, yet he spoke, "These fruits must be discarded at once." Yes, soon as the words left her lips, Shi Lian's keen eyes detected a few green fruits hidden within the pile. She hastily pointed at the fruits, her voice laced with a hint of glee. "Beast brother, look, those poisonous fruits." Internally, Shi Lian reveled in the thought of Lin Zhi's impending defense. The abundance of fruits before her was truly remarkable, and she envisioned them all belonging to her. With a note of urgency in her tone, she added, "Beast brother, let us swiftly dispose of these fruits. If the other beastmen consume them, what shall we do?" However, before Linshu could act, the surrounding females positioned themselves protectively in front of the fruits. Their gazes were rife with hostility, warily fixating on Linshu and his companions. These females had already tasted the potatoes, finding them delectable, and they were among the few food sources available to them. There was no way they would easily allow others to take them away, but a somewhat plump female stepped forward from the crowd, standing beside Lin Zhi, her voice booming. "Linshu, should you dare touch my fruits, I will take my males and join another tribe." Linshu recognized this female. She had numerous beast husbands, most of whom were skilled hunters within the tribe. He hesitated. Indeed, he thought, if you dare to make a move, the other females immediately echoed their agreement. Observing this, Shi Lian quickly turned towards the females, her voice tinged with desperation. "Ladies, these fruits are poisonous. Many of our kin vomited after consuming them last time. Do not trust Zhi. She merely seeks to prove her superiority over me, so do not be misled by her. Trust me, I will lead us to other sources of food." Yet before she could finish, Yin interrupted her directly. Yin had long been displeased by Shi Lian's hypocritical demeanor, always feigning concern for them while consistently taking advantage of them. With a cold laugh, She derided. You should first find something before you speak. You haven't even gathered anything yourself, yet you wish to lead us in foraging. Shi Lian, you should stop deceiving us. This retort extinguished the wavering sentiments of the surrounding females, who nodded in agreement. Shi Lian's complexion paled instantly, her lips quivering as she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Previously, she had always shared some of the food she couldn't consume with these females. Why were they now siding with Lin Zhi against her? Surely these females were just like Lin Zhi, a pack of ungrateful wolves, consuming and consuming until they burst, a bunch of uncivilized beasts. Linshu observed, his brow furrowed. Could these potatoes truly be edible? Meanwhile, Lindong clenched his fists, his beast-like eyes fixated fiercely on Lin Zhi. The atmosphere was thick with tension, silence enveloping the scene. Lin Zhi stood opposite, flanked by the tribe's females, who were chattering amongst themselves, leaving Lin Zhi unable to interject. These fruits are not poisonous at all. Lin Zhi had spoken with the shaman, and only the green ones were toxic. The yellow variety posed no threat. I see Shi Lian is simply envious. Unable to find fruits herself, she wishes to cast away ours. Perhaps the edible fruits she previously found were all taken from Lin Zhi. Indeed, Shi Lian has always closely trailed Lin Zhi. On numerous occasions, I witnessed Lin Zhi claiming fruits only to have them snatched away by her. Today, without following Lin Zhi, she failed to gather any fruits. Shi Lian's expression darkened significantly. Why had she ever been spoken to like this by the tribe as females? They had previously revolved around her, showering her with compliments daily. She cried out, collapsing on a Linshu, her voice laden with grievance. I only wish for everyone's well-being. How can you treat me this way? Bah, we have no desire for your goodwill. Keep your goodness for your beast brothers, and perhaps brew them a pot of poisonous soup. A female retorted coldly, without a hint of mercy. Laughter erupted. Linshu, feeling a pang of sympathy, embraced Shi Lian before turning to Lin Zhi, his tone reproachful. Shi Lian is only looking out for everyone. If those fruits are indeed poisonous, and our kin fall ill, can you bear the responsibility? Please, let us dispose of these fruits, and I will assist you in hunting 10 prey. They could not comprehend why the females were treating Shi Lian in such a manner. She was clearly acting in their best interests. Lin Zhi replied nonchalantly, Fine, bring me the prey first, and I shall dispose of these fruits. Linshu ultimately did not trust her, placing his faith in Shi Lian. Even if she discarded the fruits, Linshu would not offer her anything. Lindong roared, Lin Zhi, did you not hear? I command you to throw away these fruits. Do not leave them here to cause harm. You are truly ignoring all reason. Look at yourself. How can you compare to Shi Lian? Even if those fruits are edible, what of it? Regardless of how many edible fruits you might find, you will never measure up to Shi Lian in our eyes. If you discard these fruits now, we might spare you some meat in winter. Otherwise, prepare to face starvation. Lindong continued to threaten, attempting to force Lin Zhi into submission through the promise of food. Surely Lin Zhi would be frightened now. How could these worthless fruits compare to meat? Lin Zhi stood there, unmoving, slowly shaking her head, her voice resolute. She declared, I will not throw away these fruits. Linshu frowned, his tone softening. Zhi, please listen. These fruits may be poisonous. We are looking out for your well-being. Lin Zhi scoffed. Looking out for me? Or for certain individuals? You need not provide me with food in winter. Even if I starve to death, I will not accept anything from you. This prolonged winter would not be sustained by the few fruits she had painstakingly gathered, should she discard them now. She would indeed face starvation in winter. Moreover, should she yield this time, there would inevitably be a next time, with Shi Lian using the same justification to compel her to discard her foraged fruits. This time, she would not back down. Linshu furrowed his brow, observing Lin Zhi's steadfastness with a hint of helplessness. Had they been in the cave, they might have discarded them at will. However, with so many females protecting Lin Zhi, he could only plead, Zhi, we truly mean you no harm. Please throw away the fruits. Lin Zhi shook her head, her voice tinged with bitterness. You may not directly harm me, but you will withhold food, allowing me to slowly starve. Lindong's fury ignited. He strode forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Zhi, roaring, "Lin Zhi, have you no conscience? The meat you eat, the cave you dwell in, what are these not provided by us? If you possess the capability, then from this moment on, do without anything." Lin Zhi stood her ground, gazing directly into Lindong's eyes, calmly stating, "Very well, from now on, I shall require nothing." Her gaze swept over Shi Lian, a flicker of pain crossing her features. Since the departure of the matriarch, with Shi Lian's arrival, she had been forced to consume only the food that Shi Lian deemed unworthy at 8 tea times. When she indulged too much, she was mocked as a glutton, derided for her apparent lack of other skills. Linshu sighed, feigning acquiescence. "Zhi, since you refuse to discard these items, let them remain. However, we shall not assist you in carrying them back. You must manage that on your own." He then turned to Shi Lian, his tone gentle and indulgent. "Lian, where are your fruits? Lindong, and I will help you carry them back." With her head bowed, Shi Lian's voice trembled. "Beast brother, I am sorry. I did not find any fruits. That I am so useless. Let us help Zhi carry her fruits back. There are so many, and she cannot manage alone." Damn it, Linshu was so spineless, retreating so quickly. What a useless creature. Lindong only dared to shout at her and Lin Zhi. Since these fruits could not be discarded, they might as well be taken back to the cave. Ultimately, those fruits would belong to her. Lindong's gaze flickered between Lin Zhi and the pile of fruits in front of the other females, his eyes glinting with greed, that he slowly approached Lin Zhi, towering over her, a false smile playing on his lips. "In that case, Lin Zhi, why not share half of your fruits with Shi Lian?" He paused, then added, "If you give us half, we will assist you in carrying the fruits back. Do not forget, it was because of Shi Lian's parents that your parents met their demise. Offering up a few fruits is quite the bargain for you. Henceforth, remember to share half of every fruit you gather with Shi Lian." Lin Zhi lifted her gaze to meet Lindong's eyes, her hands firmly clutching the remaining soil and some small condiments. She could not help but contemplate delivering yet another punishing blow to the flower dog. Lindong extended his hand, attempting to grasp the potatoes that Lin Zhi had cultivated like a tea that moment. Linshu cleared his throat softly, grasping Lindong's arm. Lindong shot an irritable glare at Linshu, but ultimately took a step back. Shi Lian stood nearby, her face adorned with a pitiable expression, yet her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of triumph. She spoke softly, "Zhi, I won't be needing these fruits. The tribe has taken me in, and I am already quite content. However, my beast father has perished, and I can only rely on you to survive. I'm not as capable as you. So, hurry up," Lindong said impatiently. "Distribute the fruits to Shi Lian. Share a bit with us as well. After all, we helped you carry them. I will transport Lin Zhi's food to Hu." Song ambled in from the gathering grounds, his back laden with a bounty of fresh sweet potatoes and several plump game. He cautiously maneuvered around the nearby females, wary of unintentionally injuring them with the load on his back, and approached Lin Zhi from behind. Upon turning to see the sweet potatoes on Husong's back, Lin Zhi's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. A joyous smile broke across her face. Husong had indeed unearthed all the sweet potatoes from that patch. Once dried, they would constitute half of her share. Although she felt somewhat guilty for taking advantage of Husong, she had recently found some ginger that could serve as a return gift, though she was uncertain if Husong would need it. Gazing at Husong, Lin Zhi spoke earnestly, her voice laced with gratitude. "Thank you. In truth, she could have carried these fruits back on her own." Husong chuckled lightly, thinking how endearing this little female was. He shrugged and replied, "It was merely a matter of convenience." However, a subtle note of affection tinged his tone. Shi Lian stood to the side, her gaze fixed intently on the food behind Husong, her eyes gleaming with avarice. Husong was truly remarkable. If he were to become her male, all this food would belong to her. With a light step, Shi Lian moved closer, intentionally accentuating her bosom to appear more alluring and seductive. She addressed Husong in a syrupy voice. "Woo, you're back. You must have had a tiring day hunting, right? You told Zhi that the potatoes were safe to eat, didn't you? Next time, please share with me where I can find edible food." She took another step closer, nearly pressing against Husong, her voice becoming even more enticing. "At that time, I shall take the females to seek out these provisions." Shi Lian blinked innocently, feigning naivety. As the offspring of the tribe leader, I must also contribute to the tribe. Suddenly, her tone shifted, a flicker of pride shining in her eyes. Woo, you don't have a female yet, do you? By the time winter passes and spring arrives, I will have reached maturity. Her fingers brushed lightly against Husong's arm. If you were to give me all the food on your back, I would become your mate, and thus my first litter would belong to you. She was confident that Wu would not remain unmoved. After all, she was a precious female in the beast world, and with a mere wave of her hand, countless males would rush to her side. This was the position of a first beast husband, and she would immediately bear him offspring. What did it matter if Lin Zhi could find food? She was merely a disabled beast incapable of producing young. Shi Lian felt a pang of regret for having rushed earlier, forgetting such a crucial detail that a self-satisfied smile crept across her lips as she leaned closer to Husong. Her voice sultry as she said, Wu, I must share something with you. She paused deliberately. Is Zhi trying to entice you into a partnership? It's evident that you are treating her well, but you must not be deceived. Zhi still has 2 whole years before she matures. Then, lowering her voice as if sharing a great secret, she continued, even after maturing, she will not be able to bear young. She is, after all, a disabled beast. Having said that, Shi Lian turned towards Lin Zhi, her face adorned with a mask of regret. Zhi, I'm truly sorry. I only wish to prevent Wu from being duped by you. Rest assured, there are plenty of males in the tribe. I will make sure to introduce you to other prospects in the future. Upon hearing these words, Lin Zhi felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest. That winter, Shi Lian claimed to be cold, prompting the beast fathers and brothers to give her all their furs. Lin Zhi remembered cowering in a corner, shivering uncontrollably on the night of the cold wave. She even lost consciousness. Had it not been for Wu's timely discovery and awakening of her, she might have slipped into eternal slumber. When she regained consciousness, Wu quietly informed her that she would never bear young. Yet, she had not expected that this matter would be known by Shi Lian, and now everyone in the tribe was aware of her disability. In the beast world, the role of a female was solely to reproduce. Yet she was incapable. Thus, no male had ever shown her care. Lin Zhi had initially thought this revelation would evoke pity from her beast fathers and brothers, leading them to drive Shi Lian away. However, the reality was starkly different. You are but a disabled beast destined to languish in the cave, living off others. Their words cut deep. It's better that you cannot bear young, lest you bring forth a litter of venomous offspring like yourself. From that point onward, her beast fathers and brothers openly and covertly labeled her a waste, emphasizing that she could only survive by depending on them. To avoid abandonment, she became a servile shadow. Yet, Lin Zhi soon adjusted her mindset. What did it matter if she could not bear young? The beast world was perilous, and the medical standards were woefully inadequate compared to the modern world. In fact, not bearing young could be a blessing for her. As for males, Lin Zhi did not believe that all males in the beast world were solely interested in offspring, even if she could not find a male. So what? Did that mean she could not survive? Lin Zhi lifted her head, her gaze unwavering. She looked at Shi Lian, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. Her relationship with Husong was one of partnership. If Husong truly had such poor judgment, she could always find another beast man to collaborate with. Husong cast a dispassionate glance at Shi Lian, the corners of his mouth subtly curling into a smirk of disdain. He spoke slowly. I am merely a shaman, skilled in healing. The edible fruits were discovered by Lin Zhi. I am merely assisting her in transporting them. He paused, his gaze sharpening as he stared directly at Shi Lian. I already have a female I intend to mate with. I have no interest in those who are lazy and incapable of gathering their own food, only knowing how to complain. Shi Lian's expression froze in an instant, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Huh? I never heard you mention that. Husong let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Should I have had to tell you? What are you to me? Your audacity is quite remarkable. With that, he turned and bent down, speaking gently to Lin Zhi. These fruits belong to you, right? Let us go. I will take you back. Lin Zhi hesitated for a moment, gently shaking her head. You go ahead. I will follow behind. Seeing her reluctance, Husong leaned closer to Lin Zhi, lowering his voice. Don't worry. I was just deceiving her. I don't have a mate. I said that to make her stop pestering me. Noticing Lin Zhi's continued hesitation, Husong swiftly picked her up and gently placed her on his back. Lin Zhi, get down, Shi Lian shrieked, her voice laced with jealousy and fury. How can you do this? Wu is a beast with a mating partner. Lin Zhi merely smiled lightly, patting Husong's back. Let us go to as Husong departed. The other males also took their females away. Finally, they would have their fill tonight. All thanks to Lin Zhi for leading them to such abundant provisions. The females beamed with joyful smiles as they merrily returned to the cave. However, Lindong, Linshu, and Shi Lian stood awkwardly in place. Exchanging glances, they surveyed their surroundings, realizing the gathering site was entirely barren. Not a single fruit left for them. Shi Lian lowered her head, her voice dripping with feigned apology. I'm sorry, beast brother. It's all my fault for being useless. I was merely worried that Gigi might harm our kin, not realizing she would leave us with nothing. Linshu furrowed his brow, his tone laden with complexity. Lian, there's no need for you to apologize. You mean well, but Gigi never anticipated that Lin Zhi would truly leave with that shaman without enlisting their help. In Lin Zhi's heart. What do they even represent? Lindong roared loudly. I knew Lin Zhi lacked a beast's heart. How dare she treat us this way? When she returns tonight, she will pay for it. He gritted his teeth, muttering, isn't it just because of that damned shaman? Once I tear that shaman apart, we shall see how long she remains arrogant. Husong cautiously lowered himself to the ground, placing Lin Zhi gently on the earth. He then turned and removed the sweet potatoes from his back, arranging them neatly beside Lin Zhi's feet. Once Lin Zhi regained her balance, she expertly made her way towards a nearby cave. Upon reaching the entrance, she crouched down, opened her vine bag, and meticulously examined the dried sweet potatoes and smoked meat within. After confirming that the food showed no signs of decay, a smile involuntarily crept across Lin Zhi's lips. Oh, right, Husong. Lin Zhi suddenly recalled something, pulling out the ginger she had discovered at the gathering site today. Have you seen this before? Husong leaned in for a closer look, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Spicy grass. This is quite rare, especially as winter approaches. It will prove to be immensely useful. Lin Zhi divided the ginger into 2 piles, pushing one towards Husong while carefully placing the other back in her vine bag. She spoke softly. This is a token of my gratitude for your assistance today. Husong nodded. Accepting the ginger and turned to enter the cave, he squatted down, diligently clearing a clean space, and gently set the ginger down. He then began to gather the surrounding dried herbs, cradling them in his hands to prepare for disposal. Lin Zhi silently observed Husong's actions, and suddenly an idea sparked in her mind. She spoke softly. Husong, you could try burying the spicy grass in the ground. This way, it can be preserved for a longer duration. Upon hearing this, Husong paused his movements, looking at Lin Zhi with a hint of confusion. Bury it? Wasn't the spicy grass just pulled from the earth? Lin Zhi explained. We can find a soft soil spot outside the cave. Dig a small pit, place the ginger inside, and cover it with moist earth. This will extend the storage time of the gingered HM. Husong furrowed his brow, a flicker of perplexity crossing his eyes. He glanced down at the spicy grass in his hand, then back at Lin Zhi, his lips slightly twitching. Hadn't they just excavated it? Could it be placed back in the ground? Wouldn't it be dug up again when needed? Lin Zhi, observing Husong's bewildered expression, couldn't help but chuckle internally. She crouched down, gently probing the soil with her fingers, patiently explaining. Think about it. The sweet potatoes we've been harvesting these past few days were all dug up from the ground. Putting this back into the earth follows the same principle that Husong nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly his eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired, can other herbs be preserved in this manner as well? Lin Zhi stood up, brushing the dirt from her hands, hesitating for a moment before responding. Well, it should be possible. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain, but it's worth a try. She had never been a farmer, nor a herbalist, and was not well versed in this area. Husong nodded, not exhibiting much surprise. From his observations, this little female, while adept at locating herbs, was utterly oblivious to how to utilize them. However, she had indeed provided him with a fresh perspective on preserving herbs. With this thought, Husong's gaze softened involuntarily, a slight smile gracing his lips. Revealing a hint of affectionate indulgence, he began to anticipate the surprises Lin Zhi might bring him in the future. Deep within, a thought quietly blossomed. He could hardly wait to whisk this little female away. Yet Lin Zhi remained oblivious to Hu Song's feelings, merely sensing an inexplicable chill creeping up her spine. She shuddered involuntarily, murmuring to herself, "Could it be that winter is truly approaching?" Realizing the imminent arrival of winter, Lin Zhi hastened her movements. She crouched down, meticulously slicing the sweet potatoes into thin pieces, then carefully placing them into the earth kiln to dry. Next, she turned to process the food Hu Song had hunted today, skewering the meat onto branches and hanging them at the cave entrance to smoke. Once she completed these tasks, Lin Zhi reassessed the food reserves within the cave. That it seemed these provisions would suffice for about a month. It was apparent that she needed to venture outside the tribe to search for additional edible resources in the forest. Finally, after tidying everything up, Lin Zhi straightened, unable to resist rubbing her sore back. I could see that moment. Hu Song approached with a bowl of thick, bitter-smelling herbal concoction. Lin Zhi raised an eyebrow at the dark liquid, questioning with curiosity, "What is this? Is Hu unwell? Surely this medicine cannot be intended for her." With no other beastmen around, Hu Song revealed a sly smile, stating nonchalantly, "Drink this. It can cure your ailment." Lin Zhi's confusion deepened as she scrutinized her own body. After confirming she felt fine, she looked up at Hu Song, a hint of wariness in her voice. "Ailment? What ailment do I have?" "I feel perfectly well." Instinctively, she took a half step back, her gaze warily fixed on the bowl of potent herbal liquid in Hu Song's hand. Hu Song's ears twitched slightly, the tips turning a shade of crimson. He cleared his throat, his tone betraying a subtle tension. "If you drink this regularly, you may be able to bear offspring in the future." That a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Those females in the tribe who lacked reproductive capability had a tough time. Once they reached adulthood, they would be confined to the release cave, reduced to mere tools for the males during their mating season. This thought stirred a wave of discomfort and anger within him. He wished for nothing more than for Lin Zhi to avoid such a fate. Yet, Hu Song himself was uncertain about the effectiveness of this herbal remedy. He had merely heard from another shaman that such herbs could be beneficial. His fingers unconsciously traced the edge of the stone bowl. Lin Zhi remained silent for a moment before extending her hand to accept the stone bowl, taking a deep breath as if steeling herself, and gulped down the herbal juice in one go. Although she had no desire to become a mother in this beastly world, she was even less inclined to be perceived as a disabled beastman. After finishing the concoction, Lin Zhi raised her head. "May I ask you for a favor?" Hu Song nodded, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Lin Zhi turned, pointing towards the desolate stone wall behind the tribe. Her voice laced with urgency. "Could you help me carve out another cave in the stone wall outside the punishment cave?" She paused for a moment, adding, "I plan to move out of this cave in a few days and no longer stay with Linshu and the others." Hu Song nodded again, saying nothing further, but his eyes reflected a sense of approval and understanding. The two made their way towards Lin Zhi's cave, but just as they reached the entrance, a voice shattered the tranquility between them. Shi Lian dashed out from the cave, a radiant smile gracing her face. "Zhi, why have you returned so late? We've been waiting for you for ages." She turned to Hu Song, her smile growing brighter. "Shaman, why did you come with Zhi? Dinner is ready in the cave. You should join us." Lin Zhi shot her a disinterested glance, offering no response to flicker of irritation crossed Shi Lian's eyes. But she quickly masked it with a pitiful expression, her voice tinged with a whimper. "Please take me with you. I haven't gathered a single fruit today." Hu Song also cast a cold glance at Shi Lian. Dismissing her entirely, he turned to Lin Zhi. "Tomorrow morning, I will wait for you in the tribe square." With that, he retrieved a small package wrapped in leaves from his cloak and handed it to Lin Zhi. Hu Song blinked, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Zhi accepted the package with a nod. She waved her hand and turned towards the cave, leaving Shi Lian, who felt increasingly neglected. Seeing that Lin Zhi had disregarded her, Shi Lian attempted to step back into the cave, her anger boiling over. "Lin Zhi, the beasts have given all the game they caught today to the tribe's members. If you don't take me to gather fruits tomorrow, what will I eat? What will the beasts eat? Don't be so unreasonable." Lin Zhi abruptly interrupted Shi Lian, her voice icy. "That was for you, not for me." You know better than anyone who Linshu and Lindong are compensating for. I advise you not to feign ignorance. Should I inform the females of the tribe, what would you say if they decided to expel you for your malicious intent? Shi Lian's expression shifted dramatically. Taken aback by Lin Zhi's forthrightness, she immediately bowed her head, squeezing out a few tears. When had she ever groveled to Lin Zhi like this, only to be met with such ingratitude? In the past, Lin Zhi would become anxious at any mention of Linshu or Lindong, yet now she appeared utterly indifferent. Without hesitation, she spun around and dashed into the cave, calling out, "Beast brother, it's all my fault." Observing Shi Lian's retreating figure, Lin Zhi smirked derisively. Did she still believe herself to be the naive fool of yesteryears? Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted from within the cave. Lindong bellowed, "Lin Zhi, even Shi Lian has begged you, and you dare treat her like this. Don't think that just because you have that new shaman protecting you, you can act with impunity. Once I drive him away, let us see how you fare." Meanwhile, Linshu gently embraced the sobbing Shi Lian, lifting his gaze to Lin Zhi with a look of complex emotions. "Zhi, why have you returned so late?" He paused, his tone growing stern. "Do not forget, you are but a disabled beast. It would be wise to sever ties with the shaman. What good does it do to follow him? He will never take you as a mate." Linshu's voice softened, laced with what he considered affection. "In time, we shall help you find a suitable beast man. Be obedient and do not associate with the shaman any longer." Shi Lian had always thought of their welfare, going out to gather fruits for them, while Lin Zhi now seemed to regard them with disdain. Could it be that Lin Zhi truly could not see their kindness? After all, a female like Zhi, who could not bear offspring, was deemed a disabled beast in their world, with no male beast man willing to take her. Henceforth, Lin Zhi would have to rely on them for sustenance. "Zhi, you are still young. When you mature, you will understand that only we will treat you kindly in this world," Linshu coaxed, as if instructing an unruly cub. Listening to these words, Lin Zhi curled her lips into a cold smile. Were it not for them, she could hardly fathom how much better her life could be. She replied flatly, her voice thick with disdain and annoyance. Clearly wishing to disengage from this brainless bunch of beastmen at that moment, Lin Zhi was utterly transformed from the Lin Zhi Lindong once knew. Now, her eyes brimmed with contempt for them, as though they were mere weeds by the roadside or the dung of a Lulu pig, whereas previously, her gaze had been filled with pity and longing. This new Lin Zhi evoked an indescribable rage within Lindong, reminiscent of the female who had abandoned them. "Who are you? Are you still Lin Zhi? If I am not Lin Zhi, who else could I possibly be? Do you still perceive me as that weak and timid beast?" Lin Zhi's face was a mask of derision, entirely disregarding Lindong's fury in fact. She secretly anticipated his aggression, thinking that should he strike, she would have a valid reason to vacate the cave. "Look at her, she truly has no regard for us," Lindong gritted through clenched teeth. Suddenly, he erupted, shouting at Lin Zhi, "Lin Zhi, do not forget who has cared for you. After dining with the shaman for a few days, you have transformed into this. Do you cling to any beast man who shows you the slightest kindness? Are you not ashamed?" Lindong had expected to see Lin Zhi hurt by his words, yet she merely regarded him with icy indifference, her expression unyielding. His anger surged, and he continued to roar, "You once followed us like a loyal dog. And now you have changed masters. Should your new master abandon you, do not come crawling back to us. That will never happen. Even if I starve, I shall not return to beg you," Lin Zhi declared, striding away. How foolish she had been in the past, to sacrifice everything for these beastmen. In their eyes, she was not a sister but merely a slave, a compliant dog, the moment she displayed any hint of defiance. They were all too eager to restrain her once more. She marched towards her own cave, utterly unconcerned with the shock and anger etched on Linshu and Lindong's faces, pushing aside the hide curtain at the entrance. Lin Zhi entered her own cave. However, what had once been adorned with tattered hides was now completely barren, devoid of even a single piece to cover herself. Lin Zhi let out a cold laugh and lay down on the frigid stone bed. Clearly, they intended to leave her with nothing. Thus, she must hasten her departure from this place. Linshu approached the entrance of Lin Zhi's cave, hesitating momentarily, he felt it necessary to have a serious discussion with Zhi. For a beastman like the shaman might have ulterior motives in getting close to her. Gently lifting the hide curtain, he was met with a small, empty space that Lindong's gaze fell upon Lin Zhi, curled up on the stone bed, stirring a sense of confusion and unease within him. Zhi, where are your hides? Linshu inquired, concern lacing his voice. Did you trade them for food again? If you can find food now, there is no need for that. Those hides were brought back through the hard work of Beastfather and us. That he sighed and continued. Why are you so disobedient? Have we not treated you well? Zhi, do you realize how much you have changed lately? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi abruptly sat up, locking her gaze on Linshu's eyes, her lips curling into a cold smile. How have I been disobedient? Am I to revolve around you all day, obeying your every command? You treat me well. In what way? Did you allocate meat to me as large as Shi Lian's during the food distribution? Or did you share your hides with me? Do not forget, my previous hides were given to me by the females. While you have provided nothing, Linshu was taken aback by the fury radiating from Lin Zhi. His voice trembled slightly, confusion and guilt flickering in his eyes. In his memory, Zhi had never looked at him with such intensity, let alone expressed her anger. Lin Zhi stood abruptly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You, what of it? Her fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. And the hides, did I trade them away? Which beastman has food to trade with me lately? Striding to the cave entrance, she pulled back the hide curtain, pointing outside. If you wish to know, you might as well visit Shi Lian's cave and see where my hides have gone. Linshu opened his mouth. Silence enveloped the cramped cave, the air seemingly frozen. Linshu's gaze unconsciously wandered over the bare stone walls before landing back on the curled Lin Zhi, a wave of unease washing over him. Yes, soon as Lin Zhi finished speaking, Lindong stormed toward Shi Lian's cave, eager to discover whether Lin Zhi's hides were indeed there, that if they were not, he would relish seeing how Lin Zhi would explain herself. She often employed such tactics to garner their attention. However, as Lindong stepped into Shi Lian's cave, his footsteps abruptly halted. The hides strewn about the cave far exceeded those of him, Linshu, and indeed every female in the tribe. Among them were many hides not only belonging to Lin Zhi, but also those he and Linshu had previously lost. Why were these hides here? Shi Lian had not anticipated Lindong would barge into her cave so directly. The hides had yet to be concealed, and a flicker of panic crossed her face before she composed herself. She swiftly approached Lindong, her smile disarming as she explained, Beast brother, I have yet to tidy up. Winter is approaching, and I was hoping Zhi would sleep with me. This way, she need not fear the cold. Her voice was soft and sweet, laced with a hint of flattery, so Zhi would not have to worry. Lin Zhi entered Shi Lian's cave, surveying the mountain of hides, a cold smile creeping across her lips. Her eyes filled with derision. See, there they are, all of them. She vividly remembered that this spacious and comfortable cave once belonged to her. However, everything changed when Shi Lian arrived. Initially, Lin Zhi was willing to share the cave with Shi Lian. She even took the initiative to propose sharing her dwelling. Yet, that day, Shi Lian remarked, This cave is so small. I've never lived in such a tiny space. Upon hearing this, her good beast brothers immediately resolved not to let Shi Lian feel slighted. Without hesitation, they insisted that Lin Zhi move to the smaller cave at the entrance. She quietly gathered her belongings. The expressions on her brothers' faces reflected an air of entitlement. But who could say they were not good beast brothers? They simply chose to be unkind to her. Shi Lian approached Lin Zhi, a gentle smile gracing her face, and softly said, Zhi, since you're here, let us tidy up together. You can move in tonight. The wind at the entrance is too strong. Lin Zhi, gazing at Shi Lian's feigned smile, felt her anger flare even more. She coldly replied, No, whoever wishes to stay can do so. I cannot afford to live in such a large cave. Lin Zhi, how can you refuse Shi Lian's goodwill? If that's the case, take back these hides, but don't claim we bullied you. Lindong sneered, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, but he remarked that Lin Zhi's recent odd behavior stemmed from her desire to reclaim her hides. Striding towards Shi Lian's cave, he scooped up a pile of soft, smooth hides. Lindong then turned and forcefully tossed the hides into Lin Zhi's dwelling. scattering them across the cave floor. With a loud thud, several hides slapped against the stone wall before sliding down. Shi Lian stood by, her heart aching as she watched those precious, exquisite hides being treated so roughly, for they were taken from Lin Zhi's cave. These hides were her pride, her capital to flaunt within the tribe. Wait a moment, she thought. She would borrow them from Lin Zhi for a few days, and later find an opportunity to reclaim them. Linshu fell silent for a moment before turning to Shi Lian, his tone calm yet firm. Shi Lian, do not take hides from Lin Zhi again. We will provide you with others. Upon hearing this, Shi Lian obediently nodded. A meek smile plastered on her face, yet her heart bled. She knew too well that Linshu and Lindong had not hunted any decent prey in ages, struggling even to catch a mere cuckoo. How could they possibly provide her with such fine hides? Even Lin Tian, whenever he returned with hides, brought tattered, dusty ones, nowhere near the exquisite hides Lin Zhi had left behind, since these hides were already in her cave. They rightfully belonged to her. It was Lin Zhi's negligence in safeguarding them. What did it have to do with her? Lindong, gazing at the scattered hides, turned to Lin Zhi, annoyance creeping into his voice. All right. Lin Zhi, the hides have been returned to you. Are you satisfied now? Were you angry these past few days just over these few measly hides? He shook his head dismissively. It's not a big deal. Everything's already returned. Tomorrow, come with Shi Lian and us to gather outside the tribe. Once outside, Linshu and I will protect you well. Don't associate with the shaman anymore. As a disabled beast person, they won't take you seriously. Lin Zhi regarded Lindong, who was brimming with self-importance, with cold eyes, a hint of sardonic amusement curling her lips. She reached out and lifted the hide curtain at the entrance, turning without uttering a single word as she stepped into the cave. Lindong, witnessing this, felt a surge of rage, his face flushing red, fists clenched tightly. He opened his mouth to unleash a tirade. You look at her. Yet before he could finish, Linshu seized him, shaking his head slightly. Signaling Lindong to calm down, that he turned toward the cave and softly said to the hide curtain, Zhi, think carefully. The shaman has many female choices. He might just be momentarily intrigued by you. Even if he truly wishes to bond with you now. Remember, you have 2 more years before reaching maturity. Unlike Shi Lian, you are merely a disabled beast. You know that almost no male beast persons in the tribe would wish to mate with you. The spring mating season is not easy, and he will undoubtedly abandon you in the end. We are your beast brothers, your family. We will always stand by you. Linshu's tone softened. Zhi, come with us to gather fruits outside the tribe tomorrow. I believe you and Shi Lian will find plenty, ensuring we won't starve in winter. Standing outside the cave, Linshu's eyes fixated on the hide curtain, hoping to see it lifted. All right, Zhi, he gently inquired, his voice tinged with anticipation. However, silence permeated the cave. After a prolonged wait, Linshu finally recognized there would be no response. He sighed, slowly turning away, confident that Zhi would grasp his words and return to being the familiar little female they once knew. Inside the cave, Lin Zhi lay quietly on the stone bed, her gaze fixed straight ahead. How fervently she once pleaded for Linshu and the others to take her outside the tribe to gather. Back then, her sole desire was to contribute something to her beast father and the tribe. Now, however, it was Linshu and the others who sought her out, yet she no longer wished to accompany them. Nor did she desire any connection with them. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the hide curtain, they fell upon Lin Zhi's face. She opened her eyes, inhaled deeply, and gradually sat up. Lin Zhi swiftly rose, tidied herself, and selected a dull hide from those that Lindong had tossed back yesterday. Today, she would venture outside the forest, and wearing anything too bright would attract the attention of wild beasts. Lin Zhi exited the narrow cave. Upon stepping outside, she saw Linshu already waiting inside the large cave. He held a steaming stone bowl, filled with a light brown meat broth, that a hopeful smile adorned his face as he carefully offered the bowl to Lin Zhi. Zhi, try this. I made this broth, though it may not be as delicious as yours. Lin Zhi looked at Linshu's eager expression and felt a twinge of bitterness rise within her. Once, she too had looked at them with such anticipation, presenting her meticulously prepared broth for their tasting. Yet they always took it for granted. She reached out to take the stone bowl, glancing down at its contents. The surface of the broth was dotted with small morsels of meat, which appeared quite appetizing. However, Lin Zhi did not eat. Instead, she set the bowl down on a nearby stone ledge, her tone flat as she said, "Let it be for now. I'll eat it later," seeing Lin Zhi not outright refuse. A flicker of relief crossed Lin Shu's eyes. It seemed Zhi was beginning to waver. He believed she would ultimately choose them. After all, in this tribe, only they would consistently be there for her. It appeared Zhi was starting to recognize her status as a disabled beast. Realizing she needed their assistance, a saccharine voice rang out from the cave as usual. "Beast brother, you're up so early." Upon hearing the voice, Lin Shu quickly turned, hastening to the fire and picking up another stone bowl. Lin Zhi glanced over, a bitter smile creeping on her lips. The bowl he held was not filled with broth but brimming with meat chunks. An absolute contrast to the meager portion he had just offered her. Shi Lian emerged from the cave entrance, her face adorned with a sweet smile. She accepted the stone bowl Lin Shu offered, her voice laced with a charming lilt. "Thank you, beast brother, so much meat. Join me in eating. I can't possibly finish all of this." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Lin Zhi, noticing the meager bowl of broth beside her. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Shi Lian's eyes, though she said, "Ah, Zhi is here too. Why don't we all eat together?" Hearing Shi Lian's concern for him filled Lin Shu with warmth that it seemed there were still those who valued his efforts. Compared to Lin Zhi's indifference, Shi Lian was embodying the qualities of a good beast sister. He gently replied, "No need. I've already given Zhi my share. You just enjoy yours." Upon hearing this, Shi Lian's face bloomed with a shy smile. She gracefully approached Lin Zhi, her voice sweet as she asked, "Zhi, have you finished eating? Why not wait for us?" She lowered her head to glance at the stone bowl of Lin Zhi, which contained little more than a clear broth, and then looked at the generous heap of meat in her own bowl, her face betraying a look of concern. "I still have plenty of meat here. You must not be full yet. Allow me to share some with you." Lin Zhi slowly turned her head, her gaze flitting between the smug Shi Lian and the quietly waiting Lin Shu. She then gently extended her stone bowl back to Lin Shu, saying, "Here, I am not hungry. Eat." Lin Shu accepted the bowl and noticed for the first time the stark contrast between the two bowls. His bowl contained only a few meager pieces of meat floating in the pale brown broth, while Shi Lian's was brimming with tender morsels, nearly spilling over the rim. This glaring disparity caused Lin Shu to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him, a flush of discomfort rising to his cheeks. Stammering, he attempted to explain, "Zhi, I merely thought Shi Lian was unwell," his voice trailing off as he sensed her disapproval. Zhi's lips curled into a slight, sardonic smile, her silence filled with mockery and disappointment as she regarded Lin Shu. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Lin Shu cast his eyes downward, suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of discontent toward him. If only she had finished her broth sooner. Since Shi Lian had offered, why not just accept it without such scrutiny? Shi Lian spoke softly, "I apologize, Zhi. Brother Beast is just worried I might go hungry, which is why he gave me a little extra." She feigned a delicate demeanor, pushing her bowl towards Zhi while casting a timid glance at Lin Shu. "Please take my portion. I'm not hungry." "Zhi, since Shi Lian has offered you this bowl, you should accept it," Lin Shu urged, extending the broth towards her. Shi Lian stared at the food that was once hers being given to Zhi. Lowering her head, her eyes filled with malice. This was the second time. Zhi, observing Shi Lian's feigned innocence and Lin Shu's compliant demeanor, felt a swell of disgust within her. She did not reach out to accept the bowl, but instead retorted coldly, "Shi Lian is hungry, but I am not. Right, Lin Shu?" Her tone was laced with provocation, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. Lin Shu, unnerved by Zhi's piercing eyes, hastily attempted to explain, "Zhi, let me clarify that moment." Lindong strode out of the cave, seizing the stone bowl from Lin Shu's hands and gulping down its contents with a tilt of his head. After swallowing, he grimaced and spat. "Ugh, how disgusting." Turning to Zhi, his voice dripped with disdain and authority. He said, "Lin Zhi, have you forgotten how to cook? Now that you're back in the cave, eating our food, you can't even manage this simple task. Pathetic that don't think just because you have a little temper, we will tolerate you." He continued aggressively, "So what if Shi Lian has more meat than you? Don't you realize you owe her? Even if we were to give her your daily share, what's the harm? You owe her that much since it was her parents who perished, not yours. His tone grew increasingly menacing. After we leave today, remember to find something edible, understood? Once you do, we'll share some food with you. But if you find nothing, we might just have to use you as bait to lure the beasts. He strode out of the cave, his eyes full of contempt for Gigi. Indeed, the beast father was right. A female like Gigi would cling to anyone who showed her a modicum of kindness. Today, after they left the tribe, he intended to intimidate her further so that she would no longer dare oppose him. Hurry up. Do you expect me to invite you? Lindong urged impatiently. Gigi, gather the animal skin bags from the cave. Find some edible fruits and fill the bags, then call us. Seeing Gigi still standing there, motionless, Lindong and Linshu's patience began to wane. Lindong bellowed, "Did you hear me? Go back to the cave and fetch the bags." Gigi stood at the cave entrance, coldly observing the trio of self-important beastmen before her. They stood empty-handed, exuding an air of superiority, as if they still believed themselves to be the masters they once were. Shi Lian suddenly feigned a pitiful expression, saying, "Brother Beast, let me go get it." She hurried into the cave and soon emerged with an animal skin bag in her arms, pretending to struggle with its weight. "Gigi, there are more animal skin bags inside. Could you please grab a few? These are too heavy for me." Once outside the forest, she planned to ensure that Gigi would suffer, hoping a beast would gnaw off a leg, rendering her utterly useless. Seeing that Gigi remained unmoved, Lindong's fury ignited. "Lin Zhi, are you not going to help Shi Lian? You useless female. All you do is consume our food without contributing that we agreed to take you into the forest. Is this not what you desired? We have fulfilled your wishes, so what more do you want?" Linshu adopted a stern expression, commanding, "Gigi, assist Shi Lian with the animal skin bags, if you wish to accompany us today. You must contribute." Gigi, unable to endure any longer, interrupted Linshu. First, she spoke to Linshu in a tone dripping with sarcasm. "When did I ever say I wanted to go with you?" She then turned to Lindong. "Who the hell gave you the authority to decide? Do I wish to venture outside the tribe? Or is it that you cannot catch any prey and need my help to find fruits? Who is truly useless here? Don't you realize?" Finally, her gaze fell upon Shi Lian, her eyes brimming with disdain. "And you, unable to even carry an animal skin bag, wish to gather. You might as well stay in the cave and be a burden. After all, there are plenty of fools willing to feed you." The three were momentarily stunned into silence, unable to comprehend her audacity. When had Gigi ever dared to speak to them in such a manner? Gigi scoffed. "You what? Can't form a coherent sentence early in the morning. Is your brain malfunctioning? You think you're capable of hunting. With your ineptitude, you couldn't even catch a clucking chicken." Her words hung in the air. A sense of relief washed over her. Indeed, it was liberating to cast aside personal decorum and embrace a life devoid of virtue. Lindong's face darkened, fists clenched, teeth grinding as he growled, "Lin Zhi, whether you wish to go or not, is still determined by us." With that, he advanced, attempting to seize Gigi's arm. Suddenly, Huksong appeared nonchalantly, effortlessly brushing Lindong's hand aside. "What is this? Is your madness acting up again? Do you need my assistance?" In one hand, he held a steaming bowl of meat soup, and in the other, a colorful array of berries, a smile gracing his face as he approached Gigi. After handing her the food, Huksong turned to Linshu and the others, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "Today, Gigi will accompany me to gather. She cannot be forced to go with those incapable of even catching a beast, relying instead on the efforts of a female." Lindong immediately protested. "Who are you calling useless? Gigi must come with us today. This cursed shaman would pay dearly one day." Huksong raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of threat. Are you planning to coerce a female? Have you forgotten the rules of the beast world? Any beastman who forces a female can be expelled from the tribe. Perhaps I should inform the shamans of the surrounding tribes that you might just become a wandering beast." Linshu's complexion shifted dramatically as he hastily clarified. "No, we intended to go out gathering with Gigi. You can ask her." And no wonder Gigi was reluctant to join them. It was because of the shaman. Did she truly believe she could become a partner of the shaman? It seemed he needed to remind her. He turned to Gigi, forcing a smile and waving her over. "Gigi, do not forget what we discussed last night. Come along with us." Gigi regarded him coldly. realizing Linshu was seizing every opportunity. There's an incessant urge within me to remind her that she is merely a disabled beast, utterly unworthy of the attention of any orc. Alas, this is a matter she will not take to heart. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her determined gaze upon Husong and declared, "I shall accompany Wu today to gather." Witnessing this, Shi Lian's eyes sparkled with a cunning idea as she smiled at Husong, exclaiming, "Oh, Zhi, we can all go together with Wu. We are of the same tribe. It will be safer for us to venture out as a group." Lin Zhi cast a cold glance at Shi Lian, choosing to ignore her. Accepting the food Husong offered, she first savored a sip of the steaming meat soup, its rich flavor causing her to involuntarily squint with pleasure. Then, she picked up a vibrant red berry. Biting into it gently, the sweet and sour juice burst forth, eliciting an unmistakable expression of satisfaction. Shi Lian stood nearby, her gaze fixated on the fruit in Lin Zhi's hand, her eyes brimming with greed and envy. These fruits grew deep within the forest, and it was said that only the most valiant orcs could reach them for harvesting. How fortunate Lin Zhi was to receive so many from Wu. Shi Lian had never tasted such delicacies. Today, she must devise a way to capture Wu's attention. Once in the forest, she would certainly find edible fruits to prove herself as formidable as Lin Zhi. With this thought, Shi Lian puffed out her chest, hoping to attract Husong's gaze. However, Husong's eyes remained steadfastly on Lin Zhi. "Are you finished?" Husong inquired softly, his tone laced with an affection he was unaware of. Lin Zhi nodded, her cheeks bulging with the last of the berries. Her demeanor resembled that of a small creature in the woods. Prompting Husong to stifle a light chuckle, he bent down, gently grasping Lin Zhi's collar with his teeth and carefully hoisting her onto his back. This sight ignited a fierce rage within the wholly overlooked Shi Lian. Watching their intimate exchange, her hatred roared like a raging inferno. Why didn't Lin Zhi just disappear? Unconsciously, Shi Lian's hand gripped the fur of Linshu beside her, pulling so hard that a small tuft was torn away. Hiss! Linshu yelped in pain. "Lian, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Perhaps you should stay in the cave today." Only then did Shi Lian realize her lapse in composure. She quickly released her grip, forcing a smile as she replied, "It's nothing. Beast brother, let us hurry and catch up with Zhi. It's her first time outside, and she must be frightened. We should protect her." Regardless of the circumstances, she could not let this opportunity slip away. She must not allow Lin Zhi to be alone with Wu. Lin Zhi lay across Husong's back, her fingers gripping his fur with a gentle yet firm hold. She glanced back only to see Linshu and the others fading further from view, ultimately vanishing from sight. They could not keep up as they passed the gathering area. Lin Zhi noticed only a few scattered fruits left on the ground and trees that a few females stood beneath a nearby tree, working together to harvest the remaining fruits. But their empty bee-skin bag suggested that their haul for the day was nearly non-existent, and a wave of worry washed over Lin Zhi. It was evident that these fruits would not suffice to sustain the tribe through winter. If the hunting party also failed to return with ample food, countless tribesmen would perish during the protracted winter. Moreover, if the tribe faced starvation while she hoarded a surplus of food, the moral fabric of the orcs would mean little in the face of death. A shiver coursed through her as she envisioned the scene of her provisions being seized. No, it was imperative that other orcs in the tribe also stockpile food, so that she could preserve her own supplies during the winter. Meanwhile, Linshu, Lindong, and Shi Lian had come to a breathless halt. They had completely lost track of Lin Zhi and Husong. "Damn it, they are running too fast," Lindong said, frowning as he scanned the surroundings for clues. "Since we can't catch up, why not look for something to eat here?" Linshu suggested, bending down to set Shi Lian down. The trio began to search the vicinity for anything edible. Shi Lian gazed at the trees laden with red berries, uncertain of where to begin. She contemplated picking a few at random, but recalled the incident of poisoning in the tribe and dismissed the thought. Without Lin Zhi by her side, she had no idea which fruits were safe to consume. Why did Lin Zhi seem to find food so effortlessly? Lindong, on the other hand, searched the area, hoping to catch sight of a small beast. However, there was no sign of animal activity in the vicinity. "Can this be eaten?" Shi Lian picked up a bright red berry, observing the animal tracks on it, hesitating as she muttered to herself, Linshu glanced at his still empty beast skin, his expression grave. If we don't bring back food today, there will be nothing to eat in the cave. Lian, weren't you once the best at finding edible fruits? With so many berries around, can't you identify which ones are safe? This statement thrust Shi Lian into a state of immense pressure. She was unwilling to accept that only Lin Zhi could find food while she returned empty-handed. Fixating on the berry in her hand, she wrestled internally with whether or not to take a bite. Yet, the fear of it being poisonous held her back. Shi Lian's gaze flitted through the woods until she caught sight of Linshu rummaging through the berries as well. That a thought flickered through her mind, and she hastened toward Linshu, clutching a red berry. "Beast brother," Shi Lian called softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "I believe this berry is similar to one that Zhi once picked, but I'm not certain if it's safe to eat. Could you take a look?" Linshu straightened and accepted the berry from Shi Lian's hand. He examined the plump, round fruit closely, pinching it gently between his thumb and forefinger, noting its soft, juicy texture. Bringing it closer to his nose, he detected no peculiar scent. Doesn't tea smell strange? Perhaps I could try a small bite." He carefully bit off a small piece of the fruit, initially finding it lacking in flavor. But soon a sharp sourness exploded in his mouth. "Pah!" Linshu quickly spat out the fruit flesh, his face contorted in agony as he coughed vigorously, attempting to rid his mouth of the unpleasant taste. However, a strange numbing sensation began to spread across his tongue and within his mouth. "This fruit isn't poisonous, is it?" Shi Lian's face paled at Linshu's reaction. Fearing his ire, she hurriedly explained. "I'm so sorry, beast brother. I saw Zhi pick similar fruits earlier. I had no idea this one was poisonous. Please forgive me. If anyone is to blame, it should be me, not Zhi. Thank heaven she hadn't eaten it. What a fool to have placed it directly in his mouth." That moment, Lindong approached, observing Shi Lian's distress and Linshu's exaggerated spitting. Furrowing his brow, he surveyed the area, noting how long they had been searching. Yet their beast skin bags remained empty. Lindong's patience began to wear thin, and with evident dissatisfaction, he turned to Shi Lian. "Can you even find anything to eat? Have you been deceiving everyone in the tribe? I suppose you only managed to find food by following Lin Zhi around." Shi Lian was taken aback by Lindong's sudden interrogation, tears springing to her eyes uncontrollably. She sobbed as she explained. "And no, I know the fruits of the gathering site, but this is only my second time in this forest. I still need time to distinguish which fruits are edible here." Woo! Her heart brimmed with grievance and resentment. Why was it always Lin Zhi? Why must they constantly compare her to Lin Zhi? She had always surpassed Lin Zhi in the past. Moreover, it was their own failure to keep pace with Lin Zhi and Hu's song. Now, they sought to blame her instead. Linshu's tone turned stern, his gaze reproachful as he interjected sharply. "Lindong, why are you yelling at Shi Lian? Apologize to her." Lindong, feeling perplexed, retorted, "When did I yell at her? I merely asked a few questions." He felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He had clearly uttered no harsh words, so how could Shi Lian be reduced to tears? She was simply not comparable to Lin Zhi, who, regardless of how fiercely he reprimanded her, would never react with such frequent tears. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the forest. Roar! The sound seemed to emanate from the east, startling the nearby birds into a frenzied flight. Shi Lian trembled all over, instinctively gripping Linshu's arm tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. Linshu furrowed his brow but did not push her away. He exchanged a wary glance with Lindong, who instantly transformed into his beast form. Yet Linshu gently shook his head. This sound was no ordinary beast. It belonged to some colossal and ferocious creature that they could not hope to confront. As the sound grew closer, "Run," Linshu whispered urgently, scooping up Shi Lian. The three of them hastily fled in the opposite direction of the noise. Meanwhile, at the other end of the forest, Huso led Lin Zhi through a dense thicket. Suddenly, the path opened up, revealing a lush orchard before them. Lin Zhi's eyes widened in delight as she beheld trees laden with an array of plump and succulent fruits, the closest fruit, glowing with a golden hue tinged with orange. Strikingly resembled modern-day oranges. Wonderful, Lin Zhi thought, nearly leaping with joy. She dashed a few steps to the nearest fruit tree and reached out to pluck a fruit. That moment, A familiar system prompt chimed in her mind. Ding. Mature orange fruit detected, rich in vitamin C and antioxidants, beneficial for enhancing the immune system. Also contains abundant dietary fiber, promoting digestive health. Lin Zhi could hardly contain her excitement as she peeled back the skin, revealing the glistening, translucent flesh inside. She broke off a segment and offered it to Huso. Give it a try. Huso lowered his head, gently taking the fruit segment with his mouth. However, at that instant, his lips accidentally brushed against Lin Zhi's fingertips. The fleeting sensation, a coolness laced with the fruit's sweetness, sent an electric jolt through Huso's mind. He felt a thunderous rush, as if something had exploded inside him. Fortunately, he still maintained his beast form, the thick fur effectively concealing the sudden blush that crept across his cheeks, but he quickly stepped back, striving to calm his racing heart. Huso's voice came out slightly hoarse as he cleared his throat. I'll scout around. This place is safe, devoid of any beasts. I'll see if I can catch one for our lunch. If anything occurs, just call for me. With that, he turned and vanished into the nearby underbrush. Only after Huso's figure completely disappeared did Lin Zhi exhale a sigh of relief, inhaling the fresh air deeply. Her heart continued to race in her chest, her cheeks burning fiercely. What was happening? As someone who had experienced 3 lifetimes as a single person, she had never even held a man's hand properly. Yet that brief moment of contact had made her heart race and her body feel aflame. Stay calm. Stay composed. Lin Zhi took a deep breath, attempting to regain her composure and not appear like someone who had never encountered such situations. After some time, she finally managed to steady her emotions and shifted her focus back to the orchard before her. Lin Zhi picked up the beast-hide bag that Huso had brought, ensuring it was sturdy enough to hold the weight of the fruit. She began to survey the surrounding trees, searching for one most suitable for climbing. Reaching the bountiful branches, Lin Zhi carefully adjusted her position, ensuring she was securely seated on the limb, extending her hand to pluck the nearest fruit. Soon, the bag was filled to the brim. After completing her harvest, Lin Zhi slowly descended from the tree, her feet landing solidly on the ground. She looked up at the orchard, her heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment at the sight of the trees brimming with fruit. Just as she was about to take a moment's rest, her gaze was drawn to an unusual fruit tree nearby. Curiosity compelled her to approach and pluck a fruit with a brown outer skin. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in her mind. Ding ding. Salty fruit detected, a unique fruit characterized by its high sodium ion concentration, providing a taste and function similar to salt. Lin Zhi stared incredulously at the fruit in her hand. Salt? This was indeed salt. This fruit was salt? She recalled the precious yellow salt blocks she had tasted from Huso, and her heart raced with excitement. In this almost primitive world of beastmen, the significance of salt was undeniable. Without salt, the beastmen had to rely on animal blood to meet their physiological needs or risk traversing dangerous forests to trade with other tribes. With a mix of tension and anticipation, Lin Zhi peeled back the fruit skin as it split open, fine white granules scattered into her palm. She dipped her fingertip into a small handful and delicately placed it on her tongue. It was salty, truly salt. Lin Zhi's eyes sparkled with joy, a rush of exhilaration flooding her heart. She glanced back at the branches and around her, discovering that there were many more of these fruit trees, each laden with salty fruits. With these fruits, she could turn meat into salted provisions, preserving more food. Lin Zhi's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if she had glimpsed a brand new world. She had found salt. This meant she could create a variety of delectable dishes. What thrilled her even more was that this salt did not possess the bitterness of the salt blocks from Huso, though she could not explain why salt existed within a fruit. She thought, having already experienced the bizarre occurrences of being reborn twice in a world of beastmen, what else was impossible? She swiftly set to work, gathering every salty fruit within reach and placing them into the beast-hide bag. Only a few fruits remained at the very top of the tree, too high for her to reach, and thus were left behind. Content. Lin Zhi patted the bag brimming with salty fruits and turned to venture deeper into the orchard. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that not far away, atop a tall fruit tree, a robust beastman lay still, intently observing the busy little female below. He had originally been drawn by the faint yet alluring fragrance wafting through the orchard. To his surprise, the source of this enticing aroma was an underage female. Yet, why was this female gathering salty fruits? These fruits had a peculiar taste, and no beast man would consume them. Even the wild beasts of the forest would steer clear of them. Could it be that she had no other food to eat? This little female appeared so frail, barely resembling the cubs in their tribe who had just learned to walk. Was there truly a tribe that mistreated females? Tian silently watched Lin Zhi as she busied herself beneath the tree, a hint of barely perceptible compassion flickering in his deep-set eyes. He cautiously slid down from the tree, making not a sound, before swiftly disappearing into the dense forest. Lin Zhi seemed to hear a faint crack behind her and turned to catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. Yet, before long, the shadow vanished into the depths of the thicket, leaving no trace behind. Was it merely a trick of her vision? Lin Zhi shook her head, dismissing the thought. Soon, she made another discovery. She stumbled upon a pile of edible fruits, diverse in variety and vibrant in color, exuding an irresistible fragrance. Unfortunately, these fruits seemed difficult to preserve. Many juicy fruits could last only a week or two at most before beginning to rot. She would need to devise another method to preserve these fruits. Lin Zhi looked at the mountain of fruits at her feet and couldn't help but chuckle at herself. When had she begun to complain about having too many fruits? Not long ago, she was troubled by the mere thought of securing a meal. Now, however, her concerns had shifted to how to preserve the food she had gathered like the tea that moment. Familiar footsteps echoed behind her once more. Turning around, she caught sight of Huso's silhouette entering her field of vision. He was clutching a massive rhinoceros ox in his jaws, a creature that was undeniably lifeless, its thick hide stained crimson with blood. Lin Zhi joyfully approached him, circling around Huso as she eagerly shared her harvest from the day. Huso patiently responded to the little female while acutely aware of an unfamiliar scent wafting through the air around them, a powerful male beastman-esque presence. Did something happen just now? Huso's deep voice inquired in Lin Zhi's ear. No, I was just picking fruits, and nothing happened, Lin Zhi replied, her expression one of confusion. She could not fathom why Huso would ask such a question. As long as everything is fine, Huso replied, assuming that a male beastman had merely passed by. He did not press further and set the rhinoceros ox down on the ground. Suddenly, Lin Zhi's voice rang out again, laced with excitement. Huso, are these the fruits you brought earlier? They are so sweet. Her gaze fell upon the animal hide bag that on top of the fruits she had just picked were some vividly red, dripping fruits. They exuded a rich, sweet aroma, far more enticing than the one she had collected earlier. She picked one up and took a gentle bite. The sweet juice burst in her mouth, a flavor that was simply exquisite. This fruit was undoubtedly far sweeter than the one she had gathered before. However, there were too few of them. If only she could gather more to take back and try making some jam, she would be able to dilute it with water during the winter. Huso also picked up one of the fruits and placed it in his mouth that he savored the flavor, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. Indeed, a male had come by earlier. What a benevolent bear beastman he was, always assisting him. With that, he decided to accept this kindness. Meanwhile, perched high on a towering tree in the distance, a robust beastman quietly observed the scene. He watched as the little female savored the fruit. A joyful smile gracing her face. Seeing this, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as well. However, when his gaze shifted to the audacious fox daring to consume his fruits, an uncontrollable fury surged within him. He fought the impulse to leap from the tree and tear that fox's hide off. That damned fox was a nuisance wherever one went. And no wonder he had not seen anyone during his previous visits to the tribe. It turned out they had come here. Meanwhile, Huso had set a kindled spark upon a pile of dry twigs and leaves. Skillfully, he tore off a piece of fresh rhinoceros ox meat, slicing it thinly with a sharp stone shard, and placed it gently on a stone slab above the fire. The meat sizzled enticingly, releasing a rich aroma. He then retrieved some dried herbs from the hide bag, their unique fragrance a secret he often used for seasoning. He delicately crushed the herbs and sprinkled them over the roasting meat, an even more tantalizing scent wafting through the air. Lin Zhi, from another hide bag, produced a brown fruit with a coarse exterior. Seemingly unremarkable, she held it up to Huso with a mysterious smile, asking, "Guess what this is?" Huso took the fruit, examining it closely, his fox-like eyes narrowing slightly. Seeing the little female treat it like a treasure, he pondered whether to disclose its name or not. After a moment, he spoke, "Salty fruit, but it's not palatable. No beast man is willing to eat it." Lin Zhi was surprised that Huso knew the name of this fruit. But it seemed that beastmen were entirely unaware of its utility. She peeled back a bit of the salty fruit skin, revealing glistening white grains inside. Offering the fruit to Huso, she gestured for him to taste it. A mixture of helplessness and fondness flickered across Huso's face as he obediently placed a small piece of the white fruit in his mouth. Instantly, he spat it out, his brow furrowed, a look of distaste crossing his features. This fruit was as salty as ever, utterly unpalatable, nearly impossible to swallow. Just as Huso was about to advise Lin Zhi to discard these inedible fruits, she took a small handful of the white grains from the salty fruit and gently sprinkled them over the roasting meat. She blinked at Huso and remarked, "Didn't you notice? Doesn't this fruit remind you of the salt stone you gave me earlier?" Huso paused to recall the taste of the salt stone. Indeed, there were similarities between it and the salty fruit. Yet the salt stone distinctly bore a bitter flavor, while the white grains of the salty fruit possessed only a pure saltiness, devoid of any bitterness. He nodded, conceding that there were some similarities, but then shook his head to indicate that there were still differences. Observing Huso's reaction, Lin Zhi couldn't help but chuckle, patiently explaining the uses of the salty fruit to him. As Huso listened to her explanation, a flicker of skepticism crossed his eyes. It was important to note that the salt stone he held was something he had exchanged for with 10 carefully selected prey from the distant salt tribe. An invaluable treasure. Meanwhile, the salty fruit in the little female's hands was apparently abundant in this forest, and the salt within seemed superior to that of the salt stone. This realization left him momentarily in disbelief. Lin Zhi noticed Huso's doubt, yet she did not rush to explain. Silently, she removed the roasted meat from the stone slab, wrapping it in a broad leaf and handing it to Huso. She took a piece for herself and began to eat heartily. The familiar salty flavor spread across Lin Zhi's palate, filling her with immense satisfaction. This long-lost taste was simply divine. It was the first time she had truly savored food that had flavor in this world, rather than merely filling her stomach. Huso, too, picked up a piece of roasted meat sprinkled with the salty fruit, initially harboring some skepticism about this so-called salty fruit. However, when the familiar salty flavor touched his tongue, his fox-like eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of disbelief shining in them. This fruit could indeed replace the precious salt stone. He chewed the roasted meat thoughtfully, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. The seemingly frail little female always managed to surprise him in unexpected ways. She was entirely different from the greedy, lazy females in the tribe who merely subjugated males, even surpassing many males in capability. There was something uniquely captivating about her that drew him to explore further. Were it not for her, the entire beastman world might never have known that the ubiquitous salty fruit was, in fact, the essential salt that sustained their lives. Huso understood the significance of salt well. The salt tribe's strength stemmed from their control over the vital resource needed by beastmen. Other tribes could only trade precious resources for scant amounts of salt. If he could uncover the secret of the salty fruit and keep it to himself, his tribe would become immensely powerful, perhaps even surpassing the salt tribe. Huso lowered his gaze in contemplation, a complex emotion flickering across his handsome face. Moments later, he lifted his head, his elongated fox eyes gleaming with an unusual light as he softly spoke, a hint of tentative inquiry in his voice. "Zhi, would you be willing to return with me to my tribe?" Lin Zhi paused for a moment, lifting her gaze to meet the eyes of Husong, which were filled with unspoken anticipation. She felt compelled to say something, yet the words caught in her throat, and ultimately, she merely shook her head gently. Indeed, she had long contemplated leaving this tribe to explore the world beyond. However, joining another tribe was not a decision to be made lightly. She needed to consider it carefully. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, she would spend the remainder of her beastly existence in that tribe. Her original plan was to wait until next spring, during the great gathering of the beast world, to personally select a suitable tribe to join AS for Husong's tribe. She could learn about it then, but she had no intention of accepting Husong's invitation at this moment. Seeing Lin Zhi shake her head, Husong felt a twinge of disappointment, though he recognized it as an expected outcome. After all, in the beast world, it was customary for males to join the tribes of the females they pursued. Rarely did a female follow a male into another tribe. Lin Zhi had been born and raised in this tribe, undoubtedly forging deep emotional bonds that made it difficult for her to leave. Yet he was set to depart next spring, regardless of whether he found the female beast he sought. Husong's gaze lingered on the petite female, a surge of indescribable reluctance swelling within him. If the opportunity arose in the future, he would surely persuade Lin Zhi to accompany him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhi suddenly inquired, "Husong, this salty fruit must be of great significance to you, correct?" Husong nodded, affirming that it was not only important to him, but also a precious asset for all tribes. "Then may I trade this salty fruit for your promise to take me to the great gathering of the beast world next year?" Lin Zhi raised her head, adding, "If it is not enough, I can also gather some herbs for you." Husong gazed into Lin Zhi's eyes, which sparkled with longing, and without hesitation, he agreed, "Of course. Is there anything else you need my assistance with? Could you also help me open a cave?" Lin Zhi's face blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to a flower unfurling under the sun. "I intend to move out of my original cave in a few days and do not wish to return." She had previously been troubled about how to participate in the great gathering of the beast world, as the dangers outside the tribe meant no tribe would risk taking a precious female out. However, with Husong's assistance, she now had a potential path to the gathering. Husong's lips curled into a gentle smile. "It is already prepared. I can show you when you return to the tribe." Of course, he did not reveal to Lin Zhi that he had also opened a cave for himself nearby. After eating to her fill, Lin Zhi's head began to droop, as if she were succumbing to sleep. Observing this, Husong silently transformed into a magnificent fox, his snow-white fur exceptionally soft. He gently cradled Lin Zhi in his arms, allowing her to rest against him in warmth and comfort. Lin Zhi seemed to sense this warmth, instinctively nuzzling closer to Husong, seeking a more comfortable position before drifting into a deep slumber. The forest lay in serene silence, interrupted only by the faint sounds of distant beasts. Suddenly, a series of roars shattered the tranquility, followed by a female's terrified cry piercing the night sky. Filled with despair and dread, Husong's eyes sprang open, his sharp gaze scanning the direction of the sound. Instantly jolted awake, his muscles tensed and ready for action. Lin Zhi was also startled awake by the sudden commotion. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, bewilderedly surveying her surroundings. Husong swiftly lifted Lin Zhi, gently placing her on a sturdy branch of a large tree, ensuring she was seated safely. The sounds grew closer, seemingly approaching them, and there was no time left to flee. He looked down at Lin Zhi, his eyes brimming with vigilance and concern, instructing her, "Stay here and do not move." He then turned to face the source of the noise, standing guard beneath the tree like a steadfast barrier, protecting Lin Zhi above. As the sounds drew nearer, Lin Zhi's heart raced, her grip tightening around the tree trunk as she struggled to remain calm. For some reason, she felt an unsettling familiarity with the female's voice, as if she had heard it before. In the blink of an eye, two wolves and a female burst forth from the dense forest, appearing disheveled, with several powerful lions hot on their heels. Lin Zhi squinted, her heart sinking. The two wolves were none other than her beast brothers, Linshu and Lindong, while the female was Shi Lian. Seeing them, Lin Zhi furrowed her brow, a wave of irritation washing over her. It seemed there was no escape from trouble, no matter where she went. Shi Lian's sharp eyes spotted Husong beneath the tree, and she seized the opportunity like a lifeline, screaming hoarsely, "Woo! Help us, please!" Lindong rushed toward Husong, urgency driving him as the roaring lions pursued relentlessly. Lin Zhi watched anxiously from her perch, concerned for Husong's safety. With so many ferocious lions, would he be able to fend them off? As for Linshu and Lindong, she had no regard for their fates. Their lives or deaths were of no consequence to her. They had chosen to hide behind Husong instead of confronting the beasts, clearly attempting to use him as a shield. Husong faced the lions with unwavering vigilance, his eyes darting to anticipate their movements. Unwilling to show any sign of weakness, with Lin Zhi still in the tree, He could not retreat or flee. He mustn't allow the petite female to fall into danger. With a steely gaze, Husong suddenly lunged forward, targeting the largest of the lions. He leaped high, his sharp claws striking the lion's neck with ferocity. The lion roared in agony, a deep gash appearing on its neck. Blood pouring forth, that it thrashed its head violently, attempting to dislodge Husong. However, Husong clung on resolutely, his claws leaving multiple wounds on the lion's body. Soon, the lion succumbed to massive blood loss, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The other lions, witnessing this, revealed their savage intent, closing in on Husong from all directions. Yet despite the perilous situation, Husong displayed no fear. His sharp eyes remained fixed on the lions, searching for any sign of weakness. Lin Zhi's heart raced as she watched the scene unfold from her perch. Husong had chosen to stand and fight for her protection rather than flee. Yet, Linshu and Lindong remained standing idly by, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. They appeared to be biding their time, waiting to regain their strength before seizing another opportunity to escape. Lin Zhi's anger surged at their inaction. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms as she shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and help." At that moment, Linshu finally noticed Lin Zhi perched on the branch, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He now understood why Husong had opted to fight. It was because Lin Zhi was present. Seeing Linshu and Lindong still frozen in place, Lin Zhi's urgency intensified. She shouted again, "Do you truly want Husong to be devoured by the lions? If he is eaten, you will not escape either." Linshu hesitated, glancing between Husong, who was clearly outnumbered, and the surrounding lions, as well as the other sounds resonating from the forest. He began to ponder whether to run or stay. If they did not assist Husong, and he were to be killed by the beasts, they might not escape the lions either. After all, they still bore the scent of the young lions, and these predators would surely not let them go easily. However, if they chose not to flee now, could he and Lindong truly contend with such ferocious lions? Shi Lian stood to the side, her gaze fixed on the unscathed Lin Zhi perched in a tree, her eyes brimming with envy. They had both departed the tribe together. Why was it that she was so well protected by Husong, while she herself had nearly met her demise at the jaws of those wild beasts? The more she pondered, the more her resentment festered. Igniting a fury within her, that a thought flickered through her mind. What if Lin Zhi were to be devoured by the beasts? How splendid that would be! A glint of malice sparkled in Shi Lian's eyes. She glanced at the lion engaged in a fierce battle ahead, then back at Lin Zhi in the tree. "Beast brother, please help me up there. I want to stay with Gigi. You must assist the shaman." Shi Lian feigned concern, her voice tinged with urgency, deliberately raising her volume so that Husong could hear. Once Husong realized she was the one who devised a plan to save him, his perception of her would surely change. In that moment, she would leverage her life-saving deed to compel Husong to become her mate. He would undoubtedly acquiesce. "Hurry, or it will be too late," Shi Lian urged, her voice laden with desperation and worry. Wholly focused on Husong. "Beast brothers, you must save the shaman." Clenching her teeth, Shi Lian forcefully shoved Linshu and Lindong beside her. "You need to go help Husong. Don't worry about me." With that, she grasped the rough bark of the tree tightly and began to clumsily ascend. She laboriously climbed to the branch where Lin Zhi was located, striving to draw as close to her as possible. However, Lin Zhi, with no retreat left, could only attempt to maintain her distance, warily observing Shi Lian's every move. Upon seeing Shi Lian had ascended the tree, Linshu wasted no time, pulling Lindong into the fray against the beasts. Under the combined assault of the three, the pride of lions began to gradually retreat, emitting reluctant growls. Yet, one massive lioness, her eyes ablaze with fury, fixated on Shi Lian in the tree. As she slowly retreated, she suddenly veered around Husong, who was entangled with other lions, and charged fiercely towards the tree. Her cub had been devoured by that detestable beast in the tree. Today, she would exact vengeance for her offspring, no matter the cost. Shi Lian watched in terror as the frenzied lioness charged towards the tree, her gaping maw revealing sharp fangs. The lioness roared in rage beneath the tree, repeatedly attempting to leap up and strike at the two above. Shi Lian's gaze flitted between Husong, Linshu, and Lindong, who were ensnared by the beasts, and then settled on the defenseless Lin Zhi beside her. Slowly, her hand reached out toward Lin Zhi, a spark of malice flashing in her eyes. Lin Zhi, this is the end for you. Suddenly, Lin Zhi felt an immense force thrusting her backward, her body uncontrollably toppling over. She fell from a lofty branch, desperately grasping at something, her fingers wrapping tightly around it. Hun Song, upon hearing the familiar exclamation, felt a pang of dread in his heart. He abruptly looked up, just in time to see Lin Zhi's petite figure plummeting from the tree. Below, the frenzied lioness opened her jaws wide, but Hun Song's pupils dilated in horror. Without a moment's thought, his body reacted before his mind could catch up. He fought off the lion that was tearing at him, its sharp fangs raking across his back, ripping away a chunk of flesh, blood instantly staining his fur. Yet he paid no heed to the pain. His focus solely on the rapidly descending figure, he summoned all his strength and sprinted towards the base of the tree. Simultaneously, Shi Lian, who had been yanked down alongside Lin Zhi, let out a terrified cry for help. "Beast brother! Shaman, come save me! Help! Help!" With a thud, Shi Lian landed heavily on the ground, emitting a pained groan. Hun Song, like a bolt of lightning, dashed to the tree's base, kicking the lioness aside, and as Lin Zhi was about to hit the ground, he caught her securely in his arms. Lin Zhi felt no pain as she landed, but instead found herself enveloped in a warm and sturdy embrace. As her tightly shut eyes slowly opened, her damp lashes fluttered, revealing Hun Song's anxious and caring face. Thank goodness, it was Hun Song. He had saved her. "It's all right. It's all right." Hun Song's deep and gentle voice resonated in her ear, soothing Lin Zhi's inner turmoil and fear. Meanwhile, Linshu and Lindong had dealt with the remaining lions and hastened over. Encircling Lin Zhi with concern on the ground, Shi Lian felt waves of excruciating pain radiating from her back. Struggling, she lifted her head to gaze up at Lin Zhi, who was safe in Hun Song's arms, and at Linshu and Lindong, whose faces were filled with worry. Clearly, they paid her no mind, and jealousy and resentment filled Shi Lian's eyes, her teeth clenched tightly against her lower lip, nearly drawing blood. "Zhi, why did you push me? I know you hate me, but you shouldn't have pushed me." Shi Lian spoke weakly, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance and confusion. Upon hearing Shi Lian's audacity, Lin Zhi wriggled free from Hun Song's embrace and leaped to the ground. Without hesitation, she strode forward and dealt Shi Lian two resounding slaps across the face. The crisp sound echoed in the air. Had it not been for Hun Song's timely arrival, Lin Zhi might have already perished at the hands of the lions. Shi Lian, cradling her reddened cheek in disbelief, stared at Lin Zhi, momentarily forgetting her intended words. Lin Zhi had dared to strike her. At that moment, Linshu and Lindong finally noticed Shi Lian still lying on the ground. Lindong's anger ignited in an instant as he charged forward, raising his arm high to deliver a fierce blow to Lin Zhi's face. Lin Zhi instinctively shut her eyes, her body trembling slightly. However, the anticipated pain did not come. A large hand firmly grasped Lindong's wrist. It was Hun Song. His eyes sparkled with a cold light, and a mocking smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he spoke in a low, menacing tone. "You're worthless, unable to even defeat a beast, and yet you dare to strike a female here. It was she who struck Shi Lian first and pushed her down." Lindong's face flushed with indignation as he attempted to break free from Hun Song's grip, his voice seething with resentment and fury. "That vile female should have been torn apart by the beasts. Why don't you just die already, Lin Zhi?" In a fit of rage, Lin Zhi lunged at Lindong like an angry little leopard, swinging her fists and delivering two resounding slaps to his face. The sharp sound reverberated in the air. After striking him, Lin Zhi still felt unsatisfied. Her once clear and bright eyes now blazed with fury as she turned her fierce gaze towards Linshu. "Do you want to try receiving a couple of slaps yourself? Since they all believed her to be the wicked one, she might as well solidify that reputation." She intended to commit truly malicious acts for them to witness. Linshu, observing the ferocity in Lin Zhi's gaze, as though she had transformed into a different person, and the vigilant Hun Song standing protectively behind her, swallowed his words. He had no doubt that if he dared utter another word, Lin Zhi would not hesitate to slap him as well. What had driven Lin Zhi to become this way? Beast god, please return the original Zhi to me. Once Lin Zhi had vented her fury, she turned her attention back to Shi Lian, who still lay on the ground. Step by step, she approached, her gaze sharp and piercing, locking on Shi Lian. The closer Lin Zhi drew, the more Shi Lian felt as though a ferocious beast was stalking its prey, sending chills down her spine. Her body involuntarily trembled, her teeth chattering in fear. Just wait, Lin Zhi. If you have the guts, don't return to the tribe. When the beast father comes back, you'll be in for it. Just wait to starve to death in the punishment cave. Lindong growled at Lin Zhi, his voice laced with threats and malice. You harbinger of doom, nothing good ever comes from encountering you. With that, he seized Shi Lian, who was still moaning in agony on the ground, and dashed away towards the tribe, not daring to look back, as if something terrifying were pursuing him. Linshu, watching Lin Zhi and then glancing at Lindong, who had already fled, sighed in resignation. Zhi, upon our return to the tribe, you may face the wrath of the beast god. Once the others departed, Lin Zhi's taut nerves finally relaxed, and her body succumbed to gravity as she unceremoniously sank to the ground. An unprecedented wave of fatigue washed over her, leaving her utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Today, she once again sensed the ominous approach of death, and that paralyzing fear and helplessness seared deeply into her soul. Curling up, she tightly embraced her legs, seeking a semblance of security within herself. Lindong and Linshu would forever heed only Shi Lian's one-sided narrative. Husong silently observed the curled-up Lin Zhi, an inexplicable emotion surging within him. He gently stepped closer, enfolding Lin Zhi in his warm embrace. Oh, not worry. I am here, he murmured in a deep voice, laced with a barely perceptible tenderness. Lin Zhi felt the warmth of Husong's embrace, the very solace she desperately required in that moment. She allowed herself to bask in this fleeting warmth, even if just for a while. Although Husong did not explicitly articulate it, Lin Zhi understood that his arrival in the tribe was not merely for the position of shaman. She often noticed him observing each beast man in the tribe with unabashed scrutiny, his gaze brimming with curiosity and contemplation, as if he were earnestly searching for something that a flicker of hope once ignited within her heart, wishing that Husong might one day become her partner. However, reality dictated that he would eventually depart from this tribe, and she had no desire to become anyone's subordinate. She must seek a tribe that suited her, integrate herself, and live independently. As for Husong, he likely would not join another tribe for her sake. Thus, they were destined to be fated yet not joined. Lin Zhi closed her eyes. Husong sensed the soft, steady rhythm of her breathing against his chest and realized she had fallen asleep. He gently loosened his embrace and laid her upon his back. Carefully, he rose and made his way to a cave where he had previously gathered herbs. The forest was tranquil and serene, punctuated only by the distant chirping of insects in the nocturnal air. When Lin Zhi next opened her eyes, she found herself nestled within a cave, a flickering bonfire casting its glow against the walls. "Are we back at the tribe?" she mumbled, her voice hoarse. A throbbing headache assaulted her, akin to fine needles pricking at her temples. A likely consequence of her earlier emotional turmoil. "No, we are in a cave in the forest," Husong replied, his voice deep and resonant as he offered her several wild fruits. The vividly colored fruits exuded an enticing aroma. "Here, have a few fruits first," he added, his gaze softened with kindness. "The meat can wait." Lin Zhi's attention was drawn to Husong, who was intently roasting meat over the fire, the light illuminating his chiseled features. His earnest demeanor made her heart skip a beat. How utterly shameful, she silently chastised herself. At that moment, Husong seemed to notice Lin Zhi's gaze, his movements faltering slightly, an uncharacteristic awkwardness settling in as a faint blush crept to his ears. "Here, eat," he urged, suddenly jolted back to reality. Lin Zhi felt her cheeks flush crimson, akin to a ripened apple, her ears burning with embarrassment. Husong, observing her flustered state, felt parched, unable to resist the urge to lick his lips. An impulsive desire surged within him, to taste the sweetness of Lin Zhi's cheeks. Shaking his head vigorously, he attempted to dispel those untimely thoughts. Tonight marked their first genuine cohabitation, as he had previously blocked the cave entrance with stones, opting for a safer spot outside to maintain distance. However, in the wild, danger loomed too large, necessitating his presence within the cave for safety. They both began simultaneously, only to halt, an awkward silence enveloping them. "You go first." "No, you go first," Husong insisted softly. Lin Zhi inhaled deeply, striving to steady her racing heart, and spoke, "Shall we rest in this cave tonight?" Husong nodded, replying, "Yes, we shall stay here tonight and return to the tribe tomorrow." "What do you think?" Lin Zhi softly acquiesced, inwardly wishing she could remain away from the tribe indefinitely. Yet reason reminded her that such a notion was impractical. Living alone outside the tribe was fraught with peril, the pressures of survival far greater than within the tribe. Just moments ago, she had heard the calls of several different animals. Though distant, they still sent shivers down her spine. Noting Lin Zhi's lack of dissent, Husong set about managing the bonfire in the cave. He carefully rearranged the burning wood, extinguishing the flames with dirt until every last ember vanished into the darkness. Turning to block the entrance with his imposing frame, he sealed the cave, leaving no gap for intrusion. Instantly, darkness enveloped them, rendering the space pitch black. Lin Zhi had expected difficulty in falling asleep due to the change in environment. Having grown accustomed to the light and sounds of the tribal cave, surprisingly, she quickly drifted into a deep slumber, even more restful than before. In the tribe, she often slept near the entrance, frequently awoken in the night by distant sounds. Ever wary of lurking beasts, only after confirming her safety could she close her eyes again. However, tonight, with Husong keeping vigil, Lin Zhi's once tense nerves began to unfurl, and a profound sense of security enveloped her, as if all dangers lay barred beyond the cave's threshold. With her eyes closed, she soon succumbed to the embrace of sweet dreams. Husong turned his gaze inward, his eyes glimmering with a bright light in the darkness, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. He quietly watched Lin Zhi, peacefully asleep on the stone bed, his heart filled with tranquility. Time slipped away, and eventually, he too closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. The next morning, beams of sunlight filtered through the cave's narrow crevices, illuminating Lin Zhi's face. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see Husong tending to the fire and cooking meat. She quickly scrambled up from the stone bed. "I'm sorry for waking up late," she said apologetically. Glancing at Husong, he turned to her, his tone nonchalant. "It's fine. There's water over there. You should wash your face first." Following his, Lin Zhi noticed a rough stone basin filled with clear water, accompanied by a few sprigs of green grass. Curious, she was about to inquire further when Husong preemptively explained, "That's cleansing grass. Just chew it a bit." Approaching the basin, Lin Zhi splashed her face with the cool water, feeling instantly refreshed. She picked a piece of cleansing grass and placed it in her mouth. Its bitter taste was offset by a refreshing sensation in her mouth. She swiftly completed her morning routine, marveling at this novel form of dental hygiene in this beastly world. It dawned on her that there were many wonders she had yet to witness and experience. Husong handed her a bowl of steaming meat soup, its aroma wafting enticingly. Lin Zhi accepted it shyly, a pang of guilt rising within her, feeling as though she were a burden, contributing nothing to Husong's efforts. Did all the other males in this world exhibit such thoughtfulness and attentiveness? Once she left the tribe, if she encountered someone like Husong, she might consider forming a bond. After all, females truly could not survive alone, and she could not rely solely on fruit for sustenance, much less embark on hunts. Yet a flicker of concern nagged at her. Would a male mind her inability to bear offspring? Nevertheless, remembering her secret regarding salt brought her some comfort, assuring her that she need not worry about joining another tribe in the future. "Let us go." After Foxong tidied up the cave, he cast a glance at the obedient little female, waiting patiently by his side, and a flicker of emotion stirred within him. Suddenly, he was struck by the idea of bringing this little female back to his tribe. Lin Zhi skillfully climbed onto Foxong's broad back, her hands gently grasping his fur as she prepared for their departure. Foxong made his way to the fruit grove, swiftly plucking several bags of fruits with minimal moisture under Lin Zhi's guidance. He secured the fruits on his back, ensuring Lin Zhi was comfortably seated. Then, with a swift leap, Foxong bolted towards the direction of the tribe, while Lin Zhi held tightly onto his neck. Meanwhile, within the tribe, Lin Tian lay on a rough stone, his visage contorted in pain. Scattered around him were several injured male beastmen. their groans rising and falling like a mournful chorus. These beastmen had just returned from the forest, bearing deep, bone-exposing wounds and an overwhelming stench of blood. They had initially followed a massive giant horned deer, discovering a new wild beast habitat. Observing the absence of other beasts, Lin Tian hastily commanded a hunt. The beastmen, having been famished for days, upon sighting a herbivorous beast, disregarded their surroundings and charged recklessly, their hunger eclipsing all thoughts of potential peril. Unbeknownst to them, that very location was ambushed by beastmen from rival tribes, who, upon witnessing their prey being snatched away, erupted in fury. Hostile beastmen surged from all directions, engaging them in a brutal life-and-death struggle. Soon, Lin Tian's forces were overwhelmed, suffering heavy casualties, and they could only flee in disarray on their return to the tribe. The scent of blood attracted a pack of ravenous carnivorous beasts. The beastmen Lin Tian had led faced death or injury, leaving only a scant few to return in a desperate escape. Lin Tian himself bore a grievous arm injury, blood oozing from the wound, staining the stone beneath him. "Where's Wu?" Lin Tian's face darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury as he interrogated Linshu and others. "Beast Father, Wu has been taken out of the tribe by Lin Zhi," Shi Lian lamented, her voice trembling. Lin Zhi insisted on taking Wu outside, claiming there were fruits in the forest. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's already grim visage darkened further. His arm wound could not wait. He refused to become a disabled beast. Should that female ever return, she would surely mock him. "Damn Lin Zhi. She's always involved whenever trouble arises. Linshu, go find Wu and bring him back." Lin Tian commanded sternly, urgency and anger lacing his tone. Linshu, upon hearing this, immediately turned and dashed towards the tribe's exit. I could see that moment. Lin Zhi, just stepping into the tribe, keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. The air was thick with a stifling and uncomfortable tension, making it hard to breathe. Lin Zhi wrinkled her nose, detecting a faint yet lingering scent of blood. Foxsong, with a sharper sense of smell than Lin Zhi, instantly realized that someone in the tribe had been injured. Furthermore, judging by the intensity of the blood scent, the number of injured was likely considerable. A sense of urgency gripped Foxsong as he quickened his pace, encountering Linshu, who was heading out to search for someone. "Wu, hurry! There are injured beastmen in the tribe," Linshu urgently exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic. Upon hearing this, Foxsong furrowed his brow and without further ado raced towards the center of the square. He carefully set Lin Zhi down from his back, placing her gently aside. Then he swiftly scanned the injured beastmen, forming a preliminary assessment of the situation. Aside from a few with severe injuries, most were only lightly hurt. Numerous injured beastmen moaned in agony, their eyes filled with despair and fear as they spotted Foxsong. They extended trembling hands towards him, their weak voices pleading for his aid, their gazes brimming with desperation and hope. Lin Zhi, sensing the gravity of the situation, discreetly stepped back, allowing Foxsong ample space to act. Quietly leaning against a leather bag from amidst the injured, Shi Lian caught sight of Lin Zhi standing at the back, along with the bulging leather bags behind her. Having returned from the forest, she had yet to consume anything. The food in the cave had long been depleted, and she had been starving for an entire day and night, feeling utterly drained of strength. In contrast, Lin Zhi appeared vibrant and rosy, clearly lacking for nothing that a flicker of jealousy crossed Shi Lian's eyes, and she reproached Lin Zhi. "Where have you and Wu been? Why didn't you stay put in the tribe? There are so many injured beastmen here. How can you be so selfish?" She continued, her voice tinged with a sob. "Why did you do this? Why must you monopolize Wu and take him to the outside world? Look at the beastmen in the tribe. Without Wu's aid, they're on the brink of death." Lin Zhi had to concede that Shi Lian possessed a certain talent for inciting discord. Her words stirred the anger and resentment of the other beastmen towards her. However, Lin Zhi astutely noticed that Shi Lian's gaze was fixated greedily on the leather bags behind her. Lin Zhi surveyed her surroundings, seeing the injured males and their female companions glaring at her with hostility. Those hostile gazes made her almost believe she was the true culprit behind their injuries. Just as Shi Lian prepared to level another accusation at Lin Zhi, Foxsong suddenly roared, "Silence! This female, if left to her own devices, would never find peace." He meticulously observed the scene and noted that aside from one or two with more severe wounds, the rest were merely superficial injuries. Yet these beastmen all feigned imminent death, as if they were about to meet the beast god. Foxong beckoned Lin Zhi to come closer. He whispered a few instructions in her ear, imparting essential tasks. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi immediately turned and dashed towards Foxong's cave. Observing this, Shi Lian quickly positioned herself in Lin Zhi's path. Lin Zhi, where are you going? Are you just going to abandon the injured beastmen here? She demanded, her voice sharp. You haven't even apologized to them. You can't just leave. You must stay. Faced with Shi Lian's obstruction, Lin Zhi halted, coldly responding, fine, if I don't leave, then I won't go to Wu's cave to fetch the herbs either. Lin Zhi pointedly remarked, since you wish to impede Wu from helping, then let it be as you wish. She steadfastly met Shi Lian's gaze, continuing, if any beastmen die because of this, then you shall bear the blame. Upon hearing this, the females accompanying the injured males rose in unison, encircling Shi Lian with eyes aflame with anger and reproach. Each one glared at Shi Lian as if they wished to consume her with their gaze. Feeling the mounting pressure from all sides, Shi Lian quickly donned a pitying expression. She feigned concern for everyone, defending herself, that's not what I meant. I just think you should apologize to everyone. Shi Lian insisted. After all, you took Wu away, and why should Wu send you for herbs? You and Ti want to run away. Would you? Her tone bore a barely perceptible hint of jealousy and resentment. Lin Zhi, unwavering, retorted, what am I escaping from? Did I cause their injuries? Why should I apologize to them? If you keep blocking my way, they might genuinely die, and then who will everyone blame in the end? Moreover, if I sent you, would you even recognize the herbs? At that moment, an anxious female hurried over, forcefully pulling Shi Lian aside, her tone pleading and frantic. Lin Zhi, hurry to Wu's cave and fetch the herbs that will wait for you here. Several female beasts swiftly converged, encircling Shi Lian tightly in the center, their gazes brimming with anger and reproach. Although Lin Zhi could not be blamed for the injuries sustained by their companions, Shi Lian's audacity to obstruct Lin Zhi from seeking medicinal herbs, thus delaying the shaman's treatment of their partners, was utterly intolerable. The fury of those females was unleashed upon Shi Lian, their hostility palpable enough to consume her. As Shi Lian faced the females surrounding her and the retreating figure of Lin Zhi, her heart swelled with resentment, and she forcefully pushed away the females beside her. These fools, did they not realize they were aiding her? Lin Zhi was not a shaman. She would not know how to find any herbs. Ti was undoubtedly the shaman who had sent her away. Lin Zhi sprinted swiftly to Foxong's cave, utilizing the system to quickly locate the herbs Foxong required. She meticulously rummaged through a piece of animal hide and retrieved several hemostatic herbs, then grasped a stone bowl to gather all the medicinal ingredients before turning back to run. Meanwhile, Foxong had thoroughly examined each injured beastman's wounds, his brow furrowed in concern. For the most part, the conditions of the majority of the beastmen were not overly severe. Those truly gravely injured had likely perished outside the tribe and could not return. The fact that they had made it back to the tribe indicated that they still held a glimmer of hope for survival. However, Foxong's gaze fell upon a male with a leg injury, a profound worry flashing in his eyes. Even if the bleeding could be stopped now, that leg was likely beyond saving. This male would be consigned to a life of disability, and worse still, he might not survive the impending harsh winter. Foxong sighed helplessly. The world of beasts was indeed brutal. He was not a beast god and could not save every beastman. Lin Zhi, cradling the stone bowl filled with herbs, hurried back to the location of the injured beasts. After handing the medicine to Foxong, she prepared to turn away. However, Foxong called her back. Wait, crush the hemostatic herbs and apply them to the wounds of the injured beastmen. Seeing Lin Zhi still in a daze, Foxong personally demonstrated the procedure. Subsequently, he led Lin Zhi to a beastman with a minor arm injury, encouraging her to attempt it herself. Finally regaining her senses, Lin Zhi, still clutching the stone bowl, momentarily did not know how to proceed. She could only strive to recall Foxong's actions, awkwardly mashing the herbs. Then, with utmost care, she applied the crushed medicine to the beastman's wound, fearful of causing him pain. The injured male beastman offered Lin Zhi a grateful smile. Thank you. Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi nodded, saying nothing more, and turned to check on the next injured beastman. Meanwhile, Foxong picked up a stone pot to brew medicine. Continuously stirring the concoction within it, he muttered softly, as if engaged in some form of a prayer ritual. In a fleeting moment, Lin Zhi seemed to see a beam of white light descend into the stone pot. Swirling together with the medicinal broth, she quickly tended to the majority of the injured beastmen, pausing beside Lin Tian. Lin Tian, with a cold expression, scolded Lin Zhi. "Hurry up. Don't you know I was the first to need medicine?" He continued, "Lin Zhi, you will regret this later. Don't think that just because the shaman sent you to treat the tribe members you can escape punishment. You harmed a tribe member by pushing Shi Lian from the tree in the forest. And due to your own greed, you led the shaman out of the tribe." Lin Tian threatened. "You'll see how you are punished later. It's not too late to kneel and apologize to the beastmen and Shi Lian now. Or else." In the face of Lin Tian's accusations and threats, Lin Zhi paid no heed. These baseless charges had nothing to do with her. She owed no apologies to anyone. That Lin Tian's threats were merely attempts to intimidate her. Seeking to quell the anger of the tribe members while shifting the blame that should rightfully fall upon him onto her shoulders. In this hunting expedition, over 50 male beastmen, led by Lin Tian, had returned with only around 20. And not a single prey to show for it. Such an outcome would inevitably incite dissatisfaction among the tribe. Lin Zhi chuckled coldly to herself, thinking how cunning Lin Tian was, but she would never allow such unfounded accusations to land upon her. She pressed the herbs forcefully onto Lin Tian's wound, the intensity causing him to involuntarily gasp. Startled by the sudden pain, Lin Tian raised his hand and struck Lin Zhi across the face. Lin Zhi used the momentum to throw herself away, deliberately rolling onto a nearby rock, hitting her head forcefully. She suppressed the pain, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Beast Father, why did you hit me? I didn't push Shi Lian. It was she who pushed me from the tree yesterday, almost leading to my demise at the jaws of a beast." Lin Zhi continued to wail. "Thanks to the shaman, I survived. The reason we didn't return yesterday was because the shaman was helping me gather food needed by the tribe. We discovered many edible fruits together. If you don't believe me, look." Lin Zhi crawled over to the animal hide bag, opening it to reveal a plethora of fruits. With tears in her eyes, she questioned, "Why do you only listen to Shi Lian? Am I not your own female offspring? Shi Lian is merely the one you adopted." Lin Zhi trembled, her tears mingling with the blood trickling down her forehead, her arms smeared with dirt and wounds. Presenting a pitiful sight. "Beast Father, how much longer will you blame me? I accept it, just please don't hit me anymore, all right? I beg you." Foxong, intending to step forward to assist, caught a glimpse of Lin Zhi's pleading look. He halted in his tracks. Lin Zhi continued to display her myriad of injuries to the onlooking tribe members, of course. Some of these wounds were self-inflicted, but the vivid red handprint on her face was not. She chuckled coldly to herself. These tactics were merely learned from Shi Lian. After all, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, people only sympathized with the weak, did they not? Everything she was doing now was to secure her escape from the cave. Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he noticed the curious glances from the surrounding tribe members. He had indeed lightly touched Lin Zhi, but how could it have resulted in such severe injuries? Did Lin Zhi somehow know what he intended to do? Or was she attempting to accomplish something herself? This was the first time Lin Tian truly scrutinized Lin Zhi. In his memory, Lin Zhi had always been a docile and eager-to-please offspring. However, it appeared she had undergone substantial changes. When had this transformation occurred? Nevertheless, none of that mattered. As long as he claimed he had not harmed her, he had not harmed her. What could a mere female do to overturn the truth? Would the tribe members really oust him from his chieftain position based on her word alone? Moreover, there were no other beastmen in the tribe capable of assuming the role of chieftain. Lin Tian adjusted his expression, donning a facade of paternal affection as he approached Lin Zhi slowly. He gently helped her up, speaking in a soft tone. "Zhi, I accidentally brushed against you earlier. Why have you covered yourself in injuries? Are you trying to evade punishment?" He continued, "You claim you did not push Shi Lian, but Shi Lian, Linshu, and Lindong all witnessed it. Furthermore, Beast Father does not intend to blame you. I know you are a good offspring. Perhaps they merely mistook you. However, regarding the matter of bringing the shaman out of the tribe, Beast Father cannot assist you. You have kept our injured tribe members waiting for far too long. Had it not been for the shaman's timely return, who knows how many tribe members would have perished. Listening to Lin Tian's hypocritical words, Lin Zhi felt a wave of disdain wash over her. Lin Tian's actions were merely an attempt to divert the conflict, using himself to quell the anger of the tribe members while shifting all the blame onto her. Zhi is truly disobedient. Are you trying to deceive me again? Then I must punish you accordingly. Lin Tian immediately adopted a serious demeanor, his tone turning cold as he assumed the role of chieftain. Lin Zhi gazed at the old fox before her, who effortlessly concealed his mistreatment of her while deftly changing the subject. What should she do? Should she allow Lin Tian to distort the truth? Lin Zhi's eyes darted about. Suddenly struck by an idea, she began to crawl toward Lindong's direction, deliberately feigning a trembling demeanor. No, please don't hit me. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Beast Father, whatever you say goes, just don't hit me, and please don't lock me in the punishment cave. As she climbed, her voice, tinged with the timbre of tears, pleaded desperately, suffused with a palpable dread. The darkness within was profound, and the chill was biting. Lin Zhi continued to speak, her voice quivering even more. Next, it would be crucial to observe Lindong's reaction. Oh, Lindong, do not let yourself down. Lin Zhi, you venomous female, cease your pretense. The Beast Father did not strike you just now. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Lindong, as anticipated, took the bait, roaring as he surged forward, yanking Lin Zhi up from the ground. He raised his hand high, poised to deliver a vicious slap. Yet, to his astonishment, Lin Zhi did not wail and beg for mercy as he had envisioned. Instead, a triumphant smile graced her face. This smile sent a jolt of realization through Lindong. Lin Zhi had done this intentionally, to provoke him into striking her. Swiftly, he turned to his kin behind him, urgently explaining, "No, I did not strike her. It was Lin Zhi who incited me to do so. It has nothing to do with me. It is all her doing, this wretched beast." That Lindong's voice grew increasingly agitated. Do not be deceived by her. He pointed at Lin Zhi, his tone becoming shrill. That moment, the tribespeople began to comprehend the chaos that had unfolded. They beheld Lin Zhi, trembling beside Lindong, and the unmistakable marks of slaps upon her visage. This tumultuous scene left the assembled beastmen in shock. Their tribe's male beastmen were actually striking a precious female, violating the sacred tenets of the beast world by assaulting a female, and it was none other than their chieftain and his offspring. Initially, when Lin Zhi claimed the chieftain struck her, it could have been dismissed as a fabrication. But they had just witnessed Lindong in the act. His movements were as practiced as a male beastman hunting prey, far from the clumsiness of a novice. Moreover, many females recalled that Lindong had not only harbored intentions to strike Lin Zhi previously, but had done so at the gathering site as well. No wonder that Shi Lian, an outsider, could bully Lin Zhi at will. It was a malady nurtured by the chieftain's household. Linshu hastily stepped forward, reaching out to assist Lin Zhi. Zhi, please tell everyone that Lindong did not strike you. He was merely playing. He attempted to ease the tension, adopting a gentler tone. Did you not often play like this before? However, Linshu's words did not quell the beastman's fury. Instead, they fanned the flames, intensifying the ire, especially among the female beastmen. Play? Which beastman would dare to toy with a mere cub of a female? They had mistakenly believed Linshu to be virtuous, only to discover he was part of this vile brood. They had been blind, misjudging Lin Zhi, who had consistently been the one victimized. Several females could no longer contain their indignation, rushing forward to forcefully separate Linshu, Lin Tian, and Lindong from Lin Zhi, then resolutely shielding her behind them. Do not fear, cub. Though your mother beast is no longer here, we shall protect you. An elder female gently patted Lin Zhi's back, soothing her with comforting words. Lin Zhi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the ones to stand up for her would be the females of the tribe. Previously, they had been the ones to hurl venomous words at her. Now, they stood before her as her protectors. What are you still staring at? Hurry over here. Do you wish for us to sever our bond? The females, witnessing their mates still frozen in place, bellowed with threats lacing their voices. Many male beastmen, compelled by their partner's commands, gathered around, forming a protective circle around Lin Zhi. Lin Tian surveyed the sudden turn of events. feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. His previously authoritative demeanor twisted in agitation, his eyes flickering with rage as he glared at Lindong and Linshu. The sight of Lindong and his companions, trembling involuntarily from fear under Lin Tian's fiery gaze, was almost pitiful. What a bunch of fools! Lin Tian silently cursed. Do they not realize we could discuss this once we return to the cave? Must they escalate matters at this moment? It seemed that today's events would unfold just as Lin Zhi had wished. He looked at Lin Zhi, now shielded by the beastmen, and a complex emotion surged within him. His cub, indeed, had grown bold, much like her missing mother beast. He had painstakingly raised Lin Zhi to be submissive, only to return from a mere 2 hunts to find her transformed. She dared to defy him repeatedly, challenging his authority. Clearly, he had not imparted enough lessons. If that were the case, then let him see what Lin Zhi truly desired. He would witness the waves this cub could stir. Lindong, filled with jealousy and anger, glared at Lin Zhi, who was now enveloped by the protective throng of beastmen. Lin Zhi is merely feigning pity to elicit sympathy. He swung his fist violently, aiming to strike one of the beastmen guarding Lin Zhi. Stop! Lindong's fist, slicing through the air, was about to make contact when Lin Tian's deep, authoritative voice interjected, halting Lindong in his tracks. Yet with a resounding thud, another fist landed heavily on Lindong's back. Pain surged through him, and he spat blood onto the ground, staining the earth beneath him. Cough, cough! Beast father! Why do you strike me? Why? Please stop! He gasped, struggling to breathe as he lay upon the ground. However, Lin Tian appeared oblivious to the pleas, his face's stormy hue, fists raining down with relentless force, each blow infused with terrifying strength, making Lindong's body convulse violently. Linshu and Shi Lian, witnessing this, turned pale with fear and rushed forward to grasp Lin Tian's arms, desperately trying to restrain him. Beast father, please stop! Linshu implored, gripping Lin Tian's arm tightly to prevent further assault. If this continues, Beast brother will perish, Shi Lian cried out, clinging to Lin Tian's other arm. He can die. It would be a fitting recompense for Lin Zhi. Who does he think he is, striking a female? In my view, he deserves to be killed. Lin Tian roared, continuing his assault on Lindong. As he spoke, he feigned a righteous demeanor, as though he were genuinely upholding the tribe's laws. Lin Zhi stood aside, observing the farcical spectacle with a sense of bitter irony. On the surface, Lin Tian was punishing Lindong. Yet in truth, every word was a jab at her. He did not articulate that Lindong was being punished for striking a female. He merely stated that Lindong had struck Lin Zhi and thus deserved to be struck in return. This maneuver was truly a masterstroke. It served to punish Lindong while ensuring he would remember who had orchestrated his downfall, who said beastmen lacked intelligence. Lin Tian was the epitome of cunning. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had beaten Lindong to the brink of unconsciousness, blood spilling from his mouth, while Linshu and Shi Lian clung to him, pleading for him to cease. Huksong, observing from the periphery, narrowed his eyes at the unfolding drama, marveling at Lin Tian's ruthless nature, even towards his own cub. Shi Lian suddenly sank to her knees, weeping as she pleaded with Lin Zhi. Zhi, please forgive Lindong. He was merely playing with you. He is our beast brother. We cannot allow the beast father to continue this. She wept, casting furtive glances at Lin Zhi, gauging her reaction. Lin Zhi, you foolish girl, do not forgive Lindong. Let him endure the beating. Lin Tian disregarded the pleas of the females in the tribe, turning his attention to the silent figure of Lin Zhi, hidden among the beastmen. His voice was low and commanding. Zhi, do you wish for the beast father to expel Lindong, your beast brother, from the tribe? He paused, his tone subtly laced with persuasion. He has acknowledged his wrongdoing, that if you do not forgive him, I can continue to punish him, striking until you deem it sufficient. Lin Zhi lifted her gaze, her eyes traversing the crowd to land upon the nearly lifeless Lindong. Lindong, in turn, fixed his gaze on her, his eyes brimming with resentment and hatred, devoid of any semblance of remorse. What acknowledgement of wrongdoing! Surely, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her, yet she was fully aware that today, Lindong would neither be beaten to death nor expelled from the tribe. Moreover, her intentions for today were far from that. Lin Zhi slowly emerged from behind the orc crowd, completely disregarding the pitiful sight of Shi Lian, still kneeling on the ground. She approached Lin Tian, her clear eyes locking onto his, her voice calm and resolute. Chieftain, according to the tribe's customs, Lindong's assault on a female should indeed warrant his expulsion from the tribe. Linshu, standing nearby, was taken aback by Lin Zhi's statement. He hesitated for a moment before a pleading expression spread across his face. He urgently implored, Zhi, please, Lindong truly realizes his mistake. Don't be so heartless. I can take care of him for you, or you can strike him yourself until your anger is quelled. All right? Observing Lin Shu pleading for Lindong's sake, a cold smile crept into Lin Zhi's heart. She turned to face Lindong, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, yet continued to glare at her with eyes full of hatred. She spoke deliberately. Lindong, since you dared to strike a female, you must be prepared to accept the consequences that it would be a light punishment indeed if you were to be beaten to death today. According to the tribe's laws, you ought to be expelled. She paused, gazing at Lindong's twisted face, fueled by rage, and continued, however, let us forego that. After all, you are my dear beast brother. How could I truly expel you from the tribe? Yet, I demand something in return to ensure your continued presence here. Lin Tian glanced at Lin Zhi, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. No wonder she remained so composed today. She was biding her time, waiting for something in return. Indeed, how greedy and foolish. Lin Tian inwardly scoffed. Even if she sought compensation, could Lindong truly afford it? Even if he did provide it, the items would be stored in the cave, and whether they could be safeguarded was another matter altogether. Lin Zhi truly was remarkably naive. Speak, what do you desire? Even if Lindong does not possess it, I shall provide it for you. Lin Zhi raised her head, meeting Lin Tian's gaze directly, and articulated clearly. I wish to move out of the cave, and you must promise not to disturb me henceforth. As for any other compensation, I do not desire a single thing. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Is that all? Was Lin Zhi under the impression that she had suddenly gained independence, that her wings had strengthened? He truly did not anticipate that her request would be so simple. However, what was Lin Zhi truly aiming for? Did she genuinely intend to move out? Zhi, let me have Lindong compensate you with 10 prey, Linshu urgently suggested, hurrying to Lin Zhi's side, his eyes filled with concern. Winter is fast approaching. If you move out of the cave, you will freeze or starve to death. He had not foreseen that Lin Zhi's intention was indeed to leave, wishing to sever ties with them. Why? Were they not a family of beasts? They should reside in the same cave until Zhi bonded with another male. Do you think I would starve to death in the cave? Or freeze to death? Lin Zhi shot a cold look at Lin Shu, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Have you forgotten where I reside? Was it not you who suggested I move there? She pointed toward the cave entrance, where a snowfall would send the cold winds directly into her small cave. The food I consume during winter has always been gathered by me. Did you provide me with a single piece of meat during the winter? Or, her gaze bore into Lin Shu's eyes unflinchingly. Under Lin Zhi's relentless questioning, Lin Shu gradually lowered his head, his gaze evasive. Unable to meet hers, he pressed his lips tightly together, his face shifting between shades of green and white, appearing utterly embarrassed. Isn't Zhi also willing to live in the cave? Today, either expel Lindong or allow me to move out. Lin Zhi turned to Lin Tian and declared, living with you, I fear I may one day be beaten to death. Agree with her, beast father. Lindong lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes flickering, afraid to look directly at Lin Tian, fearing that he might be expelled from the tribe in the next moment. Once cast out as a stray beast, he would face endless hunger and the threats of wild animals. He did not want that. He wished to remain in the tribe, to witness Lin Zhi perish from starvation and exposure during the harsh winter. Lin Tian regarded Lin Zhi with a worried expression. Zhi, what are you truly attempting to accomplish? Allow me to have Lindong find another cave to reside in, shall we? Winter is nearly upon us, and it will be bitterly cold. How will you endure, being a female? Do not be obstinate. Either let me move out, with your assurance never to disturb me again, or expel Lindong from the tribe. Lin Zhi coldly interrupted Lin Tian's words. Very well, regardless of your reasons for wanting to move out, you must understand, You will always be my cub. My cave will always have a place for you. Lin Tian gazed deeply at Lin Zhi, his tone laced with an imperceptible hint of sorrow. The surrounding females, initially eager to persuade Lin Zhi to simply expel Lindong, reconsidered upon witnessing her determination and recalling the chieftain's family's habitual favoritism. Perhaps Lin Zhi's life in the cave had indeed been unbearable. Otherwise, she would not be so insistent on moving out before the onset of winter. A.S. Husong observed that matters were nearing resolution and that the young female's goals had been achieved. He stepped forward, gently taking Lin Zhi by the arm and carefully applying the prepared herbs to her wounds. Lin Zhi raised an appreciative eyebrow at Husong. Husong smiled indulgently, but quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Let me assist you next time. Lin Zhi nodded. Due to the hunting team's meager returns, most of the orcs were still hungry. Lin Zhi distributed the fruits she had gathered today among the females and males who had assisted her. Subsequently, she followed Husong to the new cave, gazing at the spacious interior, where only the cold stone walls exuded chill. Lin Zhi took a deep breath. From this day forth, this would be her new home. She would endure the long winter here and leave come spring. Tomorrow, she would retrieve her furs from the old cave. However, she noticed another cave adjacent to hers. Whose cave could that be? Husong meticulously chose several furs from the cave, and one particularly striking red fur caught her eye, which he casually handed to Lin Zhi. What is this? Lin Zhi accepted the fur, her fingertips brushing against its softness, her face reflecting her confusion. She looked up at Husong, her clear eyes shimmering with curiosity. It's for you. If you don't want it, just discard it. Husong's gaze flickered, his ears slightly reddening, yet his tone retained its characteristic arrogance and nonchalance. Lin Zhi couldn't help but smile at Husong's awkwardness as she gently cradled the fur, warmth blossoming within her heart. Though he claimed it was unnecessary, his action spoke otherwise. She hadn't anticipated Husong's thoughtfulness. The two began to arrange their new cave. Lin Zhi gathered the small stones from the 3 chambers Husong had excavated. The largest chamber was designated for food storage, where she neatly arranged the fruits she had gathered today, along with some dried wild vegetables. The second chamber was transformed into a bedroom, with Lin Zhi laying her furs on the ground and crafting a simple bed from some soft dried grass. The last chamber remained empty for now, as Lin Zhi intended to furnish it later as needed. To her surprise, Husong chose to reside in the cave next to hers. Lin Zhi had initially thought he would remain in the shaman's cave on the eastern side of the tribe, as it was centrally located, allowing him to assist the tribe's orcs easily. However, this location was remote, with hardly any orcs passing through. Husong mirrored Lin Zhi's approach, dividing his cave into 3 sections as well. Is it all right for you to stay here? Won't any orcs have trouble finding you? Lin Zhi stood at the entrance, observing Husong as he busily worked, unable to suppress her curiosity. Husong paused, raising an eyebrow. Are you trying to drive me away? If they need me, they will find a way to reach me. Besides, I find this place peaceful that I will reside wherever I wish, and I do not require your permission. Observing the nonchalant demeanor that exuded an air of indifference, it elicited a faint amusement in Lin Zhi, who shook her head helplessly while continuing to tidy up the cave as twilight descended. The two kindled a campfire on a platform before the cave. Husong skewered the prey he had hunted during the day over the flames, and soon an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Lin Zhi skillfully turned the roasting meat, golden drippings falling into the fire with a satisfying sizzle. After dinner, Lin Zhi contentedly rubbed her round belly and turned to Husong, smiling as she said, "Thank you for your fur. I truly appreciate it, and thank you for the roasted meat. You have far more to thank me for." Husong replied, though his expression bore no expectation of repayment. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Zhi's belly as she gently caressed it like a satiated creature, and a fleeting tenderness flickered in his eyes. He imagined what it would feel like to be the one massaging her stomach at that moment. His throat tightened, and an unfamiliar emotion surged within him. "I shall retire for the night." "Husong, you should rest early as well," she said. "Yes, do get some rest," Husong replied, his voice low and husky, as if suppressing something within. He watched Lin Zhi enter the cave, and only withdrew his gaze once her figure vanished from sight. The flickering light of the campfire cast shadows across his face, obscuring his current expression. Suddenly, Hu Xiong snapped back to reality, shaking his head vigorously as if trying to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. The crackling fire sent sparks flying, illuminating his face with a deeper hue of red. Meanwhile, Lin Zhi lay within the cave, feeling a chill seep into her bones. Though she lay atop soft furs, the damp, cold air of the cave sent shivers through her. She was acutely aware that winter was fast approaching, with nighttime temperatures already beginning to drop. She needed to prepare her winter provisions without delay. Lin Zhi turned over, wrapping herself more snugly in the beast realm. Winter signified hunger and cold, and many frail beastmen would not survive the long season. Moreover, warmth was of utmost importance in addition to food, warm clothing and shelter were equally vital. At that moment, she longed for the comforts of modern life. Central heating, down jackets, air conditioning. Such were the luxuries of human existence. The cave was barren, furnished only with a few furs gifted to her and some rudimentary supplies. At times, she could hear the wind and the distant calls of wild beasts from the depths of the forest, as the howling wind rushed through the cave entrance, producing a chilling sound that sent shivers down her spine. Lin Zhi sensed something was amiss, and soon realized that she had neglected to secure a door. Having lived in such a primitive society for too long, she had forgotten the very concept of a door. It seemed she must devise a way to install one by tomorrow. Without a door, the cave resembled a vast wind tunnel, with the cold air gusting in relentlessly. The door would at least offer some protection against the chill. However, the first order of business for tomorrow was to retrieve her furs. Those furs were left to her by her mother. Why should she bequeath them to Shi Lian? Then she would venture outside the tribe to continue gathering, though this time Hu Xiong might not easily accompany her. After all, if any beastmen within the tribe were injured and the shaman was absent, she would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. Living here was exceedingly inconvenient. She wished for winter to hurry past, for come spring, she would seek out a new tribe to join. She needed to contemplate alternative strategies. It was within this haze of thoughts that Lin Zhi drifted into slumber. When she awoke again, dawn had just begun to break. A faint ray of sunlight filtered through the cave entrance, bringing a touch of warmth. Lin Zhi rubbed her eyes and climbed from her furs. She procured a stone pot and began to stew the meat, adding a few slices of ginger as seasoning. Ginger not only eliminated the gamey odor of the meat, but also warded off the chill and warmed the stomach, knowledge she had acquired in modern times. Once the meal was prepared, Lin Zhi approached the entrance of Hu Xiong's cave and softly called, "Hu Xiong, have you risen?" She listened intently, but the cave was silent, offering no response. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to enter. She thought perhaps Hu Xiong was simply tired and sleeping deeply. "What is the matter?" Lin Zhi startled as Hu Xiong's voice emerged from behind her, laced with languor and raspiness, the air filled with the scent of fresh grass. She spun around to find Hu Xiong standing at the cave entrance, draped in a fur, his hair somewhat disheveled, and a glint of mischief in his eyes. Sunlight bathed him in a golden hue. He held a plump wild rabbit in one hand and a handful of vibrant herbs in the other. Lin Zhi was struck with realization. Hu Xiong had risen early to hunt and gather herbs, while she had presumed he was indulging in slumber. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled sheepishly, scratching her head at "I've stewed some meat. Let us go eat together." "Sounds good, just as well I'm hungry. Let us see just how unpalatable your cooking is." Hu Xiong replied, a smile playing on his lips as he casually placed the herbs on the stone table before turning to leave. Watching the haphazardly arranged herbs, Lin Zhi recalled the neatly organized shelves of herbs she had seen on television. Both aesthetically pleasing and practical, she silently vowed to craft a wooden herb rack as a token of gratitude for Hu Xiong's gift of fur. Upon stepping outside the cave, a rich aroma of meat enveloped her senses. Hu Xiong inhaled deeply, noting that this fragrance was unlike any broth he had encountered before, void of any gamey scent, only the tantalizing allure of meat. He sat at the stone table, and when Lin Zhi arrived, he scooped a spoonful of broth into his mouth. Unable to resist, he drank several more mouthfuls until the bowl was nearly empty. Observing Hu Xiong enjoying his meal, Lin Zhi gleefully filled his bowl again. Hu Xiong, however, shook his head, saying, "You eat first. I had my fill outside today." Lin Zhi thought little of it and nodded, continuing to savor the broth in her hands. Hu Xiong, instead of departing, remained seated beside her, gazing into the distance. Lost in thought, after finishing their meal, Lin Zhi expressed her intention to retrieve her furs from the previous cave. Hu Xiong offered to accompany her, but Lin Zhi declined. She did not wish to become overly reliant on him. Once she ventured to another tribe, she needed to be capable of living independently without his presence. Meanwhile, Linshu stood at the entrance of the cave, disheartened as he gazed at Lin Zhi's empty little cave, struggling to comprehend that she had truly moved out and intended to sever their ties. His lips pressed tightly together, his eyes dim, as if he had lost something of great importance. Lin Zhi approached the cave entrance. She spotted Linshu standing there, his head hung low, appearing forlorn like an abandoned beast. "Who are you trying to feign deep feelings for?" Lin Zhi scoffed inwardly, aware that belated affection weighed no more than grass. Upon seeing Lin Zhi return, Linshu's eyes brightened instantly, as if he had glimpsed hope. He looked at her with delight. "Zhi, you're back. I knew you wouldn't leave us, would you?" If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't overpower him, Lin Zhi would have relished the opportunity to slap Linshu twice, questioning whether his mind was muddled. She regarded Linshu coldly, her gaze devoid of warmth. "No, I've returned to collect my things." Lin Zhi pushed past Linshu, entering the cave directly. She gathered the furs within the cave, binding them together with a long vine. She recalled that there were still many of her furs in Shi Lian's cave, furs that belonged to her. Why should she gift them to Shi Lian? With this thought, she turned toward Shi Lian's cave. Behind her, Linshu closely followed, trailing after her like a begging dog. "Zhi, do you really have to live outside? Have you forgotten the joyful days we spent together as a family? Back then, you would prepare us delicious meat soup every morning." Linshu reminisced about what he deemed the good old days. "You would even tidy up the cave for us. Don't you wish to live like that again? We were so happy together. Why must you move out? It's so cold outside, and it's dangerous." Linshu was perplexed, unable to comprehend why Lin Zhi would choose to leave them, abandoning their warm home. From another cave, a series of anguished groans echoed. She cast a sidelong glance and saw Lindong lying on the animal hides, his face ashen and marked with wounds. It seemed that Lin Tian had indeed been ruthless yesterday. Upon seeing Lin Zhi, Lindong's eyes brimmed with resentment. "Lin Zhi, how dare you return? It's your fault I was beaten. Once I'm well, I will teach you a lesson," he continued, his voice rising with indignation. "Do you think moving out will allow you to survive? You relied on us to live before, and now you depend on Hu Song, and I want to see what happens when he no longer wants you." Lin Zhi listened in silence, her heart unmoved. His impotent rage was all too evident. "Have we not treated you well?" Linshu pressed, his voice tinged with hurt and confusion as he intently scrutinized Lin Zhi's expression, searching for a hint of reluctance. Lin Zhi opened her mouth to respond but then closed it again. "Being with such a fool, I doubt I'll last long," she thought bitterly, no longer wishing to waste her breath in futile arguments. She simply wanted to pack her belongings and leave swiftly. Ignoring Linshu, she turned and strode purposefully towards Shi Lian's cave. Upon entering, Lin Zhi unapologetically gathered the soft, thick animal hides together. These were all gifts from her mother beast. "Lin Zhi, what are you doing? Why are you touching my hides? They belong to me." Shi Lian's sharp voice reverberated through the cave, her eyes wide with terror and fury as she watched Lin Zhi's actions. "You must not touch them. Stop." Shi Lian attempted to intervene, reaching out to reclaim the hides, but her strength was no match for Lin Zhi, who had labored tirelessly for years. With a mere shove, Lin Zhi sent her sprawling aside. Shi Lian could only watch in disbelief as Lin Zhi swept away the finest animal skins, leaving behind a few worn, coarse old hides. Linshu stood by, merely staring vacantly, not intervening, forced to witness the scene unfold. Tremors of rage coursed through Shi Lian, yet she felt utterly powerless and dashed towards Linshu, seeking his assistance. "Brother Beast, what does Zhi intend to do?" "Those hides are mine." The quaver in her voice was unmistakable as she clutched Linshu's arm, pleading, "You must help me." Shi Lian had presumed Linshu would, as before, stand resolutely by her side. However, his gaze remained fixated on Lin Zhi, filled with a complex mix of guilt, pain, and reluctance. Not sparing a glance for Shi Lian, he could hardly believe that the Zhi who once revolved around them was genuinely preparing to leave. Zhi, are you still angry? Shall I ask Shi Lian to give you all the hides? Linshu's voice carried a hint of supplication, attempting to win Lin Zhi back. I can have her offer you the cave as well. Please don't be upset. Stay and be with us. We are still one family. His tone bordered on desperation. Lin Zhi gazed at the humble Linshu before her, reminiscent of her former self. The one who once humbly begged for their affection, hoping to be seen by them. But now, she was no longer that weak, submissive Lin Zhi who sought their approval at every turn. These hides are mine, and I need not return anything. They were left to me by my mother beast. It was you who took them from me and gave them to Shi Lian. Lin Zhi's voice was calm and resolute, devoid of emotion, yet her words stirred memories within Linshu. Very well, they are all yours. Zhi, whatever you say is true. Linshu acquiesced, his only desire being for Lin Zhi to remain, disregarding everything else. The previous night, he had spent an entire night in Lin Zhi's small, cold cave, realizing just how frigid, dark, and cramped it was. Lying there, he found it difficult even to turn over, unable to fathom how Lin Zhi had endured such conditions for years. Moreover, in his hazy recollection, Lin Zhi had once been a plump, cherubic child. How had she grown so frail? Surely, the daily toil of cooking and cleaning the cave had taken its toll on her. Guilt and self-reproach filled Linshu's heart. If only Zhi would return, he would do anything for her, but he even began to fantasize about sharing his own food with her if she chose to stay. Meanwhile, Shi Lian's eyes were nearly bloodshot with fury, as if they might bleed. She had painstakingly ensured Linshu and Lindong's attention was solely on her, procuring all the best items from Lin Zhi. Now, everything had changed. Linshu was willing to send her into that small, dilapidated cave for Lin Zhi. No, those belongings were hers. Lin Zhi could not take them, but if she did, how would she boast to the other females in the tribe? How would she survive the winter? Without those thick hides, she would surely freeze to death. With a determined grit, Shi Lian felt her knees at Lin Zhi's feet, clinging to her legs, tears streaming down her face. Zhi, are you still angry with me? I apologize. Please don't go. Her voice was choked with sobs. I'll give you this cave. I can stay in yours. Though it's smaller, I can manage if I squeeze a bit. Please don't leave. Linshu, Lindong, and Beast Father and I can live together in the cave, just like before, all right? As she wept. Shi Lian surreptitiously observed Linshu's expression, hoping to see a flicker of sympathy for her. Linshu hurried to Lin Zhi's side, his voice filled with eagerness. Yes, Zhi. Let Shi Lian stay in your small cave. You should stay here. It's spacious and comfortable that I'll have Lindong apologize to you again. If that pleases you, he was simply too impulsive that day. He was only playing around. Beast Father has already punished him. Shi Lian, kneeling on the ground, seethed with frustration at Linshu's words that in the past. When she cried, he would comfort her tenderly, cradling her in his hands. Now, even as she knelt before him, he didn't spare her a glance, his heart and gaze solely devoted to Lin Zhi. Males were utterly unreliable. Shi Lian inwardly cursed, vowing that once she ensured Lin Zhi stayed, she would make her pay. And that wretched Linshu, now filled with regret. Where had he been when it mattered? Why couldn't Lin Zhi simply leave? Why return? Why not starve outside? She would show Lin Zhi that relying solely on foraged fruits would lead to her demise. Those fruits would surely spoil before winter. She would relish the sight of Lin Zhi begging at her feet for meat. When that time came, she would humiliate her thoroughly and demand the return of her hides. Lin Zhi gazed down at Shi Lian, surprised by her willingness to resort to anything to achieve her goals. Yet, she dismissed Shi Lian from her mind. Despite her current pitiful demeanor, she could well be harboring malicious intentions that if she truly stayed. Given Shi Lian's nature, she likely wouldn't survive the winter. Very well, if you want me to stay, I shall, Lin Zhi suddenly declared, her tone laced with amusement. Lin Zhi's words, both Shi Lian and Linshu visibly relaxed. Shi Lian's emotions were far more complex. The precious hides were finally safe from Lin Zhi's grasp, yet she would devise a way to reclaim them later, ensuring her security for the cold winter and allowing her to continue impressing the other females in the tribe. Yet, A twinge of unease gnawed at her. Lin Zhi had changed too, significantly recently if she stayed. Would there still be a place for Shi Lian in the cave? No, Lin Zhi would forever owe her. Linshu, on the other hand, felt a simple joy wash over him. Letting out a long sigh of relief, he gazed gently at Lin Zhi, his eyes filled with warmth and affection. Zhi, I knew you would come through for us. It's wonderful that you were willing to stay. He stepped forward, wishing to affectionately pat Lin Zhi's head, as he did in their childhood, only to have Lin Zhi subtly evade his gesture. Linshu's hand awkwardly hovered in midair. But he swiftly regained his composure and continued, since you were willing to stay, then quickly set down those animal hides. Tonight, you shall share this cave with Shi Lian. This cave is spacious, and it will be convenient for the two of you females to look after one another. He paused, a radiant smile illuminating his face, that I will head out to hunt right now, and we shall enjoy a hearty meal together tonight to celebrate your return. Stop, Lin Zhi suddenly interjected. I have not finished speaking. Linshu halted, turning to regard Lin Zhi with a puzzled expression. That I can stay, but on one condition. Lin Zhi's gaze flicked over to Shi Lian's face before settling on Linshu. Unless you expel Shi Lian and Lindong from the cave. Shi Lian's complexion paled instantly, gripping Linshu's animal hide garment tightly, terrified that he might truly cast her out for Lin Zhi's sake. Brother Beast, my parents sacrificed themselves to save you. If I go out, I have nowhere else to reside. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with fear and anxiety as she looked up at Linshu. Meanwhile, in another cave, Lindong, though unable to move, perked up his ears, closely monitoring the conversation. The moment he heard Lin Zhi's audacious proposal to expel him from the cave, a surge of fury ignited within him. He longed to leap up and hurl Lin Zhi out of the tribe, allowing the beast to devour her. How dare she? That venomous female! Lindong roared internally, yet he lay powerless. Racked with pain, as if his very bones were fracturing him. Every ounce of his suffering stemmed from Lin Zhi. If it weren't for her, how could he have struck her in front of their kin? And how could he have been beaten to such a state by Beast Father? Linshu's expression darkened as well. He lowered his head, avoiding Lin Zhi's gaze. What he desired was a harmonious family living together. Not this predicament where one must be cast out for another to remain. Linshu's voice brimmed with helplessness and entreaty. Lin Zhi snorted coldly. Having anticipated this outcome long ago, she bent down, swiftly rolling up the animal hides scattered on the ground. Regardless of their condition, whether intact or tattered, they were all hers, and she intended to take them all. Even if she had no use for them, she would neither discard nor burn them in favor of Shi Lian. Having tied the rolled hides together, she exited the cave without a backward glance. Linshu watched Lin Zhi's retreating figure, utterly astonished that she had truly walked away. Quickly, Shi Lian, go plead with Lin Zhi. Linshu abruptly turned, gripping Shi Lian's arm with surprising force. Startled by his sudden action, Shi Lian winced at the pain radiating from her arm. She regarded the frenzied Linshu, her heart sinking with derision. Did he truly believe he could convince Lin Zhi to return? If Lin Zhi were to heed her, the sun would surely rise from the west. Indeed, males were utterly thoughtless, proving to be of no use in critical moments. Brother Beast, do not rush. Winter is approaching. Your priority now is to hunt and gather provisions for the cold season. Shi Lian suppressed her discomfort, her face reflecting a sense of grievance. Hunt? Why? Since Lin Zhi has left, do you not wish to plead with her? Linshu's agitation escalated. We have treated you well, and this is how you repay us. You cannot even undertake a simple task. His eyes, now bloodshot, burned into Shi Lian. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Shi Lian shivered and quickly clarified. No, Brother Beast, please listen to me, that it would be futile to seek Lin Zhi now. She is still angry and will certainly not listen to us. We can first prepare winter provisions. And when the cold season arrives, if Lin Zhi finds herself without food, cold and hungry, she will naturally be inclined to return. As she spoke, she scrutinized Linshu's expression, hoping he would grasp her reasoning. The redness in Linshu's eyes gradually faded. As if he was beginning to accept Shi Lian's proposal, he murmured, Yes, you speak wisely. That I will go hunt now. And bring back plenty of game. Brother Beast, the animal hides in the cave are all gone. With winter fast approaching, Lin Zhi will have nothing to cover herself with upon her return, and she will surely be cold. Shi Lian saw that Linshu had calmed down and continued outlining her plan. Yes, yes, I must hunt many long-haired beasts. Their thick fur will keep Lin Zhi warm. Linshu was entirely led by Shi Lian's persuasion. He gazed at her with a pleading expression and added, "Of course, it will also keep you warm." With that, he turned and dashed out of the tribe, his figure swiftly vanishing from sight. Shi Lian exhaled softly, relief washing over her as she turned her attention back to the still lounging Lindong in the cave, contemplating how to ensure his swift recovery. After all, relying solely on Linshu would make it challenging to gather enough food and hides. She needed to find a way to involve Lindong, ensuring ample preparations before winter's arrival. She had no desire to go hungry. Suddenly, inspiration struck her, a smile creeping on her lips. She adjusted her hair and tugged at the animal hide draped over her chest, then hurried towards the shaman's cave. "Shaman, are you there? Are you there?" she called out, peering into Huksong's cave. The dim light within revealed shadowy figures moving about, the air thick with the scent of herbs. She stepped inside. Huksong looked up from a pile of herbs upon seeing Shi Lian, his brow furrowing slightly. "What is it?" he asked, his tone icy and tinged with impatience. "Shaman, I wish to request your assistance in examining my brother beast," Shi Lian implored, squeezing out a few tears, appearing pitiful as she gazed at Huksong. As she spoke, she subtly adjusted her posture, allowing the neckline of her animal hide to slip slightly, revealing more skin. Huksong did not miss her subtle gesture, a flash of disdain crossing his eyes. This female was utterly hypocritical, feigning vulnerability while harboring deep cunning that I cannot attend to his illness. His tone was frigid, offering no room for negotiation. "But Shaman, how can you say that? You have treated other beastmen's wounds in the square. You can surely help Linshu. Consider this a plea for me that as she spoke. Shi Lian reached out to grasp Huksong's animal hide, only for him to deftly evade her touch. Shi Lian attempted to persist, but Huksong's impatience interrupted her. He lifted a massive stone to block the cave entrance, and turned to leave. "I know it must be Lin Zhi who has said something to you. Hasn't she?" Shi Lian quickly stepped in front of him, her tone urgent that my parents were killed by the stray beasts while trying to save Lin Zhi. After being taken in by Lindong, I often went hungry in the cave. It is not as Lin Zhi claims. I truly have not bullied her. You must believe me. Shaman, please believe me." Lowering her head, her shoulders trembled slightly, feigning utter despondence. Lindong and Lin Zhi were merely playing. They often did so in the past. It is not as Lin Zhi has portrayed. Lin Zhi is deceiving you. Do not heed her lies that if you agree to help Lindong, you may treat me as you wish, Shi Lian stated, pulling down the hide from her shoulder, exposing a generous expanse of alabaster skin and a voluptuous bosom. Seeing Huksong remain unmoved, she gritted her teeth and continued, "Shaman, tomorrow marks my coming of age. I can bear you a strong litter of offspring that if you wish, I could move in with you now. I will leave my cave for Lin Zhi." Allowing her to return, her voice dripped with seduction, her eyes eagerly fixed on Huksong, anticipating his response. She could not believe Huksong would remain indifferent. This was her first litter. Countless strong males in the tribe were eyeing her, waiting for her to come of age. Yet Huksong's gaze was as cold as ice, and he stepped back, distancing himself from Shi Lian, a flicker of unabashed disgust in his eyes. "Your first litter?" As Shi Lian finally perceived that Huksong was willing to engage with her, a wave of joy surged within her, leading her to believe that he had developed feelings for her. She promptly unveiled what she considered her most demure smile and took a few steps closer, nearly pressing herself against Huksong. Yes, yes, as long as you agree to rescue Lindong. I shall comply with your request." She was certain that no male would ever refuse her. Once Huksong became her mate, she intended for Lin Zhi to perish, starve, be devoured by wild beasts. "You might as well seek someone else. Do not trouble me, for I have no desire for my offspring to inherit your madness." Huksong could endure no more. "What? What are you saying?" The expression on Shi Lian's face cracked, her smile frozen in place. Surely, she could not have misheard. Huksong had the audacity to suggest that she was mad. "It seems not only is your mind unhinged, but your hearing is also impaired. Could you possibly be a disabled beast?" Huksong coldly retorted. However, He did not anticipate that Shi Lian would act as if possessed, tearing off the last remnants of her beast skin and running stark naked towards the center of the tribe, wailing desperately, "Shaman, shaman, do not treat me this way." She had not intended to resort to such extremes, but since Husong refused her demands, he would have no one to blame but himself. She sought to make the entire tribe witness this spectacle, leaving Husong no room for explanation. Husong's pupils dilated in disbelief. He had not imagined that this female would go to such lengths to achieve her goal. He swiftly pursued her and, before she could attract the attention of other beastmen, rendered her unconscious. He quickly retrieved the beast's skin from the ground, wrapping her exposed body, then hoisted her up and disdainfully discarded her at the entrance of Lin Tian's cave. As one would dispose of refuse, he then returned to the stream, washing his hands repeatedly. Meanwhile, Lin Zhi had gathered several familiar females, including Chao and her mother, as well as Yun and her partner. They surrounded Lin Zhi, eagerly inquiring about the location of the fruit grove, their faces alight with barely concealed urgency and hope. "Zhi, is what you're saying true? Does that grove truly contain an abundance of edible fruits?" Chao's eyes widened as she fixated on Lin Zhi, terrified of missing a single word. Today, the females of the tribe had returned empty-handed from their usual gathering spots in previous years, while the fruits were scarce at this time. They could always find something to satiate their hunger. Yet this year, inexplicably, the trees bore no fruit. Had it not been for the potatoes Lin Zhi had recently discovered, they might have starved. The potatoes in the cave were nearly gone, and they had gone days without a proper meal. Thus, when Lin Zhi announced the discovery of a new fruit grove and expressed her willingness to share, Chao could hardly believe her ears. Her hands trembled with excitement, yearning to rush over and gather every fruit from the grove. Though Yin did not express her excitement as exuberantly as Chao, the anticipation and longing in her eyes were even more profound. Her partner, aged and unable to join the hunting party, relied solely on the food they gathered and what the tribe distributed. However, the tribe had not allocated food for many days, forcing them to fend for themselves. She desperately needed those fruits. They represented her and her partner's hope for survival. Of course it's true. When have I ever deceived you? Lin Zhi smiled softly, producing several bright red fruit from her bosom and offering them to Chao and Yun. "These are the fruits I gathered yesterday. Do give them a taste. But the grove is outside the tribe. Are you willing to go?" This was a pact she had made with Husong, allowing the tribe's people to join in the fruit gathering. Chao eagerly accepted the fruits, taking a large bite. A wave of sweetness exploded in her mouth. She had never tasted anything so delectable, sweet, so delicious. She mumbled through mouthfuls of fruit. "Thank you, Zhi." Yin cautiously took a bite as well, then handed the fruit to her waiting partner. "Zhi, we'll accompany you. We'll go right now." Chao exclaimed, swallowing the last morsel, her urgency palpable. Yin nodded in agreement, affirming her support. "Very well. Then go fetch your beast skin bags from the cave. We shall set off immediately," Lin Zhi instructed. Before long, Chao's mother, her partner, and several of her cubs hurried over. Feeling a bit bashful, she addressed Lin Zhi. "Zhi, our father and elder brother wish to join us. They did not go with the hunting party today. Is that permissible?" Yin did not return to the cave, but her partner quickly dashed off to fetch the beast skin bags and soon returned. Lin Zhi nodded, as she had intended for them to join. The outside world was fraught with unforeseen dangers, and having more males to protect them would enhance their safety. She also did not wish for Husong to face the multitude of beasts alone. Upon reaching the outskirts of the tribe, Lin Zhi spotted Husong, who had been waiting patiently. She approached him swiftly, greeting him with a smile. "Husong, let us depart." Husong observed the throng of beastmen trailing behind Lin Zhi, raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, merely nodding before turning to lead the way. Shaman, Yun and Chao respectfully greeted, then leapt onto the broad backs of their respective partners or fathers, the group racing into the depths of the forest like arrows released from a bow. At the edge of the tribe, Hua witnessed this unfolding scene, with females and males following Lin Zhi's lead outside the tribe. Curiosity welled within her, and recalling Lin Zhi's knack for discovering food. She hurriedly turned and sprinted towards the cave where Shi Lian that moment. Shi Lian remained slumped in the clearing before the cave, deeply unconscious, The small piece of bee skin draped over her had inadvertently slipped aside. As Hua arrived, panting, the sight before her was striking. She paused, taken aback by the solitary bee skin lying on the ground and the bare Shi Lian beneath it, a flicker of doubt igniting in her mind. Was it now a trend within the tribe to sleep outside without bee skins? Hastening forward, she crouched down and gently shook Shi Lian's shoulder, attempting to rouse her. Shi Lian, wake up, do not sleep any longer. Quickly awakened, I just saw Lin Zhi leave with the shaman and other beastmen. We must hurry and catch up. They must be seeking fruits. As she spoke, she shook Shi Lian's body with increasing urgency. In her hazy state, Shi Lian vaguely heard the name Lin Zhi, which struck her like a bolt of lightning, causing her to snap her eyes open. Lin Zhi? Where did Lin Zhi go? Her voice brimmed with confusion and uncertainty. No, wait. Why was she asking about Lin Zhi? The paramount issue was to ensure the tribe misunderstood her relationship with Husong, compelling him to become her mate. Shi Lian suddenly lowered her head, beginning to sob quietly. Hua gazed at her in bewilderment, her brow furrowed. How could Shi Lian, who had just awakened, suddenly burst into tears? This unexpected weeping left Hua feeling perplexed. What was wrong with Shi Lian today? Why had she been acting so erratically of late? Lin Zhi was not even beside her, nor had she been bullied. What prompted this outburst? The shaman is treating me unjustly, Shi Lian wept intermittently, deliberately leaving her words vague, stopping abruptly mid-sentence. Hua's curiosity was piqued by her words, but she felt a sense of unease regarding Shi Lian's unusual behavior. Observing Shi Lian's tear-streaked face stirred a flicker of sympathy within her. Yet it was overshadowed by confusion and disbelief. When Shi Lian noticed that Hua was not probing her about what the shaman had done, a surge of anger welled up inside her. Usually, Hua was the one who pried into every detail, seeking gossip. Why was she suddenly so reticent? Was she no longer interested in Shi Lian's affairs? If Hua did not ask, how could she continue her charade? Are you not coming? If not, I will find someone else to pursue Lin Zhi with me. Impatience flickered in Hua's expression as she interrupted Shi Lian's tears, her patience nearly worn thin. All she desired was to hasten her search for Lin Zhi, eager to discover what treasures they had unearthed. The matters between Shi Lian and the shaman were of no concern to her at present. Our supplies are nearly depleted. If I do not venture out to procure food soon, we shall face starvation. With a look of disdain, Hua regarded Shi Lian, her tone imbued with scorn and discontent. How had she not realized before that Shi Lian merely wept daily, dissolving into tears at the slightest provocation? A source of incessant annoyance? Winter was fast approaching. Should she not focus her thoughts on stockpiling provisions? Weeping incessantly would surely deplete even the blessings of the beast god. Unable to articulate her thoughts clearly, Shi Lian deluded herself into believing she had some connection with the shaman, yet she bore no scent of significance. With that, Hua turned to leave, unwilling to squander any more time with Shi Lian. She was only intent on pursuing Lin Zhi to uncover their discoveries. Unexpectedly, Shi Lian, who had strayed from her intended path, hastily donned a fur garment and frantically gathered several animal skin bags from the cave, striving to catch up with Hua. Hua, wait for me, Shi Lian called out, her voice rife with urgency and pleading. She followed closely behind Hua, fearful of being left behind. Meanwhile, Lin Zhi, Yun, and Chao had arrived in the orchard. Lin Zhi patiently pointed out the edible fruits, ensuring they could accurately identify them. She then instructed Yun and Chao to disperse, allowing them the freedom to search for fruit within the grove. As for herself, she began meticulously searching for herbs around the periphery of the orchard. Ding, hemostatic herb. The system's prompt echoed in Lin Zhi's mind as she cautiously uprooted a hemostatic herb, placing it into the animal skin bag she carried. Ding, heat-clearing herb. Another precious herb was uncovered, and after careful examination, she confidently harvested it. Ding, cough relief herb. Lin Zhi's eyes sparkled as she discovered a cough relief herb, a remedy for coughs. She promptly collected it, placing it within the animal skin bag. Lin Zhi combed through the orchard meticulously, scrutinizing every inch of soil, leaving no corner unchecked. However, despite her efforts, she had only gathered a meager handful of herbs, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Lin Zhi remained engrossed in her quest for herbs. Shi Lian had caught up with Hua in the orchard. Before her lay an abundance of fruits, and an uncontrollable excitement surged within Shi Lian as she greedily eyed the bounty. If only all these fruits were mine. Why is it only Lin Zhi who finds them? Chow, where are these fruits you've picked? Are they edible? Shi Lian's gaze flitted from fruit to fruit before landing on Chow, her tone laced with a mix of curiosity and urgency. When Chow dismissed her inquiry, Shi Lian adopted a conciliatory smile and turned to Yun, asking Yun, "Are these fruits safe to eat?" "How would I know? Why do you even ask me? Weren't you the best at finding fruits before?" Yun's eyes brimmed with disdain. Shi Lian's face paled, struggling to suppress her anger. She feigned injury, her voice quivering slightly. "Yun, I merely wish to ask you, why do you speak to me in such a manner? What have I done to deserve this? What is wrong with you? Here, there are no Lin trees or Lin caves to play your games. All you do is wail." Yun retorted, her voice dripping with aversion and impatience. "Don't let anyone think I'm bullying you. Keep your distance, or I won't hesitate to act." Shi Lian recoiled, having been intimidated by Lin Zhi recently, fearing that Yun might indeed resort to violence. She had assumed that Yun and Chow would be forthcoming with information regarding the fruits. Yet their coldness was unexpected. If they refused to share, could she not ascertain the information herself? Shi Lian thought furiously. Just as she intended to turn and seek solace from Hua, she noticed that Hua and her companions were already fervently gathering fruits. Shi Lian's eyes reddened with indignation. Hua had abandoned her to collect fruits, neglecting to invite her. This place was brought forth by her efforts, yet they treated her with such disdain. Even Hua dared to slight her. With no other choice, Shi Lian resolved to climb the tree and gather fruits herself. However, her inexperience rendered her clumsy and slow. Struggling, she ascended the tree, plucking one fruit after another and placing them into the animal skin bag. Yet, being alone, her efficiency was woefully inadequate. As the sun began its descent, she glanced back at her bag, finding it hardly half filled. Meanwhile, on Lin Zhi's side, while foraging for herbs, she unexpectedly stumbled upon several vibrant red chilies and a precious Sichuan pepper tree along the orchard's fringe. She harvested the chilies and the pepper tree's fruit, placing them into her bag, her heart swelling with joy and satisfaction. Oh, her astonishment! This was a delightful windfall. Lin Zhi sensed a presence lingering behind her, an unsettling feeling that quickened her pace. Not far away, the agile Xiongba leaped between branches, vigilantly scanning his surroundings for any sign of movement. He had ventured out to hunt today and had caught a whiff of a familiar sweet aroma in the air. Yet the orcs in the tribe claimed they had not detected anything. Upon arriving at the source of the scent, he found himself once again in the orchard, confronting that familiar little female. She had spent the entire afternoon gathering herbs, yet had only managed to acquire a few. Last time, she had foraged for salty fruits. This time, she had sought some herbs. A flicker of doubt crossed Xiongba's mind. Was there something amiss with this female? In such an unsafe environment, she had strayed from the tribal group to this place. Concerned for Lin Zhi, he remained vigilant, fending off any beasts drawn by the aroma of the fruits, allowing her to search for herbs in peace. Huff, 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 Lin Zhi panted heavily. Yun and Chow had been waiting there for quite a while. Upon noticing Shi Lian and Hua's presence, her good mood evaporated instantly. However, since they had arrived, she chose to ignore them, for this orchard did not belong solely to her. Seeing Lin Zhi, Shi Lian's gaze fell upon the scant herbs she held, and disdain filled her heart. She had known all along that Lin Zhi relied on Huksong to survive. A greedy and indolent female, unlike herself, who worked diligently and could gather fruits even alone. She believed that once Huksong recognized Lin Zhi's true nature, he would ultimately see her worth. Meanwhile, Hua approached somewhat sheepishly, her right hand grasping a heavy bag of fruits, which she extended towards Lin Zhi. "Here, I do not wish to take advantage. These fruits are for you." With that, she strode away with the pride of a peacock. Head held high, Lin Zhi stared at the overflowing fruits before her, astonished that Hua, who had often been difficult, would voluntarily offer her fruits. This was more astonishing than the sun rising from the west. A frown creased her brow as doubt flickered in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Though puzzled, she did not refuse, for she had discovered these orchards. From deep within the forest came a familiar sound. causing Lin Zhi's heart to race slightly. Huck Song had returned. Sure enough, moments later, Huck Song appeared in view, a large unicorn cow clamped in his jaws, its horn glinting sharply in the fading light. Yun's partner hurried over, circling Huck Song and the unicorn cow several times, his eyes filled with awe and admiration. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Such a large unicorn cow! Did you capture it all by yourself?" His voice carried a hint of incredulity. For the unicorn bull was an exceedingly perilous prey in the forest, not only due to its immense size, but also its irritable temperament, making it a formidable adversary. Fox Song nodded gently, as if to acknowledge his query. Yet his gaze traversed the crowd, landing upon Lin Zhi. She, too, was looking at him, raising the herbs in her hand and waving them lightly towards Fox Song, her face blossoming into a radiant smile that a flicker of tender amusement graced Fox Song's eyes, starkly contrasting his usual demeanor of indifference and sharp tongue. However, this scene pierced Shi Lian's heart like a sharp thorn, igniting a blaze of jealousy that nearly reddened her eyes, filled with resentment and frustration. She could scarcely endure the intimacy between Lin Zhi and Fox Song, nor could she accept the harsh reality of being utterly overlooked. Why was such a powerful male not hers? Thus, she deliberately raised her voice, laced with a tone of ostentation and provocation. "Woo, you just returned from hunting, didn't you? You're truly remarkable." She paused, feigning nonchalance. "But look, this is my harvest for today. I've picked quite a few fruits." She gestured towards the fruits before her, then shifted the conversation. However, Gigi barely collected anything today. She didn't manage to gather a single one, and the fruit beside her was a gift. Gigi spent the entire day searching for herbs. Upon hearing Shi Lian mention that Lin Zhi had not picked any fruit while helping her gather herbs, Fox Song's heart fluttered, touched by something gentle softening within him. How could there be such an exceptional female in the beast realm? He longed to whisk her away to a secluded cave and hide her away. Did Fox Song not hear his own words? Lin Zhi had pulled up herbs all afternoon. Why was he still so captivated by Lin Zhi? "No, this could not continue. Wu. Could you take me back later? I have quite a few things." Shi Lian stepped forward, halting before Fox Song, her head slightly bowed, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Yet, Fox Song appeared to be entirely oblivious to her presence, his gaze bypassing her to focus directly on Lin Zhi, not far away. His beast-like eyes, stripped of their brutal edge, were now filled with warmth. He strode forward, approaching Lin Zhi with an imposing stature that exuded an invisible pressure, yet softened curiously as he neared her. Lowering his head slightly, he leaned closer to Lin Zhi, his deep, magnetic voice resonating in her ear. "Let us go." Shi Lian stood frozen, her smile gradually solidifying, as if encased in the frost of a harsh winter. She watched helplessly as Fox Song turned his back on her, departing with Lin Zhi, the atmosphere between them so harmonious, so natural, as if they were always meant to be together. She bit her lip tightly. Behind her, Yun and Chao observed Shi Lian's mortification, unable to stifle their laughter, albeit softly. Their giggles, though faint, reached Shi Lian's ears. Whirling around, she shot them a fierce glare, her eyes ablaze with fury. However, she ultimately contained her wrath, adopting an air of nonchalance, pitifully making her way towards Hua. She still clutched half a bag of fruits, their weight too burdensome for her to carry alone, by the time Yun and Chao were ready to depart. Shi Lian had already perched herself atop Hua's beastly brother's back. She leaned down, pressing her body against the broad expanse of the male beast's back, her soft bosom deliberately brushing against his spine. Her voice was sultry, laced with a hint of seduction. "Moo, shall we hurry back?" The young male beast, barely matured, was ill-equipped to resist such temptation, feeling an exhilarating rush flood his head, his blood boiling. He let out a low growl, instantly accelerating, dashing away like a gust of wind. Shi Lian reveled in the rush of wind that whipped past her ears, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. She continued to whisper sweetly in the male beast's ear, "Moo, you wonderful, even better than my beast brother." Although he did not verbally respond, his swifter pace conveyed his delight. He yearned to return to the tribe immediately, eager to showcase his strength to Shi Lian. When Shi Lian reached adulthood next year, he hoped to be her first mate. The tribe square was bustling with life. Shi Lian arrived back at the tribe ahead of Lin Zhi and the others, intentionally slowing her pace. She swayed the beast-hide bag filled with fruits in her hand, creating a rustling sound to draw the attention of the surrounding beastmen. She extracted a vividly colored fruit from the bag, presenting it to the male beast Mu. "Thank you, Mu. This fruit is for you. I appreciate you accompanying me to gather fruits today." She then took another fruit, casually settling onto a smooth stone, unabashedly indulging in it, the sweet aroma of the flesh wafting through the air. Her action successfully captured the attention of the surrounding beastmen, especially the females who gathered around, curiously examining the fruit in Shi Lian's hand and the beast-hide bag beside her. Noticing their approach, Shi Lian's lips curled into a sly smile, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. Her plan was already halfway to success. She intended for everyone to know she was superior to Lin Zhi, more skilled and more favored by the tribe. "Hurry, hurry, more people come, otherwise Lin Zhi and the others will return soon." "Shi Lian, where did you pick this fruit? We've never seen it before." One female was the first to approach, fixating on the fruit in Shi Lian's hand. Another female was even more direct, abruptly opening the beast-hide bag beside Shi Lian, revealing the colorful, diverse fruits within, all previously unseen, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "Wow, so many fruits. Shi Lian, you're incredible." One female retrieved a piece of warm roasted meat and offered it to Shi Lian. "Shi Lian, could I swap this piece of meat for some of your fruits? I truly wish to taste them." Shi Lian gazed at the enticingly fragrant roasted meat, a glint of greed flickering in her eyes, but she quickly masked it with a facade of generosity. She did not directly accept the meat, instead feigning modesty. "Oh, how could I accept such a thing? They are merely fruits. You can have as many as you desire." The number of surrounding beastmen continued to swell. Sensing it was nearly sufficient, Shi Lian slowly rose, flashing a sweet smile at the crowd. "These fruits were a delightful find that Mu and I stumbled upon today. They're truly delicious. If anyone wishes to go, I can lead you all to that fruit grove tomorrow morning." Having said this, she turned her gaze towards Mu, her eyes brimming with shyness and anticipation. "Mu, would you be willing to accompany me tomorrow to take everyone to that fruit grove?" Under Shi Lian's gaze, Mu's dark face flushed crimson, his mind going blank, struggling to recall what Shi Lian had just said. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to squeeze out a few words. "I'd be willing." Mu's response immediately spurred cheers from the surrounding beastmen, who expressed their admiration and gratitude towards Shi Lian. "Shi Lian, you're too kind. You're actually taking us to the fruit grove. You truly are so generous." "Lian, here, take this piece of meat." A male beast handed Shi Lian a piece of beautifully roasted meat, his eyes brimming with eagerness to please. Shi Lian lowered her head, feigning bashfulness, yet she accepted the offerings from her tribe with ease. She took a bite of the roasted meat, savoring the savory flavor that unfolded in her mouth, filling her with a sense of fulfillment. It had been ages since she had tasted meat, and today she could finally indulge. With this thought, she inwardly cursed Linshu and Lindong, deeming them utterly useless, as they had deprived her of sustenance, rendering her basic needs a struggle. She intended to see if there were other male beastmen in the tribe capable of hunting prey. Initially, Foxong had been the optimal choice, yet he had repeatedly spurned her, fixated solely on Lin Zhi, that disabled beast. She could not comprehend what was so special about Lin Zhi, merely a beast incapable of bearing offspring. Even if she could gather fruits, how could that possibly surpass the value of meat? Once she has found several formidable male companions, her life will undoubtedly surpass hers by 100-fold, 1,000-fold. With this thought in mind, Shi Lian proudly straightened her impressive chest and cast a flirtatious glance towards a few robust males outside the circle, attempting to capture their attention. This gesture, indeed, elicited a flush of color in the cheeks of several males, their breaths growing heavy. Observing this, Shi Lian chuckled with even greater self-satisfaction. She firmly believed that it would not be long before she became the most popular female in the tribe. Linshu hurried back, panting. Fortune had favored him today, as he had successfully hunted 2 small sharp-horned beasts, a rare bounty. Eagerly, he rushed back to the tribe, spotting Shi Lian surrounded by a throng of onlookers, accompanied by the boisterous roars of beastmen. which suggested a lively atmosphere. That a pang of anxiety gripped Linshu as he feared that something might have befallen Shi Lian. He hastily pushed through the crowd of beastmen and called out, "Lian, what's wrong? You haven't been bullied, have you?" His voice was laced with concern, his eyes brimming with worry. No, I merely informed the tribe that I discovered a new fruit grove, and everyone is quite pleased." Shi Lian replied, her demeanor reassuring. One beastman continued to inquire, "Shi Lian, how did you come across that grove?" A hint of shyness crossed Shi Lian's face, her eyes sparkling with cunning. "Well, I suppose it was just a stroke of luck. While I was out gathering today, I accidentally lost my way and stumbled upon that grove." "Wow, the beast god truly favors you. Why doesn't such luck come my way?" Shi Lian extended the fruit basket towards Linshu, her voice tinged with flattery. "Brother Beast, look, these are the fruits I picked today. I wanted you to be the first to taste them." Linshu gazed at the vibrant, plump fruits, and memories of their previous encounter with Lin Zhi in that very grove flashed through his mind. Yet upon lifting his gaze to meet Shi Lian's expectant eyes, all doubts were cast aside. He gently caressed Shi Lian's hair, indulgently saying, "You've worked hard, Shi Lian." Lin Zhi and her companions returned to the tribe, and from a distance, they beheld the bustling scene in the square, leading them to believe that the tribe was about to distribute meat. Filled with anticipation, Chao rushed forward, only to hear Shi Lian announce that she would take everyone to the fruit grove. Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon her, and her smile froze in place. Chao pushed through the crowd and confronted Shi Lian angrily. "Fruit grove? Which grove?" "Shi Lian, the one you intend to take everyone to tomorrow. I said to the same grove you secretly followed us to today." "Is it? That was clearly discovered by Lin Zhi." Shi Lian's face paled instantly, a flicker of panic in her eyes. She had not anticipated Lin Zhi's swift return. She had nearly finished her explanation, but Lin Zhi always seemed to thwart her plans. However, she quickly regained her composure, reapplying a gentle smile. Lin Zhi approached the gathering of beastmen, a smirk of derision playing on her lips, yet she remained silent. Observing the situation, Linshu hurried to Lin Zhi's side. Attempting to ease the tension, "Zhi, so you and Shi Lian went fruit-picking together today. How fortuitous! I hunted 2 sharp-beaked beasts today, just the ones you love to eat, that I'll roast them for you and Shi Lian to enjoy later." Lin Zhi cast a cold glance at Linshu, bluntly rejecting his offer. No need. Indeed, some individuals relish in their own misfortune. The more unattainable something is, the more they desire it. Perceiving the precarious situation, Shi Lian quickly interjected. "Zhi, you and mine, would you? I simply thought that grove was too large for just a few of us to harvest. It would be better to invite everyone in the tribe." She paused, then added, "Please, let us not misinterpret this. I was just too excited earlier and forgot to clarify. Actually, that grove was discovered by Zhi. Zhi, you would be more than happy to share this location with everyone, right?" As Shi Lian spoke, she looked at Lin Zhi with hopeful eyes. This familiar expression caused Lin Zhi's brow to furrow, stirring a wave of disgust within her. Chao, witnessing Shi Lian's pitiful attempt to coerce Lin Zhi, raised her voice in reproach. "What do you mean, forgot? If we hadn't returned just in time, everyone would think that grove was found by you." Chao turned to the surrounding tribesmen, proclaiming, "Listen closely, that grove was found by Lin Zhi. Not her." She pointed to Shi Lian, her eyes ablaze with fury. She was deceiving everyone. Tears glistened in Shi Lian's eyes as she defiantly glared at Chao, her voice tinged with indignation. "I did not. I truly just forgot to clarify. Didn't I already explain this to everyone?" Linshu observed the all-too-familiar scene, baffled as to why a mere grove would incite such a quarrel. Not wanting to see the relationship between Lin Zhi and Shi Lian deteriorate further, he quickly positioned himself between the two, attempting to mediate. "Zhi, please don't hold it against Shi Lian. She only had the tribe's best interests at heart," Linshu gently urged, given the current food scarcity. "She merely wanted every tribesman to have enough to eat during winter, and it's just a grove. Does it truly matter who discovered it?" Lin Zhi regarded Linshu with a cold, mocking stare, remaining silent, yet her eyes glimmered with contempt. After a long pause, Linshu felt a twinge of guilt under Lin Zhi's unwavering gaze. He softly tugged at Shi Lian's arm, whispering, quickly apologized to Zhi. Without hesitation, Shi Lian turned to Lin Zhi, her big eyes shimmering with tears. Adopting a pitiful expression, "I'm sorry, Gigi. You will forgive me. One to you. I've already told everyone that you discovered the grove." Lin Zhi's anger flared even more. Shi Lian had indeed acknowledged Lin Zhi's discovery. Even apologizing, was she expected to physically retaliate? Yet, she couldn't shake off the overwhelming irritation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhi reassured herself not to stoop to the level of a fool. After all, she had planned to reveal the grove's location to the tribesmen tomorrow. More importantly, she intended to explore the forest to see if she could find other food sources, ideally those rich in starch. Relying solely on fruits would not suffice to fill their bellies. Since Shi Lian wished to lead the tribe to that grove, she would allow it. Nevertheless, Lin Zhi understood that the fruits in that grove were limited, and with so many people sharing, it was uncertain how much each would receive. Having concluded her thoughts, Lin Zhi turned to leave. However, once many tribesmen grasped that it was Lin Zhi, not Shi Lian, who had discovered that grove, they rushed to reclaim the meat Shi Lian had previously handed out and hurried after Lin Zhi. "Here, Lin Zhi, thank you for revealing the location of the grove." A panting male beast man presented her with a piece of meat. "Yes, take this as well." Another tribesman offered her a piece of jerky. "You must accept it." They insisted earnestly, their eyes filled with gratitude. Seated upon the broad back of Husong, Lin Zhi surveyed the earnest faces of her fellow tribesmen, then caught sight of Shi Lian's sullen countenance in the distance, stirring a complex emotion within her. Initially, she had thought no one would thank her, considering that Shi Lian had mentioned the grove first. Yet, witnessing the genuine smiles on the faces of her tribesmen, an unexplainable joy welled up inside her. "Thank you," Lin Zhi murmured softly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Afterward, she turned to glance at Shi Lian, who could no longer conceal her jealousy. Lin Zhi beamed even brighter, feeling a surge of delight as she hummed a cheerful tune. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Zhi immediately set to work. She carefully emptied the fruits from her bee-skin pouch, meticulously selecting them. Those with lower moisture content were piled aside, intended for drying in the earth cellar. "Husong, please help me cut these fruits into smaller pieces," Lin Zhi requested, pushing a pile of fruits toward him. Without a word, Husong extended his claws, skillfully slicing the fruit flesh into uniformly sized chunks. Meanwhile, Lin Zhi busied herself organizing the earth cellar, clearing out the debris within. She then gently laid the cut fruit on the stone slab, ensuring that no pieces overlapped. The two worked in harmonious coordination, soon completing 2 large bundles of dried fruit. However, Lin Zhi gazed at her labor with a furrowed brow. What should be done with the fruits that retained higher moisture content? If these fruits were to be dried, they would likely be reduced to mere skins. However, neglecting them might result in their rapid decay. Gazing at the 3 bee-skin bags still filled with fruit in the cave, Lin Zhi felt an increasing headache. She could only turn her thoughts to other matters. While there were enough fruits for winter, the supply of meat was insufficient, staple foods were lacking, and she had yet to prepare anything for warmth. Lin Zhi sighed, feeling the weight of pressure multiply. Suddenly, her gaze swept across the cave entrance, and an idea emerged. "Husong, we need to construct a door for the cave, using wood to block the entrance," Lin Zhi remarked. "Otherwise, with the winter winds blowing, we might freeze to death." Husong nodded in agreement. Without further ado, he turned and exited the cave in search of suitable trees in the forest. The young female always had a plethora of peculiar ideas. He needed not ask further. He would simply act. Lin Zhi remained behind, spreading out the bee skin she had retrieved from the Shi Lian cave earlier that day. She meticulously inspected the quality of each piece. Selecting the sturdiest ones, then, she took out the prepared rattan and bone needle, beginning to sew with focused intent. The Caijia family carried bags of fruit into the cave, excitedly pouring them out to count. However, they soon discovered a severe issue. Some of the fruits had already begun to rot, emitting a foul odor. Caijia furrowed her brow, discarding the decayed fruits while pondering how to handle such a large quantity. 5 bags of fruits would be far too much for their family to consume daily. If only they could preserve them until winter. The Yun family faced a similar dilemma. Yun stood in the center of the cave. Hands on her hips, her brow furrowed as she stared at the mountain of fruits. Her partner surrounded her, displaying an anxious expression. With such an abundance of fruit, no matter how delicious, It couldn't be consumed every day. Yun's partner scratched his head in distress. Yet, discarding them felt like a waste. Yun and Saijia simultaneously thought of Lin Zhi. The two females set off from their respective caves, heading towards Lin Zhi's dwelling. Upon arriving at Lin Zhi's cave, they were taken aback. The terrain was remote and desolate. It was manageable now, but what would happen in winter? Saijia couldn't help but exclaim, Zhi, why did you choose such a secluded spot for your cave? She felt a sense of injustice for Lin Zhi. Although it was Lin Zhi's decision to move out, how could an unmarried female, with both male kin and brothers present, live alone? Saijia inwardly reproached Linshu, Lindong, and Shi Lian. Lin Zhi was busy with something at the cave entrance when she noticed Saijia and Yun approaching. Surprised, she stood up, placing the door curtain aside, and curiously inquired, "What brings you two here?" Yun enthusiastically pulled Lin Zhi to sit on a rock, offering her the meat they had brought. "We came to check on you." Saijia nodded in agreement, handing Lin Zhi the meat. Lin Zhi understood they must have something to discuss, but refrained from probing further, patiently answering their questions. Finally, Yun shyly spoke up, Zhi, do you have any good methods for preserving fruit? So it was for this matter. Lin Zhi stood, entered the cave, and shortly returned with several golden-hued items. These items emitted a faint, fruity fragrance, resembling some kind of dried fruit. Lin Zhi handed the dried fruits to Saijia and Yun. "Here, try these." Saijia and Yun curiously accepted them, closely examining the oddly shaped food, which appeared somewhat dry. After a moment of hesitation, they placed the food in their mouths. With the first bite, a rich sweetness burst forth in their mouths. Saijia's eyes instantly brightened. "Delicious!" Zhi, what is this? Where did you pick it? Can you take me there? My beast brother caught a horned cow this afternoon. Can I trade it with you for this? If it's not enough, I'll have my beast father bring you another beast tomorrow. Yun, on the other hand, appeared contemplative, her brow slightly furrowed. This taste felt oddly familiar, especially the yellow one. It reminded her of the sweet potatoes Lin Zhi had roasted in the square. She scrutinized the food in her hands, realizing it didn't resemble sweet potatoes at all. Seeing their reactions, Lin Zhi's smile deepened. "Do you think such food can last through winter without spoiling?" Yun and Saijia exchanged glances, momentarily unable to ascertain. They instinctively nodded, then shook their heads, lost in thought. "What if I told you," Lin Zhi drawled intentionally, "that the items you just ate have been stored for 15 sun days?" Yun and Saijia jumped in astonishment. They stared incredulously at the food in their hands, squeezing it gently and bringing it closer to their noses. Remarkably, the food showed no signs of spoilage or any unpleasant odor. Saijia excitedly rushed to Lin Zhi's side, tightly embracing her arm. "Zhi, please tell us how you did it. I can have my beast father trade you 3 beasts, no, 5 beasts." Yun also looked at Lin Zhi with eager anticipation. Initially, she merely wished to inquire how Lin Zhi managed to handle so much fruit without waste. But she never expected Lin Zhi to preserve food for such an extended period. Lin Zhi led Yun and Saijia to a small mound emitting steam. She gently moved aside a stone slab, and a wave of warm, fragrant air rushed forth, mingling with the rich scent of fruit. She reached into the mound, retrieving several pieces of dried fruit that were still warm to the touch. Yun and Saijia leaned in to observe. Noticing these dried fruits were smaller than the original fruits, exhibiting a deep hue with wrinkled surfaces, Lin Zhi offered them to the two, then picked up some freshly prepared dried fruits, already cut into small pieces and dried. She carefully spread the new dried fruit on a stone slab, covering it once more. Yun and Saijia watched intently throughout the process. Their eyes widened in astonishment when they saw the dried fruits shrink after being taken from the mound, and they revealed satisfied smiles while enjoying the dried fruits. Yet, they soon frowned again, unable to comprehend the magical process behind it. Lin Zhi found their varied expressions amusing. Then, she patiently demonstrated the entire production process to them. She showcased how to wash and cut the fruits, emphasizing the importance of even slicing. Next, she spread the sliced fruits in the sunlight to dry, explaining the purpose of the drying process. Finally, she reached the crucial part of the earthen pit, attempting to explain its function. However, even with the simplest of descriptions, Yun and Saijia remained bewildered. Noticing their continued confusion, Lin Zhi gently suggested, "It's all right. How about I come to your cave tomorrow and help you build one? Upon hearing this proposal, Yun and Saijia's faces lit up with joy, and they nodded eagerly in agreement. After setting a time to meet the next day, they reluctantly bid farewell to Lin Zhi, after seeing off Yun and Saijia. Lin Zhi did not remain idle. She took out a salt fruit, evenly sprinkling salt crystals over a piece of fresh meat. Gently massaging the meat, she ensured the salt penetrated every part. Once the curing was complete, Lin Zhi hung the meat in a cool, dry corner of the cave, preparing to observe the effects of this new preservation method. In the center of the tribe, the hunting team led by Lin Tian returned triumphantly. They had gathered an impressive haul, bringing back several large beasts. The atmosphere in the tribe square was filled with joy as the clansfolk cheered and celebrated this hard-won bounty. After distributing the spoils, Lin Tian searched the crowd but did not find the familiar figure he sought. Frowning, he inquired, "Where is Lin Zhi?" Shi Lian, about to reach for a piece of roasted meat, paused upon hearing the question, hesitating on how to respond so as not to provoke Lin Tian's ire. Finally, she softly replied, "Zhi has moved out of the cave." Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Lin Zhi truly dared to move out alone with winter approaching. Did she not fear freezing or starving to death in the cold? Recalling the words of Lin Zhi's mother beast from years past, who left without a second thought, a surge of anger ignited within Lin Tian's heart. How dare Lin Zhi move out without his consent? And where was Lindong? Why hadn't he emerged? Lin Tian inquired, his tone tinged with displeasure. He could see that moment. Linshu, who was busy grilling meat, responded, "Lindong is still in the cave nursing his injuries." Shi Lian quickly added, "I went to find Wu earlier, but he said he couldn't treat Lindong's wounds." Noticing the darkening expression on Lin Tian's face, Shi Lian cautiously remarked, "Beast father, Zhi might still be angry with Lindong. Perhaps she's the reason Wu hasn't come to treat him, considering her close relationship with Wu." Lin Tian fell silent, his brow furrowing in thought. Shi Lian tentatively called out, Beast father, Beast father." After several calls, Lin Tian finally snapped back to reality. He spoke slowly. "I understand that I will personally seek out Wu and ask him to examine Lindong's injuries. Meanwhile, remember to bring some fresh meat to Lindong." Shi Lian nodded obediently, though she felt discontent. Why wasn't Lin Tian blaming Lin Zhi? At that moment, Linshu approached with a piece of meat perfectly roasted to a golden crisp. After hesitating briefly, he mustered the courage to say, "Beast father, there's something I wish to share. Zhi discovered a fruit grove today and has informed all the clan members of its location." Lin Tian took the grilled meat, gesturing for Lin Shu to continue. Lin Shu took a deep breath and added, "Winter is approaching. It will be challenging for Zhi to survive alone out there. Beast father, might you consider bringing her back?" Zhi's reluctance to return could stem from lingering resentment towards them. If Beast father went to retrieve her, she would surely be delighted, as she was most obedient to him. Once she was back, he would ensure to dig a spacious and comfortable cave for her. However, Lin Tian was oblivious to Lin Shu's thoughts. His focus remained solely on Lin Zhi's audacious act of moving out. To him, her actions were a blatant challenge to his authority. Disregarding him as her beast father, he had to ensure Lin Zhi returned to the cave, obediently heeding his commands as before. But now was not the right time. A few more days should suffice. When Lin Zhi found it difficult to procure food outside, she would naturally return, crawling back to him, begging to be allowed back into the cave. What good would the fruit do her? It would soon rot, and a beast man could not survive on fruit alone for long. Meanwhile, Lin Zhi was preparing a meal. She retrieved the cured meat she had smoked a few days prior and instructed Hu Song to slice it thinly. Utilizing the fat extracted from beasts, she sought the meat, adding the small chili pepper she had discovered in the wild that day, filling the cave with an enticing aroma. Observing the fragrant stir-fry, Lin Zhi lamented, how unfortunate it is that I do not have rice to accompany this tea that moment." She deeply missed the conveniences of modern life. She wondered if the beast god would send her back to her original world after she perished in this realm. If that day ever came, she silently vowed to cherish life and eat her meals punctually. Hu Song was diligently cutting the meat when she turned to him, inquiring with curiosity, "Hu Song, have you ever seen a type of yellow, slender grass? The fruit inside is white." long and thinned. As soon as Lin Zhi finished speaking, Husong paused, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Zhi waited patiently for his answer, observing his furrowed brow in contemplation. The aroma of the sought-ed meat continued to waft through the air, prompting her to stir the meat in the pan to prevent it from burning. Finally, Husong spoke slowly. I remember now. There is indeed such yellow, slender grass near the southernmost edge of the forest, close to the grass tribe. The beastmen, they primarily consume plant-based diets and often gather this type of vegetation. As he spoke, he returned his claws to their normal state, carefully wiping his hands. Do you wish to go there in search of this grass? Husong asked, his gaze fixed upon Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi's eyes brightened, and she nodded eagerly. How long will it take to get there? At my speed, approximately 2 days under the sun, Husong replied, conveniently neglecting the fact that ordinary beastmen would require 4 to 5 days. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Zhi's eyes as she dished out the sought-ed meat, contemplating the distance. The journey was far too long, and, as the tribe's shaman, Husong could not be away for too long. She sighed softly, temporarily shelving the idea. Perhaps it would have to wait until spring. She divided the prepared meat into 2 portions like a tea that moment. She suddenly realized how crucial a strong male companion was in this perilous beast realm. If she had a partner, her quest for food would not be so arduous. Husong, she said, handing him 1 portion of meat. When we go to the market in spring, could you take me to the grass tribe? Husong accepted the meat and nodded. He was already considering that perhaps he could enlist the help of Xiongba, who had been lurking in the shadows, observing Lin Zhi. Xiongba stood at the entrance of his cave, inexplicably sneezing as he gazed toward the distant forest. He wondered if the little female would appear in the fruit grove again the following day. That damned fox better not be around. He cradled a heavy wooden bucket in his muscular arms, filled with golden honey. This was what he had gathered, intending to present it to the frail little female. Taking a deep breath, the sweet scent of honey mingled with the memory of the little female's delightful fragrance. Causing a faint smile to appear on his face, he had learned that the little female was named Lin Zhi and was a member of the Lin tribe. Tea that moment. However, Lin Zhi remained blissfully unaware of all this. She stood at the entrance of her cave, joyfully surveying the sturdy wooden door that Husong had just installed under her direction. The solid door fit snugly against the cave entrance, adorned with a thick beast hide curtain. Lin Zhi reached out to touch the rough wood grain, her heart swelling with satisfaction. At last, she had a truly private space of her own, free from the worry of unwanted intrusions. After bidding Husong good night, she returned to the cave. Lying on the stone bed as she pondered the provisions within, she began calculating how much food she would need to securely weather the harsh winter. As her thoughts began to blur, Lin Zhi slowly drifted into slumber. The next morning, Lin Zhi rose early and accompanied Husong to the dwellings of Yun and Si. Husong quickly constructed sturdy earth cellars for both Yun and Chao. Lin Zhi repeatedly emphasized, remember to choose fruits with low moisture content as they are easier to preserve. Fruits with high moisture spoil easily and are unsuitable for long-term storage. Chao sidled up to Lin Zhi, mischievously raising his eyebrows and lowering his voice. Zhi, seize the opportunity. Don't let Wu's slender frame fool you. I'm sure he is quite capable. Initially, Lin Zhi was baffled, unsure of what Chao meant. It was only later, when she noticed Chao glancing at the beast hide tied around Husong's waist, that realization dawned upon her, leaving her both amused and exasperated. How could these primitive people be so open? Lin Zhi acknowledged that a capable and impressive male like Husong was indeed attractive, yet she was acutely aware that her relationship with him was likely one of mutual benefit and exchange. She did not believe she was viewed as any different from the other tribe members in Husong's eyes. After bidding farewell to Yun and Chao, Husong led Lin Zhi to the tribe square, where several tribe members had already gathered. Almost everyone carried beast hide bags, seemingly preparing to set out for gathering or hunting. Lin Zhi's gaze scanned the crowd until it landed on Shi Lian, who was standing there, speaking to the surrounding tribe members. Shi Lian occasionally flashed a shy smile, causing some adult male beastmen to blush. Lin Zhi cast a fleeting glance at this scene before preparing to leave. If it weren't for the fact that there was only one path out of the tribe, she would have preferred to avoid passing through here entirely. Linshu spotted Lin Zhi and quickly rushed over. I've already spoken with Beast Father. You should return in a few days. Hearing this, Lin Zhi halted her steps. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm expression. I will not return. The voice of Linshu echoed once more in Lin Zhi's ear. This time, your contribution in locating the fruit grove is commendable. Zhi, today you shall lead the tribe there. Lin Zhi turned around, about to decline, when she saw Shi Lian storming towards her. Her eyes reddened with fury, fixed intently on Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi astutely sensed a shift in Shi Lian's emotions, observing the fury etched across Shi Lian's face. A tumult of complex feelings surged within Lin Zhi. Though she had no desire to engage in such troublesome affairs, Shi Lian's evident reluctance to take the lead piqued her interest. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhi offered a faint smile. Of course, I would be delighted. Upon hearing Lin Zhi's response, Linshu exhaled in relief, a look of satisfaction dawning upon his face. However, Shi Lian's expression twisted an instant. Ultimately, she bit down hard on her lower lip, striving to rein in her emotions. She had risen early that morning, specifically asking Linshu the night before to notify every cave that they were to gather fruit from the grove today. Although everyone knew it was Lin Zhi who discovered the grove, it was she who would lead them there. After much effort, she had regained the feeling of being revered by her kin, and now Linshu was handing that over to Lin Zhi. What did that make of all her efforts? Were they for naught? Noticing Shi Lian's reaction, Lin Zhi stepped forward, wearing a gentle yet slightly provocative smile. Shi Lian, are you unwilling? You wouldn't resent me for claiming your glory, would you? Perhaps it is better for Shi Lian to take the lead. Linshu interjected hastily. No. This grove was indeed discovered by you. It has nothing to do with Shi Lian that he clearly sought to alleviate the tension between the two. Allowing Shi Lian to feel slighted was inconsequential. He would discuss it with her later. Believing she would forgive him, Lin Zhi quietly observed Shi Lian's response. She understood that Shi Lian's actions were an attempt to reclaim the recognition of the tribe, while she was indifferent to the opinions of her kin. She would not permit her accomplishments to be usurped by others. Shi Lian, you wouldn't be unhappy, would you? Lin Zhi inquired with a bright smile. Linshu immediately shook his head. Lin Zhi's lips curled slightly, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. But why do I feel that Lian seems rather unwilling? Linshu quickly turned and grasped Shi Lian's arm, pulling her forward a step. How could that be? How could that be? He exclaimed, his voice laced with unease. Turning to Shi Lian, he almost commanded, Lian, quickly tell Zhi that you are willing. Shi Lian felt the pressure of Linshu's grip, nearly crying out in pain. She bit her lip, struggling to maintain her composure, suppressing the anguish and anger threatening to surface. Taking a deep breath, she forced a strained smile, her voice soft yet almost feigned. Zhi, today you should lead the tribe. That grove was indeed discovered by you. Lin Zhi cast a cold glance at Shi Lian, her lips curling into a barely perceptible sardonic smile. Very well, she replied nonchalantly. Then you can have everyone follow us. With that, she turned gracefully, departing without a backward glance, leaving Shi Lian standing alone, her smile gradually freezing. Linshu immediately transformed into his beast form, taking several strides to catch up with Lin Zhi. He called back to Shi Lian. Hurry, Lian, go summon everyone to follow us. After saying this, he followed Lin Zhi, completely disregarding Shi Lian still standing in place. Shi Lian felt an unprecedented wave of humiliation and anger wash over her. These were tasks she had once assigned to Lin Zhi. When had it become her turn to be commanded by Lin Zhi, she should have allowed the wandering beast to finish Lin Zhi off back then. Hurry up! Linshu's impatient voice echoed from a distance. Gritting her teeth, Shi Lian suppressed her fury and approached the tribe members, striving to muster a smile. Her voice trembled slightly. Everyone, Zhi and the others have already set out. Let us quickly follow them. The tribe members erupted in excited cheers. Wonderful, let us hurry, one of the beast men exclaimed. With Lin Zhi leading us, we shall surely arrive swiftly. Shi Lian stood among the throng, watching the beaming faces of her kin, yet her heart felt as though pierced by 1,000 needles. It was she who had informed everyone, yet now all they remembered was to thank Lin Zhi. She felt akin to a laboring pig, toiling away for Lin Zhi in vain. When she finally snapped back to reality, she realized that the tribe members were already filtering out. The females were either being carried by their mates or sitting atop their partners, while some were perched on the backs of their beast brothers. Hua, riding on her beast brother's back, called out to Shi Lian as she passed. Lian, aren't you coming? If you don't hurry, you will all miss out. I'll go ahead, her beast brother said, before departing with Hua. Shi Lian watched their retreating figures, her anger flaring even more fiercely. Of course, she wanted to go, but Linshu had already followed Lin Zhi away. Damn Lin Zhi, damn Linshu, damn the beastmen, and damn Hua, who wouldn't even take her along. Ultimately, her ire even extended to Mu, who dared to carry Hua instead of her today, standing in the nearly deserted tribe. Shi Lian felt an unprecedented sense of isolation. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Despite the tempest of rage swirling within her, she knew this was not the time to unleash it. She had to find a way to catch up quickly. Otherwise, she would indeed be left behind. A few single male beastmen in the tribe caught sight of Shi Lian standing alone, their eyes flickering with a glimmer of greed. After a moment of hesitation, they finally mustered the courage to approach her. Lian, let me carry you, one slightly larger male beastman said, his voice tinged with eagerness. That no, let me. Another male chimed in, fearful of missing the opportunity. Shi Lian cast a cold glance at the group of males before her, filled with disdain. These beastmen were not even worthy of a finger from Husong. Yet at this moment, she had no other choice. Taking a deep breath, Shi Lian forced a smile and pointed to the bulliest male beastman. Then it shall be you. The chosen male beastman was instantly elated, proudly showing off in front of the others as he twirled around. Then, he eagerly transformed into his beast form, allowing Shi Lian to mount his back. Once she was settled, the male beastman took off at a swift pace, racing to catch up with the group ahead. The journey was bumpy, and Shi Lian clutched tightly to the beastman's fur, her anger intensifying. When they finally arrived at the fruit grove, the tribe members had already begun gathering the fruits. Shi Lian quickly leaped down from the beastman's back, disregarding the disappointment in his eyes, and strode towards the nearest fruit tree. Spotting Lin Zhi, she agilely climbed the branches and began frantically plucking the fruits. Pick them all, she declared, eager to see Lin Zhi. Without these fruits come winter. However, Lin Zhi merely plucked a couple of fruits before preparing to leave, intending to explore other areas of the forest. Just as she turned to depart, Shi Lian's piercing voice resonated once more. Zhi, where are you going? Shi Lian feigned concern, her eyes glinting with vigilance. Aren't you joining us to gather fruits? She pressed on, her tone laced with reproach. Have you found another grove and plan to gather with Husong? You can take us along too, can't you? Lin Zhi frowned at the persistent Shi Lian, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as she was about to respond, Husong had already maneuvered around Shi Lian. Sprinting deeper into the forest, in that instant, a fierce glint flashed in Shi Lian's eyes. She swiftly picked up a sharp stone from the ground and, without hesitation, made a deep cut on her arm. Blood immediately surged forth, streaming down her arm. Shaman, help me! Help me! Shi Lian suddenly cried out, her voice filled with terror. My arm is bleeding. Her cry immediately drew Linshu's attention as he hurried over, and upon seeing Shi Lian's bloodied hands, instinctively placed himself in front of Husong. However, his gaze was fixated on Lin Zhi. Zhi, Linshu's voice carried a hint of imploring. Please let Wu take a look at Shi Lian. Let's not have Wu accompany you into the forest for mischief today, shall we? Ultimately, Linshu spoke almost in a commanding tone. If you insist on going, I shall accompany you to Husong, and Lin Zhi had no choice but to return to their original position. Upon witnessing Lin Zhi and Husong retreat, Shi Lian couldn't contain her delight. As long as it prevented Lin Zhi from doing as she wished, her own pain was of little consequence. Perhaps it would even afford her the opportunity for some private moments with Husong. With this thought in mind, Shi Lian adjusted her clothing to ensure that Husong would easily catch a glimpse of her bosom. Lin Zhi wandered about the edge of the orchard, while Husong hastily tossed prepared herbs onto Shi Lian's wounds with a roughness that was quite shocking. But he showed no concern for whether Shi Lian felt pain, his eyes betraying a flicker of impatience. Wu, my arm hurts so much, Shi Lian called out weakly, her voice laced with an intentional coyness. "Could you be a bit gentler?" She took a few steps forward, nearly pressing against Hu Song's body. Noticing Shi Lian's intentions, Hu Song furrowed his brow slightly. He quickened his movements, denying her any chance of getting closer. Just as Shi Lian was about to make contact, he abruptly turned, seizing Lin Zhi in his grasp. Before Lin Zhi could react, Hu Song was already pulling her deeper into the forest. "Wu, where are you going?" Shi Lian shouted after them, her voice tinged with palpable dissatisfaction and urgency. "My arm still hurts. How can you just abandon me?" Yet, Hu Song paid her no heed, continuing to navigate through the dense woods with Lin Zhi. Although Lin Zhi felt somewhat taken aback by Hu Song's actions, she relished the chance to escape Shi Lian's entanglements and enjoyed the long-awaited tranquility. With the system's assistance, Lin Zhi soon discovered a vast patch of mushrooms. She crouched down, meticulously distinguishing each variety, placing the edible ones into her bee-skin bag. Meanwhile, Hu Song scoured the surroundings for various herbs. Whenever he recognized a familiar plant, he would swiftly uproot it. Lin Zhi occasionally pointed out medicinal plants to him, and the two worked in harmonious cooperation. After gathering from the mushroom patch, Hu Song suddenly lifted his head, his nose twitching slightly, but he seemed to sense something and turned to Lin Zhi. "Zhi, what kind of grass did you say you wanted yesterday?" Lin Zhi recalled the rice she had mentioned during a casual chat with Hu Song the previous day, her heart warming at the memory. She quickly waved her hands. "It's fine. Let's wait until tomorrow's spring to search for it." Hu Song pressed on. "Is it the long, yellow grass that has white grains inside?" Lin Zhi paused, feeling a strange tone in Hu Song's voice, as if he were speaking for someone else. She looked around in confusion, realizing there were no other beastmen nearby. Unsure how to respond, Hu Song repeated his description of the yellow long grass and white grains multiple times, deliberately amplifying his voice and glancing towards the distant thicket. Initially puzzled, Lin Zhi soon adopted a nonchalant demeanor. After all, those words were not directed at her, and she presumed Hu Song would not divulge for whom they were intended. Otherwise, he would have mentioned it on the way. Not far away, beneath a large tree, a burly bear beast man was approaching. Xiong Ba held a carefully prepared jar of honey, adorned in his finest beast skin. The air was laced with the faint aroma of sweetness, the scent of the honey he carried. He had approached with anticipation to meet the little female whose fragrance had drawn him in. But upon hearing Hu Song's words, he glanced down at the honey jar and recalled Hu Song's mention of the yellow long grass, his mind wrestling with conflicting thoughts. Ultimately, he sighed and turned away, heading towards the southern grass tribe of the forest. Hu Song perked up his ears, catching the sound of Xiong Ba's retreating footsteps. Once he confirmed the other had moved on, he breathed a sigh of relief and said to Lin Zhi, "Let's go. We should explore elsewhere." Saying this, he gently bit the nape of Lin Zhi's neck and swung her onto his back. Lin Zhi wrinkled her nose suddenly. "Hu Song, do you smell something sweet?" "Like honey." She looked around, trying to locate the source of the fragrance. Hu Song's heart raced. He was acutely aware that it was the scent of honey brought by Xiong Ba. However, he did not wish for Lin Zhi to learn of Xiong Ba's presence. Hu Song understood that, unlike Xiong Ba, he must find a way to persuade Lin Zhi to return to the tribe with him when spring arrived. Xiong Ba, unbound by any constraints, could easily sway Lin Zhi to join his tribe, which would jeopardize Hu Song's chances that he had no desire to force Lin Zhi. That was not the way of a true male. After much hesitation, Hu Song decided to conceal the truth for the time being. He feigned sniffing the air. "No, perhaps it's the scent of some flowers." As he spoke, he quickened his pace. "Let's check the next place. There might be other fruits we can eat." Lin Zhi nestled against Hu Song's broad back, grasping his snowy white fur with her hands. Hu Song's steps were steady and powerful, each stride carefully avoiding the fallen branches and leaves beneath them, ensuring Lin Zhi felt not a single jolt. Before long, they arrived at another orchard. The fruit trees here were sparsely scattered, unlike the dense clusters of other orchards, with only a few fruits hanging from the branches. Lin Zhi slid down from Hu Song's back and reached for 2 fruits. The system promptly identified them as ma gua, which, when consumed, would lead to paralysis of the entire body. The system's cold notification echoed in her mind. With a sigh, Lin Zhi discarded the fruits. She continued wandering through the orchard, attempting to identify the various fruits. Most of them were either bland white fruits or mildly toxic, with long-term consumption adversely affecting health. She couldn't help but feel grateful for the system's assistance. Otherwise, she might have ended up like the legendary Lindong, testing poisons with her own life and meeting an untimely demise that Song was also nearby, assisting in the search. His agile claws deftly plucked fruits, while his nose occasionally twitched in recognition. They toiled for much of the day, but only managed to gather less than a full backbag of fruits, far below their expectations. There are too few edible fruits here. We should change locations, Lin Zhi suggested, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Though her face betrayed her underlying concern, Song nodded, bending down to allow Lin Zhi to climb onto his back. On their way, they passed another orchard, where orange fruits hung thickly from the branches, shimmering enticingly in the sunlight. However, Song did not glance back, continuing onward. Are those fruits in that orchard inedible? Lin Zhi couldn't help but ask, her gaze lingering regretfully on the orange grove. Although those fruits appear beautiful, their flesh is white, Song explained while running. They're sticky and tasteless when eaten. While they won't cause poisoning, their flavor is utterly unpalatable, and no beastman would willingly consume them. Lin Zhi nodded thoughtfully. If even beastmen were unwilling to eat those fruits, then they certainly should not waste time on them. She adjusted her position, continuing to lie against Song's warm back, allowing him to lead her through the vast forest in search of the next orchard. As they were about to leave the current orchard, Lin Zhi couldn't help but glance back. The orange grove was simply too beautiful. Suddenly, something white beneath the trees caught her eye. Stop, stop, Lin Zhi exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. Song, hearing her call, immediately leapt nimbly to a halt. What is it, Gigi? Let's go back. I want to check out that orchard, Lin Zhi urged, eager to confirm her suspicion. Song nodded gently, guiding Lin Zhi back to the nearest fruit tree. Lin Zhi swiftly slid down from Song's back and crouched to examine the white powdery substance scattered around the tree's roots. Her fingers lightly touched it, feeling its delicate texture, silently praying. It must be flour. It must be flour. Ever since she unexpectedly acquired salt from the Xianxiangua, Lin Zhi had become particularly attentive to any non-toxic fruits in the beast world. She held her breath, waiting for the system's notification sound. Dingmian fruit, a unique delicacy of the beast realm, possesses flesh that can serve as a substitute for flour. Upon hearing this news, Lin Zhi erupted in joyous exuberance. She rose to her feet, casting her gaze around, and was met with an abundance of orange fruits, countless in number. This signified that she had discovered a source of staple food, liberating her from relying solely on meat or forcing herself to satiate her hunger with mere fruits. Images of delectable dishes began to dance in her mind. Fragrant noodles, soft and palatable buns, and golden, crispy youtiao, causing the corners of her mouth to involuntarily curl into a sweet smile. Just as Lin Zhi was lost in her delightful reverie, a pair of icy hands gently grazed her forehead. Startled, she turned to find Huso staring at her with a face full of concern. I've found it. I've found it, Lin Zhi exclaimed excitedly, unable to restrain herself as she leapt into Huso's embrace. Holding him tightly, it took her a moment to realize she was being enveloped in Huso's arms. When she looked up, she saw him gazing down at her, his eyes brimming with affection. Lin Zhi's fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, the dimples at the corners of her mouth becoming visible. Huso, as if beholding a fairy amidst a flower grove, found himself drawn to lean down and gently kiss her smooth forehead. The chilly sensation jolted Lin Zhi back to reality. In a flurry, she attempted to escape Huso's hold, but he tightened his embrace, rendering her immobile, relishing the warmth of the petite female in his arms. Huso's deep voice resonated in Lin Zhi's ear. Come back to the tribe with me, Lin Zhi. Feeling the strength of Huso's embrace, her heart raced uncontrollably. She gazed into his profound eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Disappointingly, the small female in his arms offered no response, only maintaining her silence. Huso scrutinized Lin Zhi, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his gaze. Gigi, why must you remain here? Is there something about this place that tugs at your heart? Lin Zhi sensed the intensity of Huso's gaze, her heart pounding wildly. It felt as if a fawn were racing within her chest, and she could almost hear the rhythm of her heartbeat. She longed to agree with Huso and leave the tribe with him. Yet, reason cautioned her. What if Huso's tribe was unwilling to accept an outsider female? She bit her lip, her resolve strengthening that no, she could not rely on any male, even if that male was Huso, rather than relinquishing her fate to another. It was far better to hold it firmly in her own hands. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhi summoned her courage to meet Huso's gaze. I don't know. Her voice trembled slightly, yet remained resolute. But I will think it over carefully. With that, she forcefully pushed Huso away, her hands brushing against his solid chest. Huso, taken aback by Lin Zhi's unexpected reaction, had no choice but to release her. Lin Zhi turned away, feigning to adjust her beast hide, concealing the turmoil within her heart. She compelled herself to regain her composure and spoke with a steady tone. Let us gather the fruits first. Huso watched Lin Zhi's unwavering silhouette, her resistance tightening his chest. Do not rush. There will be opportunities, he reassured himself. Lin Zhi had already turned to begin picking fruits, while Huso sighed and followed suit. The orange fruits hung heavily from the branches, easily within reach. Lin Zhi plucked each one with gentle yet swift movements, her nimble fingers placing the fruits into the beast hide bag. Huso silently assisted her, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Zhi's focused profile. Did Gigi truly harbor no feelings for him? Or was he simply not good enough? Soon, all 8 beast hide bags they had brought were filled to the brim. Lin Zhi caressed the bulging bags, her eyes sparkling with delight. In her mind, she envisioned a scene of a cold winter night, sitting by a warm fire, relishing delectable noodles. The image was so enchanting that a smile of contentment spread across her face. Seizing the moment before dusk, Lin Zhi and Huso, laden with their harvest, made their way toward the fruit grove where their kin resided. Upon their arrival, they found that the tribe had concluded their day of gathering. The once lush fruit grove now appeared somewhat desolate, with only a few scattered fruits hanging from the branches. Lin Zhi surveyed her surroundings and noted that the majority of her kin had returned with meager spoils, an average of only 2 to 3 beast hide bags of fruit per cave. Surviving the long winter with such scant provisions seemed entirely implausible. Not far away, on a large stone, Shi Lian sat alone, her gaze fixated on Lin Zhi and Huso, her eyes darting back and forth across the 8 bulging beast hide bags upon their backs. A flicker of jealousy and resentment flashed in Shi Lian's eyes as she glanced down at her empty hands, then at her arm, which still throbbed from the wound she had inflicted upon herself that morning in a bid to capture Huso's attention. Yet Huso had shown no concern for her. Now, with her wound still aching, she had managed to collect not a single fruit that day. Shi Lian's gaze shifted to Linshu nearby and the beast hide bag beside him. Logically, with Linshu's abilities, he should not have returned with merely 1 bag of fruit. However, he had claimed to be preparing some long-haired beasts for Lin Zhi and left early to hunt. This only deepened Shi Lian's discontent, particularly as Lin Zhi and Huso returned triumphantly. Garnering envious glances from their kin, Shi Lian's anger intensified. To make matters worse, some beastmen even willingly shared half of their fruits with Lin Zhi in gratitude, while she felt as though she had been forgotten in the shadows. It was she who had revealed the location of the fruit grove to them. Without her, Lin Zhi would never have disclosed it. These fools, believing Lin Zhi to be so exceptional. Shi Lian bit her lip, a shadow crossing her eyes. Why did Lin Zhi always seem to obtain everything so effortlessly? This scene reminded Shi Lian of her childhood, hiding behind a large tree, watching Lin Zhi being doted upon by her mother beast and cherished by the tribe. She had only just managed to snatch some of that affection from Lin Zhi's grasp, yet now it seemed to be slipping away once more. She was unwilling. Why should Lin Zhi gain everything with such ease while she toiled, yet received nothing? Standing at a distance, Shi Lian cast a cold glare at Lin Zhi and Huso. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself, forcing a false smile on her face. She intentionally limped toward Lin Zhi, deliberately slowing each step. Lin Zhi, keenly aware of the venomous glare Shi Lian cast her way, remained unfazed, her expression impassive as she observed Shi Lian approach. "Gigi, you're truly remarkable," Shi Lian exclaimed with syrupy sweetness, her heart brimming with disgust. her eyes sparkling with insincerity. "You've managed to find so many fruits again. Next time, could you take me along?" She feigned vulnerability, lowering her head with a quiver in her voice. "Unlike you, I'm not as skilled. I didn't manage to pick a single fruit today. Only the beast brother gathered a bag for me. Will you take me with you? I beg you. That way, I can enjoy the fruits without having to gather them myself." Lin Zhi discerned the sarcasm and provocation in Shi Lian's words. Without hesitation, she declined. "No way." A flicker of anger flashed in Shi Lian's eyes, but she quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor. "Zhi, I have no beast father or mother left. You are all I have. If you don't want to take me along, what can I do? I might starve to death this winter." Her voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes as she sought to evoke sympathy from the surrounding tribe members. Lin Zhi felt the mixed gazes of her kin upon her, some disapproving, others sympathetic. Each time Shi Lian adopted this guise, she managed to garner the sympathy of the beastmen at that moment. A male who had accompanied Shi Lian that morning stepped forward. He looked at her with concern, glaring at Lin Zhi. "Lin Zhi, what is the harm in taking Shi Lian with you next time? Her mother beast and father beast died saving you. How can you lack compassion?" He continued, "Don't think you're the only one capable of finding fruits. Perhaps you've stolen the affection of the beast god from Shi Lian, leaving her unable to find any fruits now." Lin Zhi cast a cold glance at the mindless male, disinterested in engaging with him. However, Husong emitted a low, menacing growl, filled with intimidation, as his sharp claws extended from his fingertips. This was a battle signal from a male. The air instantly became charged with tension. The previously arrogant male's complexion turned pale in an instant, and before Husong could make another move, he fled in panic. The triumphant smile on Shi Lian's face had yet to fully blossom before it became frozen in place. She looked at Husong with terror, her body instinctively retreating a few steps. Husong's gaze remained icy, fixated on Shi Lian. Lin Zhi stood to the side, the corners of her mouth subtly curving upwards, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Shi Lian steadied her slightly trembling legs and took a cautious step forward. In the beast realm, males were prohibited from laying a hand on females, so Husong could do nothing more than intimidate her in this manner. "Zhi, since you are unwilling to take me there, could you at least tell me where the fruit forest is?" Shi Lian blinked her tear-filled eyes. "No." Lin Zhi responded firmly, her gaze resolute. Shi Lian caught a glimpse of Linshu approaching from the periphery and immediately burst into tears. Her voice laced with a whimper. "Zhi, how can you be so heartless? I'm nearly starving. Just look at the fruits gathered by the tribe today. There is barely enough for everyone to survive the winter." She sobbed. "Why can't you share the location of the fruit forest you found? The tribe's people have said that if you tell them, they are willing to share some fruits with you in return. I'm begging you for the sake of the entire tribe. Zhi, can you not be so selfish? Just tell everyone where the fruit forest is." As Linshu drew closer, he happened upon the sight of Shi Lian. Tears streaked and pleading. While Lin Zhi stood coldly silent, the pang of bitterness gripped his heart as he recalled that it was indeed Shi Lian who had first revealed the location of the fruit forest. While Lin Zhi had remained silent throughout, he looked at Lin Zhi with disappointment. "Zhi, although you have moved out of our cave, you are still a part of the tribe. The beast brothers hope you will find food to share with everyone. We ought to be kind beasts, not selfish ones." Lin Zhi observed Linshu tenderly embracing Shi Lian, denying her even a moment of explanation, her gaze growing colder still. Did Linshu truly not perceive Shi Lian's duplicity? She could not fathom what means Shi Lian had employed to render Linshu so compliant to her wishes. Silence. Lin Zhi finally snapped, unable to endure any longer. "When did I ever say I wouldn't tell everyone?" Linshu was taken aback. "So you mean you didn't say not to tell everyone, but Shi Lian has been..." His words were cut short as he met Lin Zhi's frigid gaze, as if he suddenly realized that the situation was perhaps not as straightforward as he had presumed. Had he misunderstood Zhi again? No, that couldn't be, if Zhi truly wished to speak. Why would Shi Lian be crying? "Zhi, since you want to say something, why not just tell everyone directly? Surely you do not wish to see the tribe suffer from hunger during the winter?" His eyes scanned the few beast skin bags of fruits beside the surrounding tribespeople, his tone becoming increasingly earnest. "Today, we have gathered only a meager amount of fruits, hardly enough for everyone. Please tell everyone quickly. Lin Zhi furrowed her brow. Was he implying that the tribe's winter hunger was somehow her responsibility? She surveyed her surroundings, noting the expectant or greedy stares of the tribespeople fixed upon her, and Husong's bulging beast skin bags. This vast fruit forest could not satiate the insatiable greed of the tribe. Had she truly erred, perhaps she ought not to have informed them. The insatiable would always remain unsatisfied at that moment. Yun and Chao pushed through the crowd, confronting Linshu with indignation. Linshu, what are you doing? What has Lin Zhi done to warrant such interrogation from you? Chao could no longer hold back. What does our winter food shortage have to do with Lin Zhi? Did Lin Zhi prevent us from hunting or gathering fruits? Yin added, glaring at the tribespeople who were eyeing Lin Zhi with hostility. And you all, if it weren't for Lin Zhi, how could you possibly have gathered even a single fruit today? I say, let the beast god punish you, heartless beasts. This declaration caused several of the beasts present to lower their heads in shame. However, some still gazed greedily at Lin Zhi and Husong's bags of fruits. They had labored all day, barely managing to collect 2 bags, while Lin Zhi and Husong had returned with a staggering 8 bags after only a brief outing. This only intensified their suspicion that Lin Zhi must have discovered a more bountiful fruit forest and was deliberately withholding the information to hoard the fruits for herself. Chao turned her ire towards Shi Lian and Linshu. In my opinion, the ones devoid of beastly hearts are the 2 of you. She pointed at Linshu, her voice laced with disappointment. As Lin Zhi's brother, how could you not trust her? No wonder she chose to move out of the cave, distancing herself from you. Then she directed her attention to Shi Lian. And you, Shi Lian, always pretending to act for the good of everyone. Who knows what your true intentions are? If you truly care for us, why not share the fruits you've gathered? Do not use Lin Zhi's goodwill for others' benefit. Having said this, Yun and Chao positioned themselves protectively on either side of Lin Zhi, forming a barrier with Husong to defend her resolutely. Lin Zhi felt a surge of warmth from the protection of Husong. Yun and Chao. Without them, she might have been compelled to reveal the location of the fruit forest to Linshu and Shi Lian, or even forced to share her hard-earned fruits with others. Shi Lian stood to the side, her expression fluctuating between dark and light. Yun and Chao had unexpectedly chosen to stand up for Lin Zhi at this critical moment. Did they not fear the prospect of starving in winter? Or was their bond with Lin Zhi so strong that it hinted at something deeper? Yun, Chao, Shi Lian suddenly interjected, her voice tinged with cunning. Did you not gather plenty of fruits with Lin Zhi yesterday? Surely the cave could not possibly contain all of them? Zhi might even take you to another location to gather fruits tomorrow, and this fruit forest may have already been depleted. She then turned to Lin Zhi, her tone shifting to one of desperation. We too wish to eat our fill. Zhi. Even if we plead with you, you cannot let the tribespeople go hungry. Can you? Even if you despise me, you cannot treat everyone this way. Linshu stood beside Shi Lian, silent, yet his silence undoubtedly signaled his approval and support for her. His gaze occasionally flickered towards Lin Zhi, his expression complex. Lin Zhi slowly surveyed the surrounding tribespeople, her heart growing colder still. Except for Yun and Chao, the eyes of the other beasts revealed traces of greed and anticipation akin to Shi Lian's. Their intent was unmistakably clear. They believed it was their obligation to share the location of the fruit forest unconditionally. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhi made her decision. Since they regarded her goodwill as a given, she would no longer treat them as true kin. I will disclose the location of the fruit forest to you. However, you must provide an equivalent amount of game in exchange. If you cannot offer any game, then you must surrender half of the fruits you gather each day to me. As these words left her lips, the tribespeople erupted in uproar. One beast protested indignantly. On what grounds? Lin Zhi, you are merely telling us the location of a fruit forest, and we must give you game in return. This is far too greedy. Lin Zhi let out a cold laugh, retorting, I greedy? Or are you the greedy ones? You wish to take without giving. How can such fortune exist? A robust male beast stepped forward, threateningly declaring, You do not think that just because you are female, I will not dare to teach you a lesson. He swung his muscular arm, advancing towards Lin Zhi. In that instant, Husong gracefully stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Zhi. His gaze was icy and dangerous. fixed squarely on the male beast. Who do you intend to teach a lesson to? Hu Song's voice was deep and filled with menace. The beast felt a chill running down his spine under the piercing gaze of the shaman. His bravado faltering considerably, he slowly lowered his head, unable to meet Lin Zhi's eyes again, and silently retreated back into the crowd. The entire fruit forest fell into a profound silence. Lin Zhi stood tall behind Hu Song. Her posture straightened, her gaze unwavering as she faced the tribespeople before her. From this moment forth, there would be no camaraderie between her and the tribe, only an exchange of interests. I asked there anyone else? Who is unwilling, since one desires what belongs to others. An exchange must be made. I ask this how all of you from the Lin tribe conduct yourselves as beastmen. Foxong's authoritative voice reverberated through the orchard, striking each beastman's heart like a heavy hammer. His piercing gaze swept over every member present, discerning their inner greed and trepidation. The tribe members exchanged glances. Some cast their eyes downwards, while others feigned to arrange their animal hides, none daring to meet Foxong's stare. Amongst the crowd, Shi Lian bit her lip, a flicker of indignation flashing in her eyes. Her scheme had once again faltered. Not only had she failed to incite discord, but she had inadvertently allowed Lin Zhi to establish her authority before the tribe. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to adopt a pitiful expression. Shi, Shi Lian said softly, her voice laced with a hint of pleading. Aren't you making things difficult for everyone? The tribe is already required to surrender half of its food. If we give you another half, how will we survive the winter? Tears welled in her eyes, not directed at Lin Zhi, but rather at Foxong. She hoped her display of vulnerability would draw Foxong's attention. Linshu stood beside Shi Lian, glancing between his sister and Shi Lian, a frown creasing his brow. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up. Shi, Shi Lian is right. Surely we cannot allow everyone to forego their food or contribute less. I believe the tribe will remember your kindness. Lin Zhi regarded them coldly, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of her lips. Remember my kindness? What good will that do? Am I some saintly white lotus? Did I demand that everyone submit half their food to the tribe? Was it not your beast father who did so? You could persuade him to refrain from collecting everyone as provisions. Moreover, the food we submit is supposed to be distributed during winter, is it not? Are we to believe that the chieftain intends to hoard the provisions for himself? Her words sent chills down Linshu and Shi Lian's spines. They could not bear to meet Lin Zhi's gaze, nor could they press further. Lin Zhi surveyed the room, noting the uncertain expressions of her kin. It seemed the time had come to make her final concession, that if they wished to learn the location of the orchard, they must offer food in exchange. However, they could submit half now, with the remainder due before the next winter. This was her last concession, but if the tribe members were still dissatisfied with this arrangement, she would not yield another fraction. Foxong stood beside Lin Zhi, silently observing the unfolding scene, that a glimmer of approval flickered in his eyes. And the corners of his mouth twitched upward slightly as Lin Zhi's words hung in the air. The gazes of the tribe members immediately became restless. They bowed their heads in contemplation, their minds conjuring images of the scant provisions left in the cave and the tribe's near cessation of food distribution. Lin Zhi's proposal to delay the remaining half until after winter undeniably stirred the hearts of many beastmen. Better to have something than nothing at all. At long last, a burly beastman stepped forward, declaring, Lin Zhi, I agree to your terms. This utterance seemed to unleash a floodgate. More and more tribe members voiced their agreement. I, too, concur. So do. Their voices echoed, resonating through the orchard. Yet, Lin Zhi keenly observed that some beastmen wore insincere smiles. Though they voiced their agreement, their eyes glimmered with cunning intent. They may have acquiesced for now, but what would happen later was a different matter altogether. Lin Zhi was acutely aware of their ulterior motives. She smiled coldly, recognizing that this world was indeed filled with clever individuals, though regrettably, they should not apply their cunning against her. Foxong also took note of these beastmen, his expression turning frigid as he solemnly invoked an oath to the beast god. These simple 4 words instantly transformed the countenance of those harboring ill intentions that in a world anchored in the faith of the beast god, violating an oath to him was tantamount to self-destruction. Those beastmen who had previously entertained thoughts of deception could only reluctantly raise their hands to pledge their oaths to the beast god, but of course, a few obstinate individuals stubbornly refused to swear. Lin Zhi said nothing more, merely committing their faces to memory. If these individuals dared to follow her the next day, they would be expelled. With matters settled for the time being, Lin Zhi followed Foxong as they prepared to depart. Yun and Chao's family trailed closely behind, with the remaining tribe members gradually joining them on their way back to the tribe. The atmosphere during their return was markedly lighter, without the threat of wild beasts. Some bolder females began to engage Lin Zhi, inquiring about the fruits she had discovered and the extent of the orchard. In response to their questions, Lin Zhi offered little elaboration, simply describing the orchard scale and the types of fruits. Adding, "You will learn the specifics upon our return to the tribe. I assure you, you will not go hungry. This fruit is unlike any you have encountered before." Her words carried an air of mystery, further piquing the curiosity of her in the tribe square. The hunting team led by Lin Tian stood dejectedly in the center, having evidently returned empty-handed. To go their astonishment, the entire tribe was deserted, save for a few juvenile cubs wandering about. Lin Tian asked in a deep voice, "Where have you all been?" An older cub excitedly responded, "Chieftain, they went with Lin Zhi to gather fruits. She found a new orchard." Upon hearing this, the beastmen of the hunting team visibly relaxed. Though they had no game, at least they would have food to fill their bellies today. Even if it was just fruit, being satiated was a blessing. "Chieftain," a member of the hunting team chuckled, "your cub is truly remarkable. She managed to lead the tribe in gathering fruits." However, Lin Tian did not smile at this compliment. On the contrary, his expression darkened further, his brow furrowing in silence. The tribe members, witnessing his demeanor, assumed he was merely displeased due to their hunting failure. That moment, a young beast man could not contain himself and offered words of comfort. "Chieftain, do not worry. Though we did not catch anything today, Lin Zhi has led the tribe to find fruits, which is equally commendable." Indeed, another beast man chimed in, "We shall return tomorrow. Surely our luck will improve, and we will secure some game." Yet, these words intended as consolation pierced Lin Tian's ears like sharp barbs. Each utterance felt like a thorn, deeply embedding itself in his heart. Was he now inferior even to an immature female? Lin Tian recalled the times when Lin Zhi's parents had still been in the tribe. They had never regarded him with any significance. The first female cub born to that female was sired by another, not by him, despite his status as the first beast husband. Then, looking at his own two male cubs, one was a relentless fury, akin to a mindless beast, while the other was feeble, resembling a female. Idling away in the tribe, Lin Tian's gaze roamed across the square, observing the expectant expressions on the faces of the tribe members. They were waiting for Lin Zhi and her family to return with the fruits. A sharp pang of pain struck him. It felt as though his position within the tribe was gradually diminishing. Outside the tribe, Foxong was carrying Lin Zhi into the square. Lin Tian's gaze immediately fixated on Lin Zhi. That face, increasingly reminiscent of her father, bore the same confidence and pride that a surge of intense hatred welled up within Lin Tian. In the past, when Shi Lian bullied Lin Zhi, he could choose to turn a blind eye, occasionally even shielding Shi Lian. But ever since his last return, he felt he could no longer control Lin Zhi. No, Lin Zhi must remain under his dominion. He could not continue to live in their shadows. He was now the chieftain, and all within the tribe were meant to heed his commands. As Lin Zhi returned, the entire square erupted in excitement. The beastmen of the hunting team rushed forward to welcome their kin. Every beastman from the caves returned laden with fruits, their baskets overflowing with sweet-smelling harvests. "Lin Zhi says she will take us to a new orchard tomorrow," one beastman exclaimed with enthusiasm. Instantly, the square resounded with jubilant cheers. "Lin Zhi! Lin Zhi! Lin Zhi!" Lin Zhi's gaze traversed the jubilant crowd, locking eyes with Lin Tian. In that fleeting moment, she discerned the intricate emotions flickering within Lin Tian's eyes: defiance, jealousy, and malice. Such expressions often left Lin Zhi perplexed. She could not fathom why Lin Tian's gaze towards her was perpetually so peculiar, as if he were peering through her to observe another. Their glances met in the air, akin to a silent contest. Each time she unearthed a new fruit, Lin Tian would subtly imply that Shi Lian was the true bearer of merit. Initially, he would inquire in a nuanced tone, "Shi Lian, have you found something delectable again?" To which Shi Lian would readily respond, "Indeed, Beast Father, I discovered it." Lin Tian would then display a smile of approval, although she had privately told Lin Tian that she was the one who found these fruits. He vehemently accused her of hypocrisy and deceit, claiming she was not a benevolent female. Over time, Shi Lian grew increasingly audacious, beginning to claim her achievements. Whenever she attempted to clarify, Lin Tian would promptly appear, wielding his authority as the clan leader to vouch for Shi Lian. "I witnessed it myself. It was indeed Shi Lian who discovered it was precisely due to Lin Tian's testimony that many clan members mistakenly believed Lin Zhi was usurping Shi Lian's accolades." She was bewildered as to who, between herself and Shi Lian, was truly Lin Tian's favored offspring. Yet the entire tribe had witnessed her growth. They could not possibly be mistaken, although Lin Tian's demeanor perpetually eluded comprehension. Even more confounding was Lin Tian's inconsistent attitude towards Shi Lian. Aside from protecting her during instances of bullying directed at Lin Zhi, he showed no particular favoritism towards Shi Lian at other times. What could be the reason behind all of this? Shaking her head, Lin Zhi resolved to no longer trouble herself with such matters. Having severed ties with them, she deemed it unnecessary to dwell on the past. As the cheers of the tribe began to wane, Lin Zhi gracefully descended from the broad back of Husong. She retrieved several plump fruits from her bee-skin pouch and made her way towards the large stone pot in the center of the square. "Husong, would you kindly fetch some water and meat?" Lin Zhi said gently. Husong nodded and swiftly departed. Lin Zhi crouched beside the stone pot, preparing the fruits in her hands. She used a stone knife to slice the fruits open, revealing their tender, white flesh. The tribe members gathered curiously around, their eyes fixated on each of Lin Zhi's movements. Lin Zhi's deft fingers excavated the flesh, then applied pressure, causing white powder to seep from it. She collected this powder into a stone bowl that Husong soon returned with water and meat. Lin Zhi poured the collected white powder into the stone pot, adding clear water. With a wooden stick, she stirred continuously, gradually blending the powder with the water to form a thick, sticky dough. The tribe members exchanged glances, clearly puzzled by Lin Zhi's actions. Shouldn't the fruits be eaten directly? Why add water? Lin Zhi offered no explanation. She remained focused on her task, rolling the dough into slender strips, pinching them into small pieces, and gently tossing them into the pot. Next, she sliced the meat that Husong had brought into thin pieces and added them to the pot. From a small pouch at her waist, she took a pinch of white crystals, sprinkling salt and some spices into the pot before adding more water and commencing to simmer. As time passed, an enticing aroma began to waft across the square. The rich scent of meat mingled with an indescribable essence, awakening everyone's appetite. The tribe members unconsciously swallowed, their eyes eagerly fixed on the steaming stone pot. Finally, one could no longer contain their curiosity. "Zhi, what on earth is this? Can we truly eat it? It smells divine." Lin Zhi, cradling the steaming pot, began to serve the food to the tribe members. She first took a stone bowl, ladling a scoop of thick broth, with several pieces of the white dough and tender meat floating within, and handed it to the first member in line. The beast man gazed curiously at the bowl, having never seen anything like it, yet the alluring aroma compelled him to accept it eagerly. After taking a deep whiff, he consumed it, his eyes soon sparkling with astonishment. Lin Zhi patiently served one bowl after another, ensuring everyone received an equal portion. The hunting party, foraging beastmen, and even the young cubs were all granted this delightful noodle soup. Lin Zhi made a point to fill a generous bowl for Husong. He accepted the bowl with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, yet said nothing. Lin Zhi also served herself a large bowl, and then filled 2 more for Yun and Chao, who resided in the solitary beast cave. She carefully balanced the bowls and made her way towards the solitary beast cave. Throughout the distribution, Lin Zhi deliberately ignored Lin Tian, Linshu, and Shi Lian, her gaze never lingering on them, as if they were invisible. Linshu stood at the edge of the crowd, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Zhi's every move. His expression was a tapestry of complex emotions, confusion, guilt, and a hint of imperceptible pain. Shi Lian, meanwhile, clenched her fists in silence, a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes as her hand instinctively brushed against the beast's skin pouch at her waist, which contained several green fruits. Her gaze flitted between Lin Zhi and the solitary beast cave. Lin Tian stood impassively nearby, yet his taut jaw betrayed an inner turmoil. As the clan leader, he sensed his authority being challenged. The act of distributing food was a duty that should have belonged to him. Far within the cave, Lindong could only catch whiffs of the enticing aroma wafting through the air. He curled up alone in a corner, his stomach audibly protesting, and he could hardly believe that Lin Zhi had ever allowed him to go hungry. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes. He resolved to ensure that Lin Zhi returned to the cave, if only to spare himself from hunger. Gently stretching his limbs, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the pain in his body had lessened considerably. Carefully, he stood up, taking a deep breath, and decided to accompany the tribe's beastmen the following day. Slowly, he made his way out of the cave and headed towards Shi Lian's dwelling. Upon reaching the entrance of Shi Lian's cave, he stepped inside without hesitation, his gaze landing on the familiar red beast skin in the corner. Lindong cradled the soft red skin, his heart brimming with anticipation. Surely, if Lin Zhi received this beast skin, she would return to the cave. Meanwhile, the square was alive with excitement. The tribe members sat together, relishing the meat soup crafted by Lin Zhi. Upon the first sip, many widened their eyes in astonishment. The broth was rich and savory, providing a level of satisfaction akin to consuming meat. Moreover, the feeling of fullness was quite profound. "This is simply extraordinary." No wonder Lin Zhi insisted we trade half of our catch for these fruits. "Indeed," chimed in a nearby female, "we have gathered so many fruits, but have never encountered anything so miraculous." The beastmen buzzed with conversation, their gazes towards Lin Zhi filled with admiration and curiosity. Lin Zhi sensed the shift in the tribe's attitude. She understood that without needing to say much, they had already recognized the significance of these fruits. After bidding farewell to the tribe members, Lin Zhi followed Hu's song to the outskirts of the tribe. The moonlight cascaded like water upon the two, their shadows intertwining on the ground, exuding an air of intimacy that Hu's song trailed Lin Zhi's shadow, yet dared not look at her. But he recalled the beastmen sent by the mother beast, who had warned him that if he could not locate the beastman bearing the crescent-shaped red pattern, he would have to return to the tribe once winter passed. Yet to this day he had found no beastman adorned with such a mark. How swiftly time flies! He had not anticipated encountering a female who stirred his heart in this remote tribe. As they approached the cave entrance, Lin Zhi turned to Hu Song and said, "Good night, Hu Song." Her brows and eyes curved gracefully, and her smile radiated brilliance. Hu Song's gaze lingered on Lin Zhi's retreating figure until she vanished into the depths of the cave. He stood rooted to the spot, reluctant to depart. Within the solitary beast den, a dozen or so cubs huddled together in peaceful slumber, most of them having lost their fathers during the hunt. And their mothers, unwilling to continue nurturing them, had brought them here. The cave resonated with the steady rhythm of their breathing, occasionally disrupted by a few murmurs of dreams. Just then, a furtive silhouette appeared at the cave's entrance. Shi Lian stealthily approached the mouth of the cave, cautiously extracting several green fruits from her leather pouch, arranging them neatly at the entrance. Taking a deep breath, she called into the cave in a hoarse voice. "The tribe has distributed fruits." As soon as her words fell, she swiftly concealed herself behind a nearby boulder, holding her breath, her eyes fixed on the cave's mouth. Before long, a small male cub emerged, rubbing his sleepy eyes. His eyes lit up with excitement as he shouted, "Look, there are fruits! We can finally eat our fill today." This outcry stirred the other cubs from their slumber, and a voice, tinged with confusion, queried, "Did we not have meat soup in the square today? Why are there fruits as well? And these fruits seem unfamiliar." Another cub added, brow furrowed point one by one. The other cubs woke up and gathered at the cave entrance. "Perhaps the tribe has an abundance of fruits and decided to share with us." Some speculated, "These fruits surely must be the new ones that Gigi's sister discovered with the tribe's people. That let's eat quickly." An eager cub reached out its paw. "Gigi's sister is so kind, providing us not only with meat soup but also with fruits," another cub expressed gratefully. The initially perplexed cub spoke up again. Really? Why not give them to us during the day? Why at night? Where has the person who brought the fruits gone? Are you going to eat or not? If not, we shall consume them all and leave none for you. An older cub replied impatiently. Eat, 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 the others echoed. Starting to share the fruits, Shi Lian, hearing the sounds of feasting from within the cave, curled her lips into a sinister smile. Just as I knew, Lin Zhi, may you be poisoned. Enjoy the fruits that you believe were sent by Lin Zhi. Once you are poisoned, you will seek her out. This is her doing. Satisfied, Shi Lian left her hiding place and skipped back to her own cave, reveling in the success of her scheme, entirely oblivious to the pair of eyes in the cave opposite, which witnessed everything. The next morning, as the sun's rays began to bathe the tribe's stones, a panicked shout shattered the tranquility. Shaman! Shaman! Something's wrong. The cubs from the solitary beast den are frothing at the mouth. You must go and see them. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and the elder beast man, his forehead creased with worry, stumbled toward the shaman's cave. Shaman! Shaman! Wake up! The elder called out, his voice trembling. The cubs from the solitary beast den are frothing at the mouth. You must go and check on them. Having never had cubs of his own, he regarded the cubs in the cave as if they were his own offspring. Little did he know, by neglecting to check on them yesterday, he was now facing their demise today. Hu Song was immediately roused from his slumber by the commotion. He quickly rose, donning his leather garments while scanning the cave for medicinal herbs. Skillfully, he gathered several bundles of different herbs and stuffed them into a leather pouch. Take me to see them, Hu Song instructed briefly, a serious expression crossing his face. Simultaneously, Lin Zhi was startled awake by the sudden commotion. She donned her leather attire and hurriedly exited the cave. Spotting Hu Song and the elder beastman hastening toward the solitary beast den, she followed closely behind. Upon their arrival at the den, they found a chaotic scene with several cubs sprawled across the floor. Some already unconscious, while others writhed in agony. Frothing at the mouth, the air was thick with a sour scent. Mingled with the cub's anguished whimpers, Hu Song quickly crouched down to examine the nearest cub. He expertly pried open the cub's mouth and inhaled the scent. They have ingested something toxic. Hu Song frowned. He swiftly retrieved a bundle of deep green herbs from his pouch, crushing them quickly before steeping them in clean water. The concoction emitted a pungent odor, reeking foully. Zhi, help me prop them up? Let them drink this, he instructed. Lin Zhi nodded, carefully lifting one cub. Hu Song poured the herbal mixture into the cub's mouth, gently massaging its throat to ensure the liquid was swallowed. Lin Zhi noticed that the cub was tightly clutching half a fruit in its paw. Cautiously, she removed the fruit, and the system promptly responded. Ding! Qingzi fruit, toxic, do not consume. Suddenly, the largest cub began to retch violently, expelling the toxic fruit. Hu Song immediately moved closer, meticulously inspecting the vomit. Amidst the pile of sour, foul-smelling liquid, he discovered several undigested fruit pieces, their color matching that of the fruit in Lin Zhi's hand. These are the poisonous fruits from the forest, Hu Song grimaced. Consumption leads to severe vomiting and ultimately death, but these fruits do not typically grow deep in the forest. How did they end up here? Lin Zhi pondered, observing the fruit in her hand. This was no accident. Someone had deliberately placed these fruits where the cubs could access them as the antidotal herbs took effect. The cubs began to recover gradually. The largest cub slowly opened its eyes, bewilderedly scanning its surroundings. Shan, how are you feeling? Lin Zhi gently inquired, cradling the cub close. Upon seeing Lin Zhi, tears welled up in Shan's eyes. Zhi, sister, he choked out. Someone is trying to harm us. Last night, someone placed the fruits at the cave entrance, claiming they were from the tribe, but we thought they were sent by you. It's all my fault. If I had been more vigilant, they wouldn't have eaten them. Lin Zhi held Shan tightly, waiting for him to calm down before asking. Shan, do you know who gave you the fruits? Can you recall anything else? Shan strained to remember, his voice trembling. When night fell, someone shouted at the cave entrance, the tribe has distributed fruits. We were all so happy that we rushed out to get them. I thought it was a bit strange. But everyone was eating. At this point, Shan could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. Wah! Zhi, sister, it's all my fault, all my fault. Lin Zhi embraced Shan tightly, softly reassuring him, do not be afraid. Everything is all right now. Everyone is safe. Hu Song stood nearby, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Lin Zhi exchanged a knowing glance with Hu Song. She understood. This individual had clearly come prepared. It was evident that this was a meticulously plotted scheme, executed under the cover of night. With even the voice potentially disguised, she clenched her fists, yet felt utterly helpless. And no one had seen anything, and there was no way to identify the culprit. Only a handful of poisonous fruits remained. She retrieved the food she had prepared from her leather pouch and carefully instructed the elder beast man. Give this to the cubs, and do not accept anything from anyone else. The elderly orc nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with guilt and concern. Hu Xiong sat beside a wretched cub, still retching, gently patting its back. He gazed up at Lin Zhi, who was preparing to depart, a fleeting look of reluctance crossing his features. Today, he could only remain in the cave to care for the cubs, while Gigi would venture into the tribe alone, thus depriving him of the chance to spend time with her in solitude. Do not let him discover who administered the poison, he thought, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of Hu Xiong's mouth. A throng of orcs had already gathered in the square. Upon seeing Lin Zhi approach, they hurriedly surrounded her, inquiring about the situation at the solitary beast den. Upon learning that the cubs had received treatment, the orcs felt a slight relief, only to be quickly urged by their appetites to head towards the fruit grove. The meat broth from the previous day had been utterly delectable, and they yearned to gather more fruits. Lin Zhi surveyed her surroundings, feeling somewhat disoriented as she found herself alone, a stark contrast to the days when she would walk side by side with Hu Xiong. Instinctively, she glanced back in the direction of the solitary beast den. Shi Lian stood at the edge of the crowd, observing Lin Zhi, who was alone, a smirk of satisfaction playing on her lips. The plan from the night before had finally borne fruit, successfully diverting Hu Xiong away from Lin Zhi's side. Let those fools place the blame squarely on Lin Zhi's shoulders. They could see that moment. Linshu strode over. He had long noticed Hu Xiong's absence beside Lin Zhi and realized it was time to mend his relationship with her. He approached swiftly, his face adorned with a broad smile. Gigi, come with us today. Here, hop onto my back, and I shall take you there. As Linshu appeared uninvited before her, Lin Zhi's body tensed involuntarily. Although Linshu wore a smile, it felt glaring to her. Her gaze drifted past his shoulder, and indeed, she spotted Shi Lian standing a short distance away, her eyes glimmering, her expression unnaturally calm. This unusual tranquility set off alarm bells in Lin Zhi's mind. In the past, whenever something occurred, Shi Lian would be the first to stir the pot, attempting to deflect blame onto others. Yet today, in the face of such a significant event as the cub's poisoning, Shi Lian remained inexplicably silent. Lin Zhi narrowed her eyes, her suspicions intensifying. It was you. Wasn't it? Lin Zhi fixed her cold stare upon Shi Lian, her voice laced with iciness. A flicker of panic flashed across Shi Lian's face, but she quickly regained her composure. Tilting her head slightly, she feigned innocence. Gigi, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin Zhi scrutinized Shi Lian's shifting expressions, not letting a single-minute gesture escape her notice. She stepped closer to Shi Lian, her voice low and threatening. Did you visit the solitary beast den last night? A glimmer of alarm crossed Shi Lian's eyes, but she quickly assumed a look of grievance. She turned to Linshu, grasping his arm and shaking it. I really didn't. Beast brother, please explain to Gigi that I was in the cave all night. Linshu frowned, trying to recall the events of the previous night. However, he had retired early and was utterly oblivious to what had transpired. With a resigned tone, he said to Lin Zhi, Gigi, don't be unreasonable. How could Shi Lian possibly harm the cubs of the tribe? Linshu urged impatiently. Let us hurry. The tribe members can hardly wait. Lin Zhi listened to Linshu's indifferent words and observed Shi Lian's hypocritical expression. Her stomach churned. Suppressing her anger and nausea, she turned to the side and addressed Chow. May I sit on your beast brother's back? Chow beamed with joy, eagerly agreeing. Of course. She was eager to strengthen her bond with Lin Zhi. Just as Lin Zhi was about to leave with Chow, Linshu suddenly reached out to stop her. Gigi, you don't need to sit on Chow's beast brother's back. We are here. Linshu stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lin Zhi, his gaze demanding compliance. You still consider me your beast brother? He lowered his voice. a reproachful tone creeping into his words. It's one thing to be overshadowed by Huxiong, but how can you so casually sit on a stranger's back? Linshu stood like an immovable mountain, firmly blocking Lin Zhi's path. His eyes sparkled with an unusual intensity, resolute in his determination to have Lin Zhi ride on his back today. Lin Zhi regarded Linshu's presumptuous demeanor with cold disdain, a smirk curling her lips. Very well. If you want to allow me to sit on Chao's beast brother, then I shall not go to the fruit grove today. She turned to the surrounding tribe members, raising her voice. Everyone remember. It is not that I refuse to take you to the fruit grove today. It is your future esteemed leader, Linshu, who forbids it. The gazes of the surrounding orcs converged upon Linshu, under the pressure of their collective scrutiny. Linshu looked at Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi stood her ground. Ultimately, Linshu had no choice but to retreat in defeat. Lin Zhi walked over to Chao, who was glowing with excitement. Zhi, you were incredible. If you were a male, you should be the tribe leader. She cast a scornful glance at Linshu and Shi Lian, two worthless individuals who still thought to threaten Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi smiled serenely, saying nothing, merely pointing out the direction towards the fruit grove for Chao's beast brother. Soon, the orcs of the tribe began to follow Lin Zhi in succession. After searching in vain for Linshu and Shi Lian, Lindong, holding a piece of red beast hide, silently trailed behind the group. When they arrived at the fruit grove, the sight before them left all the orcs in awe. Compared to the grove of the previous day, this one had expanded tremendously, recalling the satisfying fullness brought on by the delicious fruit broth from the day before. The tribe members felt a renewed confidence in facing the impending winter. Perhaps this year, they would no longer have to endure the agony of hunger. Lin Zhi, Lin Zhi, Lin Zhi. The orcs roared in gratitude, their voices echoing through the woods for a long time. Soon, they immersed themselves in the fruit gathering. The branches swayed, the sound of falling fruits resonated, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of the fruits. Lindong stood at the back of the crowd. Bewildered by the scene before him, he could not fathom why the tribe members were so fervently shouting Lin Zhi's name to him. Lin Zhi should have remained in the cave, bustling around them as before. Just a few fruits, he could easily find them himself. In the beast world, strength was paramount. Females were merely tools for reproduction. He scanned the surroundings, searching for Lin Zhi's figure. Finally, he spotted her beneath a tall fruit tree. Lin Zhi was gracefully climbing the trunk, skillfully plucking the ripe fruits and tossing them to the ground. Chao crouched beneath the tree, deftly catching the fruits and carefully placing them into a beast hide bag. The two worked in perfect harmony, their efficiency remarkable. As the lower fruits were swiftly picked, Lin Zhi began to ascend higher. A faint cry for help reached her ears. Alert, Lin Zhi halted her movements and pricked up her ears to listen intently. Following the sound, she spotted two small orc cubs desperately fleeing. Closely pursued by a ferocious beast, its fangs bared and eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. The situation was dire. The beast was about to catch up with the cubs. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted as the beast's claws tore into the hide of one of the cubs. Lin Zhi's heart raced, and she made a swift decision. She slid down the tree and shouted to Chao, "Quick! Call your beast brother Shaman. We must save them." Without hesitation, she dashed towards the source of the cries. Chao and Shan followed closely behind, with Shan being the first to intercept the beast. Lin Zhi lunged forward, enveloping the two trembling cubs in her arms. Shan fearlessly grappled with the ferocious beast. The two beasts engaged in a fierce struggle, claws and fangs clashing violently. Before long, the alerted tribe members arrived, and together they overwhelmed the beast, which soon lay in a pool of blood. Lin Zhi looked down at the cubs in her embrace, noticing their trembling bodies and wide, terrified eyes point. One of the cubs bore a gruesome wound on its arm. Blood oozing profusely. "Oh, not fear. Do not fear. You are safe now," Lin Zhi softly reassured them. Swiftly retrieving some hemostatic herbs from her beast hide, she cautiously applied the herbs to the wounds of the injured cubs. As time passed, the emotions of the two cubs gradually calmed. The slightly older cub emerged from Lin Zhi's embrace and, with a tender yet earnest voice, said, "Hello, little female. My name is Shi, from the river tribe. This is my brother. We truly thank you for saving us. Our mother beast will surely repay your kindness." Lin Zhi looked at this little creature, who had just been trembling but was now sincerely expressing gratitude, and couldn't help but smile. The harsh realities of the beast world had indeed forced these cubs to learn maturity far too early. She misinterpreted Lin Zhi's smile, believing she was mocking his helplessness. He puffed out his small chest and declared with a childlike yet determined voice, "Female, do not mock me. When I grow up, I will become the strongest beast man in our tribe, no, in all tribes." His eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve as he continued. "At that time, I shall become your partner to repay the kindness you have shown me today." Upon hearing this innocent proclamation, Lin Zhi burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Little one, you must remember, it was Mountain who truly saved you." She pointed to the imposing figure of Mountain beside them. "If you wish to repay your debts, perhaps you should become his partner instead." With a gentle smile, Lin Zhi gestured toward the robust beast man. "Look, little one, it was this strong beast man who rescued you." Following Lin Zhi's finger, she gazed at Mountain's towering form, a flicker of awe crossing his eyes. Yet soon he mustered his courage and puffed out his chest again, stating, "Female, you are trying to deceive me. When I grow up, you will see how formidable I truly am." With that, she scooped up his brother Shui and turned to leave. However, they did not venture far. Lin Zhi noticed a flicker of fear in Shi's eyes. With a soft sigh, she gently pulled the two cubs back to her. From her leather pouch, she retrieved 2 glistening fruits and handed them to Shi and Shui. "Here, eat something to replenish your strength," Lin Zhi said softly. "Tell me, where is your tribe? I can escort you back." A faint rustling of leaves caught Lin Zhi's attention. She turned alertly, only to see several tall figures emerging slowly from behind a sturdy ancient tree. Leading the group was a female beast man, her skin a healthy shade of brown, her limbs strong and powerful. Despite being surrounded by male beast men, her presence was equally commanding. This female beast man was Mei, the mother of Shi and Shui. She anxiously scanned the surroundings until her gaze landed on the two cubs, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Mei hurriedly approached Lin Zhi, her eyes drawn to the herbs on Shui's arm. She bowed deeply to Lin Zhi, saying, "Thank you, Shaman. The beast gods will bless you." Lin Zhi was somewhat bemused and quickly stepped forward to assist Mei. "Please rise. I am not a shaman. I merely happen to know a few things." Mei looked at Lin Zhi's petite frame with skepticism, a hint of doubt flickering in her eyes. After patiently explaining for a while, Lin Zhi finally convinced Mei that this seemingly frail little female was indeed not a shaman. Confirming that the female before her was the mother of the cubs, Lin Zhi returned Shi and Shui to him. Mei took the cubs, her expression transformed into one of fierce determination. "When we return, you two will have a reckoning." The little one shrank back, quickly hiding behind the male beastmen. In an instant, Mei's demeanor softened, and she warmly invited, "Zhi, why not come to our tribe for a visit? We will certainly treat you well." Lin Zhi smiled gently, politely declining Mei's invitation. Although she could sense Mei's goodwill, venturing into an unfamiliar tribe felt too perilous. While Mei was somewhat disappointed, she understood Lin Zhi's concerns. She motioned for one of the beast men behind her to step forward, receiving a finely crafted leather pouch from his hands, which she solemnly presented to Lin Zhi. "This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it." Lin Zhi accepted the pouch, feeling its substantial weight. Once Mei and her kin departed, Lin Zhi opened the heavy leather pouch. As she slowly unfolded the opening, a faint salty scent wafted toward her, and she was astonished to find it filled with yellow salt stones, resembling those Fox Song had shown her before. She delicately picked up a piece of salt stone, inspecting its texture and color under the sunlight. Although it lacked the crystalline clarity of white salt, she recognized the rarity of this yellow salt in the beast world. She couldn't help but marvel at Mei's generosity and even the wealth of their tribe. The value of this gift was exorbitant. Immersed in her admiration for the salt stones, Shi Lian lurked behind a sturdy tree trunk, jealousy gleaming in her eyes. She greedily fixated on the leather pouch in Lin Zhi's hands. Realizing that the salt stones within were given by the earlier female, surely the entire pouch must be filled with salt stones. Once the surroundings quieted and the beastmen dispersed, Shi Lian stealthily made her way back to the area where the wild beasts had roamed. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, before swiftly crouching down to pick up a blood-stained piece of leather. Shi Lian's movements were swift. In almost an instant, she stuffed the piece of leather into her own leather pouch. After completing her task, she feigned nonchalance and returned to the fruit grove, continuing to gather fruits. Occasionally, she cast furtive glances in Lin Zhi's direction, her face adorned with a feigned smile. Lin Zhi was preoccupied with searching the surrounding vegetation and soon discovered 2 new herbs. The first was a cluster of small green leaves. Lin Zhi gently rubbed the leaves, inhaling their distinctive fragrance. The system informed her that this was fecal grass. She cautiously uprooted a few plants and placed them into her designated herb pouch. Next, Lin Zhi stumbled upon another herb, cough grass. Its leaves displayed a faint purple hue, and it had a peculiar sticky texture. She harvested over a dozen of these. While Lin Zhi busied herself, Chao approached with a curious expression. Observing her actions intently, Lin Zhi patiently explained the uses of these 2 herbs, detailing their effects. However, Chao seemed disinterested in the herbs. With wide eyes, she suddenly shifted the topic, inquisitively asking, Zhi, are you a shaman disciple? Is Fox Song preparing to teach you shamanic arts? But aren't you 2 supposed to become beast mates? Lin Zhi was momentarily taken aback by the question, then chuckled helplessly that in the beast world, her inexplicable knowledge of herbs did seem rather unusual. But she did not wish to elaborate too much. Lin Zhi did not directly respond to Chao's query, instead gently shaking her head and skillfully steering the conversation back to the herbs she was collecting. She crouched down, pointing to a cluster of green leaves. Look, this is fecal grass, which can treat diarrhea. Then she plucked a stem of the pale purple plant. This is cough grass, effective for alleviating coughs. Chao appeared uninterested in these herbs, but Lin Zhi paid it no mind, continuing to focus on her gathering. Her knowledge of these herbs did not stem from Fox Song, but rather from the system. As for Fox Song, he had never mentioned teaching her shamanic arts. Moreover, the idea of them becoming mates was entirely implausible. He would eventually return to his own tribe, while her own destination remained uncertain. Suddenly, Lin Zhi recalled the female who had recently become a tribe leader. A bold thought surfaced in her mind. What if she could also become a tribe leader? This way, she wouldn't need to search for a tribe anymore. She could create one that aligned with her ideals. Yet, her thoughts were quickly dashed by the constraints of reality. It remained uncertain whether she could survive the winter, let alone establish a tribe. Lin Zhi shook her head, redirecting her focus back to the task at hand. She surveyed her surroundings for potentially useful plants and items. She needed to hurry and gather more fruits. Most importantly, she had to find warm items. When the cold wave struck, lacking sufficient warm gear would be dire. As dusk fell, Linshu appeared before Lin Zhi once more. This time, he approached not with his previous aggressiveness, but instead spoke softly, with a pleading tone. Zhi, please reconsider. Would you return with us? Lindong stood quietly behind Linshu, silently observing Lin Zhi. To his astonishment, he discovered that in the brief time they had been apart, Lin Zhi had transformed entirely. The female before him exuded confidence and grace, radiating an undeniable aura with every gesture. Even more surprising was the evident respect she commanded from the tribespeople, who dared not look down upon her. Should he now have the audacity to harm Lin Zhi, he would likely find himself expelled from the tribe before she could utter a word. Would Lin Zhi still be willing to return to the cave with him? However, the resentment surged within Lindong as he recalled the prolonged period he had spent in the cave due to Lin Zhi's influence. It was she who had compelled him to strike her. How could that blame rest upon his shoulders? Lin Zhi was clearly acting with intent, seeking to distance herself from them. Since she desired to move away, he would insist she return, though not at this moment. Lindong clenched his fist subtly, a shadow passing through his eyes, in the face of Linshu's pleas and Lindong's complex gaze. Lin Zhi remained unmoved. She continued her tasks with an air of indifference, as if oblivious to their words. The Lin Zhi of now was no longer the easily manipulated individual she once was. Neither Linshu's entreaties nor Lindong's intricate feelings could sway her resolve. No one could compel her to act against her will. Lin Zhi firmly stated, I will consider it, and no sooner had the words left her lips than she nimbly leapt onto the mountain's back. Her eyes revealed a determination that refused to glance back at Linshu and Lindong, clearly unwilling to involve herself with them any further. Linshu stood rooted, watching as Lin Zhi's figure faded into the distance. His brow furrowed, eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. He could not fathom why Lin Zhi so resolutely rejected them. To him, all he had done was to aid her in making amends regarding Shi Lian. Could she not sense their goodwill towards her? Upon their return to the tribe, the square was already filled with laughter and cheer. The day's bounty had indeed been plentiful, and the tribespeople wore satisfied smiles. Lin Zhi sat by the fire, sharing her harvest with Husong. She carefully extracted fresh herbs from her pouch, meticulously explaining their benefits to Husong. He listened intently, his gaze fixed upon the young female, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes shimmering with warmth. In that moment, his heart brimmed with a sense of happiness and contentment. As he watched Lin Zhi passionately elucidate the herbs, he could not help but imagine what it would be like if they were to become partners. That a dark thought suddenly blossomed in Husong's mind. Currently, Lin Zhi had yet to reach maturity, drawing no attention from other male beastmen. However, once she did mature, she would undoubtedly attract numerous suitors. Would she still remember him then? The notion of forcibly bringing Lin Zhi back to his tribe briefly flickered through his mind. Yet upon seeing the rare, radiant smile on Lin Zhi's face, he immediately dismissed the idea. He understood all too well that if he were to act upon such a thought, Lin Zhi would never forgive him and would instead depart from him entirely. He had witnessed Lin Zhi's resolute nature firsthand. Lin Zhi skillfully kneaded the dough into thin strands of noodles, gently placing them into the boiling pot. She then added a pinch of salt and a few pieces of chopped meat. The enticing aroma soon wafted through the air, prompting the surrounding beastmen to follow suit. Although they had no salt for seasoning, the noodles they prepared still emanated an irresistible fragrance. Late into the night, when the others had succumbed to sleep, Lin Zhi remained awake. She meticulously calculated the food supplies within the cave, ensuring that even after relinquishing half to the tribe, there would still be enough to sustain her through the harsh winter. She planned to scout for a few concealed caves outside the tribe before winter's arrival, where she could also store provisions for unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, an unfamiliar scent wafted into the tribe. As the night deepened, a figure gracefully scaled the outer wall of the tribe. His movements were deft and silent, clearly not his first time executing such an act. Under the moonlight, it became evident that he was a burly male beastman. "Why did you arrive so late? I've been waiting for quite some time," the female remarked from the shadows, her voice low as she expressed her irritation. She cast a wary glance around, her eyes flickering with unease. "Did I not come immediately upon receiving your signal?" The male beastman grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Did you miss me?" He stepped forward, pulling the female into his embrace. She instinctively resisted, but soon relented. "If you're unwilling, I'll leave right now," he feigned, threatening to release her. "It's just that it's been a while." "I'm a bit out of sorts," she replied, tugging at the beast skin draped across her chest. The male beastman's gaze instantly ignited with desire. They concealed themselves in the shadows, their suppressed breaths mingling with the night air. Moments later, the male beastman reclined lazily against a stone, a satisfied expression gracing his features. "Now, tell me, what did you summon me for?" The female recounted the discovery of the miraculous fruit within the tribe. "Is this fruit truly as extraordinary as you claim?" The male beastman inquired, intrigued out of course. "When the tribe is empty tomorrow, you can come and take the fruit from the cave. Just return in a few days," she replied. "Is it really that simple?" He scoffed. "I want to do it without some form of compensation." "What was that earlier? What does that amount to?" The male beastman's eyes darkened. "Do not forget who rescued you from that wandering beast. Should I divulge your secrets?" The female paled. "I can reveal the location of the fruit forest." "Why go to such lengths?" The male beastman dismissed her. "Why not just take the ripe fruit instead of making us harvest it ourselves? We wanderers only engage in the simplest tasks." Then the female gritted her teeth. "After the deal is done, I shall give you a leather pouch filled with salt." "Salt? Are you certain?" The male beastman narrowed his eyes, skepticism lacing his tone. "Yes," she affirmed resolutely, striving to mask her inner turmoil. The male beastman fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing her expression. "Fine," he eventually conceded, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. When something comes knocking, one must not turn it away. Having finalized their agreement, The male beastman effortlessly scaled the wall. He glanced back at the female, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes before vanishing into the night. The female stood still for some time, ensuring he had indeed departed, before hastily making her way to the nearby stream. She knelt by the water's edge, scooping up the cool liquid to scrub her body vigorously, muttering under her breath. Disgusting, utterly disgusting, that revolting wanderer. She scrubbed at her skin as if trying to erase every trace of the earlier encounter. Once cleansed, the female sat despondently by the stream, gazing into the pitch-black night sky. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. After completing her tasks, she stealthily returned to the cave as if nothing had transpired. The following morning, Lin Zhi rose early. She meticulously counted the food supplies in the cave. Subsequently, she made her way to the solitary beast cave to check on the poisoned cubs from the previous day. Gently stroking the cubs' foreheads, she confirmed their condition had improved. She placed 2 bags of fruit within their reach. Once these tasks were completed, Lin Zhi departed alongside Hu Song. Hu Song appeared as usual, showing no signs of fatigue from the previous night's hunting excursion, but a small tail trailed behind them, that of Mu. The tribe square was already bustling with beastmen, each bearing various sizes of leather bags, excitedly discussing the potential fruit harvest for the day. Upon noticing Lin Zhi and Hu Song's arrival, a hush fell over the crowd, all eyes turning to Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi gracefully leapt onto Hu Song's broad back, her movements fluid and instinctual. She reached back to pull the cubs up, ensuring they were securely seated. Hu Song emitted a low murmur, yet remained patiently still as Lin Zhi arranged the cubs. With Lin Zhi leading the way, the procession set forth in a grand manner. Hu Song forged a path ahead, while Lin Zhi and the cubs sat steadily upon his back. With the entirety of the tribe's beastmen following closely behind, the faces of the crowd radiated with eager anticipation. However, upon their arrival at the orchard, Lin Zhi did not immediately commence the harvest. She gestured for Hu Song to accompany her to the outskirts of the grove. Within the small forest, Lin Zhi meticulously searched every nook and cranny that might conceal sustenance. Before long, she stumbled upon a small cluster of ginger. Not far off, a prickly ash tree was in the prime of its fruit-bearing season, with red berries adorning its branches, exuding a distinctive aroma. Lin Zhi's delight, she also discovered several plants laden with vibrant, large chili peppers. She carefully gathered these precious spices. Yet, apart from these finds, there were no other edible ingredients or fruits to be found in the area, which left her somewhat disheartened. Throughout the day, Lin Zhi and Hu Song busied themselves in the woods. Hu Song spent most of his time lazily sprawled on the grass, only rousing himself when Lin Zhi required assistance with heavy lifting or reaching high-hanging fruits. Having stayed awake all night in pursuit of winter prey, he yearned for rest, all the while keeping an eye on the diligent female, as he observed Lin Zhi's focused profile while she gathered. A ripple of affection stirred within him. However, thoughts of Xiongba intruded. Where had that fellow gone? Why had he not returned? Meanwhile, far away, Xiongba hurried toward the Lin tribe, clutching 3 tightly packed beast-hide bags filled with millet, a precious exchange for honey. His steps quickened, brimming with anticipation at the thought of reuniting with Lin Zhi. If all proceeded smoothly, he would be able to present her with this carefully prepared gift the very next day. The mere thought of the surprise that might grace her features brought an involuntary smile to his lips, quickening his pace further. As twilight descended, Lin Zhi gazed at the horizon, where the tangerine-hued sunset unfurled like a splendid tapestry. How beautiful! Her gaze fell upon Hu Song, who lay asleep on the grass, his white fur shimmering softly in the evening light. She approached stealthily, reluctant to disturb his slumber. Gently, she extended her hand, her fingertips brushing against his sleek fur. Savoring the warmth and softness, a hint of reluctance flickered in Lin Zhi's eyes. How wonderful it would be if time could stand still at this moment. Yet, reason swiftly reclaimed its hold. She and Hu Song would eventually part ways. Hu Song was not truly asleep, that he keenly sensed Lin Zhi's touch, and her gentle caresses sent his heart racing. His breath became labored as he struggled to contain the emotions surging within him. The rustling of grass shattered the tranquility. Lin Zhu, it is time to leave. We must return to the tribe. Hu Song opened his eyes, and upon seeing Lin Zhi's slightly flustered expression, a secret joy welled up within him. He feigned nonchalance as he rose, gently scooping Lin Zhi up and settling her comfortably on his broad back. Lin Zhi instinctively grasped his fur, finding her balance. On their way back, Shan darted up to them. Clutching a bulging beast hide bag, panting, he handed it to Lin Zhi. Zhi, jie. Thank you for bringing me to this orchard. These fruits are for you. Please accept them. Lin Zhi looked into Shan's sincere eyes, and warmth blossomed in her heart. She reached out to stroke the little one's head, speaking softly. Shan, you should take these fruits back to share with the cubs of the solitary beast cave. They need this food more. Shan shook his head vigorously, insisting, no. Zhi jie. These fruits are specially prepared for you. He did not wish for Lin Zhi to think him a greedy beast man. Moreover, he was capable of caring for the cubs of the solitary beast cave. Lin Zhi smiled and replied, how about this? My not accepting these fruits now does not mean I will never accept them. After we endure this winter, you may present them to me come spring. How does that sound? Shan's eyes lit up, and he nodded gratefully in agreement. He carefully stowed away the fruits, his face alight with joy. Upon returning to the tribe, Lin Zhi discovered that the hunting party had already returned. Several moderately sized game were being butchered, and the beastmen gathered to discuss the day's haul. Lin Zhi was uninterested in these matters and had no desire to engage with Lin Tian and the others. She retreated to her cave to sort through the fruits she had gathered that day. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted from the other side of the tribe. Where are my fruits? Why have they disappeared? Not just the fruits. My meat is gone too. Another voice chimed in soon. The entire tribe was in an uproar. It must be that outside beastmen have invaded our tribe and stolen our food. One beastman shouted in anger. Who dares to steal from the Lin tribe? They are courting death. The beastmen, incensed, gathered together, outraged that their hard-earned fruits and game had vanished without a trace. That moment. A beastman raised a bloodied hide aloft, proclaiming, Look, this is what they left behind. Shi Lian, hiding among the crowd, smirked with satisfaction as she observed the hide being revealed. The glint of malice flickered in her eyes. Lin Zhi. Let us see how you will explain this. Concealed within the throng, Shi Lian lowered her voice deliberately. Could it be that Lin Zhi informed that cub about the fruits in the tribe, leading them to steal while we were away? A frown appeared on someone's face. Impossible. If it were truly Lin Zhi, why wouldn't she simply tell them where the orchard was? Why resort to thievery within the tribe? Shi Lian continued to stoke the flames of suspicion. But why is that hide there? Her eyes narrowed slightly, her tone laced with insinuation. Is it not possible that they carelessly dropped it? Some beastmen still found it hard to believe that Lin Zhi would do such a thing. Voicing loudly, someone is surely framing Lin Zhi. Quick, sniff the hide for any other sense. Shi Lian, witnessing the tribe's unwavering trust in Lin Zhi, sneered inwardly. How could she be so careless when taking the hide? She had meticulously avoided leaving her scent. Sniff away, sniff away. What will you find? A group of fools. The evidence is right before you, and yet you still defend Lin Zhi. Several beastmen approached and carefully sniffed the hide, then shook their heads. There is no scent. The hide only bears that cub's odor, none from our tribe. This revelation left the beastmen even more bewildered, and they murmured among themselves. Could it truly be that Lin Zhi brought them here? How could that be? Lin Zhi has been so good to us. She has no reason to do this. Some beastmen staunchly defended Lin Zhi. Sensing the moment was ripe, Shi Lian steered the conversation back to Lin Zhi. Shall we not pay a visit to Lin Zhi's cave? That will clarify everything. She feigned concern for Lin Zhi, suggesting that if she were not involved, surely her cave would be stripped bare as well. The other beastmen chorused, Yes, yes. Let us hurry to Lin Zhi's cave. Thus, the tribe members made their way toward Lin Zhi's dwelling. Shi Lian blended into the crowd, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. It appeared that everything was proceeding according to her plan. Meanwhile, Xiongba had not yet reached the Lin tribe when he noticed an abundance of unfamiliar beastmen along the route. Stealthily transporting fruits, he bent down to pick up a fallen fruit and realized that it closely resembled those recently discovered by Lin Zhi's tribe. Driven by curiosity, Xiongba stealthily followed them, carefully avoiding branches and fallen leaves to avoid alarming those ahead. Following their tracks, He arrived at the outskirts of the stray beast tribe. Xiong Ba held his breath. Hiding behind a sturdy tree trunk, he perked up his ears and overheard the conversation between two rogue beasts. "Hurry, get these fruits inside," one hoarse voice urged. "Ha, we really scored big this time with all these fruits." The other voice replied smugly, "Females are so foolish. They actually believe the second elder." Xiong Ba frowned. Had someone deliberately stolen the fruits from the Lin tribe? The second elder was quite cunning, managing to have the Lin tribe's fruits brought back without effort. The second elder had also claimed that when winter arrived, he would lead them to the Lin tribe to seize their females. Wow, second elder, so formidable. So formidable. Xiong Ba had just confirmed that the fruits they had retrieved truly belonged to the Lin tribe. Without a moment's hesitation, he stealthily departed from the wandering beasts, turning to sprint towards the Lin tribe. Meanwhile, Lin Zhi was preparing to rest when she suddenly heard a cacophony of footsteps and hushed whispers outside. Furrowing her brow, she rose and opened the wooden door, only to find the cave entrance crowded with orcs from the tribe, each face etched with anxiety and confusion. "What is the matter?" Lin Zhi surveyed the orcs. Her voice laced with caution that, "There's something you need?" Li stood at the forefront of the group, locking eyes with Lin Zhi. "Lin Zhi, we came to inquire whether the fruits in your cave are still there." Lin Zhi knitted her brows in bewilderment that of course they are. "Why do you ask?" From a nearby cave, another voice chimed "Hu song" emerged, stating, "My cave's fruits are still here as well." "Has something happened?" Li inhaled deeply, the gravity of his expression intensifying. "Thieves have infiltrated the tribe. Our fruits have vanished, and even the meat we had stored is gone." His gaze bore into Lin Zhi, tinged with a hint of suspicion. "Why are your fruits still intact?" Initially taken aback by the news of the theft, Lin Zhi's expression hardened upon hearing Li's words. A flicker of anger ignited in her eyes as her voice turned icy. "Your fruits are missing, yet instead of seeking the culprits, you come here. Do you suspect that I am the thief? Have I not been with you all day?" Li was momentarily rendered speechless by Lin Zhi's retort. Stammering, "No, that's not it." Deep down, he understood that Lin Zhi was unlikely to have stolen the fruits, yet the reality loomed large. Why were only her and Husong's fruits unaffected? How would they survive this winter? At that moment, an orc pushed through the crowd, holding up a piece of beast hide. "But we found this hide in Li's tribe." "Lin Zhi, you should recognize it." He extended the hide towards her. Lin Zhi took the hide and examined it closely. Her expression shifted as she finally comprehended why everyone had flocked to her cave. This hide belonged to the cub she had rescued. But why was it here? Did the cub's tribe seize the opportunity to steal the fruits while they were away? Lin Zhi's mind raced. However, she quickly dismissed that notion that a tribe capable of producing a beast hide to carry salt would hardly resort to thievery for fruits. It made no sense. She suddenly recalled that the cub had likely not been wearing this hide when it left. Therefore, someone must have deliberately brought it back. That it appeared that someone had sought out the orcs from the outside tribe, pilfered their cave's fruits, and then placed this hide in Li's cave to frame her. Lin Zhi's gaze sharpened. Who would go to such lengths? Why would they do this? The name Shi Lian flashed through her mind. Reflecting on Shi Lian's behavior in recent days, Lin Zhi realized she had indeed been unusually quiet. "I admit that the hide is from the mountain, but the matter of the missing fruits has nothing to do with me. That if you suspect Shi Lian, you should inquire at the water tribe. Perhaps they know something, rather than questioning me here." Lin Zhi turned to retreat in her cave. "Is there anything else? If not, I wish to rest." Her tone carried a hint of impatience, clearly unwilling to provide further explanations. However, the loss of food weighed heavily on the orcs' hearts. Hua suddenly blocked the entrance, her eyes ablaze with fury as she roared. "Lin Zhi, how do you explain why everyone else's fruits have vanished, yet yours remain? If it isn't you, then who else could it be?" Lin Zhi frowned, about to respond, only to find herself encircled. Hua's beastly brothers and father glared at her, their eyes filled with anger and suspicion. "You must provide an explanation for this, Lin Zhi. Otherwise, you shall not enter your cave." Hua spat through gritted teeth, her voice thick with menace. Hua's threatening words hung in the air. Lin Zhi sensed the atmosphere grow increasingly tense. Some orcs, already discontented with her, closed in, their eyes burning with fury and doubt. Yet, standing beside Lin Zhi, Song remained still, his cold gaze sweeping over the orcs, silently warning them against rash actions. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhi suppressed her rising anger. She met Hua's gaze directly. In explanation? What explanation can I provide? If you truly wish to know who the thief is, why not go to the water tribe and ask them? Blocking me here will not bring back your fruits. Song seemed to sense the shift in Lin Zhi's emotions. His eyes grew sharper. He coldly uttered 2 words, "Step aside," and one moved. Song's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable authority. "Leave." As the words left his mouth, a massive silver-white fox materialized before the crowd. Song effortlessly leaped, toppling Hua and her family, who fell to the ground in terror, too frightened to make another move. Immediately after, Song nudged Lin Zhi with his paw, ushering her into the cave while he stood guard at the entrance, casting a frigid glare at the onlooking orcs. Once inside, Lin Zhi did not look back but walked straight to her stone bed and lay down. She closed her eyes, attempting to calm the storm within her, yet the commotion outside still echoed in her ears. Outside, the orcs exchanged glances, bewildered and at a loss. Even Shi Lian, who had been spectating, was taken aback. She had not anticipated the situation escalating to this point, with Lin Zhi entering without offering a single explanation. Moreover, Song had directly defended her. Gritting her teeth, Shi Lian realized her carefully laid plans were unraveling. She had intended for Hua to pressure Lin Zhi into submission, pinning the blame entirely on her, before leading the tribe to recover the fruits. Yet Lin Zhi had dismissed them entirely, offering no explanation whatsoever. The orcs lingered in silence at the cave entrance, neither daring to approach nor willing to leave. They were torn between their anger over the lost food and their fear of Song's imposing presence. Linshu stood among the crowd, silently observing the unfolding drama. He had never believed Lin Zhi capable of theft. Yet the appearance of the hide was undeniably perplexing. Perhaps it was indeed prudent to seek clarity from the water tribe. After a prolonged silence, Linshu finally stepped forward. He approached Song respectfully, saying, "Shaman, might you step aside? I wish to speak with GZH. Song remained in his beast form, unwavering in his gaze upon Linshu. "Shaman, please step aside, that I wish to speak with Zhi." Linshu implored again, urgency creeping into his voice. Song slowly opened his eyes, icy glints flashing in his silver pupils. He uttered a single word in a deep, authoritative tone. "Leave." Linshu was taken aback by the command. Involuntarily stepping back, he glanced at the equally startled members of his tribe, sighed, and resigned himself to the fact that he could not converse with Lin Zhi today. Reluctantly, he turned to signal several burly orcs. Preparing to head to the water tribe for answers, as they reached the tribe's edge, they suddenly spotted an unusually tall and unfamiliar orc standing there. This orc was muscular and robust, carrying several bulging beast hide bags. The orcs of the Lin tribe immediately grew wary, some even beginning to transform, ready to confront a potential threat. The stranger, noticing the gathering, quickly scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. "Please, don't misunderstand. I am here to find Song." Seeing the skepticism on their faces, he quickly added, "Look, these are the items I brought for Song." As he spoke, he unfastened a leather pouch, revealing the golden-hued herbs within. Linshu scrutinized the unfamiliar medicinal plants, realizing they were likely what the shaman required. Relieved to find they were not the fruits they had lost, he nonetheless felt a sense of caution and instructed the orcs of his tribe to encircle the strange orc as they gradually made their way toward the direction of Song. Throughout the journey, the orc who identified himself as Xiongba showed no signs of discomfort or resistance. On the contrary, he curiously gazed around, meticulously observing everything in Lin's tribe. Linshu gradually lowered his guard. Suddenly, Xiongba's nose twitched slightly, as if he had caught a whiff of something unusual. His eyes instantly brightened, compelling him to quicken his pace. Before Linshu could react, Xiongba had already broken free from the group. Sprinting in a specific direction, Linshu and the other orcs stared in astonishment at Xiongba's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss, but by the time they regained their composure and gave chase, they discovered Xiongba had reached the entrance of Lin Zhi's cave at that moment. The cave was surrounded by orcs, with Husong maintaining a protective stance in his beast form at the entrance. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiongba's expression darkened. A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. No wonder the little female was so frail. These orcs were up to no good. Xiongba suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar. Immediately, his massive form transformed into a colossal black bear as he wielded his sharp claws, launching a fierce assault on the surrounding orcs. Although he made a conscious effort to control his strength, the overwhelming aura he exuded was still intimidating. Under Xiongba's ferocious onslaught, the orcs of Lin's tribe were compelled to retreat in the blink of an eye. The crowd that had previously crowded at the cave entrance was driven back 20 meters. The orcs of Lin's tribe were bewildered. Who was this orc that had appeared out of nowhere? For a moment, no one dared to step forward and intervene. Inside the cave, Lin Zhi furrowed her brow upon hearing the commotion outside. What was happening? Linshu hurriedly arrived with a few tribesmen, only to find the bear orc launching a full-scale attack at the cave entrance. They quickly transformed and surrounded him, realizing they had inadvertently allowed this orc to enter. Xiongba remained unfazed by the encirclement, his imposing figure standing firm, his gaze even betraying a hint of disdain. Lin Zhi could hear the increasing number of roars from outside. The deep, resonant sound was in stark contrast to Husong's cold voice. She sat up cautiously, wondering if outside orcs had infiltrated the tribe. Filled with curiosity, Lin Zhi approached the cave entrance. As she peered out, a massive black bear came charging toward her. The bear drew closer, 5 meters. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Lin Zhi held her breath, only to see the bear's form shift and transform into a towering orc. He had dark skin, deep-set features, and a muscular physique radiating immense strength. Surprisingly, this seemingly fierce orc now displayed a bashful demeanor. He extended several bulging leather pouches toward Lin Zhi, his voice gentle. "Little female, this is for you." Lin Zhi was utterly perplexed. She had never encountered this orc before and could not fathom why he would offer her gifts. Instinctively, she glanced at Husong, but he unusually avoided her gaze. This only deepened Lin Zhi's confusion. Did Husong know this orc? "Little female, my name is Xiongba, and I hail from the Tian tribe." The tall orc declared earnestly, though the redness of his ears betrayed his inner nervousness. "It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhi accepted the leather pouches. Upon opening one, she was astonished to find it contained a rice she had longed for. It felt as if she had received a celestial gift. Husong stood aside, his expression darkened to the point of being able to drip water. This Xiongba had the audacity to deliver goods personally. It seemed he aimed to vie for her attention. Clearly, beneath this seemingly simple bear's exterior lay a multitude of thoughts. "Lin Zhi, what further excuses will you concoct? The accomplices in the fruit theft have come knocking." Shi Lian's sharp voice suddenly pierced the air, her eyes flashing with envy. Another robust male had set his sights on Lin Zhi, igniting her jealousy. These exemplary males should rightfully belong to her. No, she absolutely could not allow Lin Zhi to fare better than herself. Stealing fruit. What do you mean by stealing fruit? Xiongba frowned, unwilling to see the little female wronged. He turned to the orcs of Lin's tribe. "Surely you do not mean the fruits that went missing from your tribe? I just passed by the forest's edge and witnessed a group of rogue beasts stealthily carrying away a pile of fruits. If I am not mistaken, they may very well belong to you." As soon as Xiongba's words fell, the orcs erupted in commotion. "What? Our fruits were stolen by rogue beasts. Was it not the Shui tribe?" "Indeed," Xiongba nodded. "If you depart immediately in pursuit, you may yet recover some of them. Delay further, and they will likely be consumed." Panic etched itself across the faces of the orcs. The rogue beast tribe was notorious. Far more dreadful than the fiercest creatures in the forest, they were so famished that they would even resort to eating orcs and abducting their females. Shi Lian stood among the crowd, her face drained of color. Had she not instructed Mang to hide the fruits outside? After driving Lin Zhi away, she could retrieve them herself. But now, the fruits had fallen into the hands of rogue beasts. What was she to do? Among them were the fruits she had painstakingly gathered. Shi Lian suppressed her rising panic and redirected her ire toward Lin Zhi. She pointed at Lin Zhi and Xiongba, shrieking, "You two must be in cahoots. Who knows if you're trying to deceive us? Perhaps you were the one who led the Shui tribe to steal our fruits, and now you're fabricating lies about rogue beasts to mislead us. Xiongba's eyes glinted dangerously at her words. Who are you accusing of stealing the fruits? Shi Lian, frightened by his fierce expression, instinctively shrank back behind Linshu. Yet, she soon mustered her courage and continued to shout at Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi, why are you silent? Are you feeling guilty? If you have the audacity to act, you should have the courage to admit it. Lin Zhi initially wished to ignore Shi Lian's provocations, but as she grew increasingly fervent, Lin Zhi could no longer restrain herself. She coldly fixed her gaze on Shi Lian and stated, "What should I admit to? Admit that I led the theft. Shi Lian, I am curious as to why you are so adamant that it was the Shui tribe and not the rogue beasts who stole the fruits. Do you know where the fruits truly are? Perhaps it was you who led the theft." Shi Lian's countenance paled at her words, and she quickly lowered her head, fearful of revealing any signs of abnormality. Lin Zhi pressed on, "You wouldn't happen to have known the fruits were missing all along, which is why you were so eager to trouble me." The surrounding orcs turned their gazes toward Shi Lian upon hearing this line of questioning. Lin Zhi regarded Shi Lian with a cold stare, her eyes glinting with sharpness. She slowly spoke, her voice laced with sarcasm. "After all, our relationship is rather fraught, isn't it, Shi Lian? A portion of the fruits belongs to me. So why would I allow anyone to steal my own fruits? Yet you, with our relationship being what it is, perhaps out of jealousy over my ability to find fruits and receive half from everyone, you deliberately brought others to steal them. Shi Lian, just admit it. Admit that you are envious of me and that you have done these things. Perhaps everyone will forgive you for your honesty, and you may not even be driven out of the tribe. After all, leading others to steal fruits from within the tribe is no trivial matter." Upon hearing these words, Shi Lian trembled slightly. She was uncertain whether Lin Zhi had truly witnessed the events of that night with Meng. No, Lin Zhi had no evidence whatsoever. Moreover, no one had seen her in contact with the rogue beasts. There were no traces left by the rogue beasts in the tribe. The only evidence remained the leather pouch from the day Lin Zhi saved the cub, alongside the fruits in her and Husong's cave that had not been stolen. With this realization, Shi Lian steadied her nerves, forcing herself to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, tears welled in her eyes as she trembled, saying, "Zhi, what are you talking about? It was the rogue beast that killed my mother and father. How could I possibly lead others into the tribe? Besides, let us not forget that the fruits in our cave have also gone missing. Only your fruits remain. How can you say such things to me?" Lin Zhi, as she spoke, she covered her face and let out soft sobs. "Wu Zhi, I confess that I have sensed a change in you lately. Yet, I swear by the beast god that I have not brought anyone into the tribe to steal the fruits. Nor do I harbor jealousy towards you. I merely feel a twinge of envy at your fortune in finding so many fruits," Shi Lian cried, her eyes filled with accusation as she regarded Lin Zhi. "But Zhi, how can you be so greedy? Not only do you demand half of everyone's fruits, but now you have also led others into the tribe to steal what belongs to us." Shi Lian glanced around, observing the uncertainty and unease etched on the faces of the beastmen. Realizing her words were having an effect, she continued to incite, "What will we do this winter? If we cannot endure the winter, we will owe you fruits come spring that we might as well die now." Upon hearing this, the surrounding beastmen displayed expressions of despair. They recalled the fruits that had vanished from the cave and the debt they owed Lin Zhi. Beginning to doubt, could it truly be that Lin Zhi had led others to steal the fruits from the tribe? Faced with Shi Lian's accusations and the doubtful gazes of the surrounding beastmen, Lin Zhi maintained her composure. Amidst the chaotic shouts, several more composed beastmen furrowed their brows, their eyes darting between Lin Zhi and Shi Lian, revealing a sense of scrutiny and contemplation. Continuing this argument will not resolve our issues. Our immediate priority must be to recover the fruits. Linshu observed the escalating chaos and turned to Lin Zhi, his tone firm. "Zhi, we discovered the water tribe's beast skins in the cave. This cannot be mistaken. You must accompany us to the water tribe and clarify this matter." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi curled her lips into a cold smile. "And what if I refuse? Just because you found beast skins, does that mean I brought others to steal? How absurd." "Zhi." Shi Lian seized the opportunity. Her voice laced with sorrow. "How can you be so heartless? You have food for winter, yet you disregard the lives of your kin. Moreover, if you hadn't saved their young, how would the water tribe have dared to steal our fruits? A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Zhi's eyes as she interrupted. The theft of the fruits has nothing to do with me. She then turned sharply to Linshu, her gaze sharp as a blade. Did not the chief instruct you to arrange a patrol? The tribe's fruits were stolen. As the one in charge, do you not bear any responsibility? If you had properly organized the patrols, how could the tribe have been left unguarded? Linshu, you cannot possibly intend to shift the blame onto me. Lin Zhi's voice grew increasingly frigid. If you ask me, the fact that we lack food this winter is entirely your fault. Who failed to safeguard our provisions? Since you believe the fruits in the tribe were stolen by the water tribe, then go and inquire yourselves. Why call upon me? Linshu was left speechless by her barrage of questions, his face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. Why you? When did Lin Zhi become so confrontational? He merely wished for her to accompany them to investigate. Was that too much to ask? Just then, a commanding voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Silence. Lin Tian strode forward, and his presence instantly quelled the tumultuous scene. With a stern expression, he surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering for a moment on the sharp-tongued Lin Zhi and the bumbling Linshu. Before glancing at the tear-streaked face of Shi Lian, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if suppressing some emotion. Incompetence, an absolute assembly of incompetence. Gigi, Lin Tian began. Rescuing others is commendable, but have you considered the consequences? How does that young one currently regard me? Lin Zhi let out a cold laugh, ready to respond. Yet Lin Tian raised a hand to interrupt her. Beast father, I don't mean to blame you. I know you would never lead outsiders to steal our fruits. You are a good child, and I believe in you. Lin Tian's tone softened unexpectedly, tinged with paternal affection. Lin Zhi narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Lin Tian's face, which was laden with concern. She knew this beast man well. Whenever he wore such an expression, it invariably heralded trouble. Sure enough, Lin Tian's tone shifted. However, the situation is dire. Winter is approaching. Food is scarce. What shall we do? Do you wish to witness your kin starve? Do you wish to see our tribe face annihilation? Do you wish to see those who once loved and cared for you succumb to the embrace of the beast god? The beastmen seemed to visualize their bleak winter ahead. With the tribe's fruits lost, they had to devise alternative means. Gigi Huso, do you both still have provisions? Perhaps. Lin Zhi coldly interrupted. Perhaps what? You expect us to surrender our food? On what grounds? A flicker of anger crossed Lin Tian's face. But he swiftly regained his benevolent smile. Gigi has misunderstood. What I meant to say is this winter, you may contribute your food for communal sustenance, and come spring, we shall return your provisions, correct? Moreover, the fruits we lost may have already been consumed by others. We cannot reclaim them now. Yes, Gigi, if we survive this winter, we will return your food tenfold. No, 100-fold. The surrounding tribespeople assured Lin Zhi. Huso snorted derisively from aside. The chief certainly has a way with words. Even if we give you our food, it wouldn't suffice to last the entire winter. What then for the rest of the season? Shall we wait to perish? Lin Tian's expression darkened. Huso, what do you imply? I'm seeking the welfare of the entire tribe. You wish to see your kin starve? Huso raised an eyebrow, about to retort. When Lin Zhi interjected, we will not surrender our food, but we can seek out the fruits. However, I have conditions. Lin Tian's gaze flickered with irony. What conditions? Speak. Lin Zhi stated coldly. I will venture out to find the fruits, but there are several stipulations. She raised a finger. First, if I am able to recover the fruits, I shall not be required to submit any food to the tribe this winter. She raised a second finger. Second, should I ever wish to leave the tribe, you cannot obstruct me. Lin Tian's expression began to darken. Yet Lin Zhi pressed on. Third, the tribe must provide me with 10 beastmen to accompany me in the search for fruits. Now that she was going out to seek fruits, she had to ensure that if she couldn't find any, she would need to find a cave to winter outside the tribe. Remaining within the tribe, she could not leave even a morsel behind. It was not selfishness, with so many in the tribe. No matter how skilled she was, she could not provide sustenance for all. Moreover, while seeking fruits had previously seemed a daunting task, she had recently stumbled upon a fruit known as the slumber fruit. Once this fruit was opened and cast into the tribe, The beastmen would fall into a deep sleep upon inhaling its scent. Chief, if you deem it acceptable, I will agree to venture out to find fruits. If not, I can only set fire to my cave. I refuse to let my fruits fall into the hands of those ungrateful souls. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, a hint of disdain curling his lips as he refrained from commenting on Lin Zhi's conditions. He had never anticipated that Lin Zhi would dare to propose seeking the recovery of the fruits, regardless of whether the Water Tribe or the Rogue Beast Tribe had taken them. How could they be so easily reclaimed? Since Linshu bore responsibility, so too did she. Thus, let them both lead the tribe's warriors to retrieve the fruits. Feigning a paternal demeanor, Lin Tian spoke with a veneer of insincere concern. Iji, regardless, if the fruits cannot be found, you must return safely to As for the matter of your surrendering the fruits. Do not blame the beast father. I act for the tribe's continuity. Moreover, Gigi, you have grown up in the tribe, which has nurtured you for so long. In times of tribulation, you should contribute to the tribe's welfare. Stop, Lin Zhi coldly interrupted. If we find the fruits, you must remember to honor your promises. Furthermore, this matter is not my fault. Logically, it is you and Linshu who should bear the blame. You are the tribe's leader and its future leader. While the tribe's people were out gathering, how could you not safeguard the food? One word at a time. You do not wish to face your own shortcomings and instead seek to place all responsibility upon me. Lin Tian's expression darkened as he was pierced by her sharp words, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Lin Zhi, oh Lin Zhi, let us allow you a moment longer to flaunt your arrogance. When the time comes and you find yourself bereft of fruit, you shall witness my true intentions at that moment. I shall remove every last fruit from the cave, leaving you with not a single morsel. As winter approaches, we shall see if you can maintain your acerbic tongue. Shi Lian, standing nearby, lowered her head, casting furtive glances at Lin Zhi, a smirk of smug satisfaction playing at her lips. Meanwhile, Linshu stood expressionless, observing the unfolding drama with a gaze that bore the weight of complex emotions. Lin Zhi continued, as for the gratitude you speak of for nurturing me, I believe I have repaid that debt in full. Without my contributions, the fruits available to the tribe would not suffice to sustain you through the winter with a meager game you currently hunt. However, should you continue gathering fruits tomorrow, I dare say you may still have a chance of surviving the cold season. Would you not agree? She arched an eyebrow at Lin Tian, her tone laced with provocation. What do you think, Chief? Have you given it some thought? Standing before Lin Tian, Lin Zhi displayed an unwavering demeanor, devoid of any trepidation. After a brief silence, a glint of malice flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. He spoke slowly. Very well, that if you can indeed retrieve the fruits, I shall grant your requests. However, he paused deliberately. Should you fail, all the provisions in your cave must be surrendered to the tribe. His gaze was steeped in disdain for Lin Zhi's overconfidence. It was clear she could not possibly reclaim the fruits, let alone harbor dreams of leaving the tribe unimpeded. With the unfamiliar male beastman, Husong, and 10 other beastmen from the tribe, how could she hope to accomplish such a feat? Fine, Lin Zhi replied succinctly, her eyes shining with resolve. Lin Tian's lips curled into a cold smile as he turned away, commanding, go, summon a moo, old Sure, and a lang dut. In no time, 10 elderly beastmen were brought before Lin Tian. Some limped, others hunched, clearly past their prime. Lin Tian feigned a benevolent demeanor, stating, Zhi, these beastmen have contributed greatly to the tribe in the past. I trust you will bring them back safe and sound. Lin Zhi regarded the group of aged beastmen, realizing they would not aid her in her quest, but rather become a burden. Nevertheless, she expressed no dissatisfaction, merely nodding in acknowledgement. She intended to lead them, not to forcibly seize anything, but simply to carry a few items. Lin Zhi stepped out of the tribe of the frail beastmen. Linshu unexpectedly joined her. What was his purpose? With a glance at her previously elusive brother, she furrowed her brow. Linshu followed silently, his expression inscrutable. Chao hurriedly approached, pushing her beast brother forward. Zhi, I cannot accompany you, but my beast brother can protect you. The beastman, named Sure, grinned amiably. Little female, I will take good care of you. Before Lin Zhi could respond, Chao enveloped her in a hug and hurried away. Yin also joined, stammering, Zhi, my useless partner Shunti follow and cause trouble. Rest assured, I will guard your cave, not allowing a single beast to enter. Lin Zhi's lips twitched as she waved them goodbye, feeling as if she were heading in a battle. Just as she turned, a heated dispute unfolded before her eyes. Hu Song and Xiong Ba nearly came to blows over who would carry her. Hu Song cast a disdainful glance at Xiong Ba, his eyes filled with contempt. Even if you manage to bring back the fruits that the little female desires, do not think you can take her from me. Xiong Ba glared back. You've monopolized the little female long enough. Why don't you just leave? As Lin Zhi was about to climb onto Hu Song's back, Xiong Ba squeezed in. Zhi, right on my back. His familiarity suggested a long-standing acquaintance. Lin Zhi scrutinized him suspiciously. Xiong Ba, have we met before? Why are you so enthusiastic towards me? Xiong Ba scratched his head, chuckling. With a female like you, wouldn't it be wise to make a move sooner rather than later? Lin Zhi was at a loss for words. She had encountered eager males before, but in this tribe, aside from Hu Song, others had always kept their distance. This newcomer, Xiong Ba, was unusually forthcoming. Enough, let us not waste time. Hu Song interjected impatiently. Are we going to search for the fruits or not? He could hardly tolerate this stinky bear who had monopolized Lin Zhi's attention from the moment he arrived. Just as Lin Zhi was about to respond, Linshu unexpectedly spoke. I will accompany you. The group fell silent, and Lin Zhi frowned. What do you intend to do? Linshu replied expressionlessly, as the future chief. I must take responsibility for the tribe's loss of fruit. Lin Zhi scoffed. Are you worried we will slack off? Or perhaps you fear we might hoard the fruits for ourselves? Linshu remained silent, resolutely insisting on joining them. Lin Zhi sighed, disinterested in further discussion. She surveyed her surroundings. Only the frail beastmen remained. Standing aside, she regarded the suddenly present Xiong Ba with caution. She observed this towering beastman, his eyes betraying a flicker of eagerness and anticipation, leaving her even more perplexed. Noticing Lin Zhi's gaze, Xiong Ba bashfully scratched his head, revealing a sincere smile. Little female, you might not know me, but I've known you for quite some time. You remember those red fruits you ate in the fruit grove? I was the one who picked them. Not that cunning fox. He glanced at Hu Song, who snorted dismissively. There was another time, Xiong Ba continued, his eyes sparkling with nostalgia. When you were gathering herbs in the grove, I was secretly watching over you. You ran so fast that I almost lost track of you. Just as he was about to elaborate, Hu Song interrupted, his impatience evident. Enough? Are we going or not? Are we searching for fruits or what? Before Lin Zhi could react, Hu Song swiftly grabbed her, effortlessly tossing her onto his back and securing her tightly. He then turned and strode into the depths of the forest, leaving Xiong Ba stunned. Xiong Ba quickly regained his composure and hurried after them. Why aren't you leading the way? Reluctantly, Xiong Ba moved to the front of the group, muttering, once Hu Song is gone, I'll make sure to have Lin Zhi ride on my back every day. And that cunning fox, one day, I'll throw him far away. Lin Zhi couldn't help but smile at his words. This unfamiliar male beast man, though somewhat childish, was unexpectedly endearing. She leaned toward Hu Song. Was what he said true? Hu Song paused for a moment, finally exhaling an unwilling grunt of agreement. Lin Zhi felt a flicker of warmth in her heart, her wariness toward Xiong Ba diminishing considerably, that a smile unconsciously spread across her lips. She had unwittingly become the object of desire among these beastmen. As twilight descended, they finally halted. Xiong Ba led them to a spacious, dry cave. He approached Lin Zhi, struggling to contain his excitement. Zhi, let us rest here tonight. Tomorrow, I'll accompany that fox to scout out the situation in the rogue beast tribe. Xiong Ba's round eyes gleamed with determination as he solemnly declared, rest assured, we will reclaim your fruits. Lin Zhi was touched by the sincerity in his gaze and instinctively nodded in agreement. At that moment, she felt a sudden lightness as Xiong Ba lifted her into his arms. Zhi, don't be afraid. I'll set you down gently. His voice trembled slightly with nerves, yet his touch was remarkably tender. She could feel Xiong Ba's powerful arms and the rapid heartbeat resonating from his chest. Lin Zhi found herself momentarily at a loss, rigidly allowing Xiong Ba to lower her from Hu Song's back. Hu Song observed coldly, a barely perceptible hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. While Linshu frowned, seemingly displeased by the scene. Before Lin Zhi could protest, Xiongba carefully set her down as she regained her balance. She watched Xiongba dart into the cave, his agility astonishing for such a large beast. "Zhi, come here and rest," he called out. The voice of Xiongba echoed from within the cave, accompanied by a rustling sound. Lin Zhi stepped inside the cave and beheld Xiongba busily laying down animal skins on the soul stone bed. With swift motions, he transformed the rough stone slab into what appeared to be a reasonably comfortable bed. Satisfied, Xiongba patted his handiwork and turned to Lin Zhi with a smile, saying, "I sent Husong out to hunt for you. Once you are well fed, you can sleep soundly." Lin Zhi's eyes twitched at the corners, and her lips quivered. Did Xiongba truly consider her a mere cub? Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Xiongba striding toward her with great strides. "Come here, Zhi," he murmured, gently taking her hand. "Just sit here." His palm was rough yet warm. Instinctively, she turned her head, casting a pleading glance at Husong. Standing at the cave's entrance, Husong turned away, avoiding the scene before him. He had not anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. Lin Zhi was like a blooming flower, exuding her charm, and it was only a matter of time before she attracted more beastmen. Husong forced himself to remain calm, stating coolly, "It's all right, Zhi. You should rest for a while. I'll go hunt and be back shortly." Hearing Husong so readily entrust her to Xiongba, Lin Zhi had no choice but to follow Xiongba to the stone bed. Just as Xiongba was about to employ his usual tactic of lifting Lin Zhi onto the stone bed, she nimbly dodged and seated herself gracefully instead. Unfazed, Xiongba waved his hand and settled down beside Lin Zhi. The stone bed was not large, causing the two to sit closely together, and Lin Zhi could feel the warmth radiating from Xiongba's body. "Zhi, are you thirsty?" Xiongba inquired, tilting his head with concern. Before Lin Zhi could respond, he continued, "Are you hungry? Are there plenty of animal skins in your cave? When I return to the tribe, I'll bring all the animal skins from my cave for you." Excitement flickered in his eyes. Lin Zhi opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words in the face of his sudden enthusiasm. "Zhi, why are you silent?" Xiongba pressed. "Are you upset? Is it because of the beastmen from your tribe? Perhaps you should come back to my tribe with me." His voice was deep and unwavering. "With me around, no one from my tribe would dare to bully you." Xiongba repeatedly called, his tone tinged with urgency and grievance. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Lin Zhi took a deep breath and attempted to speak as calmly as possible. "Could you please be quiet for a moment?" Xiongba paused, momentarily taken aback, before bowing his head like a child who had erred. The cave fell silent for a while, and just as Lin Zhi sighed in relief, she heard Xiongba muttering softly, "Eh? Do you dislike me? If you like me, what kind of person do you like? Zhi, could you at least acknowledge me?" With exasperation, Lin Zhi shut her eyes and sighed deeply, pretending not to hear him. Lying on the stone bed, she was besieged by Xiongba's incessant chatter, akin to a multitude of ducks quacking in her ears. She squeezed her eyes shut, wishing fervently for the noise to dissipate. Time ticked away, and Lin Zhi anxiously awaited Husong's return, hoping he would rescue her from this vexing situation. Noticing Lin Zhi's persistent disregard, Xiongba gradually lowered his voice. The cave finally returned to tranquility. Somewhere, a sigh escaped. Linshu crouched at the cave entrance, gazing inside with a complex expression, and he could not comprehend why Zhi had suddenly become so popular, especially with the presence of this formidable Xiongba. Making his hopes of bringing Zhi back to the cave seem increasingly futile. Previously, he could exchange a few words with her when Husong was absent, but now, whenever he attempted to approach Lin Zhi, Xiongba would unobtrusively wedge himself between them, skillfully obstructing his path. Thus, Linshu had not found an opportunity to clarify his intentions to Lin Zhi. He did not intend to blame her. He merely wished to accompany her to the water tribe to assess the situation. Linshu did not believe they could reclaim anything with just their small group. His true purpose in following was to protect Zhi. He hoped she would understand his good intentions and, come winter, return with him to the cave to settle down. These beastmen did not genuinely care for her at last. The cave was enveloped in complete silence. Lin Zhi, utterly exhausted, lay upon a stone bed and drifted into a deep slumber. Xiongba transformed into a massive black bear, vigilantly resting beneath the stone bed, closely guarding the sleeping Lin Zhi. His stout nose twitched slightly, inhaling the alluring fragrance wafting from Lin Zhi. His short, thick tail swayed unconsciously, betraying his inner joy that, of course, it would have been even better if the cave were free of those bothersome beastmen. Especially Husong. If he never returned, that would be perfect. Meanwhile, Husong had stealthily infiltrated the tribe of the strays. He carefully scaled the wall, landing with a soft rustle. Before him lay a few stray beasts lazily sprawled across the square. The air thick with a nauseating stench. Husong furrowed his brow, suppressing his discomfort as he scanned his surroundings. The tribe of strays was not large, comprising fewer than 50 beastmen. Yet, each stray bore a chilling glint in their eyes, revealing blatant greed and ferocity. Husong held his breath, cautiously maneuvering through the shadows in search of the tribe's hidden provisions. His keen eyes swept over every corner, his ears perked to catch any sounds, ever ready to confront potential danger. After assessing the situation, Husong silently retreated from the tribe of strays. That a glint of shrewdness sparkled in his eyes as a cold smile crept upon his lips. This band of miscreants was so lax, lacking even a decent guard. Yet who would expect to rob a band of robbers? Upon leaving the tribe, Husong swiftly plunged into the dense forest. He nimbly navigated through the trees, his sharp gaze searching for prey. Soon, he spotted a robust, one-horned ox leisurely grazing. Husong narrowed his eyes and silently approached. In a flash, he struck. The one-horned ox fell to the ground without even a mournful sound. Husong nodded in satisfaction and began to process his catch. Following Lin Zhi's instructions, he plucked a dozen plump fruits. Curiously, he examined the fruits in his hands, wondering if they truly possessed such miraculous properties. Could they really bring down a horde of beastmen? He was tempted to experiment himself, but hesitated, fearing he might truly render himself unconscious. Thus, he suppressed his curiosity and carefully stowed the fruits away. When Husong returned to the cave, a bonfire was already crackling. He deftly approached the fire, commencing the preparation of his catch. With practiced ease, he skewered the meat and placed it over the flames to roast. The enticing aroma soon wafted through the air, rousing the slumbering Lin Zhi. Slowly, she opened her eyes, rubbing her still puffy head. She sat up, shaking her head to clear her mind, then walked over to the bonfire. Husong glanced at her and offered a skewer of meat. Xiongba also ambled over, presenting another skewer of roasted meat like a treasure. Zhi, eat mine. I specially added honey. It's definitely tastier than that fox's. Lin Zhi gazed at the two steaming skewers before her. Feeling a surge of headache, she furtively glanced at Husong, who maintained his icy demeanor, seemingly unconcerned with her choice. Turning to Xiongba, she saw his round, eager eyes filled with anticipation, silently urging her to eat his offering. Caught in a dilemma, Lin Zhi had a sudden idea and extended her hands to take both skewers simultaneously. However, her cleverness did not escape Husong's notice. His voice, laced with a sinister undertone, rang out. Zhi, since you've taken 2 skewers, you must finish them both, especially mine. If there is any left, I would be quite heartbroken. Xiongba, with an innocent expression, chimed in. Zhi, eat as much as you like. If you can't finish it, just give it to me. I love to eat. Lin Zhi gazed at the skewered meat in her hand with a furrowed brow, then glanced at the expressions of those around her. Feeling that this was far more challenging than dealing with Lin Tian and Shi Lian back in the tribe. With a heavy heart, she reluctantly took small bites of her food. Meanwhile, Linshu silently observed the scene. He looked down at his own skewer of meat, which had begun to char, and sighed before quietly putting it away to consume it himself. Just as Lin Zhi managed to swallow down 2 skewers with great difficulty, she noticed Husong and Xiongba each offering her a round, plump fruit. Initially, she had been tempted to taste the fruit, as it appeared fresh and enticing. However, upon reflection, she realized that if she accepted one, the other would likely feel slighted. With a resigned wave of her hand, she forced a smile, saying, "No, thank you. I'm quite full." This existence was unbearably painful. She wondered how the other females managed. It seemed that having too many males around was not necessarily a blessing. Eager to shift the topic, she said, "Husong, why don't you share what you observed about the wandering beast tribe?" Song put away the fruit and began to speak with a neutral expression. He succinctly described the size of the wandering beast tribe and the number of beastmen, ultimately emphasizing that he indeed saw the stolen fruits right there. Lin Zhi nodded thoughtfully, finding his account to align closely with her expectations. The wandering beast tribe was primarily composed of strong adult males, unlike ordinary tribes that also had to care for the elderly and the weak. As for females, Song mentioned he had not seen any, likely confined within some cave. She started contemplating how to ensure that all the wandering beasts could catch a whiff of the fruit's aroma the next day. Just as the trio was discussing strategies, Linshu suddenly interjected, "Zhi, we should return to the tribe. Since the fruits have been stolen, it's best to let it go. We can't possibly retrieve them. Even if we did manage to get them back, they would hold a grudge against us when winter comes if they decide to attack our tribe. How will we survive?" Lin Zhi frowned. She did not believe retreating to the tribe was a prudent idea, yet she had to concede that Linshu had a point. If the wandering beasts bore a grudge against them and attacked the tribe for food in winter, the consequences would indeed be dire. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly spoke, "Can we kill them?" Her voice was calm, as though casually discussing what to have for dinner. This statement struck like a thunderclap, leaving Linshu dumbfounded. He looked at his soft and gentle sister in disbelief, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. Previously, Zhi couldn't bear to see meat being divided in the tribe, yet now she spoke so casually of slaughtering a group of beastmen. Linshu felt a piercing headache, staring at Lin Zhi's face, trying to find a glimpse of the sister he once knew. Although her appearance remained the same, why did she seem so foreign? Could it be that Zhi had been replaced? The dreadful thought, once it took root, was hard to shake off. "Who are you?" he demanded sharply. "You are not my beast sister. Who are you really?" Before his words had fully left his lips, Linshu lunged at Lin Zhi, attempting to tear away the facade of femininity that had enveloped her, yearning to bring back his true sister. His hands gripped Lin Zhi's shoulders tightly, the force nearly crushing her bones. Lin Zhi gasped in pain but held back her cries. She met Linshu's gaze in silence. Xiongba rushed forward, grabbing Linshu's arm and pulling him away from Lin Zhi. Linshu was flung to the corner of the cave, his back colliding heavily against the rough stone wall. "What madness is this?" Xiongba squinted, his voice laced with danger. "Didn't you propose we return to the tribe? Now that Zhi has offered a solution, you not only fail to express gratitude, but also wish to resort to violence. Do you really think the wandering beasts will let you off the hook? If they dared to steal the fruits today, they will dare to invade the tribe to seize females tomorrow. By then, the fate of you males will likely be to end up skewered over a fire and become their dung. If you're afraid, then return to the tribe alone and stop hindering us here," Xiongba said disdainfully. His words were not mere alarmism. He had witnessed too many similar incidents that a weak tribe would only embolden the lawless wandering beasts. He and Song had long intended to eradicate the threat at its root, but he hadn't anticipated Lin Zhi would voice it first. With that thought, Xiongba's expression softened as he returned to Lin Zhi's side. He cautiously held her hand, his eyes sparkling as he said, "Zhi, you say the word, and we shall follow your lead." Seeing that Lin Zhi did not immediately pull her hand away, Xiongba's heart soared. He cast a furtive glance at Song, who was frowning at him. Song shot Xiongba a cold glare. "Enough of this. Let's get back to the matter at hand. How do we ensure they all catch a whiff of the fruit?" Xiongba shot back defiantly but tightened his grip on Lin Zhi's hand. Lost in thought, Lin Zhi suddenly realized that her hand was still clasped in Xiongba's. She attempted to withdraw it. "Let go." "Not a chance," Xiongba replied playfully, shaking his head. "Zhi's hands are so cold. Let me warm them for you." Lin Zhi struggled, but to no avail. With a resigned sigh, she began to articulate her plan, to lure out all the wandering beasts. "We have two options, to steal food or to capture females. Given the frigid weather, they will struggle to find enough food, so we will have to use females to draw them out." Song and Xiongba's expressions simultaneously darkened. Xiongba instinctively tightened his grip, holding Lin Zhi's hands tightly. "No, absolutely not. We cannot let Zhi take such a risk." Lin Zhi remained silent, her gaze fixed on Song, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Song felt uncomfortable under her gaze, a shiver running down his spine. Xiongba sensed the strange atmosphere between them and turned his attention to Husong. It must be said that this fox was fair-skinned and delicate, with a slender waist and long legs, his chest well-defined. In many respects, he was even more attractive than Zhi. Lin Zhi mused that if Husong were a female, he would surely be a seductress, akin to a historical figure like Su Daji. She wondered if the Fox clan had inherited beauty genes through the ages. Realizing he was the focus of their attention, Husong quickly understood their intentions. He shook his head in disdain. Don't even think about it. You want me to play the female? I might as well charge in and slay those brutes myself. Lin Zhi sighed, lowering her head. Then I shall go instead. Xiongba grew anxious upon hearing this, quickly interjecting, No! How can you take such a risk? Zhi, if anyone should go, it ought to be that filthy fox. He added, Or I can go. As soon as he uttered those words, Lin Zhi and Husong both turned to Xiongba, sizing up the robust figure. Xiongba, with his dark skin, towering nearly 2 meters tall, and muscles bulging, bore no semblance of femininity in such a form. Even the wandering beast would hardly spare him a glance. Anyone with eyes could clearly see he was male. Xiongba, sensing their disdainful expressions, deflated, grumbling, Since I'm not suitable, then it must fall to you. Filthy fox. Consider yourself lucky to be able to do something for GZHI. Song. Resigned, accepted his fate, just as the group was discussing the plans for the following day. An old beast man approached cautiously, asking Zhi, Is there anything we can assist with? Lin Zhi shook her head. You all should rest well. Come and help when we move the fruits tomorrow. All right, the old beast man finally smiled. Relieved, they were not useless. They still had some worth. At this moment, Lin Zhi silently despised Lin Tian once more. Although she understood that life was difficult for everyone in the beast world, it was unreasonable not to provide any food for the old beastmen in the tribe. Looking at them, Lin Zhi couldn't help but recall their former selves, particularly the old beast man from earlier, who had once been the tribe's most valiant warrior. However, after an unfortunate incident where he was bitten on the thigh by a wild beast, he could no longer participate in hunting. Ever since that day, Lin Tian had ceased to provide him with food, completely disregarding the contributions he had made to the tribe in the past. This time, he had pushed these old men out. What could they possibly do? Did he expect them to engage in battles against the wandering beasts? Lin Zhi reclined upon the stone bed, her eyes closed as her mind tirelessly rehearsed the intricate details of the plan for the morrow, until drowsiness gradually enveloped her. Linshu concealed himself in a shadowy corner, his gaze fixed intently upon the vigilant guardians by the stone bed, Fox Song and Bearba. He clenched his fists in frustration, utterly powerless. With Bearba and Fox Song steadfastly protecting Lin Zhi, he found himself unable to approach her. Till the break of dawn, Bearba stealthily exited the cave. He meandered through the forest, ultimately discovering several red fruit trees precariously perched on the edge of a steep cliff. The vibrant fruits glimmered enticingly in the morning light. He gingerly plucked a few, fearful of damaging even one. Upon Lin Zhi's awakening, her eyes met the expectant visage of Bearba, startling her into nearly leaping from the stone bed. Little female, look what I have brought you, Bearba proclaimed, presenting a collection of ruby-red fruits as if they were treasures. Exclaiming, I climbed to the highest tree to gather these. I assure you they are both sweet and crisp. Bearba, noticing Lin Zhi's reaction, raised an eyebrow at Fox Song in triumph. Indeed, the chieftain's words rang true. To win over a female beast, one must present gifts. It appeared he had taken another step towards becoming Lin Zhi's mate. However, his pride was short-lived as Lin Zhi gently suggested, Fox Song, you should have one too. With that, she extended a red fruit towards Fox Song, who maintained an impassive facade while a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He gracefully accepted the fruit, taking a delicate bite, a flicker of satisfaction dancing in his eyes as he cast a sidelong glance at Bearba. The sight incensed Bearba, his eyes flaring crimson with rage. Lin Zhi, I want one too. He exclaimed anxiously, Hurry and feed me. Lin Zhi regarded the two males before her, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. They were so strikingly different, one rugged and robust, the other cunning and elegant. Yet both were wholly captivated by her. This feeling was unfamiliar to her, yet Lin Zhi maintained her expressionless composure. As she savored the fruit, she did not fulfill Bear Ba's eager wish to be fed, instead leaving a single fruit in his hand. After finishing, she meticulously washed her hands and face with clear water. Before departing, Lin Zhi's gaze lingered on Fox Song. She scrutinized his attire, noting a change. Unlike before, he now wore a piece of animal skin wrapped around his chest. Moving closer, she adjusted the skin upwards, revealing his long, fair legs. Her eyes wandered over Fox Song's chest, her brow furrowing slightly, as if something were amiss. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She recalled the glamorous female stars walking the red carpet on modern television. Their slender waists and ample bosoms, that was what was missing. Lin Zhi turned and retrieved 2 plump fruits, instructing Bear Ba to slice each in half. A barely perceptible smile graced her lips as she handed the fruits to Fox Song, her gaze intentionally sweeping over his chest. Fox Song accepted the fruits, their eyes locking in a moment of unspoken understanding. Satisfied, Lin Zhi nodded and turned to lead Bear Ba and a group of elder beastmen ahead, awaiting near the wandering beast tribe. Once they had moved a distance away, Fox Song swiftly tucked the fruits into the animal skin adorning his chest, perfectly accentuating his physique. He carefully buried the fruits Lin Zhi had mentioned in the nearby soil, applied some of the gathered estrus grass to himself, and proceeded towards the wandering beast tribe. Simultaneously, a starkly different scene unfolded within the water tribe. May, once radiant in beauty, now sat in somber silence before the cave entrance, her expression dark as she glared at the quaking beastman guard beside her, wishing she could consume him whole. "You imbecile," May scolded vehemently. "I entrusted you with guarding the cave, and you dared to slack off and sleep? Now look at what has happened. Our winter provisions have been entirely stolen." The beastman knelt before her, tears streaming down his face. "Great chieftain, spare my life. I acknowledge my mistake, truly. Please, grant me another chance." His voice trembled as he continued to plead. "I have a female to support and cubs to care for. That if you cast me out, how will they survive?" May regarded the incompetent beastman with icy disdain, her anger boiling within her. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, striving to quell the tempest of emotions surging within her as she contemplated how to ensure the tribe's survival through winter. Her gaze turned frigid, devoid of pity. Rising slowly, she loomed over the kneeling guard. "The tribe's rules are absolute. Your negligence jeopardizes not only your life, but also mocks the lives of every beastman in this tribe." May's voice was low yet resolute. "I cannot allow your selfish desires to endanger the entire tribe." She turned to the nearby female Gua and inquired, "What do you think should be done? This is your mate." Gua, her face devoid of expression, replied, "I defer to the chieftain's judgment." May nodded slightly. "Very well." The beastman, upon hearing this, became frantic. He sprang forward, tightly grasping his leg, his voice trembling with desperation. "Gua, you cannot do this. Plead for me with the chieftain." He looked up at Gua, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Do not forget, I am your only male. Without me, how will you survive the winter? I beg you, do not let the chieftain cast me out." Gua grimaced in disgust, kicking him away. "You lost the tribe's food. Yet you expect me to rely on you for survival during winter?" She scoffed, her gaze filled with contempt. "Do not think I am unaware. It was your duty to guard the storage cave. Yet you chose to indulge with other females instead. You profess your love for me alone, forbidding me from seeking other males, while you were busy using the tribe's provisions to charm other females." May's eyes flashed with anger upon hearing this. She gestured for several strong males to step forward. "Throw him out of the tribe." The beastman erupted in rage at this command, struggling to rise as he pointed an accusatory finger at May. "You dare! You are merely a female, fit only to bear our offspring." His eyes gleamed with madness as he continued. "How dare you assume the role of chieftain? Everyone knows you attained this position by leveraging male favor. A lewd female, incapable of surviving without a male." He turned to the other males, roaring, "You worthless creatures! How can you willingly follow a female and allow her to be your chieftain? No wonder our provisions have gone missing. This is the beast god's punishment upon you." May, her expression unyielding, waved her hand dismissively. Several robust males promptly advanced, covering the beastman's mouth and binding his head tightly with animal skin. The The beast man emitted muffled whimpers, akin to a dying dog, as he was dragged away and unceremoniously cast outside the tribe. Once this matter was resolved, May's brow furrowed deeper. She surveyed the tribe, gazing at the numerous beastmen, her heart heavy. These provisions were their hope for enduring the harsh winter. Would the tribe truly descend into ruin under her leadership? Taking a deep breath, May steeled herself. She divided the tribe's males, females, and cubs into 3 groups. One group of females, cubs, and elder beastmen would venture out to gather fruits, while the second group, composed of strong males, would hunt and gather. May herself would take fewer than 10 males to search for the stolen provisions. We shall see food while we live, and waste while we die. Meanwhile, Lin Zhi and her entourage of beastmen concealed themselves outside the wandering beast tribe, cautiously observing the area. Fox Song stood at the forefront of the wandering beast tribe, his body adorned with the essence of estrus grass, scattered with flower petals. Exuding an alluring fragrance, he deliberately swayed his hips, feigning the demeanor of a lost female as he meandered along the tribe's periphery. Before long, several wandering beasts took notice of the enchanting female. Their eyes sparkled with avarice, nostrils flaring as they inhaled the intoxicating aroma. "Hey, little female, are you lost?" One burly male beastman drooled at Fox Song. Suppressing his inner revulsion, Fox Song feigned fear, speaking in a soft voice. I accidentally lost my way. Can you help me?" No sooner had he spoken than several more wandering beasts closed in, their eyes brimming with desire. Some even beginning to loosen their animal skin skirts, fingers sliding up and down. "Do not be afraid. Come with us, that we will take good care of you." Another orc spoke as he reached out to grasp Huck Song's arm. Huck Song nimbly evaded, feigning a state of panic as he dashed deeper into the forest. Just as he anticipated, the group of lust-driven vagrant beasts immediately pursued him. "Don't run, little beauty. Let us cherish you. Follow us through the winter, and we shall ensure you do not go hungry." Huck Song deliberately slowed his pace, making certain that all the vagrant beasts from the tribe had emerged and could keep up with him. Lin Zhi, accompanied by the orcs, had already arrived at the cave that Huck Song had indicated. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, confirming that there was no danger before signaling for them to enter. Inside the cave, various food items were piled high, including the meat of wild beasts, fruits, and roots. Lin Zhi quickly identified the provisions belonging to her tribe and directed the elder orcs to hastily pack them away. Within moments, several elder orcs had strapped on 7 or 8 bulging beastskin bags, their faces illuminated with smiles at the regained sustenance. Just as they prepared to depart, several figures of vagrant beasts suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. Among them, a colossal serpent slithered over the rocky ground, drawn by the dark. Enticing aroma in the it was not the scent of recent arousal. This was a genuine female, and there were no males present. "Oh, isn't this a female delivered right to us?" One vagrant beast leered. "How delightful. Even more tempting than the last one." Another beast licked its lips. Lin Zhi regarded these orcs with a cold glare, her eyes betraying no hint of fear. Xiongba positioned himself in front of Lin Zhi, while Linshu stepped forward as well. "Get lost," Xiongba's deep voice rumbled, suppressing his anger. "Hiss, clear out," a voice colder than ice interjected. Yes, Tungsha, retreat." The massive serpent's head blocked the cave's entrance, its eyes glowing green, fixated on the little female behind Xiongba. "Come with me." "Little female," Tungsha hissed, flicking its crimson tongue, its voice low and laden with threat. Lin Zhi's legs quivered, struggling against her instinctual fear of serpents. She clenched the beast's skin tightly, her knuckles whitening as she fought to maintain her composure. The giant python, depicted on modern television, paled in comparison to the behemoth before her. Xiongba was equally tense, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The bloodthirsty serpent terrified him, fearing for the safety of the little female. Once, an unfortunate orc had cursed Tingsha to its face, branding it a cold-blooded beast, only to be swallowed whole in an instant. Why Tingsha had set its sights on Lin Zhi remained a mystery. Xiongba silently regretted not coming alone, realizing that bringing Lin Zhi along had rendered their chances of escape almost negligible. "Damn Huck Song, where are you?" Xiongba subtly nudged Lin Zhi further back. Tingsha flicked its tongue, sampling the alluring scent wafting from Lin Zhi. Get lost, leave the female behind. Otherwise, none of you shall leave here alive, it hissed at Lin Zhi's heart raced. Yet she feigned calmness. Would her petite frame even suffice as a snack? Did the serpent truly intend to keep her as a food reserve? Xiongba pushed Lin Zhi closer to Linshu, exchanging a knowing glance. He prepared to distract Tangsha, allowing Linshu to facilitate Lin Zhi's escape. Shi nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Xiongba sprang into action, his sharp claws aimed directly at Tangsha's eyes. Simultaneously, Shi transformed into a wolf beast, baring his teeth and lunging at Tangsha's colossal body. Tangsha recoiled in pain, its scales torn by Xiongba's lethal claws. Seizing the moment, Linshu swiftly clamped his jaws around Lin Zhi's nape, hoisting her onto his back before bolting toward the cave entrance. The elder orcs huddled in a corner, trembling in fear, caught in a dilemma. Upon witnessing Lin Zhi's escape, Tangsha erupted in fury, its enormous form shooting like an arrow toward the entrance of the vagrant beast tribe. Lin Zhi clung to Linshu's back, the wind howling in her ears. She glanced back to see Xiongba and Shi valiantly battling Tangsha, striving to hold it at bay, yet refraining from uttering a sound, lest they attract its attention. Lin Zhi dashed through the dense forest, sensing the nauseating stench drawing ever closer, terror surging like a tide within her. Suddenly, an immense force hurled her away, and she cried out as she crashed to the ground. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Lin Zhi scrambled to her feet, refusing to look back as she raced toward the thickest thicket of trees. Her mind was a blank slate, overtaken solely by the instinct to flee. Upon seeing Linshu throw Lin Zhi aside, Xiongba's heart tightened, and he immediately gave chase. Although Shi desperately delayed Tangsha, the damage they inflicted was minimal. The chilling sound of hissing grew ever nearer, just as Lin Zhi prepared to accelerate. A cold, smooth object coiled tightly around her body. In horror, she realized that the serpent's tail had ensnared her, lifting her before Tangsha's glaring eyes. Trembling, Lin Zhi fought to maintain her composure, considering her next course of action. Gazing closely at Tangsha's gleaming scales, menacing fangs, and the slender tongue that flicked incessantly. The serpent's tongue licked her face, leaving a sticky sensation that made her want to retch. Yet she dared not, fearing it might provoke the great serpent into a furious bite. "What do you intend to do?" "Hiss, little female. Become my mate." Tangsha's voice resonated low, laced with a hint of seduction. Lin Zhi suppressed her terror, striving to steady her voice. I am not yet of age. I cannot become your mate. Moreover, I cannot bear young. I am a disabled beast." Tangsha's tongue flicked downward, emitting a low hiss. "Hiss, what does it matter? Waiting a year or two is nothing. Not being able to bear young is quite fortuitous. Little female, from this day forth, you shall belong to me." As Tangsha's attention shifted, Lin Zhi stealthily clenched 2 fruits in her right hand. This could be her only chance. Taking a deep breath, she exerted all her strength to crush the fruits. Instantly, a rich, sweet aroma enveloped her. Lin Zhi pinched her nose shut, refraining from breathing. Tangsha, clearly unprepared for the sudden scent, shivered slightly. "What is this smell?" "Little female, this scent is unpleasant." Before the words could fully escape, the massive serpent's body suddenly slackened, crashing to the ground as it succumbed to slumber. Lin Zhi held her breath, swiftly wriggling free from the loosened coils of the serpent's tail, stumbling away from the area. Not far into her escape, she encountered Xiongba, who had been searching for her. Upon seeing Lin Zhi unharmed, Xiongba was nearly brought to tears with relief. "Oh, Zhi, it truly is you." He enveloped Lin Zhi in a tight embrace. "I thought that snake had taken you. You terrified me. I feared I had lost you." Lin Zhi gestured behind her. "That serpent has been enchanted." Following her direction, Xiongba's eyes flashed with murderous intent, preparing to confront the serpent. But Lin Zhi grasped his arm. "Don't go. We must leave quickly. I don't know how long that fruit will keep it asleep. We need to escape while we can." Meanwhile, after dispatching the group of vagrant beasts, Huksong returned to the tribe only to find Lin Zhi absent, and there were no traces left behind on the path. Realizing that something was amiss, he sought out the elder orcs huddled in the cave, learning that a serpent had attempted to seize the little female, and Linshu had fled with Zhi. Huksong's brow furrowed as he swiftly followed the scent trail. Not long after leaving the tribe, he spotted Lin Zhi and Xiongba rushing back. Huksong breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Zhi immediately urged, "Quickly, we must leave. The serpent may awaken at any moment. We need to get as far away as possible." Hearing the commotion, the elder orcs emerged from the depths of the cave, their eyes still filled with fear. They trembled as they hoisted the bee skin bags onto their hunched backs, following Lin Zhi closely. Huksong brought up the rear, extracting a pouch of green powder from his waist and sprinkling it meticulously along their path. This was a herbal concoction he had carefully prepared, effective in masking scents. Once this task was complete, he hurried to catch up with Lin Zhi, diligently coating her with a layer of green powder. Lin Zhi asked no questions. She understood that Huksong's actions were justified. Huksong also sprinkled the powder over all the orcs. Do not moved at Hu Song whispered softly, his fingers gently brushing against Lin Zhi's cheek before returning to his nose for a sniff. Lin Zhi stood frozen in place, feeling Hu Song's warm breath caress her ear, her heart racing uncontrollably. Once he confirmed that Lin Zhi bore no scent, Hu Song felt a measure of relief. He then scanned the surroundings, ensuring no detail was overlooked, before swiftly leading everyone away. In the depths of the forest, the tongue she slowly opened its eyes. That it shook its massive serpent head, a flicker of confusion crossing its gaze, quickly replaced by a glimmer of surprise. Lowering its gaze to its empty tail, it hissed with intrigue. How amusing, truly amusing. Following the lingering scent trail, the tongue she slithered towards the rogue beast tribe. However, upon reaching the tribe, the scent abruptly ceased. In a fit of anger, the tongue she struck the ground with its tail, producing a series of sharp cracks. "Damn that fox, damn that bear," it growled, its voice low and menacing. "How dare they contend with me, for a female?" As it flicked its forked tongue, it surveyed the area. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon it. The fruits snatched by this rogue beast tribe a few days prior had been taken from that small tribe to the east. Hadn't they? It seemed that the little female was likely from that very tribe. Having made its decision, the tongue she swiftly acted. It returned to its cave, grasping over a dozen bags filled with fruits in its mouth, placing them upon its tail. Then, it turned its direction towards the tribe where Lin Zhi resided, its massive form weaving through the forest, leaving a trail of terror in its wake. At last, Lin Zhi and her companions escaped the rogue beast tribe. Once assured that no beastmen followed them, Lin Zhi dared to relax, sitting atop Xiongba, gasping for breath. Hu Song, she panted, was that snake a beastman? She had never encountered such a colossal beast form, one that dwarfed both Hu Song and Xiongba's forms by more than double. Hu Song nodded slightly. That snake is indeed a beastman, though few have ever witnessed his beast form. He frequently appears in his original shape. Lin Zhi pondered this. Perhaps the snake's human form was too unsightly for him to show himself. Just then, a faintly sweet aroma wafted through the air. Lin Zhi wrinkled her nose, murmuring, "This scent is so familiar." No sooner had she spoken than Lin Zhi and her companions were suddenly engulfed in dizziness. Their consciousness began to blur, their bodies uncontrollably collapsing towards the ground. Lin Zhi fought to remain awake, but ultimately succumbed to the darkness. Lin Zhi gradually opened her eyes. The blinding sunlight made her squint. She found herself lying on a cold stone bed, in a cave she had never seen before. Turning her head, a familiar face came into view. "May?" Lin Zhi asked, her voice hoarse from sleep. Hearing Lin Zhi's voice, May let out a sigh of relief, her tense shoulders relaxing slightly, a trace of a comforting smile gracing her lips. "Thank goodness, you're finally awake," May said, her tone tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Lin Zhi attempted to sit up, but a sudden, intense headache struck, causing her to instinctively press her temples. "What is happening? How did I end up here?" she inquired, furrowing her brow as she struggled to recall the events that transpired. May's expression shifted to one of complexity, a flicker of guilt and unease dancing in her eyes. Lin Zhi keenly noticed May's unusual reaction, her gaze sharpening as her voice turned icy. "Where are the others from our tribe?" May sensed the chill in Lin Zhi's tone, fidgeting with her hands nervously. "Little female, please let me explain," she began cautiously. "Our tribe lost a batch of food recently, so you suspect us of stealing it, and thus knocked us out and brought us here." Lin Zhi interrupted. her eyes flashing with danger. Mei, unable to meet Lin Zhi's piercing gaze, lowered her head and muttered, We misunderstood you. I truly apologize. Lin Zhi snorted coldly, unmoved by the apology. I'll ask you again, where are the others from our tribe? They're outside, Mei answered softly. Without a second thought, Lin Zhi attempted to rise from the bed, but Mei hurriedly blocked her path. Wait, little female, could you please help persuade your companions? We truly realize our mistake, though. Lin Zhi raised an eyebrow. You simply acknowledge your wrongdoing. Are you sure you're not merely looking to seize our food? Mei fell silent, her expression growing increasingly uncomfortable. Lin Zhi shot her a cold glance, brusquely pushing aside the hand that obstructed her path. Striding towards the cave exit, Mei made no further attempts to stop her, quietly trailing behind Lin Zhi. She understood well that Lin Zhi was correct. They had indeed harbored intentions of plundering, even contemplating the possibility of killing them in the process. After all, with winter fast approaching, their tribe's food supply had dwindled, making survival increasingly precarious. Upon witnessing the beastmen carrying bags stuffed with goods, greed and fear had overtaken their better judgment. Yet on one hand, she recognized that this female was the one who had saved her cub previously, and on the other, two males had awakened far too quickly. They had no choice but to render them unconscious once more. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Lin Zhi squinted against the glaring sunlight. Scanning the square, she spotted Husong and Xiongba confined within a massive cage, her anger flaring anew. However, before she could act, a silver flash darted past her. Husong, with astonishing speed, broke free from his restraints and swiftly reached Lin Zhi's side. His elongated claws gently yet firmly enveloped her in an embrace, his nose inhaling the scent of her hair and skin. Lin Zhi could feel Husong's taut muscles and rapid heartbeat. I'm fine, truly, she reassured him, gently patting his back. Xiongba stood nearby, and upon seeing Lin Zhi safe, his taut nerves began to ease. Yet, the thought of nearly losing Lin Zhi twice in a single day ignited his fury once more. Gritting his teeth, he cast a fierce glare at the males of the water tribe. In the next instant, Xiongba charged at them like a true beast, having previously refrained from acting out of fear for Lin Zhi's safety. Now that she was safely by their side, every punch and kick he delivered inflicted excruciating pain on the beastmen. Though the water tribe outnumbered them, they crumbled under Xiongba's wrath. Lin Zhi observed the one-sided assault with a cold gaze. Making no attempt to intervene, Xiongba was avenging her, and she had no desire to play the role of a magnanimous saint. After all, who could remain calm after brushing death twice in a single day? Mei, witnessing the unrelenting beating, finally could not contain herself and approached Lin Zhi. Lowering her head, her voice laden with remorse, she said, Lin Zhi, I'm sorry to name your price, and we will comply. Could you please ask your males to cease their assault? Lin Zhi regarded Mei with a frosty stare, offering no response. Seeing this, Mei bit her lip and continued, Our tribe is willing to give you all the game we hunted today. Her head bowed lower. Clearly aware that such a gesture was insufficient, a small figure emerged from behind him. It was Shi, the cub Lin Zhi had saved before. Unlike before, he no longer regarded Lin Zhi with pride, but instead wore an expression filled with remorse as he softly implored. Female, could you forgive the mother beast? Our tribe's food was stolen, which is why she acted this way. As he spoke, she produced a white flower from beneath his fur clothing, cradling it in his hands. I offer this to you. Can you forgive us? Lin Zhi's gaze fell upon the flower, her brow slightly furrowing. She maintained her composure and said, Let me see it. Mei paused, clearly taken aback by Lin Zhi's interest in an ordinary wildflower. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the flower from Shi and handed it to Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi took the flower, her slender fingers delicately caressing the soft petals. She examined the crumpled bloom in her hand. A contemplative expression flickered in her eyes that a thought sparked in her mind. Isn't this the modern cotton? The system's prompt echoed in her mind. Ding Bai Hua, also known as kapok flower, whose blossoms can be used for warmth. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Zhi's eyes, and a plan began to take shape within her. She raised her gaze towards Mei and calmly stated, You will provide me with 30 bags of such flowers by tomorrow, and this matter will be settled. Mei stared in disbelief, her eyes widened. Really? Is it that simple? She looked at the white flowers in Lin Zhi's hand, puzzled, wondering if these ordinary wildflowers held some extraordinary quality. Lin Zhi nodded lightly, yes. Mei, filled with excitement, scooped up Shi and planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, Shi, you are amazing. She turned to the surrounding cubs, declaring, now, I have a task for you all. She will lead the cubs of our tribe to gather 30 bags of these wildflowers. Soon, the cubs of the water tribe rushed out, joyfully bounding towards the hillside. Watching this lively group of children, Lin Zhi couldn't help but recall the emaciated cubs from her own tribe, stirring her heart with emotion. Taking advantage of the moment, Mei sidled up to Lin Zhi, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Zhi, may I call you that? Come, let us head over there and have a bite to eat. You should let your companions rest as well. Lin Zhi replied coolly, they are not my companions. Mei exchanged a knowing glance with the distant Husong and Xiongba, a smile playing on her lips without a word. She led Lin Zhi towards the center of the square. Chatting as they walked, our tribe has prepared some roasted meat today, drizzled with honey, especially for you to taste. Lin Zhi merely responded with a nonchalant hum, showing no interest in conversing further, as Lin Zhi strolled through the heart of the water tribe square. Her gaze drifted towards the distant hills. She could sense the dampness pervading the air, a silent threat looming. The once clear sky had been shrouded in dark clouds, as if it might rain or snow at any moment. This sudden change in weather tightened Lin Zhi's chest with anxiety. She recalled that her cave contained only some animal skins, and there was still much food yet to be processed. This winter was set to last 5 months. Mere animal skins would hardly suffice to endure the biting cold. The sense of urgency washed over Lin Zhi as memories of modern northeast heating stoves and firewalls flooded her mind. Perhaps it was the length of her stay here that made her forget these warming essentials. Now, the thought of returning quickly to prepare these items filled her with a sense of dread. Mei graciously guided Lin Zhi and her group to a nearby fire, retrieving several enticing skewers of golden roasted meat from the grill. She eagerly offered the meat to Lin Zhi, a hopeful smile adorning her face. However, Lin Zhi remained unmoved, her cold gaze fixed on the roasted fare. Ever since the incident of their fainting, Lin Zhi had grown wary of any potential issues with their food that might lead them to another unconscious state. Neither Husong nor Xiongba showed any inclination to accept the roasted meat. They remained only because Lin Zhi still had something to obtain. Were it not for that, they would have departed long ago. An awkward silence enveloped the scene. Mei held the skewer aloft, uncertain of what to do. Zhi, please have a little, she urged, her tone filled with regret. I swear to the beast god, these are completely safe. Mei's words dripped with apology. She wished to avoid animosity with Lin Zhi at this critical juncture, fearing that Lin Zhi's 2 companions might retaliate against their tribe in the future. After all, the water tribe's situation was already dire. Overwhelmed by regret, Mei chastised herself internally for harboring such ill intent. Noticing Lin Zhi's continued indifference, Mei attempted again. Zhi, you've all been hungry all day. The cubs might not finish gathering the wildflowers anytime soon. Why not take out some of your own food to roast and eat here? Husong exchanged a glance with Xiongba at her words. Xiongba reluctantly retrieved a leather pouch. Extracting a slightly gamey piece of meat, which he disdainfully placed upon the fire, he then produced a few bright red fruits from the bag, offering them to Lin Zhi. Zhi, you should try this first. Xiongba gruffly asserted, I guarantee it's not poisonous. Lin Zhi accepted the vibrant fruit Xiongba had presented. She raised her gaze slightly, her eyes sweeping over the old beast man and Shi, who stood nearby. Their expressions somewhat awkward. Lin Zhi softly encouraged, you should also go over there and grab something to eat. Her gaze then fell upon Linshu, who was looking down, his eyes wandering, as if he wanted to say something. Lin Zhi furrowed her brow, recalling something, and added, when we return, I will replenish this food. Having said that, she shifted her gaze away, no longer looking in that direction. Mei, seizing the opportunity of Lin Zhi finally speaking, stepped closer, eager to engage. Zhi, how is your tribe preparing for winter? Lin Zhi merely responded with a quiet hum. This indifferent reaction did not deter Mei. She pressed on with her inquiries. Zhi, was your tribe's food also stolen? Where did you find it? Lin Zhi, while using a twig to poke the fire, suddenly halted. She narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing the probing nature of Mei's questions. After a moment of silence, Lin Zhi retorted, "Want to know?" Her voice carried a hint of coldness. Mei nodded vigorously, her eyes glimmering with urgency. "I want to know, desperately." Lin Zhi slowly turned to face Mei, locking her gaze with hers. "Information requires an exchange." A look of unease crossed Mei's face. She understood all too well that such information would necessitate a trade of food, yet their tribe had precious little remaining. Even if they learned the information, would they truly have the means to recover the food? Mei fell into deep contemplation that in truth, she held little hope for this, which was why she had sent most of the tribe out to gather fruits and hunt, while she led a small group to search for the lost food. Mei found herself in a quandary. Should they relinquish what little they had left to obtain this information? Even if they discovered the location of the food, could they truly reclaim it? Especially with recent rumors of a pack of wandering beasts in the area. Yet, without recovering the food, their tribe's chances of surviving this winter were almost non-existent. Lin Zhi keenly observed the hesitation on Mei's face, yet she remained silent. She certainly would not divulge the news that the wandering beasts had been slain by Husong, especially since Mei could easily repay kindness with malice that, if she was not mistaken, the remaining food in that cave should belong to Mei's tribe. Now, it was a matter of how much sincerity Mei's group possessed to negotiate for this information. If they were unwilling to barter, she would have to return and claim that food for herself. As time ticked by, Lin Zhi, Husong, and Xiongba savored the roasted meat at a leisurely pace. The aroma wafted through the air, juices sizzling as they dripped into the fire. Just as they were about to finish their meal, Mei finally steeled herself to speak, taking a deep breath, her eyes reflecting a struggle. She began, "Zhi, you know that our tribe's food was stolen by others." Her voice carried a plea, hoping to evoke Lin Zhi's sympathy. However, Lin Zhi's expression remained impassive, her gaze betraying no emotion. She silently regarded Mei, waiting for her next words. Mei looked into Lin Zhi's calm visage, realizing that Lin Zhi was not as easily swayed as she had imagined. Gritting her teeth, determination flickered in her eyes. "Zhi, we can offer up to 5 bags of salt and 10 wild beasts in exchange." Lin Zhi nodded slightly. Our food was obtained from the wandering beast tribe, so your food must also be there." Upon hearing this, Mei's expression shifted dramatically, a whirlwind of complex emotions crossing her face. Her brow furrowed deeply. Eyes flashing with surprise, joy, and concern on one hand, she finally learned the whereabouts of the food her tribe had lost. On the other, discovering that it was in the wandering beast tribe weighed heavily on her heart. Mei's gaze darted between Lin Zhi and her 2 companions. How had they managed to retrieve the food from those ferocious wandering beasts? It is important to note that when they encountered Lin Zhi previously, she and her companions were utterly exhausted. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily subdued. That a sense of turmoil once again welled up in Mei's heart. She began to waver in her resolve to fulfill her promise of providing food and salt. After all, this information held no value for them. She had already contemplated relinquishing the stolen provisions. She could not afford to inflict further losses upon her tribe, nor did she wish to attract the attention of the wandering beasts. Mei's gaze fell once more upon Lin Zhi, noting that the latter's expression remained unchanged, seemingly indifferent to her decision. Taking a deep breath, she turned to her partner and whispered, "Go to the cave and bring 5 bags of salt and 10 pieces of game for them." Her partner hesitated, about to speak, but Mei quickly interjected, "Hurry." Before long, the food was brought over. Xiongba meticulously examined each bag of salt and every piece of game, confirming their quality was exceptional and not inferior goods masquerading as fine ones. He nodded slightly at Lin Zhi, signaling that all was in order. Lin Zhi remarked, "You are indeed fortunate. Most of the wandering beasts have already been slain by Husong, with only a few remaining that I trust you can manage them. However, there is still a snake nearby, though it should hold no interest for you that if you hurry, you might still retrieve your provisions." Mei had already succumbed to sorrow, envisioning the demise of the winter tribe. Yet, Lin Zhi's words struck her like a thunderclap, reigniting the spark of hope in her eyes and filling her heart with gratitude for having upheld her promise. Had she not insisted on the exchange? How could they have obtained such vital information? "Thank you, Lin Zhi." Mei expressed her heartfelt appreciation. This gratitude was distinct from her prior feelings of guilt and regret. It stemmed from the core of her being. For Lin Zhi's words signified a glimmer of survival for their tribe. Lin Zhi nodded impassively, affirming her understanding. Had May been unable to offer such valuable items in exchange, she might not have revealed this information. One could say that May was indeed a person of her word, and Lin Zhi was a good person who would not stand idly by as a tribe faced extinction. May promptly and methodically directed the males of her tribe, carefully assigning tasks to every orc, regardless of age or gender. Lin Zhi sat quietly to the side, observing the proceedings. As she watched May command with such assurance, a flicker of admiration blossomed within her. In this primitive society that revered strength, it was indeed remarkable for a female, seemingly devoid of combat prowess, to assume the role of chief rather than being relegated to a mere vessel for procreation. May exuded a true leader's presence. She scrutinized the members of May's tribe. The younglings, though small, sparkled with vitality, while the elder orcs, despite their slow movements, still contributed their share to the tribe. The entire tribe functioned with remarkable order, brimming with life. Lin Zhi lowered her head, lost in thought. If she were to leave her current tribe, could she join such a harmonious community? Or could she, like May, establish her own tribe? This thought took root in Lin Zhi's heart, quietly germinating. Meanwhile, in the woods surrounding Lin's tribe, Tangxi was hauling dozens of bags filled with food taken from the wandering beast lair. Though his physique was colossal, it was not cumbersome. Under the cover of night, he had stealthily infiltrated Lin's tribe. Although he had failed to locate the small female, he discovered a cave imbued with her scent. It seemed she resided here. Yet that wretched fox was nearby as well. A flicker of rage crossed Shi's eyes. The small female should belong solely to him. That damned fox was insignificant. Arriving at Lin Zhi's cave, Shi swiftly transported the provisions from his leather bags into the cave. After placing the last bag, he greedily inhaled the air rich with Lin Zhi's enchanting aroma, a look of infatuation gleaming in his eyes. Subsequently, he silently departed the cave, scaling the stone wall as he ventured deeper into the forest. Since he intended to become the companion of the small female, he needed to hunt and provide for her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the younglings of the water tribe returned exuberantly, clutching bags filled with an assortment of flowers, their faces aglow with pride. Lin Zhi and her companions meticulously examined the contents of each bag, nodding in satisfaction. "Let us prepare these flowers," Song suggested, retrieving a vine to bind them together. Xiongba stood nearby, his gaze fixated on Lin Zhi. Once Song had finished organizing the flowers, Xiongba stepped forward. He effortlessly lifted all the bags, compressing them until they formed a compact mass, swiftly consolidating the 30 bags of flowers into a single bundle. With a grin, Xiongba displayed his masculine strength to Lin Zhi. "All done, Zhi," he exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for praise. Lin Zhi merely nodded in response. "Let us return to the tribe." As they embarked on their journey back, twilight enveloped the landscape. Lin Zhi furrowed her brow slightly, leaning closer to Song to whisper a few words in his ear. Though Xiongba caught wind of her conversation, a radiant smile immediately spread across his face. "You should hurry. Zhi is in my care now, with that pesky fox out of the way." Lin Zhi was as alone that Song nodded at Lin Zhi, casting a warning glance at Xiongba before turning to leave. Once he was gone, Xiongba quickly crouched down, gesturing for Lin Zhi to climb on. He carried Lin Zhi on his back, watching Song's retreating figure with a sense of triumph swelling within him. "Zhi, have you prepared the food in your cave? Winter is approaching," he inquired softly. "Yes, it's ready," Lin Zhi replied absently, her gaze still following Song's departure. She had instructed Song to hide some provisions given by the water tribe in a cave outside the tribe, then return to conceal some of their own supplies as well. She took this precaution out of concern for unforeseen events during the winter, wishing to retain some reserves. "Zhi," Xiongba called out, unable to suppress the hint of jealousy in his tone. Was he truly inferior to that wretched fox? "What is it?" Lin Zhi replied with slight impatience, fully aware that engaging Xiongba meant he would ramble on incessantly. "Zhi, may I stay in your cave?" He continued, "I have no tribe to return to during winter." Lin Zhi answered absently, clearly not paying full attention to Xiongba's words. "Wonderful, wonderful." Zhi, I knew you were the best. Xiongba exclaimed excitedly. Only then did Lin Zhi snap back to attention, puzzled as she asked, What? Did I say something? With a triumphant grin, Xiongba replied, Zhi, you just promised me I could stay with you during winter. You and T go back on your word, would you? I am your bear now. Please do not be unfaithful, D. Oh, you have no tribe. Lin Zhi asked directly, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Xiongba answered immediately, his tone laced with an air of entitlement. Who would want to return to their tribe when they are to become a mate? Zhi, wherever you are, I shall be there too. Lin Zhi felt a slight headache coming on. Unsure how to deal with such a persistent suitor. We haven't become mates, she calmly reminded him, her tone carrying a note of warning. Xiongba's expression morphed into one of grievance, his voice quivering with a hint of faux tears. But isn't it only a matter of time? Zhi, you wouldn't abandon me, would you? If you did, I wouldn't want to live anymore. Lin Zhi regarded Xiongba's poor performance with an unperturbed demeanor. She proposed a compromise. Perhaps you could set up a cave nearby. Zhi, Xiongba elongated her name, attempting to charm her with a sulky tone. Lin Zhi remained unmoved, her voice resolute. You could return to your own tribe. We haven't become mates. It wouldn't affect you. Zhi, Xiongba again pleaded, his voice filled with earnestness. You should return to your tribe. Lin Zhi's attitude was resolute, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Seeing that softness had no effect, Xiongba was compelled to temporarily concede. Very well, Zhi. I shall simply open another cave beside yours. Though he uttered these words, a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes, clearly indicating he harbored ulterior motives. Finally calming down, Lin Zhi let out a silent sigh of relief. However, just as they were about to reach the tribe, Xiongba suddenly halted. He slightly raised his head, his nose twitching gently, as if he were scenting some peculiar aroma in the air. Subsequently, his expression turned wary. Lin Zhi sensed Xiongba's unease and inquired with curiosity, What's wrong? She glanced around, attempting to discern any anomalies, yet the surroundings remained familiar. Xiongba did not respond immediately. Instead, he continued to sniff the air intently. After a moment, he murmured, I detect a strange scent akin to that of the serpent. Lin Zhi's alertness surged. A serpent? Are you suggesting that the serpent beast man has been here? Xiongba nodded, his gaze sharpening with vigilance. Indeed, and this scent is quite fresh, likely from not long ago. He surveyed the area, seemingly searching for a possible hiding spot. I cannot ascertain whether that serpent remains nearby. Zhi, I can smell the serpent's presence, Xiongba whispered, his nose twitching slightly, his eyes filled with caution. Lin Zhi's heart tightened. The serpent had actually followed them here. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain composed. Since they had come this far, it seemed unlikely they could evade it now. Let's proceed inside, Lin Zhi said calmly, her voice carrying a hint of weariness. Xiongba appeared hesitant, worry flickering in his eyes. Zhi, why not return to our tribe with me? He urged earnestly. There are many strong males in our tribe, and most are quite fierce. If the serpent comes, we can drive it away. Lin Zhi shook her head, her tone tinged with resignation. What good is it to keep hiding? If the serpent can track us here, it can follow us elsewhere. Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. Let us enter. I am somewhat fatigued. Lin Zhi added, her voice betraying a slight fatigue. Upon hearing Lin Zhi's resolute tone, Xiongba abandoned his attempts to persuade her further. He sighed and quickened his pace, leading the old beast man and Linshu into the tribe ahead of her. Meanwhile, Linshu lowered his head, sniffing the air, his eyes filled with concern as he began to ponder whether they might encounter trouble because of that serpent. Simultaneously, the atmosphere within the tribe was quite different. Lin Tian stood at the center of the square, gazing with satisfaction at the fruits harvested by the tribe under his leadership over the past few days, but a gleam of pride sparkled in his eyes as he regained the feeling of being admired. He did not believe Lin Zhi would return with fruits, particularly since he had deliberately chosen a dozen old beastmen to accompany her. It would serve Lin Zhi right to learn who truly governed the tribe. Shi Lian stood demurely beside him, a gentle smile gracing her face as she softly addressed her clansmen. You must all be weary, are you not? Let us strive a little harder, for winter is fast approaching. She lifted a basket of fruits from the side, continuing, These are for everyone, Have a couple to ease your hunger, and oh worries, we are not fatigued. Thank you, Shi Lian. You're too kind, the tribesman replied gratefully that a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Shi Lian's eyes as she basked in the appreciation of the tribesman. In Lin Zhi's absence, she had once again recaptured the feeling of being surrounded by beastmen who praised her. This sensation intoxicated her, causing her lips to involuntarily curl into a smile. Suddenly, from the outer edge of the square, near the tribe's entrance, exclamations of delight erupted. Look, that's Lin Zhi. Lin Zhi has returned. The black bear is carrying many bee-skin bags. Lin Zhi has brought back our belongings. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian and Shi Lian's expressions changed abruptly. They exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of panic and disbelief. Could it be that Lin Zhi truly returned with something? The two swiftly turned and hurried towards the direction of the voices, eager to ascertain whether Lin Zhi had indeed brought back anything. Lin Tian quickly reached Lin Zhi's side, his gaze darting over the black bear. The bear's back was laden with bulging bee-skin bags. Yet the quantity was evidently insufficient to account for all the fruits lost by the tribe. His eyes flickered, and a barely perceptible cold smirk graced his lips. Moreover, none of the old beastmen who had accompanied Lin Zhi were in sight. It seemed Lin Zhi was willing to do anything to achieve her objectives. Zhi, you've returned? Lin Tian elongated his tone, feigning affectionate concern. Indeed, the beast father did not err in his judgment of you. But is this all you have brought back? These fruits are far from sufficient to replace what the tribe has lost. Zhi, where the old beastmen you went out with, you didn't trade them for these. Did you? Lin Tian's eyes suddenly reddened, his voice choking with emotion as he continued. Linshu. At this, he covered his face. How could you treat your beast brothers in such a manner? Those old beastmen had all made contributions to the tribe. As he spoke, his sobs grew more intense, his voice trembling as he recounted each of the old beastmen's sacrifices for the tribe. The surrounding tribesmen listened, their eyes gradually glistening with tears that we cannot accept these fruits. Lin Tian suddenly shouted, they were obtained at the cost of our kin's lives. Zhi, how could you be so heartless? Just to prove yourself, you disregarded the lives of your kin. The tribesmen began to murmur among themselves. Some shook their heads in dismay, while others covered their faces, weeping. Lin Zhi, however, merely observed coldly, even restraining the bear, Xiongba, who seemed inclined to explain, quietly watching the farce unfold like a tea that moment. Shi Lian seized the opportunity, while everyone's attention was riveted on Lin Tian. She stealthily approached the bee-skin bags filled with fruits, cautiously probing her fingers into the bag. She felt something soft, not fruit. Her eyes brightened instantly, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Everyone look! Shi Lian exclaimed excitedly. Lin Zhi did not bring back any fruits at all. She not only harmed our kin, but also deceived you regarding the fruits. As soon as Shi Lian's words fell, the tribe erupted in chaos. The beast men flocked around, their eyes brimming with fury and confusion. What? Lin Zhi not only failed to bring back fruits, but also handed over the old beast men to the wandering beasts. Then what is in those bags? Another beast man questioned, pointing at the bags on Xiongba's back. Shi Lian's eyes gleamed with cunning as she seized the moment to further incite the tribe's hatred towards Lin Zhi. Those are all Lin Zhi's personal belongings. She has not cared for our lives at all. Her voice dripped with feigned sorrow. She only looks after herself and has no regard for our tribe. The expressions of the beastmen grew increasingly enraged as they glared at Lin Zhi with hatred. Lin Zhi, why did you not bring back our fruits? Lin Zhi, I believe you colluded with the wandering beast to betray us. Lin Tian stood nearby, observing the growing hostility of the tribesmen towards Lin Zhi, his heart swelling with satisfaction. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It seemed he need not intervene further, as Lin Zhi had already become the target of their resentment. Just then, Lin Tian stepped forward, feigning a protective stance towards Lin Zhi. Everyone, please calm down. After all, Zhi is my child. Let us hear her explanation. What if we have misunderstood her? He turned to Lin Zhi, his tone laced with insincere concern. Zhi, do not be afraid. Speak your mind, and the beast father will protect you. Lin Zhi regarded Lin Tian coldly, realizing that all of this was orchestrated by him. Was she truly his offspring? Shi Lian stood beside him, her smile growing ever more smug. Lin Zhi had indeed failed to recover food. Thus, the tribe's beastmen would soon forget the provisions she had previously found. Before long, Lin Zhi would be expelled from the tribe, left to freeze or starve outside. That time. All that remained of her cave would belong solely to her. The glimmer of malice crossed Shi Lian's eyes. Once Lin Zhi departed, she would ensure that the two old beastmen and the grass family were also driven out. To think they dared to obstruct her from entering to retrieve her belongings, they might as well follow Lin Zhi and roll out together. Just then, a voice unexpectedly emerged from the rear of the orc tribe. What are you all arguing about? Lin Zhi failed to bring back food and even exchanged other elder orcs with the wandering beast tribe. Upon hearing this, the elder orcs displayed even greater confusion on their faces. Hadn't they already brought back the tribe's provisions? Hadn't they returned with everyone's fruits? One elder orc squeezed into the crowd, perplexed as he observed the unfolding farce. His weary eyes flickered with doubt, and his lips, parched from hurrying back without a sip of water, trembled slightly. Yet this revelation fell upon them like a stone cast into a calm lake, drawing no attention. Lin Zhi, you consume the tribe's resources, you drink from the tribe's supply, and now you have even exchanged our kin with the wandering beasts. Do you still possess any shred of beastly loyalty? You vile female, why do you not perish in the wandering beast tribe? A young female orc shrieked, her anger flaring at the thought of her lost sustenance. However, Lin Zhi remained silent. She felt as though her previous kindness had been devoured by dogs. Reflecting on all she had sacrificed for the tribe, a wave of bitterness surged within her. She had never uttered a word. Yet they had long deemed her a traitor to her kin. Zhi, do you have anything you wish to say? Surely you have a reason that might lead everyone to forgive you. Lin Tian inquired. Feigning concern, he observed Lin Zhi's calm visage, devoid of any guilt or shame, and a flicker of unease surged within him. Could it be that Lin Zhi truly had brought back food? Why then would she not inform them? Lin Zhi slowly shook her head, her voice eerily calm. What is there to say? Haven't you all said enough? Lin Tian was momentarily speechless, but quickly regained his composure. Zhi, although you are my offspring, I do not wish for you to become a heartless, cold-blooded individual. He feigned a sorrowful sigh. Since you have exchanged our kin with the wandering beasts, where has our lost food gone? You haven't hidden it away, have you? Lin Tian's tone abruptly turned stern, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Zhi, quickly return the food, or I shall have no choice but to exchange you for it. You are well aware of how the wandering beast tribe treats females. Zhi, I do not wish to resort to such measures. I implore you, do not compel me. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi felt a sudden pang in her heart. This was the beast father she had once revered above all, the one whose approval she had desperately sought. Yet now he uttered such words. What did he mean by not forcing him? A flicker of pain crossed Lin Zhi's eyes, but was swiftly replaced by coldness. A sardonic smile curled her lips. I am heartless? Cold-blooded? Who was it that insisted those disabled, incapacitated kin accompany me? It was you, our esteemed leader. She met Lin Tian's gaze directly, enunciating each word. Did you not know we were heading to the wandering beast tribe? Lin Zhi's voice grew increasingly frigid, her disappointment and disdain glaringly evident. Were you not the one who schemed to have them follow me to their demise? That way, you would no longer need to distribute food to them during winter. Oh, but no, that is not right. You never provided them with food to begin with, and you all, where was your concern for them before? Why do you suddenly care now? She turned to the esteemed leader. Now you speak of their contributions to the tribe. Let me guess, are you attempting to elicit sympathy for them and shift all blame onto me? Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Lin Tian, taken aback by Lin Zhi's insight, felt a surge of furious indignation. Although he concealed it well, suppressing his rage, he replied with feigned helplessness. Zhi, how can you say such things? I am merely considering the tribe's welfare. The food has been lost. We must hasten to have our kin gather fruits in preparation for winter. Lin Zhi retorted, do they not need to prepare for winter as well? Or do you plan to let them search for food in vain? Lin Tian faltered. Of course not. Zhi, I had intended to share half of the recovered food with them for winter. I simply did not foresee their return at all. Is that so? she coldly countered, then turned to the surrounding tribesfolk, her voice rising slightly. Do you all agree? Surely you do not think this way alone? The crowd began to murmur quietly. The leader's thoughts are ours as well. We are certainly willing to provide them with food, but Lin Zhi, since you did not return with any, why should you owe us? As his words fell, others echoed in agreement. Their eyes gleamed with greed, voices rising in a chorus. Yes, return it to us. Our fruits cannot be lost without recompense. Lin Zhi scoffed. You truly have the audacity to demand I return what is yours, as if I owe you anything. And was what you said earlier sincere? If the elder orcs had brought back food, would you be willing to share half with them? The tribesfolk were momentarily speechless. Yet a young orc shouted, Yes, yes, we can swear to the beast god. Others joined in, asserting that with no one having returned, mere words held no weight. Lin Zhi's lips curved into a victorious smile. Then very well. You all heard that, did you not? Hurry and place the food down, take your portion, and return to your caves to rest. What? They returned. Lin Zhi, did you actually bring back food with them from the wandering beast tribe? The tribesfolk stood in shock, watching as the elder orcs entered. They had not anticipated the elder orcs truly returning with provisions. Some wore expressions of embarrassment, while others bowed their heads. Lin Tian's face turned ashen. He had not foreseen such a sudden turn of events. Lin Zhi had evidently devised this plan. No wonder she appeared so unconcerned. Everything had been premeditated, and he had unwittingly fallen into her trap. One by one, the elder orcs approached. They had arrived long ago, but had been blocked from approaching by the tribesfolk surrounding Lin Zhi. Linshu stood at the edge of the crowd, having heard Lin Tian and Shi Lian's remarks towards Lin Zhi. A flicker of discomfort crossing his gaze, he felt a pang of regret, recalling how Lin Zhi had always insisted she was innocent, that she had done nothing wrong, yet he had never believed her. Now he understood that there were indeed those who could twist the truth. Over the past few days spent foraging for food with Lin Zhi, he had witnessed her care for the elder orcs firsthand. Though Zhi appeared cold, she shared her provisions with the elder orcs, entirely contrary to Shi Lian's claims that she would take advantage of her beast father to seize others' food. His perception of Zhi had irrevocably changed. He would no longer easily trust the words of others. Enough. Quickly take your belongings and leave, Lin Zhi said coldly, her voice laced with sarcasm. And no sooner had she spoken than the tribesfolk surged forward. They did not wait for the elder orcs to set down their bags, instead seizing the provisions immediately. Some pushed against the elder orcs, while others fought for their share, creating utter chaos. Lin Tian attempted to restore order, but no one paid him any heed. All the orcs could think of was the food. A sardonic smile played on Lin Zhi's lips. She suddenly reminded them, remember to leave half of the food behind. This statement fell upon the orcs like a bucket of cold water. Many halted their actions. Hesitation etched upon their faces. They glanced at the food in their hands, then at the weary elder orcs. Their minds in turmoil. Why should they share half? All of this belonged to them. Yes, what would happen if we didn't give them anything? Lin Zhi surveyed the crowd. What? Were you not quite eager when swearing to the beast god? Why the change of heart now? The orcs lowered their heads. They had so little food as it was. If they gave half away, what would they eat during winter? Moreover, they would have to surrender half to the tribe. If they did, what would become of them? An increasing number of orcs have begun to harbor resentment towards the elder orcs, questioning why they do not hasten their return, which has compelled them to swear oaths to the beast god. Surely, this must be a deliberate act. Lin Zhi had long anticipated such an occurrence. With an expression devoid of emotion, she gently patted the massive bear, Xiongba, beneath her. The colossal black bear immediately comprehended the cue. Rising to its full stature, its muscles rippling beneath its fur, it unleashed a thunderous roar. If you do not provide food, then relinquish what you have. The sound was imbued with an intimidating force, causing the surrounding orcs to tremble involuntarily. Yet a few greedy orcs still attempted to abscond with the food. They retreated, eyes fixated on Xiongba, seizing the opportunity to snatch 2 bags of fruit and flee. Xiongba, agile despite its size, swiftly maneuvered its massive form, extending its enormous claws to effortlessly reclaim the food from their grasp. If you do not provide food, then do not take it away, Xiongba reiterated. its voice laced with menace that it placed the reclaimed food upon the ground and positioned itself protectively before it, glaring fiercely at those orcs who still harbored intentions of theft at this juncture. Shi Lian stepped forth, her face adorned with a feigned expression of disappointment. Zhi, how could you allow the outside orcs to bully our kin? However, before Lin Zhi could respond, Linshu interjected with surprising fervor. Lian, do not exacerbate the situation. Do we not all agree to allocate half of the food to the elder orcs? Furthermore, without them, we would not have been able to retrieve this food at all. Shi Lian was momentarily taken aback by Linshu's unexpected allegiance to Lin Zhi. What had transpired during their outing that she was unaware of? Why was Linshu siding with Lin Zhi? Nevertheless, she quickly adjusted her demeanor, adopting a pitiful facade. Beast brother, that is not my intention. Shi Lian spoke softly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I merely feel that if we allocate half of our food to the elder orcs, what shall we eat during the winter? Beast brother, do not forget, we still owe half of our food to the tribe, and half to Lin Zhi as well. What will remain for us? As she spoke, a sudden idea seemed to strike her, and she turned to Lin Zhi, her face alight with a sycophantic smile. Zhi, if we give the food to the elder orcs, then we need not provide for you, right? I know you are the best. Lin Zhi regarded Shi Lian with a cold stare, her sarcasm unmistakable. No, my share of food remains mine. What? You think after one meal, you need not eat again? What I receive is because I led you all to the edible fruits. While the elder orcs are compensated for retrieving the food, surely you do not wish to be seen as a greedy female? A mocking smile curled at the corner of Lin Zhi's lips. Moreover, if you all can bring back food from the wandering beast tribe, then we too could share half of our food with you. A glint of provocation flickered in her eyes. Or perhaps I should return the food, and you can go fetch it yourselves? Shi Lian was momentarily left speechless by Lin Zhi's retort, her complexion shifting between shades of green and white. She stammered, struggling to form a rebuttal. Why you? Lin Zhi interrupted her with a scoff. What are you going to do about it? How about you lead everyone to retrieve it? Then, the surrounding orcs lowered their heads, some furtively glancing at Lin Tian, eager to discern his response. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian endeavored to maintain a calm, yet authoritative tone. Enough of this. Let us cease this commotion. His gaze swept over Lin Zhi and Xiongba before settling on the pile of food. Since the food has been retrieved, that is well and good. We are all members of the same tribe. Why must we divide it so strictly? He extended his hands towards Lin Zhi in a gesture of appeasement. With us here, can they truly starve? Turning to the other orcs, he raised his voice slightly. Everyone, quickly take the food back. We must continue foraging for fruit tomorrow. Shi Lian immediately chimed in. Yes, the chieftain is right. Lin Zhi, can we not let them starve? We are all part of the same tribe. Upon hearing these words, a cold smile crept across Lin Zhi's lips. After the previous winter, none of the frail, elderly orcs had survived. Xiongba remained an indomitable wall, guarding the food with eyes that glimmered with danger. A low growl emanating from its throat as a warning to any who dared approach. Lin Zhi stood resolutely beside Xiongba. Though small in stature, she matched its fierce determination, staunchly protecting the food. Lin Tian observed Lin Zhi's blatant disregard for his authority. You, Lin Zhi, cease this unruly behavior. Step aside and let the tribe take the food. However, Lin Zhi remained unfazed by his roar. She reiterated firmly, either hand over half the food, or we shall return it, and you can procure it from the wandering beast tribe yourselves. Just then, Chao and Yun arrived, slightly late. They had only just noticed that Shi Lian, who usually loitered around Lin Zhi's cave, was absent today. Sensing something amiss and fearing Shi Lian was concocting another scheme, they hurried over to investigate. To their surprise, they found Lin Zhi returning with the food that had been lost to the tribe. Chao, upon spotting Lin Zhi, immediately opened her arms wide with enthusiasm. Zhi, you're back. Lin Zhi nodded in affirmation. Yes, I have returned. Yin also smiled warmly at Lin Zhi, her eyes sparkling with delight and admiration. The two quickly grasped the situation at hand, unabashedly sharing half of their own food with the elder orcs. And then, with the remaining bags of animal skins, stood firmly alongside Lin Zhi. Seeing her sister Chao arrive, Shi Lian discreetly greeted her. Chao leaned closer to Shi Lian, lowering her voice. Beast brother, you must stand with Shi. If you dare to betray her, I shall have Mother Beast expel you. Shi Lian, upon hearing this, nodded resolutely. She understood the immense effort it took to bring back this food. Without Lin Zhi, they might not have returned at all. Lin Tian and Shi Lian's expressions grew increasingly grim. Shi Lian bit her lip, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes, while Lin Tian clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead throbbing. The square remained shrouded in silence. No one willing to concede. Xiongba continued to stand like an iron fortress before the food, a low growl rumbling in its throat as a warning. Tea that moment, Huksong approached gracefully, swaying her tail. Come now. Xiongba, while the sun is not yet fully set, let us return these items to the wandering beast tribe. They must be anxiously awaiting our return. With a swift turn, Xiongba began to toss the bags of food onto its back. This action sent ripples of panic through the gathered orcs. No, don't send it back. We will provide. One orc cried out in haste. The crowd of orcs quickly bowed their heads, beginning to relinquish the food. They understood that if the food were truly returned, they would receive not even half of it. Lin Zhi observed the distribution process with a dispassionate gaze that a few orcs attempted to stealthily withhold some of their portions, only to be met with Xiongba's fierce glare, causing them to hurriedly offer more. When it came time for Shi Lian to contribute, she deliberately slowed her movements, adopting a pitiful tone as she addressed Linshu. Beast brother, this is all the food I have left. You know, my father and mother are no longer with us. As she spoke, her eyes began to redden. Linshu, upon hearing this, felt a pang of sympathy that he would often succumb to. Yet today, her words struck him as particularly jarring. He suddenly realized that while Shi Lian's parents had indeed passed, they had always cared for her and provided her with sustenance. Yet her insinuation now felt as though she was blaming them for insufficient care. They had previously shared what rightfully belonged to Lin Zhi with her. With this realization, Linshu's gaze towards Lin Zhi was filled with guilt. He finally understood that he had been excessively partial, seeing that Linshu remained unmoved. Shi Lian stamped her foot, adopting a syrupy tone. Beast brother, I shall wait in the cave for you to return for dinner. The tea has been so long since we've dined together. She then turned to Lin Zhi, feigning enthusiasm. Zhi, why don't you join us? You can bring your companions along. Lin Zhi, as if Shi Lian were mere air, directed her gaze straight ahead, utterly ignoring her. The flicker of irritation flashed in Shi Lian's eyes. She was well aware that Lin Zhi was deliberately snubbing her, which only served to confirm that Lin Zhi still cared about the matter at hand. Now she is the only beast sister of Linshu and Lindong. Do not presume she is unaware of Lin Zhi's tactical retreat. She has grown accustomed to such maneuvers. Turning to Xiongba, Shi Lian blinked and puffed her chest. This gentleman must be Zhi's new companion. I presume I am her elder sister. Shi Lian, a sweet smile graced her face as she let out a delicate laugh. Zhi can be quite disobedient at times, so I hope you will take good care of her. Lin Zhi's lips curled into a cold smirk. Xiongba glanced at Zhi, relieved that he was not angered. Immediately, he feigned disgust, retreating behind Lin Zhi's towering frame. Isn't it still winter? Why are you already in heat? He exclaimed. Let me make it clear, I do not fancy your kind. Keep your distance. Shi Lian's face flushed with fury at this scene, pointing at Xiongba and stammering, unable to articulate her words. That why you blind male? Finally finding her voice, she declared, let me inform you. Lin Zhi is already with Huso. You weren't aware, were you? They have long been together. Witnessing Shi Lian's embarrassment, Lin Zhi's smile grew even brighter. Shi Lian then donned a smug expression. You are merely a fleeting amusement for Lin Zhi. Do not presume she will bond with you. Xiongba, however, remained unfazed, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, what? Zhi finds joy because of me. I must be quite valuable. Why you? Shi Lian was rendered speechless, turning to Linshu with a quivering voice. Beast brother, will you not intervene if they continue to bully me? Fools, they are all a bunch of fools. Linshu helplessly ruffled his hair and softly replied, you should return now. I will be back shortly. I will return the fruits to you. Shi Lian bit her lip, realizing Linshu could not stand up for her in this matter, and could only say, all right, beast brother, please hurry back. The orcs in the tribal square began to disperse. Lin Tian watched his increasingly dismissive kin with a simmering rage, feeling utterly powerless. His expression fluctuated between dark and stormy. Before he finally snapped, "The food has been recovered. This is a joyous occasion." "Lin Zhi, must you act in such a manner to upset everyone?" Lin Zhi cast a cold glance at several orcs who had not yet departed, a smirk of derision curling her lips. Are you all unhappy?" she retorted, her voice laced with mockery. "The food has returned. Should we not celebrate?" "Happy, happy. We are very happy." The few orcs, still lingering, forced smiles more grotesque than tears as they hurriedly exited this place of strife. Lin Zhi watched their retreating figures, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. Slowly, she turned, waving her hand to beckon Xiongba and Huso. "Let us depart. We need not linger here to attract disdain." Without a backward glance, she headed toward the cave, completely indifferent to Lin Tian's furious gaze behind her. Xiongba and Huso followed closely behind. As they entered the cave, Lin Zhi's eyes widened at the sight of the fruits piled high within. "Where did these fruits come from? Did you bring them back?" Her gaze darted between Xiongba and Huso. Huso shook his head, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes as he spoke in a low, anger-laden tone. "It was that snake." "What?" Lin Zhi and Xiongba exclaimed in unison. Shock and confusion were etched across Lin Zhi's face. What did that snake intend to do? Why had it transported the food from the wandering beast tribe to her cave? A twinge of unease crept into Lin Zhi's heart as she warily surveyed her surroundings. "Is he inside?" Xiongba immediately scanned the cave inside and out, his keen nose sniffing the air for any trace. After a moment, he shook his head. "The scent is faint. He is not here." Nonetheless, Xiongba remained uneasy, circling the outside of the cave to meticulously check every corner before finally declaring, "He is indeed not present." Lin Zhi felt a slight sense of relief, though her brow remained furrowed. Why was that snake so relentlessly pursuing her? Did he truly wish to become her mate? Yet she harbored an instinctive fear of snakes. After all, who would desire to be with such an obviously antisocial creature? However, this snake had tracked her to this place. What should she do? Lin Zhi was engulfed in distress. Should she flee in the dead of night? But with winter fast approaching, running away now would be tantamount to seeking her own demise. A heavy sorrow hung in the air. Xiongba clenched his fists in frustration, loathing his own inadequacy for failing to protect the young female. Meanwhile, Huso's eyes darkened further, cursing the audacity of the snake for daring to compete for his beloved. Lin Zhi took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. Now was not the time for such entanglements. The pressing matter was to prepare for the impending cold winter. "Xiongba, bring the white flowers into the cave." Lin Zhi promptly shifted her focus. Then she turned to Huso. "Huso, light a fire. We need some illumination." The two male orcs sprang into action. Xiongba carried the white flowers into the cave, shaking off the beast's skin. Huso skillfully struck stones together, quickly igniting a fire that cast a warm glow throughout the cave. Lin Zhi seized the opportunity, retrieving prepared beast skins from a corner and placing the white flowers inside, swiftly forming 3 thick blankets. "Here." Lin Zhi handed 2 blankets to Xiongba and Huso. Xiongba accepted the blanket, a look of sheer delight on his face. "Zhi, you are too good to me." He leaned closer to Lin Zhi, arms outstretched, ready to embrace her. She turned to Huso, finding him gazing at her with gentle eyes. Lin Zhi lowered her head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Gently, she pushed Xiongba away. "All right, you both should leave now. Night has fallen. Get some rest." Xiongba wore a look of grievance. "Zhi, where am I to go? Have you forgotten? I am already your bear." Saying this, he leaned against Lin Zhi again, clinging to her like a giant plush toy, refusing to budge. Lin Zhi sighed, her tone growing stern. "You go to Huso's cave." She pushed Xiongba firmly, but the bear remained steadfast, a flicker of helplessness and annoyance in his eyes. Huso, seeing this, reached out and forcefully pulled Xiongba away. This clumsy bear had taken undue advantage these past few days, while he had yet to have a proper moment with Lin Zhi. However, thinking of that elusive snake, Huso's brow furrowed again. "Zhi," Huso said in a deep voice, "that snake could appear at any moment. We should stay in your cave tonight." The mere mention of that persistent snake made Lin Zhi's head throb. She rubbed her temples, exhaling a resigned sigh. "Fine, you may sleep here. After all, During their time outside the tribe, the three of them had shared one cave. This situation was not entirely unacceptable. Lin Zhi lay on the bed, no longer needing the blankets meant for the two males. Huso and Xiongba swiftly transformed into their animal forms, a fox and a brown bear, respectively, silently lying at the edge of the bed to guard her. Lin Zhi gently covered herself with one blanket, layering two beneath her, instantly feeling a wave of comfort. She let out a satisfied sigh before promptly falling into a deep slumber. Although Xiongba had reverted to his animal form, the gleam in his bare eyes still sparkled with light. Surely, the day when he could sleep beside Gigi was not far off. With this thought, his bare paw involuntarily stirred, a contented smile gracing his lips. Huso's fox eyes narrowed slightly, his mind solely focused on driving away the threat and then finding a way to dismiss this foolish bear. When spring arrived, he would take Lin Zhi back to the tribe to begin their new life together. Suddenly, faint rustling sounds emerged from outside the cave. Xiongba and Huso instantly became alert, their eyes gleaming in the darkness. Cautiously, they rose, treading lightly toward the cave entrance. Outside, a pair of eerie green eyes fixated intently on the cave. The figure of the serpent flickered in the moonlight, its scales shimmering with a chilling radiance. Its gaze swept across the cave, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of its mouth. "Da-da, they've all returned." The low, resonant voice of Tangsha reverberated through the night, tinged with a hint of malice. Outside the cave, Huxiong and Xiongba stood side by side, their eyes vigilantly fixed on Tangsha, who loomed menacingly at the cave's entrance. Beneath the moonlight, Tangsha's scales glimmered with a chilling sheen, and the slit pupils betrayed a lurking danger. "Stand aside," Tangsha commanded coldly, his tone brooking no dissent. Huxiong narrowed his eyes defiantly, his voice dripping with scorn. "Leave the tribe. An orc expelled by another tribe, mingling with vagabonds. How dare you lay a hand on Gigi?" At this remark, Tangsha's pupils constricted sharply, emitting a low hiss of anger. His serpentine tail lashed out violently towards Huxiong and Xiongba, the air tearing apart with a sharp whistle. In response, Xiongba and Huxiong instantly transitioned into combat mode. Xiongba opened his massive bare paw, attempting to seize Tangsha's tail, while Huxiong deftly evaded, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The three orcs engaged in a fierce struggle, deliberately lowering their voices, fearful of awakening the slumbering Lin Zhi within the cave. The battle raged on for quite some time, until they finally separated. Breathless, scales from Tangsha littered the ground, glinting in the moonlight. A deep, bone-exposing wound marred Xiongba's right arm, blood trickling down. Huxiong was not faring much better, several clumps of his fur torn away, revealing the skin beneath. Tangsha let out a cold laugh, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "Do you really think this will stop me?" Huxiong scoffed, his eyes glinting with derision. "Tangsha, where do you think you can take Gigi? Winter is upon us. You'll soon be in hibernation. Oh, you really believe you can care for Gigi?" His voice brimmed with contempt for the cold-blooded orc, who, after all, was notoriously self-serving, neglecting the needs of females. "Hibernating in winter. Males like you are no wonder unappealing to any orc." This statement seemed to strike a nerve with Tangsha, his remaining scales bristling in fury. "What business is it of yours? You have not even become mates with the little female. What right do you have to meddle?" Upon hearing this, Xiongba's eyes widened, his voice swelling with pride. "We reside in Gigi's cave. Becoming her mate is merely a matter of time. While you shall find no female willing to accept you," and oh, sooner had he spoken than Tangsha's tail lashed out again, plunging him and Xiongba back into a fierce confrontation. Huxiong stood aside, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Let them fight. Ideally, one would be gravely injured, eliminating competition for Gigi. After another intense exchange, Xiongba and Tangsha separated once more. Xiongba, now battered and bloodied, gasped for breath and turned to Huxiong. "You treacherous fox. Why didn't you come to my aid? Was this your intention all along?" Huxiong raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. "Oh, how could that be? If you wish to be Gigi's mate, mustn't you first demonstrate your strength?" Tangsha, observing this exchange, wore an expression of disgust. He turned away, departing the scene. Xiongba, panting heavily, felt a mix of relief and trepidation. Finally, he's gone. Huxiong had already returned to the cave, feigning slumber. Lin Zhi, tossing and turning in her dreams, envisioned a colossal serpent lunging at her with its gaping maw. Startled awake, she vaguely discerned two shadowy figures in the darkness, feeling a sense of security before slipping back into a drowsy slumber. The following morning, Lin Zhi awoke to an enticing aroma. Upon opening her eyes, she found Xiongba stirring a pot of meat soup with one hand, the rich scent wafting throughout the cave. Hu Xiong sat nearby, meticulously arranging a fur blanket. "Good morning," Lin Zhi yawned, stretching languidly, before expertly grasping a stone bowl. As she ate, her mind began to formulate the day's tasks. Now, most of the fruits in the cave had been dried into preserves, and the meat had been processed into smoked and cured varieties. The cotton quilts were also completed. The preparations for winter were nearly finalized, with only a bed remaining to be constructed. Lin Zhi pondered whether she could experiment with making charcoal, thus reducing the need for firewood during winter. After finishing breakfast, Lin Zhi led Xiongba outside. It was then that she noticed the scars marring one of his arms. "What happened to you? Weren't you just fine yesterday?" Observing her concern for his appearance, Xiongba felt a surge of satisfaction. "I drove that snake away yesterday. These are but minor injuries. They'll heal by tomorrow." Lin Zhi examined him several times, confirming he was indeed fine before exhaling a sigh of relief. Hu Xiong remained in the cave, as a sudden influx of ill orcs had arrived in the tribe. The shaman had just returned, only to be besieged by patients suffering from headaches and fevers. With no other choice, Hu Xiong stayed behind to tend to them one by one. Lin Zhi brought Xiongba to the tribe's gathering site, directing him to chop down dead branches. As the sky grew increasingly overcast, Lin Zhi's heart tightened, realizing winter was imminent. She wrapped her fur tightly around her, moving about to see if any food could still be foraged. Before long, she found herself straying quite far. Suddenly, she heard a commotion behind her. Turning to investigate, she saw Shi Lian lying on the ground in disarray, while Xiongba stood by, flustered. Upon seeing Lin Zhi, Shi Lian burst into tears. "Zhi, look at this orc you brought back. He attacked me." Xiongba, perceiving Lin Zhi as his savior, quickly hid behind her, desperate to explain. "That's not how it happened. She tried to harm me. As soon as she approached, she stripped off her fur and lunged at me, claiming she wanted to bear my young. When I refused, she began to scream." Lin Zhi surveyed the situation with a calm demeanor. Indeed, Shi Lian's fur was in disarray, yet Xiongba appeared genuinely perturbed. She noticed a glimmer of cunning in Shi Lian's eyes and immediately grasped the situation. "Shi Lian, are you all right?" Lin Zhi inquired, feigning concern while observing Shi Lian's reaction. Shi Lian sniffled. "Zhi, I just wanted to talk to him. I had no idea he would." Her words trailed off, eyes darting towards Xiongba. Lin Zhi turned to Xiongba. "What transpired?" Xiongba inhaled deeply, striving to steady his emotions. "I was chopping branches when Shi Lian suddenly appeared behind me. She said she wanted to speak with me privately and then began to undress. Terrified, I tried to flee, but she clung to my leg. When I broke free, she fell to the ground and started screaming. Shi Lian's expression became increasingly awkward, while Xiongba, though flustered, maintained sincerity in his gaze. "Shi Lian," Lin Zhi began slowly. "Why are you here? The gathering place is quite distant from the tribe centered." Tia lost for words. Shi Lian stammered. I came to gather some fruits." Lin Zhi raised an eyebrow. "Gather fruits? But there haven't been any here for ages." Shi Lian's expression stiffened, a flicker of panic crossing her features. Understanding the truth, Lin Zhi turned to Xiongba, softly suggesting, "Let us go back." Xiongba, standing behind Lin Zhi, wore a look of grievance and helplessness. "Zhi," he murmured, his voice tinged with a plea. "Please believe me. I truly did nothing to her." Lin Zhi turned, gazing at Xiongba tenderly. "Yes, I believe you." Xiongba felt a wave of relief wash over him as he prepared to follow Lin Zhi. Shi Lian, witnessing this, was momentarily dumbfounded. She had not anticipated that Lin Zhi would so readily believe Xiongba. No, she could not allow them to leave like this. "Wait," Shi Lian shrieked. "You cannot go. You must compensate me." Lin Zhi halted, her cold gaze sweeping over Shi Lian's exposed form, filled with disdain and contempt. "Compensate you? What do you desire?" she asked icily. Shi Lian bit her lip, extending a finger toward the retreating Xiongba. He must become my mate, Xiongba, upon hearing this, exclaimed. I refuse. Lin Zhi laughed scornfully. Did you hear that? He does not wish to. Shi Lian's teeth clenched, fury igniting in her eyes. He did this to me, and yet he still gets off unscathed. Oh. Lin Zhi raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with sarcasm. What has he done to you? Did anyone witness it? She surveyed the desolate gathering place, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips. Shi Lian was rendered speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment. Enraged, she shouted at Lin Zhi, Lin Zhi, do not be so greedy. You cannot have everything. As for me, I desire everything, yet I have claimed nothing, and yet they have come. What shall I do? A mocking smile danced upon Lin Zhi's lips. Shi Lian's expression contorted with rage, her eyes glinting with malice. Once Lin Zhi and Xiongba had vanished into the distance, Shi Lian slowly rose to her feet. Bowing her head, her trembling fingers clumsily arranged the disheveled animal hides. Donning them one by one, this is of your own making, Lin Zhi. You were too arrogant. I shall ensure you pay the price. After Lin Zhi and Xiongba had walked a distance, Xiongba abruptly halted. His head bowed, guilt etched across his features. Zhi, it is all my fault, he said earnestly. Lin Zhi turned to him, shaking her head. What does this have to do with you? This matter is Shi Lian's fault. She pulled Xiongba behind a sturdy tree, waiting until Shi Lian had retreated far enough before they emerged from their hiding place. Let us go and retrieve the trees you chopped. We must return swiftly, Lin Zhi urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Xiongba nodded, hastening to the site of his earlier labor. Proficiently, he bound the cut branches together with vines and hoisted them onto his shoulder. Following Lin Zhi toward the cave. Along the way, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky. Lin Zhi furrowed her brow, questioning the early arrival of winter this year, as they neared the cave. Lin Zhi caught sight of a familiar figure lingering at her cave's entrance. Initially intending to feign ignorance and enter the cave, she was intercepted by Lin Tian. Zhi, have you not caused enough trouble? Come back with Beast Father. Lin Tian approached, his face adorned with a benevolent smile, as if coaxing a petulant cub. He reached for Lin Zhi's arm, speaking gently. Come now. Lin Zhi recoiled in disgust, vigorously wiping the spot he had touched. Witnessing her reaction, Lin Tian's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of seriousness, his brows furrowing, his tone turning frigid. Zhi, is this how I have taught you? Have you forgotten even the most basic of courtesies? With a resigned sigh, Lin Zhi managed to utter, Chief, what is it you wish to discuss? Lin Tian's expression softened slightly as he cleared his throat. I have come to ask for your assistance with a task. I recognize that I have neglected you in the past, not blame Beast Father. I have been preoccupied. Beast Father has reflected, and from now on, this will not continue. Lin Zhi listened to his insincere words. A wave of nausea washed over her, interrupting him. What is it?